forward to that. Michigan should have been number 1, but hey, they're all going to have to win 2 games. This is Early Today. Remembering Senator Bob Dole, a towering figure in American politics, a World War II hero, and above all, a fierce warrior for veterans and Americans with disabilities. A look back at life spent in service of his nation.
Omicron on the rise as the new COVID variant spreads across the U.S. Strict new rules go into effect overnight for international travelers.
Were they on the run? New details about the parents of the suspected school shooter in Michigan.
Giving the cold shoulder to the Winter Olympics, breaking overnight why the Biden administration is planning to boycott the Beijing Games, according to an NBC News source.
And a pooch parade. Dozens of dogs hit the town for the holiday season in Colorado. It's Monday, December 6th. Early Today starts right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Frances Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. We begin with the loss of an icon in American politics. Former presidential candidate Bob Dole has passed away at the age of 98. His family says ceremonies will be held in Kansas, where he served as senator for nearly 30 years, and in Washington, D.C. Overnight, the Kansas City Chiefs honored Dole at their game, and tributes have poured in from presidents from both parties. Here's NBC's Kelly O'Donnell.
At the U.S. Capitol, the American flag that Bob Dole long served now flies at half-staff in his honor.
At every stage of my life, I've been a witness to the greatness of this country.
Senator, presidential candidate, champion for veterans and people with disabilities.
The disability community is not large, but it's important.
From a Kansas farm to fields of combat, Bob Dole carried grave wounds of World War II through decades of public service, remembered by presidents of both parties. President Biden writing, "May our nation draw upon his legacy of decency, dignity, good humor, and patriotism for all time." Donald Trump called Dole a true patriot. George W. Bush, "I will always remember Bob's salute to my late dad at the Capitol, and now we Bushes salute Bob." From Barack Obama, his sharp wit was matched only by his integrity. And Bill Clinton, who defeated Dole for president in 1996, cited Dole's bipartisanship. "I enjoyed our combat and our cooperation even more." A Republican power broker in the Senate as majority leader, Dole was Gerald Ford's running mate in '76 and sought the presidency himself 3 times.
Tonight I stand before you, tested by adversity, made sensitive by hardship, a fighter by principle, and the most optimistic man in America.
In his 90s, Dole returned to visit every county in Kansas.
It's one time I can say to you that I don't want any of your money.
Known for his dry humor, parodied on Saturday Night Live, father to daughter Robin from his first marriage. Married 46 years to Senator Elizabeth Dole, his partner in life, politics, and advocacy that carried on beyond elective office. Her foundation announced with heavy hearts that Dole had passed in his sleep. He was 98.
So I leave you all tonight with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we'll meet again.
Robert Dole, a son of Kansas, impaired by war, tested by politics, lifted by his commitment to country. Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News.
The U.S. detected its first case of the Omicron variant last Wednesday, and within 5 days, the heavily mutated strain has already spread through the nation. At least 17 states have now tested positive cases, and officials say the Delta variant remains the biggest threat. Meanwhile, new travel restrictions went into effect to curb the spread of the Omicron variant. Here's NBC's Quad Venegas.
A last-minute scramble to get to the U.S. before new travel restrictions go into effect.
It's just really challenging. So much so that I don't actually know if we're going to be able to do it.
All visitors must now show a negative COVID test the day before boarding, some canceling their flights altogether.
It's devastating. It really is. And we booked at the start of this year. So, we've had a huge lead up to it to be let down at the last hurdle, unfortunately.
A drastic attempt to stop the spread of Omicron, now found in 40 countries, including the U.S., where at least 17 states have reported positive cases.
There is an indication of community spread.
The first case in Minnesota, a man who had recently traveled to an anime convention in New York City, now tells the New York Times that around 15 of his friends have also tested positive for COVID. It is not known if they have Omicron. Connecticut reporting its first case late Saturday, also linked to that convention. But the Delta variant remains the top threat.
We have about 90 to 100,000 cases a day right now in the United States, and 99.9% of them are the Delta variant.
In California, parents are frustrated after one family knowingly sent their 2 children infected with COVID to school, forcing 75 students into modified quarantine.
This is a time when every single person needs to act with integrity. This is one family's error that had a dramatic impact on our school.
While Omicron has everyone on high alert, some encouraging news about the variant's effects.
Although it's too early to really make any definitive statements about it, thus far it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it.
And our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report.
Disturbing new details into what happened moments before the Michigan high school massacre. The parents of the alleged shooter accused of allowing their son access to a deadly weapon. On Saturday, James and Jennifer Crumbly were charged with 4 counts each of involuntary manslaughter. A prosecutor revealing the mother's text to her son when she found out about the active shooter in his school.
When the news of the active shooter at Oxford High School had been made public, Jennifer Crumbly texted to her son at 1:22 p.m., quote, "Ethan, don't do it," end quote.
And troubling signs just hours before the rampage, a violent drawing found belonging to Ethan.
Between the drawing of the gun and the bullet is a drawing of a person who appears to have been shot twice and bleeding. Below that figure is a drawing of a laughing emoji. Further down the drawing are the words, quote, "My life is useless," end quote.
The school says the incident was immediately reported to counselors, but that the suspect told them the drawing was part of a video game he was designing. His parents arrived for an emergency meeting and were told to put the teen in counseling within 48 hours. School officials say the parents refused to take their son home.
CNN anchor Chris Cuomo is denying a new sexual misconduct allegation after being fired from the network over the weekend. The Cuomo primetime host was first suspended Tuesday after an investigation by the New York Attorney General concluded he helped his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, defend himself against sexual misconduct allegations. On Wednesday, a lawyer representing an unnamed client alerted the network to Chris Cuomo's alleged sexual misconduct. The same lawyer represents Charlotte Bennett, who accused the former New York governor of sexual harassment. CNN released a statement on Cuomo's suspension and termination, saying in part, "Additional information has come to light. Despite the termination, we will investigate as appropriate." A representative for Chris Cuomo says the allegations are not true.
The controversial Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers goes back into effect today. The program is set to restart at one border city, but it is expected to eventually include 7 border crossings from coast to coast. The policy requires migrants to wait outside the U.S. for their immigration hearings. President Biden ended the program soon after taking office, but was forced to bring it back due to a court ruling. The administration says it intends to eventually end it again.
We have a consumer alert to tell you about. Honda is recalling nearly 725,000 SUVs and pickup trucks in the U.S. because their hoods can open while driving. Vehicles involved in the recall include certain 2019 Passports, 2016 through 2019 Pilots, and 2017 through 2020 Ridgeline pickups. Honda will notify owners by mail starting January 17th.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas in Minnesota. Residents of Duluth spent yesterday shoveling through a winter wonderland. The state received its first major snowstorm of the season on Sunday, with some parts getting over 2 feet of snow, according to the National Weather Service.
And NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is tracking severe weather from Texas all the way to Tennessee. What do we need to watch out for, Janessa? Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, we're kind of all over the place across the nation. The East Coast, you can see severe weather. Tornado watches, they're in place. Texas to Tennessee for another hour as this strong cold front starts to make its way through. It's colliding with cooler air to the north, and that's allowing this to transition into predominantly rain from the Ohio Valley, D.C. to New York City. Going to be dealing with that rainfall throughout your morning. Also going to be watching these wind gusts picking up across the upper Midwest to the high plains, even the Great Lakes. Look at this, up to 60 miles per hour in some spots with high wind warnings in place. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. Our temperatures, they're falling pretty quickly as well across the deep south. Look at Dallas today, only a high of 55 degrees. Wind concerns across that area as well. A ton of sunshine for the desert southwest. Phoenix, 77. Another winter storm is about to approach the Northeast. We'll talk about that coming up.
Going to want to know about that one. Janessa, thanks. The mayor of Georgetown, Colorado, led a very special holiday parade this weekend. Parker the Snow Dog is the honorary leader of the town. He was also the leader of this pack of 200 Bernese mountain dogs. Mayor Parker, who was unanimously voted into office last year, has become a Colorado celebrity. He's also the unofficial mascot of the Denver Broncos.
All right. With just 3 months until the Winter Olympics, the U.S. takes a stand against China's human rights abuses.
And lacing up for a good cause, NFL players raising awareness through their footwear.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Breaking overnight, the Biden administration is expected to announce a diplomatic boycott of the Olympic Winter Games. As senior administration officials told NBC News, the announcement could come as early as this week. A diplomatic boycott would mean that while American athletes could still compete at the Beijing Games, no U.S. government officials would attend. A full boycott was not expected. The news comes after President Biden said the U.S. was considering a diplomatic boycott of the Games last month.
To the NFL now, the Broncos and Chiefs continuing their rivalry under the lights of Sunday Night Football. Patrick Mahomes kicked things off on Kansas City's very first drive, rushing it on the right side for the score. The Chiefs were able to keep Denver out of the end zone for the first 55 minutes of the game, with the KCD picking off Teddy Bridgewater twice, that one taking it to the house for the score. The Chiefs win it 22-9. That win gives the Chiefs a slight edge in the AFC West, where the first and last place teams are only separated by 2 games, and from a 2-game lead to win number 1 in Detroit.
There's Hawkinson inside. Here we go. Goff from the gun to the end zone. It is caught.
Jared Goff's bullet to Amon-Ra St. Brown gave the Lions their first win in 364 days. Detroit walks off with a W over the Vikings, 29-27.
Kyler Murray returned to the Cardinals after missing a month due to injury. Murray ran for 2 touchdowns and threw for a couple more as Arizona stayed perfect on the road. The Cardinals fly high over the Bears, 33-22. The Ravens scored with under 30 seconds left in Pittsburgh, but they weren't playing for the tie. Baltimore's 2-point conversion attempt failed on the goal line, and the Steelers take away the win, 20-19. And in Atlanta, Tom Brady took to the skies to soar over the Falcons. Brady shook off a second quarter pick 6 to throw 4 touchdown passes, including 2 to Gronk, as the Buccaneers beat the Falcons 30-17. Brady's massive game put him among Week 13's top performers, and Jonathan Taylor continued his hot streak with 2 scores in the Colts win over the Texans.
NFL players got to break their game dress code for a good cause on Sunday. The league held its annual My Cause, My Cleats event, where NFL players, they bring their awareness to charities of their choosing by wearing pre-approved custom cleats during the game. Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes wore cleats that encouraged elementary school students to read for at least 15 minutes a day for 15 weeks. And according to Outsports, for the first time, multiple NFL players supported LGBTQ organizations. Raiders defensive end Carl Nassib wore rainbow cleats to support the Trevor Project. And fullback Cleveland Browns Johnny Stanton, he selected Athlete Ally as the cause for his cleats.
And then there were 4. The college football playoff matchups are set, and Cincinnati is making history with their inclusion. The Bearcats capped off an undefeated season with their AAC championship victory over Houston and became the first team from the outside the Power 5 conferences to make the college football playoffs. They'll have a tough test in the semifinals against number 1 Alabama, who beat Georgia in the SEC title game. The Bulldogs get Michigan in the other semifinal game on New Year's Eve.
Still to come, it's the gift that keeps on giving. Mariah Carey's holiday classic breaks new records.
Plus, your favorite web-slinging superhero is back. A first look at the trailer for Spider-Man's animated sequel.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Want to get out of here?
I'm grounded.
Bummer. Whoa. Is Spider-Man grounded?
Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse appeared in theaters 3 years ago, and now we're getting our first look at the sequel. Across the Spider-Verse Part 1 will premiere on October 7th, 2022.
The Kennedy Center Honors returns with an in-person gala after the pandemic forced major changes last year. The tradition of the president attending was also restored for the first time since 2016. The Lifetime Achievement Awards for Artistic Excellency were presented to Motown Records creator Berry Gordy, SNL creator and executive producer Lorne Michaels, actress and singer Bette Midler, opera singer Justino Diaz, and folk music legend Joni Mitchell. President Biden held a reception before the show for the honorees.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend, at least according to Mariah Carey. The Queen of Christmas is celebrating her holiday hit, All I Want for Christmas Is You, which became Diamond certified and the first holiday song to win the RIAA award. With an official 1 billion worldwide streams, Mariah continues to slay this Christmas season.
I'm sure she'll continue to year after year as long as that song is around.
Yeah.
All right, Janessa is tracking a storm set to bring snow to the East Coast this week.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The death toll is rising in Indonesia this morning following a massive volcano eruption. At least 13 people have died, 7 are missing, and entire villages are covered in thick ash. A search mission is underway to find those still unaccounted for.
All right, let's get another check on the weather with Janessa Webb. Hello again, Janessa.
Hi, good morning. You know, we have this cold front making its way through now, but the bigger weather story is going to be Wednesday. We do have some uncertainty with this storm system. If it collides with more warmer air, this will be predominantly rain, but right now we're expecting snow from D.C. all the way to New York City, even the Boston area. Temperatures falling down to the lower 30s. We'll be right back.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The holiday tradition is back and better than ever. The New York City Ballet's production of the Nutcracker returns to the stage after a year off for the pandemic. Here's Kate Snow.
At New York's Lincoln Center, everything is in place. The audience showing vaccine cards, wearing masks, and backstage, all the last-minute preps and adjustments, the makeup, the shoes, the costumes. The Nutcracker is back. Jonathan Stafford is the company's artistic director.
The New York City Ballet has been performing the Nutcracker for how long now?
Since 1954, every single year.
Except last year.
Except last year. First time in our history that we did not put on a live production of the Nutcracker, which makes this year even more special.
Dancers and crew get COVID tests weekly, and everyone wears masks during rehearsals. They did have to make some hard decisions. When they planned the show months ago, children under 12 could not be vaccinated. So they cast kids 12 and older for roles that normally are played by younger dancers.
When you guys come on stage, do you feel wow?
Oh, definitely. Being on this stage is just the most amazing feeling.
When the curtains open and you see the whole audience and the whole theater, it feels really beautiful.
7th graders Athena Shivworkin and Reed We Met are Marie and the Prince.
I didn't expect it because in a normal year, I would have been a little too tall for that role.
They've both been in the show twice before and were crushed when last year was canceled.
The pandemic last year, I think for everyone in the world, it was just so difficult. And to be back now is amazing.
I think all of the students right now are just enjoying and trying to hold on to every moment. I think we're a lot more grateful for having the Nutcracker.
With bigger kids, they use the opportunity to remake costumes in their original colors.
What inspires you about what you do here every night?
We bring this beautiful art form to so many people night after night. And what I think more than ever people need is they need that escape.
Having no Nutcracker Nutcracker is like missing a part of your Christmas.
For so many people, it's a tradition to come and watch the Nutcracker at Lincoln Center, and it's so nice to be part of that experience.
A holiday comeback, reminding us all how special the tradition is. It was so great to see. It takes nearly 300 people to put on that show, all really happy to be back at it. Philip, Francis.
Kate, thanks. Those traditions, great having them back. This is Early Today. A senator who spent a lifetime in service, a war hero, former presidential candidate, and above all, a champion for veterans and people with disabilities. We'll look back at the incredible life of Bob Dole.
The parents of the suspected Michigan school shooter appear in court for the first time. Prosecutors revealing new details about texts sent from Jennifer Crumbley to her son on the day of the rampage.
More states reporting cases of Omicron this morning, while strict new rules take flight for international travel as the nation races to slow the spread of the new COVID variant.
And it's the world's luckiest get well card. A man recovering from heart surgery hits the jackpot. Early Today starts right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Francis Rivera.
And I'm Philip Mena. Tributes continue to pour in for a giant in American politics. Bob Dole's family revealing that he passed away in his sleep at the age of 98. They pointed out that he served this country for 79 years in and out of uniform. Ceremonies are expected in Dole's home state of Kansas and in Washington, D.C., but arrangements have not yet been announced.
President Biden offered his condolences, saying, quote, "May our nation draw upon his legacy of decency, dignity, good humor, and patriotism for all time." Donald Trump called Dole a true patriot and said the Republican Party was made stronger by his service. And George W. Bush wrote that he will always remember Dole's salute to his late father at the Capitol and says, quote, "Now we Bushes salute Bob."
Former President Barack Obama remembered Dole by writing, quote, "His sharp wit was matched only by his integrity." And Bill Clinton, who defeated Dole for the presidency in 1996, said he enjoyed their combat and their cooperation even more. Here's NBC's Andrea Mitchell with more on Dole's legacy.
At the World War II Memorial in Washington on many a weekend, an old soldier reporting for duty.
And thank you for your service.
Former Second Lieutenant Bob Dole in the final years of a lifetime of public service, having led the fundraising campaign to build a memorial honoring all those who served in a war that forever changed his life.
Whether you're in the Army, Navy, Marine, Merchant Marines, if I'm in town, I'll be here. And during the week, sometimes they come on Wednesday, Thursday, but Saturday is generally the big day.
The young Dole was a star high school football player in his small hometown of Russell, Kansas, planning to become a surgeon. Called to active duty in 1943, he was 21 years old with the 10th Mountain Division in Italy on April 14, 1945, when the Germans began firing on his platoon.
The morning I was wounded, my radio man had been wounded, and I crawled out trying to get him back in the little ravine. And I got shot, and he didn't make it. He passed away. So I tried, but I couldn't save him.
Flying metal hit Dole's right shoulder and arm, breaking several bones in his neck and spine. It was just 2 weeks before the end of the war in Europe. Back home, he underwent 7 operations over 3 years, lost a kidney and the use of his right arm. No longer able to pursue his dream of becoming a surgeon, he turned to law and politics, although he couldn't shake hands and always clutched a pen in his fist so people wouldn't try. His wartime service also gave special focus to much of his work in Congress, shaping tax policy, farm programs, and anti-discrimination laws and other measures to make America more accessible to the disabled. Summing up his storied career for Tom Brokaw this way.
My proudest title is veteran of all the other titles I've had.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington.
Breaking overnight, the Biden administration is expected to announce a diplomatic boycott of the Olympic Winter Games. A senior administration official told NBC News the announcement could come as early as this week. A diplomatic boycott would mean that while American athletes could still compete at the Beijing Games, no U.S. government officials would attend. A full boycott was not expected. The news comes after President Biden said the U.S. was considering a diplomatic boycott of the Games last month.
President Biden is set to meet with Russian President Vladimir Putin on a video call Tuesday. This as Russian troops continue building along the Russia-Ukraine border, triggering growing concerns that the Kremlin is planning an invasion. The Pentagon and the White House are closely monitoring the situation. NBC's Monica Alba has the details.
Tensions high on the Ukraine-Russia border as new intelligence suggests the Kremlin is in advanced stages of planning an invasion of Ukraine as early as next year.
I'm not quite sure what they're going to do, but to me, that is a terrible, going to have a terrible impact on the stability and security of our European friends.
The Washington Post obtaining photos showing a Russian troop buildup of more than 175,000. Both the Pentagon and White House monitoring the situation closely.
We're going to continue to do everything we can to help provide Ukraine the capability to protect its sovereign territory.
A diplomatic tinderbox as President Biden prepares for a video call with Russian President Putin set to take place on Tuesday.
My expectation is you're going to have a long discussion,
where Mr. Biden is expected to call out Russia for its hostile rhetoric and recent military movements.
We often talk about saber rattling. I would say in this case, the saber has been drawn out of the sheath, and Vladimir Putin is aggressively waving it in the face of the Ukrainians. Ukraine must stay steady, rely on the United States in this crisis.
The provocations come as Russia has demanded the U.S. guarantee that Ukraine won't join the NATO military alliance. But President Biden has been clear he rejects any such conditions.
Don't accept anybody's red line.
Our thanks to Monica Alba for that report.
The U.S. detected its first case of the Omicron variant last Wednesday, and within 5 days, the heavily mutated strain has already spread through the nation. At least 17 states have now positive cases, but officials say the Delta variant remains the biggest threat. Meanwhile, new travel restrictions went into effect overnight to curb the spread of the Omicron variant. Here's NBC's Guad Venegas.
A last-minute scramble to get to the U.S. before new travel restrictions go into effect.
It's just really challenging. So much so that I don't actually know if we're going to be able to do it.
All visitors must now show a negative COVID test the day before boarding, some canceling their flights altogether.
It's devastating. It really is. And we booked at the start of this year. So, we've had a huge lead up to it to be let down at the last hurdle, unfortunately.
A drastic attempt to stop the spread of Omicron, now found in 40 countries, including the U.S., where at least 17 states have reported positive cases.
There is an indication of community spread.
The first case in Minnesota, a man who had recently traveled to an anime convention in New York City, now tells the New York Times that around 15 of his friends have also tested positive for COVID. It is not known if they have Omicron. Connecticut reporting its first case late Saturday, also linked to that convention. But the Delta variant remains the top threat.
We have about 90 to 100,000 cases a day right now in the United States, and 99.9% of them are the Delta variant.
In California, parents are frustrated after one family knowingly sent their 2 children infected with COVID to school, forcing 75 students into modified quarantine.
This is a time when every single person needs to act with integrity. This is one family's error that had a dramatic impact on our school.
While Omicron has everyone on high alert, some encouraging news about the variant's effects.
Although it's too early to really make any definitive statements about it, thus far it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it.
Our thanks to Guad Venegas for that report.
Disturbing new details into what happened moments before the Michigan high school massacre. The parents of the alleged shooter accused of allowing their son access to a deadly weapon. On Saturday, James and Jennifer Crumbly were charged with 4 counts each of involuntary manslaughter. A prosecutor revealing the mother's text to her son when she found out about the active shooter in his school.
When the news of the active shooter at Oxford High School had been made public, Jennifer Crumbly texted to her son at 1:22 p.m., quote, "Ethan, don't do it," end quote.
And troubling signs just hours before the rampage, a violent drawing found belonging to Ethan.
Between the drawing of the gun and the bullet is a drawing of a person who appears to have been shot twice and bleeding. Below that figure is a drawing of a laughing emoji. Further down the drawing are the words, quote, "My life is useless," end quote.
The school says the incident was immediately reported to counselors, but the suspect told them the drawing was part of a video game he was designing. His parents arrived for an emergency meeting and were told to put the teen in counseling within 48 hours, but school officials say the parents refused to take their son home.
The controversial Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy for asylum seekers goes back into effect today. The program is set to restart at one border city, but it's expected to eventually include 7 border crossings from coast to coast. The policy requires migrants to wait outside the U.S. for their immigration hearings. President Biden ended the program soon after taking office, but was forced to bring it back due to a court ruling. The administration says it intends to eventually end it again.
The Kennedy Center Honors returns with an in-person gala after the pandemic forced major changes last year. The tradition of the president attending was also restored for the first time since 2016. The Lifetime Achievement Awards for Artistic Excellency were presented to Motown Records creator Berry Gordy, SNL creator and executive producer Lorne Michaels, actress and singer Bette Midler, opera singer Justino Diaz, and folk music legend Joni Mitchell. President Biden held a reception before the show for those honorees.
Right, we're starting a new week, and NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb is tracking severe storms right now. Janessa, good morning.
Good morning. You know, last week, very quiet conditions, and now things are starting to pick up. It's very late in the season for severe weather, but remember, severe weather can happen anytime, and that's what we're seeing this morning. Texas to Tennessee, we are under tornado watches, and that'll expire in the next hour or so. To the north, it is colliding with colder air, and that's transitioning into predominantly rain. New York City, D.C., Boston area going to be dealing with that rain throughout your morning into early afternoon before that strong cold front pushes offshore. Behind the front, though, wind gusts are picking up for the high plains, Great Lakes, all the way into interior New York, where we could see wind gusts to 60 miles per hour. That's a look at the big weather story of the day. Here's a look at your day ahead. With this front, colder air is definitely surging into the south. Look at daytime highs. Dallas, 55 degrees, well below average, and that's going to continue for northern Texas this afternoon. Most spots going to be in the mid to upper 40s. We do have another storm system approaching Wednesday. We'll take a look at that forecast coming up.
We'll definitely need to hear about that. Janessa, thank you.
Diamonds are a girl's best friend, according to Mariah Carey. The Queen of Christmas is celebrating her holiday hit, All I Want for Christmas Is You, which became Diamond certified and the first holiday song to win the RIAA award. With an official 1 billion worldwide streams, Mariah continues to slay this Christmas season.
All right, coming up, we'll tell you about one lucky get-well card that landed one man $1 million.
Plus, more fallout for former CNN anchor Chris Cuomo, now facing new allegations.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Leading the news, CNN anchor Chris Cuomo is denying the new sexual misconduct allegation after being fired from the network over the weekend. The Cuomo primetime host was first suspended Tuesday after an investigation by the New York Attorney General concluded he helped his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, defend himself against sexual misconduct allegations. On Wednesday, a lawyer representing an unnamed client alerted the network to Chris Cuomo's alleged sexual misconduct. The same lawyer represents Charlotte Bennett, who accused the former New York governor of sexual harassment. CNN released a statement on Cuomo's suspension and termination, saying in part, additional information has come to light. Despite the termination, we will investigate as appropriate. A representative for Chris Cuomo says the allegations are not true.
A man in Massachusetts recovering from open heart surgery got the surprise of a lifetime. Alexander McLeish received a get-well card from a friend, and it included some scratch-off lottery tickets. One was a scratch-off crossword. The first three letters revealed his initials, and the bottom word revealed heart. Well, it turns out he won $1 million off of that. McLeish says that he will share some of the money with that friend who got him the best get-well gift ever.
I love how everything aligned in the universe for that to happen.
That is amazing. Wow.
Still to come, Suicide Squad spin-off. A first look at John Cena's new show, Peacemaker.
Hey, everyone, which one's me? In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Going on, you think me and Vigilante are too stupid to notice?
Hey, everyone, which one's me and which one's Eagly?
Okay, you're half right, but you score 50% of the test at school. What do you get? A D. School wasn't my bag. It's for dorks.
His time is now, and John Cena is reprising his role as Peacemaker in the latest trailer from HBO. Directed by James Gunn, the Peacemaker series heads to HBO Max January 13th.
We have a consumer alert to tell you about. Honda is recalling nearly 725,000 SUVs and pickup trucks in the U.S. because their hoods can't open while driving. Vehicles involved in the recall include certain 2019 Passports, 2016 through 2019 Pilots, and 2017 through 2020 Ridgeline pickups. Honda will notify owners by mail starting January 17th.
The Milwaukee Dancing Grannies made their first appearance since the Waukesha Christmas Parade tragedy. They walked arm in arm in the Franklin Christmas Parade on Saturday, wearing matching blue sweatshirts that had the names of the members who died in Waukesha 2 weeks ago. The group has been a fixture at Wisconsin parades for 40 years.
A stash of cash was found in the walls of Joel Osteen's Texas megachurch. A plumber told a local radio show that there was a loose toilet, and when he removed it, about 500 envelopes fell out, and there were cash and checks inside. Houston police say the money is connected to a theft from the church that happened in 2014. $600,000 disappeared from the church's safe that year. It's not clear how much money was just found in the wall, but the investigation is ongoing.
Up next, Janessa takes a look at some possible snow in the forecast.
Plus snow in Hawaii, the blizzard warning that's up next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Hawaii is saying aloha to winter weather. A blizzard warning is in effect for the Big Island summits. According to the National Weather Service, the area is seeing wind gusts of 100 miles per hour and up to a foot of snow. The warning will remain in effect until later today.
Okay, let's get another check of our weather with NBC meteorologist Janessa Webb to see what's coming your way. Hi, Janessa.
Hi, it's about 11:30-ish across the Hawaiian Islands right now, and we're forecasting an additional 8 inches in that area. The better news, look at daytime highs if you can see this, 75 to 77 degrees. So all that snow that they're dealing with transitions more into rain. Also watching the 49th state as that front makes its way across that area, winter weather alerts. Rest of the country, you can see severe and strong storms for today. We'll watch another storm system make its way across the coast to the mid-Atlantic, bring snow to the mid-Atlantic and the Northeast as we go into your Wednesday afternoon. Temperatures dropping down to the lower 30s. Guys.
All right, Janessa, thanks. Lacing up for a good cause, NFL players raising awareness with their cleats.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds that Larry both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Broncos and Chiefs continue their rivalry under the lights of Sunday Night Football. Patrick Mahomes kicked things off on Kansas City's first drive, rushing it in and tiptoeing around the pylon for the score. The Chiefs were able to keep Denver out of the end zone for the first 55 minutes of the game. KC's defense picked off Teddy Bridgewater twice. They took that one back to the house for the score. The Chiefs win it at home 22-9. That win gives the Chiefs a slight edge in the AFC West, where first and last place are only separated by 2 games. From that 2-game lead to win number 1 in Detroit.
There's Hawkinson inside.
Here we go. Goff from the gun to the end zone. It is caught.
Jared Goff's bullet to Amon-Ra St. Brown gave the Lions their first win in 364 days. Detroit walks off with a W over the Vikings, 29-27.
Kyler Murray returned to the Cardinals after missing a month due to an injury. Murray ran for 2 touchdowns and threw for a couple more as Arizona stayed perfect on the road. The Cardinals fly high over the Bears, 33-22. And in Atlanta, Tom Brady took to the skies to soar over the Falcons. Brady shook off his second quarter pick-6 to throw 4 touchdown passes, including 2 to Gronk, as the Buccaneers beat the Falcons 30-17. Brady's massive game putting him among Week 13's top performers, and Jonathan Taylor continued his hot streak with 2 scores in the Colts win over the Texans.
NFL players got to break their dress code for their games on Sunday. It was for a good cause. The league held its annual My Cause, My Cleats charity event. That's where players bring awareness to charitable causes of their choosing by wearing pre-approved custom cleats during their games. Kansas City Chiefs quarterback Patrick Mahomes, we just saw him a little bit earlier, he wore cleats that encouraged elementary school students to read for at least 15 minutes a day for 15 weeks. And according to Outsports, for the first time, multiple NFL players supported LGBTQ organizations. Raiders defensive end Carl Nassib wore rainbow cleats to support the Trevor Project. And Cleveland Browns fullback Johnny Stanton selected Athlete Ally as the cause for his cleats.
And then there were 4. The college football playoff matchups are set, and Cincinnati is making history with their inclusion. The Bearcats capped off an undefeated season with their AAC championship victory over Houston and became the first team from outside the Power 5 conferences to make the college football playoff. They'll have a tough test in the semifinals against #1 Alabama, who beat Georgia in the SEC title game. The Bulldogs get Michigan in the other semifinal game, and that is on New Year's Eve.
Yeah, looking forward to that. Michigan should have been #1, but hey, they're all going to have to win 2 games. This is Early Today.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, understanding Omicron, more cases and more information about the new highly mutated COVID variant. This morning, a third of U.S. states now confirming cases of the strain. And while experts say their findings are promising so far, they add it's still too early to know for sure.
Thus far, it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it, but we really got to be careful before we make any determinations.
Meanwhile, this morning, strict new travel requirements take effect. We have team coverage with what you need to know to stay healthy and safe. Charged, new developments in that deadly shooting at a Detroit area high school. This morning, the teenage suspect's parents also behind bars after a weekend manhunt. And investigators are looking at whether anyone else could have been involved. Plus, new questions about whether the school did enough to react to warning signs in the days and hours before the shooting. Honoring a hero, tributes pouring in for Bob Dole, the longtime senator, World War II hero, and stalwart of the Republican Party who died over the weekend at 98 years old. We look back on his life and his legacy as a political powerhouse. And Lego building a new audience piece by piece. The famous toy building blocks are a kid favorite, but parents might know them as those things that are painful to step on. How the company is hoping to get past that reputation with a new campaign targeting adults. Okay, I felt that when I said painful to step on, because you know that
does happen.
Feeling.
Yeah, but now we have adults who are actually building with Lego more and more, so it's going to be fun to take a look at that.
I know, and we have a little
guest who's going to join us.
It's going to be fun. All right, that's a tease. We'll show you that later in the show. This morning, though, people traveling into the U.S. are now under tougher requirements as the Omicron COVID variant spreads worldwide.
As of midnight, travelers will have to show proof of a negative test taken 1 day before their flight. The new rules come during what's expected to be the busiest travel season since the start of the pandemic. More than 40 countries have now confirmed cases of the Omicron variant. In the U.S., more than a dozen states are reporting cases of the new strain. Health officials say they're still trying to learn a lot about the Omicron variant, like how fast it's spreading and how well the vaccines hold up against it.
The question for us here in the United States, now that it is clearly here in at least 15 or more states and in about 40 countries, is what is it going to be as it competes with the very dominant variant Delta?
That's a question on a lot of minds this morning. One we'll ask NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel in a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton outside New York's JFK Airport with more on how these new restrictions will work. So, Antonia, good morning. These new rules are coming during a busy time, leaving a lot of travelers scrambling. What are the big changes for foreign travelers right now?
That's right. Good morning, Joe. Look, we are looking at a new travel landscape and some new testing requirements for anyone planning to go abroad in the coming days or weeks. As of 12:01 a.m., if you are in another country and planning to return to the United States, you need to have a negative COVID test result, and it needs to happen within a 1-day window. And that applies to anyone, no matter your citizenship, no matter your vaccination status, and it applies to anyone over 2 years old. Now, that may not sound like a major change. anyone who's been abroad has already been getting tested in order to come back into the United States. But it's that one-day window that's really key for people to pay attention to, as not every country has the same testing infrastructure. You know, sometimes in certain countries, a solid PCR test can cost well over $100. And so travelers now really need to think about the logistics of making sure they get these tests done so they can come back to the United States, and also take a look at their budget, Joe.
Antonia, I'm curious, are we hearing from folks who are changing their minds about traveling because of the variant or because of these new requirements?
In some cases, you know, this is really frustrating for some folks. I actually spoke to a woman right here just a couple days ago who was on her way to visit family in Bangladesh. And she told me that she's nervous. The last time she was there, she says it was hard to find a quality PCR test that she could ensure was going to come back to her in time. And, you know, some folks are saying they may have to delay travel plans they had dreamed of for the holiday season or in the new year. Just the other day, our colleague Guad Venegas spoke to a woman who is in the midst of travel plans right now, and she was quite frustrated. Take a listen.
It's devastating. It really is. And we booked at the start of this year. So, you know, we've had a huge lead up to it to be let down at the last hurdle, unfortunately.
You know, on the flip side, I've also spoken to folks here who say, look, I put my life on hold for 2 years. In some cases, I haven't seen international family for quite a long time. So no matter what happens with this variant or what the testing requirements are going to be, some people here, Joe, are committed to getting out there.
Yeah, nothing's going to stop them. So, Antonia, for those who chose to go through with their plans, what can they expect once they actually get to the U.S. now?
Once you get back to the United States, you shouldn't see a major change to the customs or arrival process here. But if you are coming through one of the major international airports like JFK or in Newark in New Jersey or, say, Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, you may see a bit of a stepped-up biosurveillance program. A company called ExpressCheck is working with the CDC to start trying to track what we're going to see happen with the Omicron variant. And what that looks like is that they are going to, in some cases, be doing pool testing of samples from passengers coming in from certain international locations to kind of try to keep track of what's happening with this variant and to stay ahead of what we may see in terms of transmissibility in some communities within the United States. But that shouldn't cause a major change for travelers who are themselves just coming back and trying to get back home. It's really that testing piece that people need to plan for right now, Joe.
Antonia Hilton at JFK, thank you.
Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. Always great to have you. So let's dig in on this a little bit more. So we heard Dr. Fauci mention the fact that Delta variant is still very much the dominant strain in the U.S., but we still don't know what will happen as Omicron keeps spreading. So are doctors learning anything new specifically about this variant at this time? And also, what does it mean for vaccines and boosters?
Yeah, all the right questions, especially going into this travel season. So a couple of things, some hopeful data coming out of South Africa and some other countries that have seen Omicron a little earlier than us, namely that if you've been vaccinated, the symptoms tend to be mild. That's still kind of preliminary. We will likely need to wait several weeks, especially in the United States, to see if these milder cases lead to hospitalizations. But so far, that's good news. Second data point is that it does appear that Omicron tends to be easier to reinfect people who have had coronavirus before, but not necessarily vaccinated. So people with what we would call natural immunity. Again, another sign that gives strength to the value of vaccines. And to your question, Savannah, boosters as well. So I think still more to unpack. We should be getting more and more data in the next days and weeks, but hopeful signs in the beginning.
Absolutely. So I want to ask you a little bit more about what you just said. So South Africa's president also says that their hospitalizations are not increasing as they see this variant spread more. You mentioned the fact that we're seeing people not be hospitalized as much, not have as severe of symptoms. Ultimately, does that seem to point to the fact that this new strain, while it might be potentially highly transmissible, of course, we've seen that it's highly mutated. Right. Does that mean, though, that it might still not have such an impact in terms of symptoms and then therefore severe sickness and hospitalization?
Right. That's the hopeful sign. It's what we would call less virulence. So more easy to infect. And Savannah, there's a kind of a line of thought in biology where that makes sense, right? This is a virus that just wants to reproduce. It doesn't necessarily want to make everyone so sick that they die because it would like to just continue to stay alive by reproducing in different people. Our vaccines need to fight it. And so far, that's what we're hoping will hold up, including people who are boosted.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Patel, we were just talking about travel. You mentioned it also. Of course, a lot of people were hoping to get to do so this holiday season, to see family, and it felt, like this step towards normalcy. But this variant now seems to be having an impact on that. Obviously, we're seeing these plans change in terms of testing to get back into the country. What's your message to people hoping to get together with family and friends in the coming weeks? I mean, is it still safe to do so?
International travel can be incredibly safe, especially if you're going to a place where you have those kind of logistics or an idea of what the cases are like there. I would not, there's already a World Health Organization warning against people over the age of 60. And I think it's because they're higher risk at potentially getting severe disease. But if you're going to a place that doesn't have a tremendous amount of activity, Delta or Omicron. I got to be honest with you, Savannah. We have pockets of the United States where I wouldn't recommend travel right now because we have such high Omicron activity. So I think about where you're going and think about your health and individual risk assessment, but know that if you're up to date on your vaccinations and that you feel good about your overall health status, I mean, this is a safe time to travel. Airplane travel is incredibly safe. So are other modes of travel, but just be conscious of kind of how to get those testing and logistics done and plan for it.
Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Now to the latest on that deadly high school shooting in Michigan. The parents of the teenager accused in the attack were taken into custody after a manhunt this weekend. They're now in the same jail as their son, though the family is isolated, so they're not able to communicate with each other behind bars. Detroit's police chief says the parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, were found hiding inside this building. They're both charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. With the investigation still ongoing, there are questions this morning about whether charges could be filed against any possible accomplices who may have helped them, or even officials at the school where the shooting happened. NBC News correspondent Heidi Presbella joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan. So Heidi, both parents pleaded not guilty on all counts over the weekend. Why did the prosecutor decide to charge the suspect's parents in this case, and what are their lawyers saying in response?
Yeah, Joe, these school mass shootings have been part of our national fabric for 20 years now, and it is pretty unusual for the parents also to be charged. But here is why. First of all, according to social media posts, the parents purchased the handgun for their underage son. Secondly, on the day of the shooting, the parents were called to the school by counselors who were very alarmed by a note that they found him scribbling, which read, "Blood everywhere. The thoughts won't stop. Help me." And yet the parents resisted taking him home on the counsel of the counselors. In fact, they left the school without him. So in terms of the arraignment, we didn't hear much of what their defense is. We just heard about why they weren't fleeing and their argument on that. But they are, again, as you said, pleading not guilty to all 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter.
Heidi, authorities are also looking into whether the suspect's parents had any help while they were alleged to be on the run. We should note that Crumbley's attorneys say that they had not fled. They were going to turn themselves in. But what can you tell us about all of that?
Yeah, there is a big question as to whether they were on the run. According to the Detroit police chief, he said there was every indication that they were. They were supposed to show up for arraignment. They did not. There was an intense manhunt, and then they were found in a commercial building in an artist's loft, which we now know belongs to 65-year-old Polish immigrant Andrzej Sikora. Here's a statement from his attorney.
He definitely didn't know that they were fugitives at that point. The minute he found out, he went to the Detroit Police Department and immediately wanted to give them information.
And Mr. Sikora's attorney also said that he has been an upstanding citizen of the Detroit artists community for decades.
And Heidi, here's an interesting development. It's not just the suspect's parents. Investigators say they're also looking into what actions school officials took or perhaps didn't take after they were warned about the suspect's disturbing behavior before the shooting. So could school officials face any charges here?
Well, look, Joe, can't stress enough that this is really a developing investigation. And now there are multiple tracks, right? You've got the parents, the son, the person who potentially helped them. And now the school says it is hiring an outside security consultant to review its best practices, to review exactly what happened in the run-up and who knew what, teachers, parents, the school. And so there are going to be multiple investigations, including the Attorney General as well, who yesterday offered from the state of Michigan to also investigate the situation. But the bottom line is, based on the information that we know right now, it is really important to stress that it is the parents who refused to take Ethan home on the counsel of the school, Joe.
It'll be interesting to see what happens there. I spoke with the Michigan Attorney General about helping out with that investigation, so we'll see if that happens. Heidi Prisbilla, thanks so much for your reporting.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now here on set. Danny, good to see you. So first, let's pick it up right there with where Heidi just was, talking about the parents being charged here. So that is unusual. And I think from any normal person who's hearing the details of this case, you know, you think, okay, it sounds like it makes sense. Social media posts point to the gun being purchased for the son. We know that it was the parents who refused to take him out of school, as Heidi just said. But from a legal standpoint, does the state really have a case against the parents here?
They absolutely have a path to conviction, and I'm only saying that because 3 years ago, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld a similar theory of criminal responsibility based on involuntary manslaughter when a parent let children have access to a firearm with tragic results. So in this state, there is precedent. That doesn't mean that this happens very often. And I wrote a column over the weekend arguing that this may be part of a trend for prosecutors who may want to hold parents closer to automatically liable for what their kids do. That's not what this charge is. This is not a theory of automatic liability. Instead, the prosecutor's alleging that these parents were aware there was a risk and, knowing that there was a risk, consciously disregarded it. That's what gross negligence is. And the reason you don't see this very often is that murder, shootings, killings are committed by one person, and often just people along the way who facilitated that. Maybe they can be charged as accomplices if they had the same intent. But if they didn't, sometimes that independent event is an intervening cause that cuts off causation. So the prosecutor's a path to conviction here, but it is not a slam dunk.
You also wrote in that opinion piece for NBCNews.com that charging the parents in this case may be something that people on both sides of the gun debate can support. Tell us more about why you think that.
I'm a native Michigander. I'm not a gun owner. I'm not a hunter. And that kind of placed me in the minority in the rural town where I grew up. But my friends and their families there, I think, would support charges against these parents. And that's just anecdotal. That's just my observation. And that's because Michigan and Michiganders anticipate that minors will handle guns. Indeed, the legislature anticipates that minors will handle guns. But the prosecutor used a magic word many times in her press conference, and that's responsible gun ownership. Michigan anticipates, and Midwestern states expect, that minors will handle guns to go hunting with their parents and do so responsibly. And that's why I think you might find that a lot of gun owners in Michigan and their kids would be in support of prosecuting irresponsible parents.
Yeah, I think that the way that she put it was essentially that gun ownership is a right, but that comes with responsibility, which I think makes a lot of sense also to your point, to the people that live there. All right, Danny, so let's talk about those other people that could potentially be charged as this investigation widens out. So one of the questions is school officials. They obviously saw warning signs. They tried to do something about it. I guess the question is, did they do enough? And then also those parents were hiding out in this warehouse art studio type of space, potentially got help to be staying there. I mean, talk us through who else could be charged here, how likely that is, and what a case needs to look like against those others.
We'll start with the school. We are just at the beginning of this investigation, which will center on who knew what and when at the school. If they knew there was a threat, and if they knew that this child might have access to a gun, then that would weigh in favor of responsibility both civilly and criminally. But on the other hand, consider this, and this may be an unpopular viewpoint, but at the same time, if the only thing that certain school administrators knew was that the child was drawing pictures of guns, or in the state of Michigan, looking up ammunition on his phone, those facts alone might not be enough for a school administrator to say, oh my gosh, suspension, immediate, get him out of here. So, I mean, there are two sides that we have to keep an eye on. As for the person who helped them get into that studio, Michigan does have a law that criminalizes assisting someone if they know that there is an outstanding arrest warrant. So, as you heard in that piece with the attorney of that individual who may have let them into the studio, if he did not know that there was an open warrant out for them and he was just helping them get out of town to get away from all the scrutiny, then there's probably no crime. But what's key is what happened the instant he found out that they were allegedly fugitives.
I'm curious with the school official thing. I was trying to rack my brain to see if I could think of any instance in a past mass shooting, school shooting, where that's happened. Does anything come to mind where a school official has been charged in one of these types of cases?
Not that I can think of, and it is a pretty high standard. It's not just, school administrators are not the guarantors of safety, but at the same time, if they have knowledge of something that poses a threat, then they have to act. The key is, what do they know, and what is the probability that what they observed is a threat? I don't know that we want to get to a place where merely drawing a picture of a gun is an automatic suspension, but it's a difficult thing for school administrators to parse out.
Absolutely. I think it just seems like the more and more details we get, the more stunning some of that is, though, that there was as many signs as there were. Danny Savelis, thank you so much. Great to have you on set. Thanks for walking us through this.
Remembrances are pouring in for former Senator Bob Dole, who died Sunday at the age of 98. A political legend and World War II hero, Dole had been battling lung cancer since February. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell takes a look back on his life and legacy.
At the U.S. Capitol, the American flag that Bob Dole long served now flies at half-staff in his honor.
At every stage of my life, I've been a witness to the greatness of this country.
Senator, presidential candidate, champion for veterans and people with disabilities.
The disability community is not large, but it's important.
From a Kansas farm to fields of combat, Bob Dole carried grave wounds of World War II through decades of public service, remembered by presidents of both parties. President Biden writing, "May our nation draw upon his legacy of decency, dignity, good humor, and patriotism for all time." Donald Trump called Dole a true patriot. George W. Bush, "I will always remember Bob's salute to my late dad at the Capitol, and now we Bushes salute Bob." From Barack Obama, his sharp wit was matched only by his integrity. And Bill Clinton, who defeated Dole for president in 1996, cited Dole's bipartisanship. "I enjoyed our combat and our cooperation even more." A Republican power broker in the Senate as majority leader, Dole was Gerald Ford's running mate in '76 and sought the presidency himself 3 times.
Tonight I stand before you, tested by adversity, made sensitive by hardship, a fighter by principle, and the most optimistic man in America.
In his 90s, Dole returned to visit every county in Kansas.
It's one time I can say to you that I don't want any of your money.
Known for his dry humor, parodied on Saturday Night Live, father to daughter Robin from his first marriage. Married 46 years to Senator Elizabeth Dole, his partner in life, politics, and advocacy that carried on beyond elective office. Her foundation announced with heavy hearts that Dole had passed in his sleep. He was 98.
So I leave you all tonight with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we'll meet again.
Robert Dole, a son of Kansas, impaired by war, tested by politics, lifted by his commitment to country. Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News.
The Dole Family Foundation said in a statement, quote, "At his death at age 98, he had served the United States of America faithfully for 79 years.
Now, this morning, several former Trump administration officials are facing a deadline to appear before the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack. Now, over the course of this week, many far-right figures, including Alex Jones and members of the Proud Boys, will also have to turn over documents or risk being held in contempt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Hallie Vitale is with us this morning with the latest. Hallie, good morning. So it's a busy week ahead, as we just laid out for the January 6th committee. Let's start with who's expected to sit for a deposition today and what level of cooperation we're expecting there.
Yeah, Savannah, we're looking at another week of more deadlines, both for depositions and documents to be turned over. On the deposition fronts, we're expecting to hear from former Trump body man Nick Luna, as well as his former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Those depositions, you got to remember, happen behind closed doors. They can also be virtual. At the same time, though, we'll be staked out, making sure that if we can see anyone, we're out there and keeping you up with the latest. On the documents front, again, you laid out who we're expecting to hear
hear from. Some of the names are people like Alex Jones and Roger Stone, right-wing figures who our audience probably knows well. The other names on this list, though, are people who were involved in advancing and preparing the rallies on the Ellipse and on the Hill on January 6th.
Now, the committee also subpoenaed John Eastman. He's an attorney affiliated with former President Trump and a former Department of Justice official, Jeffrey Clark. What's the latest there, Hallie?
Yeah, when it comes to Eastman, you have to remember he is one of the Trump lawyers who wrote a memo effectively arguing that then Vice President Mike Pence could overturn the election results. Of course, that's not true, and that's not what Pence did. But Eastman went on to Steve Bannon's War Room podcast over the last few days and said that he's probably not going to comply with the committee's subpoena in terms of he expects to plead the Fifth or potentially not show up. He used words like farce to describe the committee's work. So that sort of speaks to the tone and tenor of what's going on with Eastman. And then on the Jeffrey Clark front, he's a former DOJ official. He was supposed to meet with the committee for sort of a second chance on Saturday. He was someone who they had moved forward holding in contempt because he initially wasn't cooperating with the subpoena. And then just before the committee held that vote this week, Clark's attorney said he did want to come in. He wanted to be able to plead the Fifth, but then they heard that he had a medical reason for not showing up. So this will come back around in about 2 weeks.
All right, and Hallie, we've mentioned Alex Jones, but there are several right-wing figures who are also facing these deadlines to turn documents over to the committee. Tell us some of those big names and what we expect from them in terms of cooperation.
Well, these are, again, people like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the far-right groups who we know had a role to play in the January 6th insurrection. And this is also where the committee's work sort of overlaps with some of the things we've seen from the Department of Justice on this. Some of these far-right leaders are actually already serving jail time for separate but somewhat related crimes. So they are already being prosecuted on the Department of Justice front of this, but now the January 6th committee trying to get the information from them in terms of what their role was potentially regarding the January 6th insurrection.
All right, Ali Vitale, as always, thank you.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us today. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we are watching it all this morning. We have showers and storms. We have snow. We have frigid air. And we're in some really warm temperatures in the mid-Atlantic. So let's first start with the storms that we're watching. You can clearly see it on the map here, stretching from the Ohio Valley down through the Tennessee Valley, even into the south central states. You see some lightning strikes. So we had some strong storms. And we're going to continue to be watching the potential for those strong storms as we go throughout this Monday. So this is from the Severe Prediction Center. We could see some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, even an isolated tornado where you see that yellow. So from Jackson to Shreveport into eastern Texas, you could see some of those severe storms later on today. Otherwise, it's windy to the north with the winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. We have a wind advisory where you see the blue, high wind warnings in the purple. That's for Syracuse, Buffalo, and also Erie. So frigid air in place. Look at these temperatures. It feels like 22 below zero in Fargo, 12 degrees in Sioux Falls, feeling like 10 below zero in Minneapolis. So a frigid start. You factor in the winds. It just feels terrible there. Tuesday morning, waking up to temperatures that are similar, 12 degrees in Chicago today, feeling like 1 below zero. Now, in contrast, today in the mid-Atlantic, we're so above normal. We're going to see 60s and 70s, but that's not going to last long. That cold front, that cold air you see to the west, that's going to come our way, and we're looking at temperatures tomorrow, 41 degrees in New York, so a big time drop, 20 degrees drop between Monday and Tuesday in New York, and that's 3 degrees below typical for this time of year. That cold weather is going to stay in place on Tuesday, and that's going to set the stage possibly for some wintry weather on Wednesday. So we'll talk about that. Bill's back tomorrow. He's going to keep you up to date tomorrow and Wednesday with that. Back to you guys.
All right, Mother Nature cranking down the thermostat on us. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, and an exciting announcement. The NBC News Now family is getting bigger. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson premieres this evening. The show will create a new space to talk about the news of the day as well as issues impacting people around the country. You can catch it weeknights at 8 o'clock right here on NBC News Now. And welcome to the News Now family. Joshua and team, congrats on your premiere.
Yeah. All right, coming up, more trouble for Chris Cuomo following an investigation into his role in his brother's sexual misconduct scandal.
That's right. The popular CNN host has been fired by the network and is now facing allegations of his own. We'll bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. CNN fired anchor Chris Cuomo over the weekend, just days after he was suspended by the network for helping his brother combat sexual misconduct allegations.
Yeah, and it comes as Cuomo was hit with his own sexual misconduct allegation, though it's unclear whether that played a role in his firing. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the details.
More fallout for CNN anchor Chris Cuomo, fired this weekend from the network and now facing a new sexual misconduct allegation.
Now, right now, I know almost nothing about the allegation. Nothing's really been reported about it publicly, other than the fact that this staffer worked with Cuomo at ABC.
Cuomo's rep says these apparently anonymous allegations are not true. Cuomo was first suspended Tuesday after the New York Attorney General released transcripts and texts showing he was extensively involved behind the scenes in defending his brother during his political and legal turmoil. On Wednesday, a lawyer representing an unnamed client alerted the network to Chris Cuomo's alleged sexual misconduct. The same lawyer represents Charlotte Bennett, who accused a former New York governor of sexual harassment. 3 days later, the anchor was fired after further review from an outside law firm. The network writing in a statement, additional information has come to light. Despite the termination, we will investigate as appropriate. It's unclear what role the allegations played in the firing. The Cuomo brothers' close relationship was on full display at the height of the pandemic.
I love you. I'm proud of what you're doing. I know you're working hard for your state, but no matter how hard you're working, there's always time to call Mom.
The anchor tweeting after his firing, "This is not how I wanted my time at CNN to end, but I've already told you why and how I helped my brother."
You've got CNN staffers saying, get rid of him, he shouldn't work here, he's hurt us. And then you have some of his own producers saying, you know, let's bring him back.
Media insiders saying his departure did more damage beyond the network.
Overall, it puts a big scar on the news media industry in trying to rebuild trust with audiences at a time when that trust has been so broken throughout the pandemic.
All right, and that was Kathy Park reporting there for us. Thank you for that.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner is with us today from Moscow. Hey, Matt.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off with some news breaking from over the weekend. Both the White House and the Kremlin have confirmed that President Biden will hold a virtual meeting with President Putin tomorrow to discuss the situation in Ukraine. Things are very tense right now. This will be the first time that they've actually spoken since they met in person in Geneva back in June. The United States is warning allies that it looks like Russia is preparing a large-scale invasion of Ukraine, perhaps even imminently. So it seems like a lot is riding on this phone call tomorrow. Stay tuned on that. We move along now to Austria, where 3 skiers were killed and 2 more injured over the weekend when an avalanche struck. They were part of a group of 11 skiers attempting to ascend a slope in Salzburg province. The slab that hit them was 200 meters wide, and it actually hit 8 of the skiers in the group. One of those skiers, Renee Hofer, was a 19-year-old motocross champion. And we finish this hour in Antarctica, where the only total solar eclipse of 2021 swept over a sparsely populated part of this very sparsely populated continent. The solar eclipse, of course, is a relatively rare event since it requires the moon to pass in front of the sun. This results in a relatively narrow shadow being cast on part of the Earth's surface. You really got to be right under it. Penguins and scientists were best positioned for this one, but you might be able to catch it in April 2023.
All right. I bet the Penguins loved it, though.
They've been waiting for years. All right, Matt, thank you so much. And coming up, Bitcoin bust. $1 billion worth of the cryptocurrency found on the dark web and seized by the government. Why that seizure is worth even more now than it was when it was taken just last month.
Plus, out of style, the big move by a major magazine that could change the way the fashion world thinks of fur. When we return on Morning News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's hard enough to win one lottery jackpot. Now imagine winning 2. That's exactly what happened to North Carolina native Scotty Thomas. He could not remember if he had bought a ticket in the state's Lucky for Life lottery drawing, so he filled out the online form again using the same numbers and won twice. What? Thomas, who is a dump truck operator, could have taken prizes of $25,000 a year for life, times 2, but instead he opted for a lump sum of $780,000 for both tickets. Not bad. He says he's going to use the money to invest in his business, to pay off his bills, help his family, and maybe even buy a house. He would have been really disappointed had he not won and spent twice as much on the same numbers.
I know, right? I also love someone who knows their lottery numbers and that's all they're going to do. So we did them twice. Every time I've ever gotten a ticket, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Did I do the Powerball?
Yeah,
I can't remember.
Yeah, exactly.
Good for him.
All right, love that. Thanks, Joe. Now, last November, the U.S. government seized thousands of bitcoins from the online criminal marketplace known as Silk Road. The value of the bitcoins was around $1 billion when they were taken by federal agents. But with the price of Bitcoin tripling in value just since then, it's turned to be a significant windfall for the government. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delaney joins us now with more. Ken, good morning. So first, just give us some background on this seizure by the government last November. So what is Silk Road for people who don't know? And how were federal agents able to capture so many bitcoins from the site? How did that work?
Good morning, Savannah. Silk Road was an online dark web marketplace for criminal activity where people bought and sold contraband, including drugs. And it was shut down in 2013, and the founder was sentenced to life in prison. People paid in Bitcoin, which they thought was anonymous at the time. It turns out it really isn't. And that's how federal government was able to trace, 8 years later, some of this Bitcoin, which was actually stolen from the site. They seized it in November 2020. At the time, it was worth $1 billion. For bureaucratic reasons, they still have it. And Bitcoin has tripled in value since then, so it's now worth $3 billion. Unfortunately, most of the story of the federal government's Bitcoin seizures is not as happy as that. Often they have seized it years ago and sold it when the price was low. So the U.S. Marshals have auctioned off a total of 187,000 Bitcoin, which for a pittance, really, a couple of $100 million. If they had it now, it would be worth $10 billion, Savannah.
Goodness. All right. Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit more about now what to do with this new stuff from Silk Road. But before we get to that, so Bitcoin's become kind of this poster child for cryptocurrencies. Even if you don't know a lot about crypto, you've probably heard of Bitcoin. Is the government monitoring other digital assets for potential criminal wrongdoing? Because I know a lot of this stuff is happening on the dark web.
Yeah, it's not that they're monitoring the assets, but the government has had to stand up a massive operation to trace crypto, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies in the last 5 years. It's really remarkable. There are analysts from the IRS, the FBI, Treasury, who are all doing this. There are other currencies that are less transparent than Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a blockchain where you can see every transaction. So it's possible to trace Bitcoin. There's one called Monero where the blockchain is anonymous. And a lot of criminals have started to use that, including REvil, the ransomware group. But the problem with Monero is most people don't have it. It's really difficult to turn into cash, whereas Bitcoin has become almost ubiquitous, Savannah.
And now, Ken, now what? This $1 billion has turned to $3 billion. So does the U.S. sell those Bitcoins? Where does all that money go? You mentioned how they've kind of mishandled that in the past in terms of being able to get as much as they could out of it. But what does this mean, especially since it was seized due to illegal activity?
Yeah, it's not that they've mishandled it. It's just that the government is not in the business of holding crypto for investment purposes. They just auction it off when the time comes to do that. And that's what will happen with this currency. Unfortunately for the government, if they just held it, it would have appreciated a lot. Of course, it could crash to zero, right, in a couple of months. So they don't know. But they have reaped, billions of dollars from this seizure and other seizures, and they put it in these asset forfeiture funds, Savannah, and they use it to fund future investigations. So it does go to a good cause.
All right, Ken Delaney, a lot of this is over my head, but you just helped me understand it in a way that I could actually grasp a little bit. Thank you so much.
Animal fur is officially out of fashion at Elle magazine, which is now banning fur from its worldwide publications. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin shows us how the magazine is putting humane fashion first.
You've seen so much of them this year in magazines and on television.
For decades now, wearing fur has been the epitome of luxury fashion.
There are beautiful furs and crazy furs and sensible furs. Pastel colors, even tweed version.
But something seems to be changing for today's trendsetters.
Fur appears to be outdated and not fashionable anymore.
It's a fur-free future for fashion giant Elle magazine.
It's not modern. It's you look out of touch if you still promote this industry.
The publication has made the move to ban fur in all its titles to support animal welfare. You'll no longer see depictions of fur in its pages, websites, and social media.
It's a really great opportunity to increase awareness for animal welfare, bolster the demand for sustainable and innovative alternatives, and foster a more human fashion industry.
The decision comes after magazines like British Vogue, InStyle USA, Cosmopolitan UK, and Vogue Scandinavia made the decision to shun fur from their editorial content. All Elle editions around the world signed the charter, including France, Russia, and China. The Humane Society of the United States worked in collaboration with Elle to make the commitment to fur-free. They made the announcement at Business of Fashion's 2021 Voices event in London.
To have Elle make this announcement, I think that just really was that nail in the coffin for the fur trade.
One of the driving factors, Gen Z, what Elle's editor calls the golden target of fashion and luxury.
Gen Z wants fashion to be responsible, ethical, and innovative.
Now we have a vast array of options that are warm, stylish, weatherproof, eco-friendly, that don't use any animals at all.
What do you think this says about the fashion industry as a whole?
Shoppers do not want to support cruelty to animals. Informed shoppers know now that this is an industry that abuses and kills animals in gruesome ways that belong in a horror movie.
With Elle claiming the look is outdated, we'll see if they started a new trend, influencing other magazines to follow suit.
We do hope it will open the path to other media to do the same.
If it's not in the pages of Elle, the only place you're going to find it is going to be in the history books, and that's where it belongs.
Our thanks to Maya Eaglin for that report. Elle magazine said that all of its global publications will ban content promoting fur by the beginning of 2023.
Interesting story there. And coming up, a different kind of shortage this holiday season. Toy donations for families in need are down significantly as the demand gets higher. More on the efforts to make the holidays bright for all kids.
Also, trouble in paradise. When we return here on Morning News Now, a devastating look at how the world's demand for electronics is impacting one of the most beautiful places on Earth.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now. A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. The global push to reduce greenhouse gases has led to car companies pledging billions of dollars toward electric vehicles. But getting the raw materials needed to make electric cars is causing the destruction of some of the most pristine places in the world. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more in our series this week, Rescuing the Rainforest.
Good morning, Joe, Savannah. You know, right now, about only 4% of vehicles on the roads are electric vehicles. But it turns out that number could rise to as much as 30% in just a couple of years. Unfortunately, with it comes an ecological cost that until now has been hidden.
It's been called one of the most beautiful places on Earth. Palawan, a stunning tropical island in the Philippines. A diver's paradise, an ecological wonder. But 300 miles south of its pristine beaches, a giant swath of Palawan's rainforest was destroyed decades ago, making way for one of the world's largest nickel mines, Rio Tuba. And now the current majority owner, Nickel Asia, has an ambitious plan to expand into more of the rainforest, adding the equivalent of nearly 4,700 football fields to the mine.
You have filed paperwork to do so, is that right?
Yes, we've filed paperwork because I think we still have about 4 years to go with the current area.
Global demand for nickel is surging, expected to grow 10 times over the next decade, experts say.
The diversification of where nickel is mined is definitely underway. There's a significant amount of momentum towards different parts of Asia.
That's because nickel is increasingly used in the stuff that powers our lives. Things like tablets, the phones we use every day. But the biggest demand for nickel right now? It's the batteries in electric vehicles.
These are eye-popping numbers. EV sales are going to be surging over the rest of this decade.
It's a top priority for the president.
You're going to set a new pace for electric vehicles.
Leading the way, Tesla, now the nation's top seller of EVs and desperate for the resources to make their clean energy cars go. NBC News has tracked nickel mined from the Philippine rainforest via processing factories in Japan and on to Tesla in California. CEO Elon Musk saying last year,
any mining companies out there, please mine more nickel. Tesla will give you a giant contract for a long period of time if you mine nickel efficiently and in an environmentally sensitive way.
But when it comes to the rainforest, every tree counts in the battle against climate change. Once destroyed, restoration is difficult.
Is there a way to restore the mining site back to what it was like beforehand?
There's some challenges with that. Engineering and figuring out a way to get the land back to its natural state is incredibly difficult.
Indigenous groups living near Palawan's Rio Tuba mine say they are wary of the proposed expansion. This rice farmer speaking with our reporting partner in the Philippines, investigative journalist Carol Ilagan. She's worried it will cause landslides during the rainy season and contaminate the water. The company denies causing any contamination and says it's handling the project with great sensitivity to the rainforest and the local people.
Is it your feeling that we simply have to trade off some bits of our planet in order to have the life we want to build here?
Yes, I think human development has been a series of trade-offs over the years.
A stark reminder that even clean energy comes with an environmental cost.
Now, you guys, it is extremely important to note here that climate experts say our best shot at fighting against climate change involves doing away with gas-powered vehicles, electrifying the vehicles we drive. Unfortunately, it turns out that there's really almost nothing that human beings can do or make that does not in some way carry some ecological cost. And until now, that ecological cost built into electric vehicles has not been visible to you and I. You guys?
Fascinating report there. Thank you, Jake Ward.
Now, with Christmas just weeks away, toy drives are facing a surge of requests from families in need. But so far, donations are falling far short of demand.
That's right. I spoke with charity leaders about their struggles getting toys into the hands of kids amid economic insecurity and global supply chain chaos. Take a look.
Kenyatta Smith still remembers one Christmas from his childhood.
We had no toys under the Christmas tree.
Now, as the pastor of Another Chance Church, those memories fuel him.
We're giving a family a different narrative. We're giving them hope.
That's the motivation behind Operation Cover Chicago, his toy drive that served 22,000 children in 2020. This Christmas, requests for gifts have more than doubled as families fall on hard times. But donations so far short of demand.
So, Pastor, last year, all these pews were filled.
Yes.
Like 15 rows back. And this is what we're starting with right now.
Yes. Less than 1,200 toys here.
Charities across the country are facing the same uphill battle. Pamela Mastrada of the Toy Foundation says new toy donations have fallen in dollar value, nearly 80% compared to 2019.
Those ships come in, and moving product to the stores and to the hands of kids has been the biggest challenge this year.
One Simple Wish runs a website where donors can help fulfill a foster kid's wish.
Those shipping delays are really hindering our ability to get wishes in time to our kids and to our young adults before the holidays come.
Still, it's a challenge organizations like Operation Cover Chicago are up for because of the families they impact. Families like Christina Williams.
It went from us sleeping in my car sometimes and trying to wash up in bathrooms of restaurants and things like that. And I'm sorry, but
with your 5 kids, right?
It's 5. I have 5. As a mother, to see your child and say, for Christmas, I don't have anything. We didn't have a tree. I didn't have a living room. But coming to Operation Cover Chicago, and they did not turn me away.
Now, years later, she's a member of his church and volunteering for the toy drive.
What is it like for you to now get to help those families and see that joy?
I remember my kids when they didn't have, and they were like, oh my God. So yeah, for me, it's priceless. It's priceless.
Even during this holiday scramble, hope springs eternal.
And coming up, they've been a kid favorite for decades.
Now, Lego is hoping to build a new audience for its famous toy blocks.
Say to the folks who go, well, wait, isn't that for kids? We get that a lot. And I said, I'm just a big kid.
I'll show you how the company is using holiday nostalgia to attract grown-ups. Next on Morning News Now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Welcome back. Kids across the country are making some last-minute additions to their Christmas lists. At the top of some of those lists might be a brand new Lego set.
For generations, the building blocks have been a top hit for children, but the company is now targeting a new audience, parents and other adults, because nothing says happy holidays like a little nostalgia.
Within the walls of this convention center, visitors marvel at much smaller walls made of tiny plastic bricks.
We love it.
Homes and businesses, realistic cities, and imaginary worlds, all constructed entirely out of Lego.
They fund the bills.
A toy store staple.
I got her.
It's not just child's play.
There's a huge adult community worldwide.
It's just giving us something to do together as a couple.
I got into Lego because it was a way to unwind after a day of work.
Here, grown-ups proudly display their blockbuster creations at the Cincy Brick Show, put on by a tri-state group of adult Lego users.
What do you say to the folks who go, well, wait, isn't that for kids? We get that a lot. And I said, I'm just a big kid.
Big kids with big builds.
The entryway is my favorite piece.
Mark Stevens built the Built-More, the largest home in America.
It's just my baby now. I can't even think about taking it apart.
He fields all kinds of questions.
We had to be out of here.
So how long did this take you to build?
8 months.
As for the cost,
I probably have about $7,000 in it right now.
Folks here even have their own Lego lingo. For example, AFOL. That stands for Adult Fans of Lego, or MOC, which means my own creation. That means they didn't use any instructions. The builder's design was all right here.
These days, more adults are joining their ranks. Lego sales skyrocketed over the pandemic, up 36%, thanks in part to adult fans rediscovering the brick while stuck at home. Comes just as the company started marketing more products to grown-ups.
We gave permission for adults to, for the first time, start to look at it as more than just a toy for their children and actually something for them.
Jamie Berard works for Lego and judges jaw-dropping builds on the reality TV competition Lego Masters.
Build like you've never built before.
He says the colorful bricks help adults get in touch with their playful side.
They can be very professional by day, and then when they can just step away and have a Lego experience, that is a great balance. It just gives them that chance to escape and recharge and be creative.
For some, it's more than a hobby.
What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a brick artist.
Nathan Sawaya uses Lego to build large-scale sculptures, many featuring the human form. His touring exhibition, The Art of the Brick, has visited more than 100 cities worldwide.
When they see the Art of the Brick exhibition, they get inspired, hopefully, and they go home and they get out their own Lego bricks.
A classic toy giving Lego builders, young and old, a common foundation.
All right, and we promised a little guest, and here it is. So the folks at Lego built a minifigure of me. You can see it's got a microphone, anchor hair, even a beard.
Oh my gosh.
This is my minifig.
It looks a lot like you.
They did a good job.
I mean, they really
I'm
did.
Very impressed. There you see it, up close and personal. Me in Lego form. We'll have to build us a whole studio maybe next.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want one Lego.
Exactly.
So
All right,
cool.
here we go. Putting that out there. All right.
Very cool, though. By the way, I could totally get into that, I feel.
You're going to be hooked now.
Yeah,
All right.
exactly.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, testing Omicron. This morning, new cases of this latest variant reported across the country, while new travel restrictions aimed at curbing its spread start today. The new testing protocols for all international air travelers entering the U.S. as Omicron is identified in at least 17 states. What you need to know if you're returning home from abroad. Plus, new observations this morning on how Omicron affects us, what Dr. Anthony Fauci is now saying about the severity of this new mutation. The morning of, new information this morning surrounding that tragic Michigan high school shooting. The disturbing drawing by the suspected gunman discovered by a teacher just hours before the incident and reported to school officials. Why school officials ultimately decided to send him back to class. And over the weekend, the teen's parents captured by police after an intense hours-long manhunt. Now the owner of the warehouse where police say the couple was hiding out is also a person of interest in the investigation. A hero's tribute. The nation remembers a titan of American politics. Bob Dole, former senator from Kansas, a one-time presidential nominee, and of course, a decorated World War II veteran, passed away at the age of 98. The life and legacy of one of the defining voices of the greatest generation. Plus, stuck at the lodge, this year's ski season off to a bit a rocky start as unseasonably mild temperatures from coast to coast are forcing many resorts in the West to delay opening, costing them cash in a crucial recovery year. The troubling new study that could point to a snowless West Coast in just decades as the climate crisis grows. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning.
Absolutely. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Did you?
I did. I had a very good weekend. How about you?
Yeah, good. Some work, travel, all that kind of stuff, but we're used to it.
Sounds good. All right, we're going to begin with the pandemic and the major changes for travelers, speaking of travel, but these are the ones who are coming to the United States.
That's right. All international travels are now facing new testing rules as more cases of the Omicron variant pop up around the world. Here in the U.S., more than a dozen states are reporting Omicron cases. Right now, scientists are still trying to figure out how fast the strain is spreading and its severity. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following the latest from Dulles International Airport in Virginia.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning, guys. Listen, as you know, these new rules went into effect at midnight. If you are overseas flying back to the United States or you're going to be traveling back and forth, know the rules. You must test negative for COVID within 24 hours of departure from that foreign airport. Up until now, the rule had been 3 days. Now it's 1 day. In the meantime, we have COVID cases popping up all over the United States.
The battle to stay ahead of the Omicron variant is intensifying this morning, with new cases being detected in different states every day.
We are every day hearing about more and more probable cases, so that number is likely to rise.
Overnight, Louisiana joined at least 16 other states in reporting cases of the new mutation. While early data shows Omicron is spreading faster than Delta and may be more likely to cause reinfections, it appears to be less severe so far.
The signals are a bit encouraging regarding the severity. But again, you got to hold judgment until we get more experience.
Meanwhile, beginning today, tougher testing protocols for international air travelers. If you're returning to the U.S. from overseas, you'll now need a negative test within 24 hours of departure just to board your flight. Quick, rapid antigen tests and the more expensive PCR tests will be accepted. But not all self-tests are eligible. For those to qualify, a telemedicine rep must witness your test. The new rules already creating challenges.
There's just difficulty having the tests available, being able to process those tests, getting your results back in time. All of that, those just stack up on each other within a 24-hour period.
Bruce Montgomery's family of 4 has been planning a Christmas trip to Ireland for more than a year. But with various connecting flights, he's concerned about the changing criteria.
I don't want to be trapped in Heathrow Airport for a long period of time and then have to spend thousands of dollars to get home.
Meanwhile, it is still the Delta variant that is driving the winter COVID surge. Over a 7-day period, the average now 106,000 new cases every day. On Friday alone, 1,492 people died.
We have about 90 to 100,000 cases a day right now in the United States, and 99.9% of them are the Delta variant.
That's an astonishing number. 1,500 people dying on Friday alone. Listen, I get a lot of emails and phone calls from Canadians especially. What about us? Yeah, if you're driving across the border from Canada, you do not need to test negative for COVID. Same thing if you're driving across from Mexico. One other note, we had a cruise ship come back to New Orleans, 17 people on board testing positive for COVID. The ship had left New Orleans in late November. It went to Mexico and Belize and Honduras. Now back to New Orleans. Again, 17 people on board that cruise ship testing positive. Joe and Savannah, back to you guys.
All right. Tom Costello, thank you so much.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. So, Dr. Azar, right now, we don't have to get tested if we're flying within the U.S., but I see that staggering number from Tom there. We lost 1,500 people on Friday alone. COVID's still a huge issue here in America. Do you think testing should be a rule for domestic travel? And if so, how many days before or after travel, should folks get a test?
Well, it's a good question, Joe. I would say the simple answer would be yes, just because I think that that's a little bit of a more comprehensive screen for, importing and exporting cases across state lines. It's just realistically, that's way too cost prohibitive for most families. As we've reported on before, a set of 2 tests can cost close to $50. So I just don't think that that's reasonable. What I would say, if you are planning on traveling and testing and you want to really, really cover your bases now, and this really means that you're going to a destination where you may have a vulnerable family member, which is certainly relevant for the holidays. If you want to be really, really sure that you're negative, you do a PCR about 3 days before you travel. You lay low for those 3 days, try not to expose yourself too much, and then you use the rapids. You can do a rapid, as soon as you arrive, and then a couple of days later, about 3 days later, to really cover your bases, Joe.
Great strategy to hear how people can kind of try to handle it themselves, especially, as you mentioned, if they're worried about seeing certain family members. Now, Doctor, let's talk about vaccines here. So considering that Omicron is just the most recent strain, we've obviously seen many of these different types of mutations. More are expected. Is the best strategy to keep on getting boosters until we get the virus under control, or do you think it will be different with different vaccines down the line? Could there be different vaccines as we have different strains? And what does it mean for somebody right now who's wondering if they should get boosted?
So, maybe not surprisingly, there is a very, very robust debate amongst experts right now about the best strategy for boosting. And this all has to do with this concept of something called original antigenic sin, which sounds scary.
Yes.
And it is a little bit. And basically what that means is that your immune system basically relies on the memory of its first encounter of the virus. And that happens with vaccines as well. So the theory goes that if we keep on boosting with the original variant or the original virus, that our immune system is going to be so accustomed to protecting or mounting an immune response against the original that it wouldn't be able to actually mount a good response to a variant vaccine. But I have to say that given all of this, and even though that we have the debate, the consensus among most people is to get a booster now, because we know that Delta is still the predominant strain that is circulating right now. And we know that the booster and we know that our vaccines work against it. So I think I'm still along the line of, if you're eligible for a booster, get it now. Delta is the threat right now. And we do think that a booster now, even given just the breadth and the degree of antibodies that you would generate, would also protect you against Omicron. But this is kind of evolving like daily.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. But Delta is still, as they say, 99.99% of the cases. So, all right. Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thanks so much.
Thank you. Now, this morning, we're, of course, honoring the extraordinary life of Bob Dole, the longtime senator and three-time presidential candidate who died Sunday at the age of 98. Here's NBC News' chief Washington correspondent, Andrea Mitchell, with more on his unparalleled life of service.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Bob Dole was a war hero who rose to the heights of power in the U.S. Senate. Though his family did not reveal a cause of death, the senator underwent treatment for lung cancer earlier this year. One of many battles this enduring American figure waged in his remarkable life. One of the greats of the greatest generation.
We have lit liberty's torch with a glow that can truly light the world. That's what America's all about.
Senator Bob Dole, remembered overnight by presidents, dignitaries, and the American people as a man devoted to service. President Biden honoring his former Senate colleague, writing, "May our nation draw upon his legacy of decency, dignity, good humor, and patriotism for all time." In February, in this never-before-seen video, Dole reflected on a life spent on some of the biggest political stages.
You don't just walk out and say, "Trust me." You've got to earn your trust. And you earn your trust by speaking openly and speaking honestly.
Dole was elected to Congress in 1960, then to the Senate in 1968, where he served as the Republican leader for more than a decade. A tough political combatant who still always believed in working with Democrats for the public good.
We were D's and R's, but we were also friends. Compromise, not a bad word.
He ran for president 3 times, including an uphill challenge to Bill Clinton's second term in 1996.
Tonight I stand before you, tested by adversity, made sensitive by hardship, a fighter by principle, and the most optimistic man in America.
But a life in politics was not what Robert Joseph Dole initially set his sights on. Born in the small town of Russell, Kansas, the star high school athlete wanted to become a surgeon. But World War II took him to Italy with the Army's 10th Mountain Division, where on April 14, 1945, the Germans began firing on his platoon. Flying metal hit Dole's right shoulder and arm, breaking several bones in his neck and spine. He underwent 7 operations over 3 years, losing a kidney and the use of his right arm. life-changing injuries fueling his advocacy for Americans with disabilities.
The disability community is not large, but it's important.
Father to daughter Robin from his first marriage. In 1975, he married his beloved wife Elizabeth, a devoted partner of 46 years in life, politics, and advocacy.
Do you think she would have made a good president?
Oh, yeah. And then I'd have gotten good food.
Good food?
Yeah, at the White House.
The Doles leading a fundraising campaign to build the World War II Memorial in Washington, honoring all those who served in a war that forever changed his life. His last public appearance, rising from his wheelchair to salute a fellow World War II veteran, friend and one-time political rival, former President George H.W. Bush. I did it, I guess, and because of my respect for my friend. George W. Bush, writing of Dole, "Now we Bushes salute Bob and give thanks for his life of principled service." And former President Obama, writing, "His sharp wit was matched only by his integrity." The nation now mourning and celebrating a man who put country first.
So I leave you all tonight with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we'll meet again.
Senator Bob Dole was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 2 Purple Hearts, and a Bronze Star. Today would have been Elizabeth and Bob Dole's 46th wedding anniversary. Savannah and Joe?
Andrea Mitchell, wonderful tribute. Thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the investigation into that tragic high school shooting in Michigan. James and Jennifer Crumbly, the parents of the teen suspect, are now in police custody following an intense manhunt. And officials say they could be filing more charges in connection with this case. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Michigan with new details. Megan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. The parents of the suspected shooter have now joined their son here at the Oxford County Jail behind me here. Their bond being set at some $500,000 cash each. Now, the sheriff here says that the Crumblies are segregated. They each have their own individual cell, and they're being closely monitored. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, we are learning new details on what happened in the hours leading up to this attack.
Troubling new details emerging about the hours leading up to last week's Oxford High School shooting in a letter released by the superintendent. The morning of the attack, a teacher discovering a concerning drawing by the suspect, 15-year-old Ethan Crumbly. The image so disturbing, prosecutors say she took a picture.
Between the drawing of the gun and the bullet is a drawing of a person who appears to have been shot twice and bleeding. Below that figure is a drawing of a laughing emoji.
The school says the incident was immediately reported to counselors, the suspect telling them the drawing was part of a video game he was designing. His parents called into the school for an emergency meeting where they were told to put the teen in counseling within 48 hours. School officials say the parents refused to take their son home, counselors determining he wasn't a threat and sent him back to class. Hours later, the suspect is accused of opening fire, killing 4 classmates.
Is it possible that school officials could face charges? It's possible, yes.
Over the weekend, the parents of the suspect, James and Jennifer Crumbly, captured after a more than 10-hour manhunt. The Oakland County prosecutor said the couple withdrew $4,000 from an ATM after charges were announced Friday. They're both charged with 4 counts each of involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors saying they supplied the gun used in the attack.
How are you pleading to count 1?
Not guilty.
How are you pleading to count 4?
Not guilty.
The couple was arrested inside a Detroit art studio early Saturday morning, where police say they were hiding out. Andre Sikora, the owner of the studio and a friend of the couple, now a person of interest, but his lawyer telling NBC News he did nothing wrong.
He definitely didn't know that they were fugitives at that point. The minute he found out, he went to the Detroit Police Department and immediately wanted to give them information.
On Sunday, the Detroit Lions paying tribute to Oxford, wearing a gold O on their helmets during their first win of the season.
Now, this is still a very active and ongoing investigation, and we understand that investigators are going to be looking at the 15-year-old's interaction with other students as well as administrators and teachers. They're certainly going to be honing in to the actions leading up to this horrific tragedy to try and determine if additional charges are warranted. Meanwhile, this morning, we know that a 6th victim has been released from the hospital. Right now, only a 17-year-old student remains. Joe?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you.
New allegations are emerging in the wake of Chris Cuomo's firing from CNN. This time, there's a sexual harassment claim being leveled against the anchor himself, which he denies.
Last week, Cuomo was suspended for his involvement in helping his brother, the former Governor Andrew, battle his own sexual harassment accusations. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
This morning, CNN anchor Chris Cuomo is out of a job and potentially in even more trouble, accused today of serious sexual misconduct.
This staffer worked with Cuomo at ABC.
The new claim brought to CNN last week, one day after it suspended the primetime host for failing to tell the truth about just how involved he was in crafting his brother Andrew's defense in his sexual harassment scandal. The woman's attorney, Deborah Katz, saying, "My client came forward at this time because she felt in sharing her story and related documentation, she could help protect other women." A Cuomo spokesperson said these apparently anonymous allegations are not true and that Cuomo stands by his on-air statements about sexual harassment issues.
I have always cared very deeply about these issues, and profoundly so.
In firing Chris Cuomo over the weekend, CNN said in a statement, additional information has come to light. It is not clear if this allegation had a role in his firing. Attorney Katz also represents Charlotte Bennett, one of the 11 women whose allegations against former Governor Cuomo led to his resignations, allegations Andrew Cuomo denies. Though CNN promoted the brothers' relationship during the pandemic, Chris Cuomo did not report on his brother's scandal, but in May admitted to being in strategy sessions to help him.
It will not happen again. It was a mistake.
Texts and transcripts made public last week by the New York Attorney General's office show just how much Chris Cuomo helped. Along with drafting statements and prepping his brother for a news conference, the younger Cuomo also reached out to journalists to see if other accusers were coming forward. Actions that cost Cuomo his job. Tweeting after his dismissal, "This is not how I want my time at CNN to end, but I have already told you why and how I helped my brother." Now, while Cuomo is out, CNN has yet to name a replacement for that time slot. But an indication of just how seriously the cable network takes this allegation and all the others is that it hired an independent law firm once the New York Attorney General's information came out. And that is who or what is looking into these allegations.
And that investigation continues even despite the resignation.
They said it would continue as appropriate.
Absolutely. All right. Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Good to have you here on set with us.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Now, it's actually warmer than normal here in New York today, but parts of Minnesota received their first significant snowfall. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with the latest on all that. Hey, Michelle, good to see you.
Hey there, guys. So good to see you. Yeah, they finally got snow. They saw anywhere from an inch up to 15 inches of snow. So we had the snow blowers. It definitely looks like winter in Minnesota, and it feels like winter in Minnesota. Take a look at some of these. Oh, there's that video. Look at that, the snow falling right on those leaves. And yeah, you definitely need to bring out all that winter gear. I mean, it's pretty late for that first snowfall in Minnesota. So I don't know if they're happy about it or maybe they wanted it to be a little bit later, but the shovels are out once again and the hats are out, the gloves are out. And you're going to need those layers this morning because we are cold. It is 12 degrees in Minneapolis. It feels like 10 below zero, but I can't help but notice that terrible temperature in Fargo. It feels like 22 degrees below zero. So layers are necessary there. And as we wake up on Tuesday morning, we're looking at those temperatures continuing just 3 degrees in Green Bay. It's going to feel like 9 below zero. Look at this contrast, though. Savannah mentioned this. It's warm in New York City. It's warm in Philadelphia, Boston, Baltimore. 66 degrees today. That's 18 degrees above normal, but don't get used to it because we have some big time changes coming. And that's going to start as early as tomorrow. So just 41 in New York. We're actually going to be below normal. 48 degrees in Richmond. It's going to be cold on Wednesday as well. And then we rebound on Friday, but sandwiched in between there, we have a storm system that's going to bring us rain today in the mid-Atlantic. And then possibly we're going to see some snow on Wednesday. Tuesday looking pretty good, high pressure. But you guys, all eyes on Wednesday. We could see our first snowfall. Right now it's tracking to the south. It's not looking like a big one, but still Bill will be here tomorrow and Wednesday to kind of keep you up to date on that.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We also want to take a second to welcome the newest member of our NBC News Now family. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson premieres tonight. You can catch it weeknights at 8 o'clock Eastern right here on NBC News Now. It's going to be a great newscast. We know the team behind it, including folks who've worked on our show in the past. They've been working hard on it, so welcome to Joshua and the entire team.
Congrats. And now coming up, tensions are rising between Russia and neighboring Ukraine.
Satellite imagery now revealing tens of thousands of Russian troops on their shared border. We're going to bring you President Biden's response next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome back. President Biden will hold a video call with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Tuesday amid growing concerns over a large-scale conflict with Ukraine.
Russian troops have been massing on the border there, but it remains unclear whether Putin is planning to invade. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Amid those concerns of a deadly conflict in Europe, perhaps within months, that crucial conversation between President Biden and President Putin, according to reports in Russia this morning, will now take place tomorrow, and the time has been set at 10 a.m. Eastern. Tens of thousands of Russian troops have deployed on its border with Ukraine, revealed in these satellite images. U.S. intelligence warning President Putin's military has drawn up plans to invade.
What we see is heavy weapons, we see armored units, we see drones.
A Kremlin official telling NBC News, "I really hope it will not explode." Ukrainian forces have been fighting Russian-backed separatists since 2014 and are not taking any chances. President Biden will hold a virtual meeting with President Putin on Tuesday. The talks pivotal to preventing a war in Eastern Europe.
We're going to have a long discussion.
While multiple diplomatic sources in Russia and the West tell NBC News President Putin has not decided to invade Ukraine yet. But Russia has been proposing red lines, like no expansion of NATO.
Do you accept Putin's red line
on Ukraine. I won't accept anybody's red line.
And President Biden is promising to make any invasion very difficult for President Putin. But one European diplomatic source, guys, told me that Russia enjoys this. It distracts and destabilizes Washington. Joe?
Kira, thank you.
Now, NBC News has learned that the Biden administration is expected to announce a diplomatic boycott of the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics as early as this week. That's according to a senior administration official. Last month, President Biden signaled he was considering the move in a rebuke over China's alleged human rights abuses. A diplomatic boycott would mean no U.S. government officials attend the games. However, American athletes would still be allowed to compete, and a full boycott is not expected. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Matt Bodner joins us from Moscow. Matt, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off in Myanmar, where ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi was sentenced by a court to 4 years in jail. Suu Kyi was found guilty on charges of inciting dissent and violating COVID-19 measures. She actually also faces additional charges, altogether 11 in total. This could see her jailed for life. She has, of course, already been in detention since a military coup back in February toppled her elected civilian government. We move along now to France, where far-right presidential candidate Eric Zemmour was put in a headlock by a protester during his first campaign rally. Zemmour is infamous for hardline anti-immigrant views and the controversial language he uses to talk about those views. He announced his candidacy last week. Protesters gathered outside this rally with signs saying things like "No to racism." And we wrap up this hour in Spain, where hundreds made their way this weekend to Las Canteras, a beach on Gran Canaria, of course, one of the Canary Islands, to see a nativity scene sculpted from sand by artists from around the world. This has actually been going on since 2006, and it attracts thousands of visitors every year. Back to you guys.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. From sand.
No kidding. Take that, sandcastle.
Yeah, seriously.
All right. Thank you,
Very
Matt.
cool. Thanks, Matt.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it's the polar opposite of being snowed in. Ski resorts across the West delaying their grand openings this season because of some unseasonably warm temperatures. How climate change could affect the future of this big winter business.
Plus, another headline-grabbing shortage to add to your list, and this time it's hitting a New York City staple. There's a hint right there. We'll tell you all about the Big Apple's cream cheese shortage up next.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from New York.
Ground zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans.
Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back. I'm not so sure this is such a good talker. Now, a fresh bagel with cream cheese is, of course, a New York City staple, but supply chain problems are threatening this quintessential delicacy. Bagel stores across the city are feeling the crunch and scrambling, get this, to hoard as much cream cheese as possible. New York bagel sellers go through thousands of pounds of cream cheese every few weeks. And because the cream cheese bagel stores use is in its rawest form, shop owners can't just run to the grocery store to pick up more. Frank Matera, the owner of Bagel Smith in Brooklyn, told the New York Times he will be driving to New Jersey to pick up 2,000 pounds of cream cheese himself. 2,000 pounds of cream cheese.
Trying to picture that.
I was just going to say, what does that even look like? Also, this is just like so dangerous. I mean, I haven't eaten yet. It's breakfast time.
We have a bagel store downstairs. So,
I know, it's true.
Hopefully they have cream cheese. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, this morning a battle is shaping up over whether Congress should pass a law to protect abortion rights after last week's contentious Supreme Court hearing on Mississippi's abortion law. Well, that storm grows. Health officials at the highest levels of government are defending travel restrictions as the new Omicron variant spreads. Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd took an in-depth look at both topics Sunday. Here are some of those highlights.
On this week's Meet the Press, the Supreme Court heard the biggest abortion case in decades. What happens to American politics if Roe v. Wade is overturned? I had exclusive interviews with Senator Amy Klobuchar and Senator Mike Braun. Plus, Omicron is here. So what do we know? The head of the National Institutes of Health, Dr. Francis Collins, joined me to give us the latest on that. Here's some of the most important answers we received from Meet the Press compressed. What do you make of Justice Kavanaugh's argument that the court should be neutral on abortion and essentially saying it should be up to the politicians?
I would turn this the other way. 50 years of precedent. As Elena Kagan pointed out, 50 years of decisions and court decisions, part of the very fabric of women's existence in this country. This is how our country protected rights. And now they're willing to just flip it on its head. And so what is the answer? The answer may well be doing it through the political process now. I don't think that's the right thing to do, but it may be the way to do it. And I think the best way to do it is not a patchwork of state laws, but to codify Roe v. Wade, put it into law. And we even have some pro-choice Republicans that have signaled interest in doing that.
In your view, when should abortion be legal?
So in my case, when you believe in the sanctity of life, you want abortions to be eliminated from the landscape if you can. You're also in the context of reasonability. And the fact is, regardless of what any one individual, maybe with the point of view of mine or of Amy's, you're not going to settle it in a homogenized way. And that needs to reflect itself throughout states, and whatever one's opinion is, whatever you're trying to do politically, why try to do it at the national level? We generally don't do things well here anyway, and on something as contentious as this, it seems like it would make common sense, it'd be practical and not political to send it back to the states and let every state do what they want to do and live with it. And if you don't like it, then go to work within those legislatures. It was never enumerated in the Constitution that this would be something that would be done at the federal level.
If someone flies to Washington, D.C. over the holiday, it's a popular tourist destination, from Singapore, where 96% of the eligible population is vaccinated, that person has to show proof of vaccination and a negative test. But someone flying to D.C. from Idaho, where less than half of the population is fully vaccinated, doesn't have to do either. How is that at all logical about protecting our community?
Well, you know, I think, Chuck, we're trying to be practical here. If you tried to impose those kinds of restrictions on domestic air travel, that would be extremely onerous for people who are trying to get around the country for things like holidays. And I don't know how much we'd gain by it. If we're worried about whether you're trying to protect some community from Delta, well, Delta's all over the place right now. There's not some chance that you're going to see it spread by air travel that's not happening already in communities. So I think we've got it about right. I do think we have an investment in making sure people aren't bringing new cases, especially when we have things like Omicron to worry about. Hence the importance of requiring international travelers to be vaccinated and to show they've had a negative test. I think that's the right balance.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that. A growing number of ski resorts in this country now delaying their openings because warm, dry temperatures are keeping the slopes nearly snowless.
That's right. NBC News Now correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Lake Tahoe this morning with more on the trend that has skiers praying for a cold snap. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. This is really shocking. I'm at 7,000 feet right now. Normally, I'd be standing in 3 feet of snow. The area behind me would be a winter wonderland, but all you see is dry grass and dirt. The temperature's simply too warm for snow, and this ski season's getting off to a rocky start.
This morning on slopes across the West, it's a winter no-show. With little snow on the ground, ski resorts that usually open in time for the Thanksgiving holiday are still closed. Over the weekend, just over a third of the area's ski grounds were partially open. Around Lake Tahoe, where there are over a dozen resorts, just 3 have been able to operate their lifts. The patchy start to the season comes after October's early winter wallop. Snowstorms then left ski season hopes high and now dry.
It's been really warm since then, so, we haven't seen any natural snow.
It's the same story in Colorado. Denver has now gone 228 consecutive days without any measurable snowfall. That's the longest snowless stretch since 1887. California ski regions are the site of a so-called weather inversion. The phenomenon causes warmer air, which typically sits at lower elevations, to rise, making temperatures in the mountains warmer. It's kept Lake Tahoe's nighttime temps above freezing, meaning even man-made snow won't stick.
I can't remember in the 16 years I've been forecasting here when we've had no snow on the ground and no snow on the trails, either from man-made snow.
While the dry weather is slumping the early ski season, it's also raising red flags about a worsening climate crisis. Like in the mountains of Hawaii, bracing for a blizzard. Pictures from NASA satellites also show a rapidly melting Sierra Nevada snowpack, a troubling sign for a region whose drying reservoirs are annually replenished by a slower snowmelt. A new study projects in 35 to 60 years, mountainous states throughout the West could go nearly snowless for years at a time.
I think the tourist industry and the recreation industry should absolutely be concerned. These effects are with us already, and we need to learn how to deal with them.
And guys, there is some good news. Temperatures are expected to drop later in the week. Snow is in the forecast, but of course, it's the key question being, is it enough to get those skis out? Guys.
Oh, it looks like you're going to need a lot to be able to ski with what's that shot behind you. Aaron, thank you so much. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the race to go carbon neutral. Giant corporations turning to something called forest credits to lower their global footprint. It looks good on paper, but the system has some environmental groups sounding the alarm.
Plus, remembering the attacks on Pearl Harbor 80 years after the date, which has lived in infamy. Those stories and more up next.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Finding solutions to global warming is now a top concern across the political and corporate landscape. Major companies are trying to get ahead of activists with their own pledges to go carbon neutral in the coming years. Their plans include restoring rainforests in order to receive credits for their climate initiatives. But is that really doing enough to help curb their carbon footprints? NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more on this. Josh, good morning to you. So first of all, walk us through what are these credits that some of these companies are getting?
So the basic idea here, Joe, is that trees and rainforests are what's known as carbon sinks, meaning those trees that you see, they actually absorb and store carbon dioxide that would otherwise be going out into the atmosphere, causing global warming. And so by expanding or at least preserving the forests and the trees that we have, we can prevent some of that carbon dioxide from going into the atmosphere. So what companies have been doing is buying credits where basically a middleman says, okay, look, for every ton of carbon dioxide that's going to be safely stored in a tree somewhere, not contributing to global warming, you're going to get a credit. And then you can use that credit to offset your own emissions that you're not able to reduce. So for example, Delta Airlines, which obviously has a lot of emissions from the jet fuel that all of its planes burn, it is spending $30 million to preserve a Cambodian wildlife sanctuary as well as an Indonesian peat forest, and as a result, they are getting credits that they can then use in their balance books to say, look, we are carbon neutral because all the emissions we have, we're offsetting them with these trees that are actually going to store other carbon and create a net zero kind of situation.
So Josh, here's the key question. Are these forest credits really making a difference in helping to offset the carbon footprint of these massive companies, or is it just a way for corporations to escape the tough task of actually cutting down on emissions?
Yeah, you really put your finger on the big issue here. Climate finance experts and environmental groups say this whole thing does not deliver near the benefits that it should because, for example, it's really hard to prove what would happen if you didn't pay people to preserve these forests. How do you know that a wildlife area or a forest that isn't cut down was going to be cut down if you hadn't paid this money? And if you can't prove that, you're not really reducing carbon from the atmosphere. You're really just generating something that these companies can use in their advertisements to investors who are climate focused to say they look really good and they're offsetting their emissions, when in fact, when it comes to the climate's balance books, things are still getting worse. And that's the big concern that folks have, particularly as this industry is growing rapidly following the climate summit in Glasgow and efforts by businesses to show they're really taking climate change seriously.
Important issue. Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you.
Now, tomorrow will be 80 years since the attack on Pearl Harbor, the moment that pushed a reluctant United States into World War II. But the generation with firsthand knowledge of December 7, 1941 is dwindling. In fact, less than 2% of Americans who served in the Second World War are still with us. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith shares a history lesson we must never forget.
This is actual Japanese military footage. 6 aircraft carriers with 400 planes sailing 200 miles north of Hawaii, undetected.
Now the British air attack in the annals of war will be carried out.
Their plan to decimate America's Pacific Fleet. Before this day, war planners and strategists acknowledged an attack like this was possible. But
they'll never do it.
Yes. To say it could happen, almost anything can happen in war. It's the most unpredictable of all human activities.
Dr. Rob Citino is a senior historian at the World War II Museum in New Orleans.
This kind of attack had never been launched before, by which I mean this kind of attack, an attack by carrier-based aircraft.
And Pearl Harbor was a target-rich environment.
The Arizona, the Nevada, the West Virginia, the Oklahoma, and the California. 5 of our 8 battleships. To lose one is a national catastrophe. What happened at Pearl Harbor is somewhere in the mega disaster category.
While U.S. forces had drilled for an attack, what happened that Sunday morning didn't seem real.
There were aircraft coming from every direction, and we really didn't know where they'd come from.
We are on Ford Island in Pearl Harbor with U.S. Navy historian Jim Newman.
When you talk to some of these veterans, when they saw those aircraft coming and they saw they were actually dropping bombs, they said, wow, somebody in the Army is going to get in big trouble. They're actually using live munitions.
Over loudspeakers throughout the island, the phrase was repeated, "This is not a drill."
As if you had to convince someone it was happening, because it is such a shock, such a bolt out of the blue.
Through the chaos, though, there were certain acts of courage undaunted. John Finn jumped out of a bed and manned a machine gun. Despite multiple wounds, including a busted leg, an incapacitated arm, he kept firing and firing, and won the Medal of Honor. Kenneth Taylor and George Welch had enjoyed a night of revelry. Stunned awake by explosions, they sped to their fighter planes and joined a fight in which they were hopelessly outnumbered. They'd knock out 6 Japanese warplanes. Doris Miller worked in the mess hall and laundry of the West Virginia. Blacks then were not allowed combat roles, but when the attack came, and with no training, Miller fired a .50 caliber gun at incoming Japanese planes until being ordered to abandon ship. He was awarded the Navy Cross. After just 90 minutes, the U.S. Navy's proudest warships sat smoldering and sinking. Hundreds of aircraft shredded.
That is the USS Arizona Memorial. You can see turret 3 sticking up out of the water. There's still a lot of the ship that's visible, but just think about what that represents. So 2,400 sailors, soldiers, Marines, civilians, airmen are killed in the attack. 1,177 of them are the USS Arizona alone. So you're talking about 49% of the casualties were killed in action, were killed on that ship.
More than 1 million people visit the Arizona Memorial every year. We visited too, in reverent silence. Time passes so quickly, it seems. History often feels so distant. Not here. The Mitchell Washington family was there as well. Why?
Because to be able to serve is an honor, and it is not something that we should ever not recognize. To be able to serve our country is one of the highest honors.
What happened 80 years ago pushed the heretofore reluctant United States into war.
What Pearl Harbor does is take the big neutral country, the United States, and drags it into the war. You know, a couple days later, the Germans and Italians declare war on the United States. You could not have had a world at war with the United States absent from the fight, and the United States would not have come into the fight, I'm convinced, in any dramatic way without the shock of Pearl Harbor.
A date which will live in infamy.
All right, Harry, thank you so much for your reporting.
More to come this hour on Morning News Now, including a big tech royal crossover for fitness fans. It's time to walk with Prince William.
And the long-awaited return of a holiday mainstay here in New York City, the Nutcracker, is back. We'll take you behind the scenes at Lincoln Center. That's up next. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
And I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life in primetime and streaming live. It's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Following breaking news, New York City will soon require a vaccine for all private sector workers.
Yeah, New York Mayor Bill de Blasio made the announcement just moments ago on MSNBC's Morning Joe. New York City is the first city in the country to move forward with this type of mandate. All private sector workers would have to get the vaccine by December 27th. In addition to this, the city will require proof of vaccination for kids 5 to 11 for restaurants, gyms, and entertainment venues.
Prince William is making a guest appearance on Apple's fitness podcast in an episode scheduled to be released today.
Yeah, the future British monarch is using the platform to encourage people to go outside and get walking while also raising awareness of mental health issues. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the story from London.
Hey, Savannah Joe, good morning from a very rainy Kensington Palace. Look, Prince William has been an advocate for mental health for years. Now, in this new episode, he's taking us on a walk, quite literally. It is recorded while he is walking, where he talks about some deeply personal stories, but also some solutions and ways to cope. Take a listen.
We know mental health has been a taboo and a stigma for a long time all around the world, and it still is.
This morning, Prince William is taking time to walk and inviting all of us along for the stroll, too.
We all want to stay fit. We all want to go for walks. We want to go to the gym. We like to keep active. The doctors tell us it's good for us. Well, no one says how good it is to keep mentally fit. It's so important.
His Royal Highness is a guest on the Apple Fitness podcast, Time to Walk, speaking candidly about a dark moment several years ago while working as a pilot for the air ambulance service. There was a rescue operation of a young boy close to his son George's age.
I felt like the whole world was dying. It's an extraordinary feeling. You just feel everyone's in pain.
But in the lighter moments of today's podcast, he shares some of the songs his mother, Princess Diana, used to play to help with anxiety when they were younger.
And one of the songs I massively remember and has stuck with me all this time, and I still, to this day, still quite enjoy, secretly, is Tina Turner's To the Best. Because sitting in the back seat, singing away, it felt like a real family moment. My mother, she'd be driving along, singing at the top of her voice. And we'd even get the policeman in the car, he'd be occasionally singing along as well.
For years, mental health has been at the center of public work for the younger royals.
Why heads together and why mental health?
It was your idea.
It was your idea.
It's a common thread, wasn't it?
And even though the brothers are now working separately across an ocean,
Crazy.
Lost it, can't keep it together.
Harry is also focused on mental health, hosting a town hall on Apple TV Plus with Oprah.
There's more work to do, but something has really started to change.
And no doubt listening to this country's future king speak intimately and frankly about his own struggles is helping to do just that. Now, both brothers have found a home at Apple, talking specifically about mental health. Now, the company says they are donating to 3 charities of Prince William's choosing. They're donating to Crisis Text Line in the U.S., Shout here in the U.K., and Lifeline in Australia, putting their money where their mouth is. Savannah Joe.
Molly, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Like so many things, the Nutcracker Ballet was canceled last year because of the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, that's right. But the Holiday Classic is now back in action at New York City's Lincoln Center. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has the details.
Savannah and Joe, the New York City Ballet's production of The Nutcracker is back on stage after taking a year off for the pandemic, with just a few changes now, delivering immeasurable joy once again. At New York's Lincoln Center, everything is in place. The audience showing vaccine cards, wearing masks. And backstage, all the last-minute preps and adjustments, the makeup, the shoes, the costumes. The Nutcracker is back. Jonathan Stafford is the company's artistic director.
The New York City Ballet has been performing the Nutcracker for how long now?
Since 1954, every single year.
Except last year.
Except last year. First time in our history that we did not put on a live production of the Nutcracker, which makes this year even more special.
Dancers and crew get COVID tests weekly, and everyone wears masks during rehearsals. They did have to make some hard decisions. When they planned the show months ago, children under 12 could not be vaccinated.
Party, party, party.
So they cast kids 12 and older for roles that normally are played by younger dancers.
When you guys come on stage, do you feel wow?
Oh, definitely. Being on this stage is just the most amazing feeling.
When the curtains open and you see the whole audience and the whole theater, it feels really beautiful.
Seventh graders Athena Shavorkin and Reed We Met are Marie and the Prince.
I didn't expect it because in a normal year, I would have been a little too tall for that role.
They've both been in the show twice before and were crushed when last year was canceled.
The pandemic last year, I think for everyone in the world, it was just so difficult. And to be back now is amazing.
I think all of the students right now are just enjoying and trying to say, hold on to every moment. I think we're a lot more grateful for having the Nutcracker.
With bigger kids, they used the opportunity to remake costumes in their original colors.
What inspires you about what you do here every night?
We bring this beautiful art form to so many people night after night. And what I think more than ever people need is they need that escape.
Having no Nutcracker is like missing a part of your Christmas.
For so many people, it's a tradition to come and watch the Nutcracker at Lincoln Center, and it's so nice to be part of that experience.
A holiday comeback, reminding us all how special the tradition is.
It was so amazing to see that in person. It takes nearly 300 people, guys, to put on that show. All really, really happy to be there and be back at it. Savannah, Joe.
Wow. So many holiday comebacks happening right now.
I love it.
Good to see it. We're reminded of all the traditions that we have.
Absolutely.
Right.
Kate, thanks for that. I know, I'm jealous. I want to get to go to that.
There you go. Well, it's just on the road.
Exactly.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good Monday morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Right now on Morning News Now, understanding Omicron, more cases and more information about the new highly mutated COVID variant. This morning, a third of U.S. states now confirming cases of the strain. And while experts say their findings are promising so far, they add it's still too early to know for sure.
Thus far, it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it, but we really got to be careful before we make any determinations.
Meanwhile, this morning, strict new travel requirements take effect. We have team coverage with what you need to know to stay healthy and safe. Charged, new developments in that deadly shooting at a Detroit area high school this morning. The teenage suspect's parents also behind bars after a weekend manhunt. And investigators are looking at whether anyone else could have been involved. Plus, new questions about whether the school did enough to react to warning signs in the days and hours before the shooting. Honoring a hero, tributes pouring in for Bob Dole, the longtime senator, World War II hero, and stalwart of the Republican Party who died over the weekend at 98 years old. We look back on his life and his legacy as a political powerhouse. And Lego building a new audience piece by piece. The famous toy building blocks are a kid favorite, but parents might know them as those things that are painful to step on. How the company is hoping to get past that reputation with a new campaign targeting adults. Okay, I felt that when I said painful to step on, because you know that
does happen.
Feeling.
Yeah, but now we have adults who are actually building with Lego more and more, so it's gonna be fun to take a look at that.
I know, and we have a little
We have a little guest who's going to join us.
It's going to be fun. All right, that's a tease. We'll show you that later in the show this morning. Though people traveling into the U.S. are now under tougher requirements as the Omicron COVID variant spreads worldwide.
As of midnight, travelers will have to show proof of a negative test taken 1 day before their flight. The new rules come during what's expected to be the busiest travel season since the start of the pandemic. More than 40 countries have now confirmed cases of the Omicron variant. In the U.S., more than a dozen states are reporting cases of the new strain. Health officials say they're still trying to learn a lot about the Omicron variant, like how fast it's spreading and how well the vaccines hold up against it.
The question for us here in the United States, now that it is clearly here in at least 15 or more states and in about 40 countries, is what is it going to be as it competes with the very dominant variant Delta?
That's a question on a lot of minds this morning. One we'll ask NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel in a moment. But first, let's go to NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton outside New York's JFK Airport with more on how these new restrictions will work. So, Antonia, good morning. These new rules are coming during a busy time, leaving a lot of travelers scrambling. What are the big changes for foreign travelers right now?
That's right. Good morning, Joe. Look, we are looking at a new travel landscape and some new testing requirements for anyone planning to go abroad in the coming days or weeks. As of 12:01 a.m., if you are in another country and planning to return to the United States, you need to have a negative COVID test result, and it needs to happen within a 1-day window. And that applies to anyone, no matter your citizenship, no matter your vaccination status, and it applies to anyone over 2 years old. Now, that may not sound like a major change. Anyone who's been abroad has already been getting tested in order to come back into the United States. But it's that 1-day window that's really key for people to pay attention to, as not every country has the same testing infrastructure. You know, sometimes in certain countries, a solid PCR test can cost well over $100. And so travelers now really need to think about the logistics of making sure they get these tests done so they can come back to the United States and also take a look at their budget, Joe.
Antonia, I'm curious, are we hearing from folks who are changing their minds about traveling because of the variant or because of these new requirements?
In some cases, you know, this is really frustrating for some folks. I actually spoke to a woman right here just a couple days ago who was on her way to visit family in Bangladesh. And she told me that she's nervous. The last time she was there, she says it was hard to find a quality PCR test that she could ensure was going to come back to her in time. And, you know, some folks are saying they may have to delay travel plans they had dreamed of for the holiday season or in the new year. Just the other day, our colleague Guad Vanegas spoke to a woman who is in the midst of travel plans right now, and she was quite frustrated. Take a listen.
It's devastating. It really is. And we booked at the start of this year. So, you know, we've had a huge lead up to it to be let down at the last hurdle, unfortunately.
You know, on the flip side, I've also spoken to folks here who say, look, I put my life on hold for 2 years. In some cases, I haven't seen international family for quite a long time. So no matter what happens with this variant or what the testing requirements are going to be, some people here, Joe, are committed to getting out there.
Yeah, nothing's going to stop them. So, Antonia, for those who chose to go through with their plans, what can they expect once they actually get to the U.S. now?
Once you get back to the United States, you shouldn't see a major change to the customs or arrival process here. But if you are coming through one of the major international airports like JFK or in Newark in New Jersey or say Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, you may see a bit of a stepped up biosurveillance program. A company called ExpressCheck is working with the CDC to start trying to track what we're going to see happen with the Omicron variant. And what that looks like is that they are going to, in some cases, be doing pool testing of samples from passengers coming in from certain international locations to kind of try to keep track of what's happening with this variant and to stay ahead of what we may see in terms of transmissibility in some communities within the United States. But that shouldn't cause a major change for travelers who are themselves just coming back and trying to get back home. It's really that testing piece that people need to plan for right now, Joe.
Antonia Hilton at JFK, thank you.
Let's now bring in NBC News medical contributor Dr. Kavita Patel. Dr. Patel, good morning. Always great to have you. So let's dig in on this a little bit more. So we heard Dr. Fauci mention the fact that Delta variant is still very much the dominant strain in the U.S., but we still don't know what will happen as Omicron keeps spreading. So are doctors learning anything new specifically about this variant at this time? And also, what does it mean for vaccines and boosters?
Yeah, all the right questions, especially going into this travel season. So a couple of things, some hopeful data coming out of South Africa and some other countries that have seen Omicron a little earlier than us, namely that if you've been vaccinated, the symptoms tend to be mild. That's still kind of preliminary. We will likely need to wait several weeks, especially in the United States, to see if these milder cases lead to hospitalizations. But so far, that's good news. Second data point is that it does appear that Omicron tends to be easier to reinfect people who have had coronavirus before, but not necessarily vaccinated. So people with what we would call natural immunity. Again, another sign that gives strength to the value of vaccines. And to your question, Savannah, boosters as well. So I think still more to unpack. We should be getting more and more data in the next days and weeks, but hopeful signs in the beginning.
Absolutely. So I want to ask you a little bit more about what you just said. So South Africa's president also says that their hospitalizations are not increasing as they see this variant spread more. You mentioned the fact that we're seeing people not be hospitalized as much, not have as severe of symptoms. Ultimately, does that seem to point to the fact that this new strain, while it might be potentially highly transmissible, of course, we've seen that it's highly mutated. Right. Does that mean, though, that it might still not have such an impact in terms of symptoms and then therefore severe sickness and hospitalization?
Right. That's the hopeful sign. It's what we would call less virulence. So more easy to infect. And Savannah, there's a kind of a line of thought in biology where that makes sense, right? This is a virus that just wants to reproduce. It doesn't necessarily want to make everyone so sick that they die because it would like to just continue to stay alive by reproducing in different people. Our vaccines need to fight it. And so far, that's what we're hoping will hold up, including people who are boosted.
Absolutely. Now, Dr. Patel, we were just talking about travel. You mentioned it also. Of course, a lot of people were hoping to get to do so this holiday season to see family, and it felt, like this step towards normalcy. But this variant now seems to be having an impact on that. Obviously, we're seeing these plans change in terms of testing to get back into the country. What's your message to people hoping to get together with family and friends in the coming weeks? I mean, is it still safe to do so?
International travel can be incredibly safe, especially if you're going to a place where you have those kind of logistics or an idea of what the cases are like there. I would not, there's already a World Health Organization warning against people over the age of 60. And I think it's because they're higher risk at potentially getting severe disease. But if you're going to a place that doesn't have a tremendous amount of activity, Delta or Omicron. I got to be honest with you, Savannah. We have pockets of the United States where I wouldn't recommend travel right now because we have such high Omicron activity. So I think about where you're going and think about your health and individual risk assessment, but know that if you're up to date on your vaccinations and that you feel good about your overall health status, I mean, this is a safe time to travel. Airplane travel is incredibly safe. So are other modes of travel, but just be conscious of kind of how to get those testing and logistics done and plan for it.
Dr. Kavita Patel, thank you so much. Great to see you.
Now the latest on that deadly high school shooting in Michigan. The parents of the teenager accused in the attack were taken into custody after a manhunt this weekend. They're now in the same jail as their son, though the family is isolated, so they're not able to communicate with each other behind bars. Detroit's police chief says the parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, were found hiding inside this building. They're both charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. With the investigation still ongoing, there are questions this morning about whether charges could be filed against any possible accomplices who may have helped them or even officials at the school where the shooting happened. NBC News correspondent Heidi Presbella joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan. So, Heidi, both parents pleaded not guilty on all counts over the weekend. Why did the prosecutor decide to charge the suspect's parents in this case, and what are their lawyers saying in response?
Yeah, Joe, these school mass shootings have been part of our national fabric for 20 years now, and it is pretty unusual for the parents also to be charged. But here is why. First of all, according to social media posts, the parents purchased the handgun for their underage son. Secondly, on the day of the shooting, the parents were called to the school by counselors who were very alarmed by a note that they found him scribbling, which read, "Blood everywhere. The thoughts won't stop. Help me." And yet the parents resisted taking him home on the counsel of the counselors. In fact, they left the school without him. So in terms of the arraignment, we didn't hear much of what their defense is. We just heard about why they weren't fleeing and their argument on that. But they are, again, as you said, pleading not guilty to all 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter.
Heidi, authorities are also looking into whether the suspect's parents had any help while they were alleged to be on the run. We should note that Crumbley's attorneys say that they had not fled. They were going to turn themselves in. But what can you tell us about all of that?
Yeah, there is a big question as to whether they were on the run. According to the Detroit police chief, he said there was every indication that they were. They were supposed to show up for arraignment. They did not. There was an intense manhunt, and then they were found in a commercial building in an artist's loft, which we now know belongs to 65-year-old Polish immigrant Andrzej Sikora. Here's a statement from his attorney.
He definitely didn't know that they were fugitives at that point. The minute he found out, he went to the Detroit Police Department and immediately wanted to give them information.
And Mr. Sikora's attorney also said that he has been an upstanding citizen of the Detroit artists community for decades.
And Heidi, here's an interesting development. It's not just the suspect's parents, investigators say. They're also looking into what actions school officials took or perhaps didn't take after they were warned about the suspect's disturbing behavior before the shooting. So could school officials face any charges here?
Well, look, Joe, can't stress enough that this is really a developing investigation. And now there are multiple tracks, right? You've got the parents, the son, the person who potentially helped them. And now the school says it is hiring an outside security consultant to review its best practices, to review exactly what happened in the run-up and who knew what, teachers, parents, the school. And so there are going to be multiple investigations, including the Attorney General as well, who yesterday offered from the state of Michigan to also investigate the situation. But the bottom line is, based on the information that we know right now, it is really important to stress that it is the parents who refused to take Ethan home on the counsel of the school, Joe.
It'll be interesting to see what happens there. I spoke with the Michigan Attorney General about helping out with that investigation, so we'll see if that happens. Heidi Prisbilla, thanks so much for your reporting.
NBC News legal analyst Danny Savalas joins us now here on set. Danny, good to see you. So first, let's pick it up right there with where Heidi just was, talking about the parents being charged here. So that is unusual. And I think from any normal person who's hearing the details of this case, you think, okay, it sounds like it makes sense. Social media posts point to the gun being purchased for the son. We know that it was the parents who refused to take him out of school, as Heidi just said. But from a legal standpoint, does the state really have a case against the parents here?
They absolutely have a path to conviction, and I'm only saying that because 3 years ago, the Michigan Court of Appeals upheld a similar theory of criminal responsibility based on involuntary manslaughter when a parent let children have access to a firearm with tragic results. So in this state, there is precedent. That doesn't mean that this happens very often. And I wrote a column over the weekend arguing that this may be part of a trend for prosecutors who may want to hold parents closer to automatically liable for what their kids do. That's not what this charge is. This is not a theory of automatic liability. Instead, the prosecutor's alleging that these parents were aware there was a risk and, knowing that there was a risk, consciously disregarded it. That's what gross negligence is. And the reason you don't see this very often is that murder, shootings, killings are committed by one person, and often just people along the way who facilitated that. Maybe they can be charged as accomplices if they had the same intent. But if they didn't, sometimes that independent event is an intervening cause that cuts off causation. So the prosecutor has a path to conviction here, but it is not a slam dunk.
You also wrote in that opinion piece for NBCNews.com that charging the parents in this case may be something that people on both sides of the gun debate can support. Tell us more about why you think that.
I'm a native Michigander. I'm not a gun owner. I'm not a hunter. And that kind of placed me in the minority in the rural town where I grew up. But my friends and their families there, I think, would support charges against these parents. And that's just anecdotal. That's just my observation. And that's because Michigan and Michiganders anticipate that minors will handle guns. Indeed, the legislature anticipates that minors will handle guns. But the prosecutor used a magic word many times in her press conference, and that's responsible gun ownership. Michigan anticipates, and Midwestern states expect, that minors will handle guns to go hunting with their parents and do so responsibly. And that's why I think you might find that a lot of gun owners in Michigan and their kids would be in support of prosecuting irresponsible parents.
Yeah, I think that the way that she put it was essentially that gun ownership is a right, but that comes with responsibility, which I think makes a lot of sense also to your point to the people that live there. All right, Danny, so let's talk about those other people that could potentially be charged as this investigation widens out. So one of the questions is school officials. They obviously saw warning signs. They tried to do something about it. I guess the question is, did they do enough? And then also those parents were hiding out in this warehouse art studio type of space, potentially got help to be staying there. I mean, talk us through who else could be charged or how likely that is and what a case needs to look like against those others.
We'll start with the school. We are just at the beginning of this investigation, which will center on who knew what and when at the school. If they knew there was a threat and if they knew that this child might have access to a gun, then that would weigh in favor of responsibility both civilly and criminally. But on the other hand, consider this, and this may be an unpopular viewpoint, but at the same time, if the only thing that certain school administrators knew was that the child was drawing pictures of guns, or in the state of Michigan, looking up ammunition on his phone, those facts alone might not be enough for a school administrator to say, oh my gosh, suspension, immediate, get him out of here. So, I mean, there are two sides that we have to keep an eye on. As for the person who helped them get into that studio, Michigan does have a law that criminalizes assisting someone if they know that there is an outstanding arrest warrant. So, as you heard in that piece with the attorney of that individual who may have let them into the studio, if he did not know that there was an open warrant out for them and he was just helping them get out of town to get away from all the scrutiny, then there's probably no crime. But what's key is what happened the instant he found out that they were allegedly fugitives.
I'm curious, with the school official thing, I was trying to rack my brain to see if I could think of any instance in a past mass shooting, school shooting, where that's happened. Does anything come to mind where a school official has been charged in one of these types of cases?
Not that I can think of, and it is a pretty high standard. It's not just, school administrators are not the guarantors of safety, but at the same time, if they have knowledge of something that poses a threat, then they have to act. The key is, what do they know, and what is the probability that what they observed is a threat? I don't know that we want to get to a place where merely drawing a picture of a gun is an automatic suspension, but, it's a difficult thing for school administrators to parse out.
Absolutely. I think it just seems like the more and more details we get, the more stunning some of that is, though, that there was as many signs as there were. Danny Savellas, thank you so much. Great to have you on set. Thanks for walking us through this.
Remembrances are pouring in for former Senator Bob Dole, who died Sunday at the age of 98. A political legend and World War II hero, Dole had been battling lung cancer since February. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell takes a look back on his life and legacy.
At the U.S. Capitol, the American flag that Bob Dole long served now flies at half-staff in his honor.
At every stage of my life, I've been a witness to the greatness of this country.
Senator, presidential candidate, champion for veterans and people with disabilities.
The disability community is not large, but it's important.
From a Kansas farm to fields of combat, Bob Dole carried grave wounds of World War II through decades of public service, remembered by presidents of both parties. President Biden writing, "May our nation draw upon his legacy of decency, dignity, good humor, and patriotism for all time." Donald Trump called Dole a true patriot. George W. Bush, "I will always remember Bob's salute to my late dad at the Capitol, and now we Bushes salute Bob." From Barack Obama, his sharp wit was matched only by his integrity. And Bill Clinton, who defeated Dole for president in 1996, cited Dole's bipartisanship. "I enjoyed our combat and our cooperation even more." A Republican power broker in the Senate as majority leader, Dole was Gerald Ford's running mate in '76 and sought the presidency himself 3 times.
Tonight I stand before you, tested by adversity, made sensitive by hardship, a fighter by principle, and the most optimistic man in America.
In his 90s, Dole returned to visit every county in Kansas.
It's one time I can say to you that I don't want any of your money.
Known for his dry humor, parodied on Saturday Night Live, father to daughter Robin from his first marriage. married 46 years to Senator Elizabeth Dole, his partner in life, politics, and advocacy that carried on beyond elective office. Her foundation announced with heavy hearts that Dole had passed in his sleep. He was 98.
So I leave you all tonight with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we'll meet again.
Robert Dole, a son of Kansas, impaired by war, tested by politics, lifted by his commitment to country. Kelly O'Donnell, NBC News.
The Dole Family Foundation said in a statement, quote, at his death at age 98, he had served the United States of America faithfully for 79 years.
Now, this morning, several former Trump administration officials are facing a deadline to appear before the House committee investigating the January 6th Capitol attack. Now, over the course of this week, many far-right figures, including Alex Jones and members of the Proud Boys, will also have to turn over documents or risk being held in contempt. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Hallie Vitale is with us this morning with the latest. Hallie, good morning. So it's a busy week ahead, as we just laid out for the January 6th committee. Let's start with who's expected to sit for a deposition today and what level of cooperation we're expecting there.
Yeah, Savannah, we're looking at another week of more deadlines, both for depositions and documents to be turned over. On the deposition fronts, we're expecting to hear from former Trump body man Nick Luna, as well as his former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn. Those depositions, you got to remember, happen behind closed doors. They can also be virtual. At the same time, though, we'll be staked out, making sure that if we can see anyone, we're out there and keeping you up with the latest. On the documents front, again, you laid out who we're expecting to hear from. Some of the names are people like Alex Jones and Roger Stone, right-wing figures who our audience probably knows well. The other names on this list, though, are people who were involved in advancing and preparing the rallies on the Ellipse and on the Hill on January 6th.
Now, the committee also subpoenaed John Eastman. He's an attorney affiliated with former President Trump and a former Department of Justice official, Jeffrey Clark. What's the latest there, Hallie?
Yeah, when it comes to Eastman, you have to remember he is one of the Trump lawyers who wrote a memo effectively arguing that then Vice President Mike Pence could overturn the election results. Of course, that's not true, and that's not what Pence did. But Eastman went on to Steve Bannon's War Room podcast over the last few days and said that he's probably not going to comply with the committee's subpoena in terms of he expects to plead the fifth or potentially not show up. He used words like farce to describe the committee's work. So that sort of speaks to the tone and tenor of what's going on with Eastman. And then on the Jeffrey Clark front, he's a former DOJ official. He was supposed to meet with the committee for sort of a second chance on Saturday. He was someone who they had moved forward holding in contempt because he initially wasn't cooperating with the subpoena. And then just before the committee held that vote this week, Clark's attorney said he did want to come in. He wanted to be able to plead the fifth, but then they heard that he had a medical reason for not showing up. So this will come back around in about 2 weeks.
All right, and Hallie, we've mentioned Alex Jones, but there are several right-wing figures who are also facing these deadlines to turn documents over to the committee. Tell us some of those big names and what we expect from them in terms of cooperation.
Well, these are, again, people like the Proud Boys, the Oath Keepers, the far-right groups who we know had a role to play in the January 6th insurrection. And this is also where the committee's work sort of overlaps with some of the things we've seen from the Department of Justice on this. Some of these far-right leaders are actually already serving jail time for separate but somewhat related crimes. So they are already being prosecuted on the Department of Justice front of this, but now the January 6th committee trying to get the information from them in terms of what their role was potentially regarding the January 6th insurrection.
All right, Hallie Vitale, as always, thank you.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Michelle Grossman is with us today. Hey, Michelle, good morning.
Good morning, guys. And we are watching it all this morning. We have showers and storms. We have snow. We have frigid air. And we're in some really warm temperatures in the mid-Atlantic. So let's first start with the storms that we're watching. You can clearly see it on the map here, stretching from the Ohio Valley down through the Tennessee Valley, even into the south central states. You see some lightning strikes. So we had some strong storms. And we're going to continue to be watching the potential for those strong storms as we go throughout this Monday. So this is from the Severe Prediction Center. We could see some winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour, even an isolated tornado where you see that yellow. So from Jackson to Shreveport into eastern Texas, you could see some of those severe storms later on today. Otherwise, it's windy to the north with the winds gusting to 60 miles per hour. We have a wind advisory where you see the blue, high wind warnings in the purple. That's for Syracuse, Buffalo, and also Erie. So frigid air in place. Look at these temperatures. It feels like 22 below zero in Fargo, 12 degrees in Sioux Falls, feeling like 10 below zero in Minneapolis. So a frigid start. You factor in the winds. It just feels terrible there. Tuesday morning, waking up to temperatures that are similar, 12 degrees in Chicago today, feeling like 1 below zero. Now, in contrast, today in the mid-Atlantic, we're so above normal. We're going to see 60s and 70s, but that's not going to last long. That cold front, that cold air you see to the west, that's going to come our way, and we're looking at temperatures tomorrow, 41 degrees in New York, so a big time drop, 20 degrees drop between Monday and Tuesday in New York, and that's 3 degrees below typical for this time of year. That cold weather is going to stay in place on Tuesday, and that's going to set the stage possibly for some wintry weather on Wednesday. So we'll talk about that. Bill's back tomorrow. He's going to keep you up to date tomorrow and Wednesday with that. Back to you guys.
All right, Mother Nature cranking down the thermostat on us. Thank you, Michelle.
All right, and an exciting announcement. The NBC News Now family is getting bigger. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson premieres this evening. The show will create a new space to talk about the news of the day as well as issues impacting people around the country. And you can catch it weeknights at 8 o'clock right here on NBC News Now. And welcome to the News Now family. Joshua and team, congrats on your premiere.
Yeah. All right, coming up, more trouble for Chris Cuomo following an investigation into his role in his brother's sexual misconduct scandal.
That's right. The popular CNN host has been fired by the network and is now facing allegations of his own. We'll bring you the latest next on Morning News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. CNN fired anchor Chris Cuomo over the weekend, just days after he was suspended by the network for helping his brother combat sexual misconduct allegations.
Yeah, and it comes as Cuomo was hit with his own sexual misconduct allegation, though it's unclear whether that played a role in his firing. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has the details.
More fallout for CNN anchor Chris Cuomo, fired this weekend from the network and now facing a new sexual misconduct allegation.
Now, right now, I know almost nothing about the allegation. Nothing's really been reported about it publicly, other than the fact that this staffer worked with Cuomo at ABC.
Cuomo's rep says these apparently anonymous allegations are not true. Cuomo was first suspended Tuesday after the New York Attorney General released transcripts and texts showing he was extensively involved behind the scenes in defending his brother during his political and legal turmoil. On Wednesday, a lawyer representing an unnamed client alerted the network to Chris Cuomo's alleged sexual misconduct. The same lawyer represents Charlotte Bennett, who accused a former New York governor of sexual harassment. 3 days later, the anchor was fired after further review from an outside law firm. The network writing in a statement, additional information has come to light. Despite the termination, we will investigate as appropriate. It's unclear what role the allegations played in the firing. The Cuomo brothers' close relationship was on full display at the height of the pandemic.
I love you. I'm proud of what you're doing. I know you're working hard for your state, but no matter how hard you're working, there's always time to call Mom.
The anchor tweeting after his firing, "This is not how I wanted my time at CNN to end, but I've already told you why and how I helped my brother."
You've got CNN staffers saying, get rid of him, he shouldn't work here, he's hurt us. And then you have some of his own producers saying, let's bring him back.
Media insiders saying his departure did more damage beyond the network.
Overall, it puts a big scar on the news media industry in trying to rebuild trust with audiences at a time when that trust has been so broken throughout the pandemic.
All right, and that was Kathy Park reporting there for us. Thank you for that.
Let's take a look at what's making news around the world this morning.
Matt Bodner is with us today from Moscow. Hey, Matt.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off with some news breaking from over the weekend. Both the White House and the Kremlin have confirmed that President Biden will hold a virtual meeting with President Putin tomorrow to discuss the situation in Ukraine. Things are very tense right now. This will be the first time that they've actually spoken since they met in person in Geneva back in June. The United States is warning allies that it looks like Russia is preparing a large-scale invasion of Ukraine, perhaps even imminently. So it seems like a lot is riding on this phone call tomorrow. Stay tuned on that. We move along now to Austria, where 3 skiers were killed and 2 more injured over the weekend when an avalanche struck. They were part of a group of 11 skiers attempting to ascend a slope in Salzburg province. The slab that hit them was 200 meters wide, and it actually hit 8 of the skiers in the group. One of those skiers, Renee Hofer, was a 19-year-old motocross champion. And we finish this hour in Antarctica, where the only total solar eclipse of 2021 swept over a sparsely populated part of this very sparsely populated continent. The solar eclipse, of course, is a relatively rare event since it requires the moon to pass in front of the sun. This results in a relatively narrow shadow being cast on part of the Earth's surface. You really got to be right under it. Penguins and scientists were best positioned for this one, but you might be able to catch it in April 2023.
All right. I bet the Penguins loved it, though.
They've been waiting for years. All right, Matt, thank you so much. And coming up, Bitcoin bust. $1 billion worth of the cryptocurrency found on the dark web and seized by the government. Why that seizure is worth even more now than when it was taken just a year ago.
Plus, out of style, the big move by a major magazine that could change the way the fashion world thinks of fur. When we return on Morning News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
It's hard enough to win one lottery jackpot. Now imagine winning two. That's exactly what happened to North Carolina native Scotty Thomas. He could not remember if he had bought a ticket in the state's Lucky for Life lottery drawing, so he filled out the online form again using the same numbers and won twice.
What?
Thomas, who is a dump truck operator, could have taken prizes of $25,000 a year for life, times two, but instead he opted for a lump sum of $780,000 for both tickets. Not bad. He says he's going to use the money to invest in his business, to pay off his bills, help his family, and maybe even buy a house. He would have been really disappointed had he not won and spent twice as much on the same numbers.
I know, right? I also love someone who knows their lottery numbers and that's all they're going to do. So we did them twice. Every time I've ever gotten a ticket, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Did I do the Powerball? I can't remember.
Yeah, exactly.
Good for him.
All right, love that. Thanks, Joe. Now, last November, the U.S. government seized thousands of bitcoins from the online criminal marketplace known as Silk Road. The value of the bitcoins was around $1 billion when they were taken by federal agents. But with the price of Bitcoin tripling in value just since then, it's turned to be a significant windfall for the government. NBC News national security correspondent Ken Delanian joins us now with more. Ken, good morning. So first, just give us some background on this seizure by the government last November. So what is Silk Road for people who don't know? And how were federal agents able to capture so many bitcoins from the site? How did that work?
Good morning, Savannah. Silk Road was an online dark web marketplace for criminal activity where people bought and sold contraband, including drugs. And it was shut down in 2013, and the founder was sentenced to life in prison. People paid in Bitcoin, which they thought was anonymous at the time. It turns out it really isn't. And that's how federal government was able to trace, 8 years later, some of this Bitcoin, which was actually stolen from the site. They seized it in November 2020. At the time, it was worth $1 billion. For bureaucratic reasons, they still have it. And Bitcoin has tripled in value since then, so it's now worth $3 billion. Unfortunately, most of the story of the federal government's Bitcoin seizures is not as happy as that. Often they have seized it years ago and sold it when the price was low. So the U.S. Marshals have auctioned off a total of 187,000 Bitcoin, which for a pittance, really, a couple of $100 million. If they had it now, it would be worth $10 billion, Savannah.
Goodness. All right. Yeah, I want to ask you a little bit more about now what to do with this new stuff from Silk Road. But before we get to that, so Bitcoin's become kind of this poster child for cryptocurrencies. Even if you don't know a lot about crypto, you've probably heard of Bitcoin. Is the government monitoring other digital assets for potential criminal wrongdoing? Because I know a lot of this stuff is happening on the dark web.
Yeah, it's not that they're monitoring the assets, but the government has had to stand up a massive operation to trace crypto, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies in the last 5 years. It's really remarkable. There are analysts from the IRS, the FBI, Treasury, who are all doing this. There are other currencies that are less transparent than Bitcoin. Bitcoin has a blockchain where you can see every transaction. So it's possible to trace Bitcoin. There's one called Monero where the blockchain is anonymous. And a lot of criminals have started to use that, including REvil, the ransomware group. But the problem with Monero is most people don't have it. It's really difficult to turn into cash, whereas Bitcoin has become almost ubiquitous, Savannah.
And now, Ken, now what? This $1 billion has turned to $3 billion. So does the U.S. sell those Bitcoins? Where does all that money go? You mentioned how they've kind of mishandled that in the past in terms of being able to get as much as they could out of it. But what does this mean, especially since it was seized due to illegal activity?
Yeah, it's not that they've mishandled it. It's just that the government is not in the business of holding crypto for investment purposes. They just auction it off when the time comes to do that. And that's what will happen with this currency. Unfortunately for the government, if they just held it, it would have appreciated a lot. Of course, it could crash to zero, right, in a couple of months. So they don't know. But they have reaped, billions of dollars from this seizure and other seizures, and they put it in these asset forfeiture funds, Savannah, and they use it to fund future investigations. So it does go to a good cause.
All right, Ken Delaney, and a lot of this is over my head, but you just helped me understand it in a way that I could actually grasp a little bit. Thank you so much.
Animal fur is officially out of fashion at Elle magazine, which is now banning fur from its worldwide publications. NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin shows us how the magazine is putting humane fashion first.
You've seen so much of them this year in magazines and on television.
For decades now, wearing fur has been the epitome of luxury fashion.
There are beautiful furs and crazy furs and sensible furs. Pastel colors, even tweed versions.
But something seems to be changing for today's trendsetters.
Fur appears to be outdated and not fashionable anymore.
It's a fur-free future for fashion giant Elle magazine.
It's not modern. It's you look out of touch if you still promote this industry.
The publication has made the move to ban fur in all its titles to support animal welfare. You'll no longer see depictions of fur in its pages, websites, and social media.
It's a really great opportunity to increase awareness for animal welfare, bolster the demand for sustainable and innovative alternatives, and foster a more human fashion industry.
The decision comes after magazines like British Vogue, InStyle USA, Cosmopolitan UK, and Vogue Scandinavia made the decision to shun fur from their editorial content. All Elle editions around the world signed the charter, including France, Russia, and China. The Humane Society of the United States worked in collaboration with Elle to make the commitment to fur-free. They made the announcement at Business of Fashion's 2021 Voices event in London.
To have Elle make this announcement, I think that just really was that nail in the coffin for the fur trade.
One of the driving factors, Gen Z, what Elle's editor calls the golden target of fashion and luxury.
Gen Z wants fashion to be responsible, ethical, and innovative.
Now we have a vast array of options that are warm, stylish, weatherproof, eco-friendly, that don't use any animals at all.
What do you think this says about the fashion industry as a whole?
Shoppers do not want to support cruelty to animals. Informed shoppers know now that this is an industry that abuses and kills animals in gruesome ways that belong in a horror movie.
With Elle claiming the look is outdated, we'll see if they started a new trend, influencing other magazines to follow suit.
We do hope it will open the path to other media to do the same.
If it's not in the pages of Elle, the only place you're going to find it is going to be in the history books, and that's where it belongs.
Our thanks to Maya Eaglin for that report. Elle magazine said that all of its global publications will ban content promoting fur by the beginning of 2023.
Interesting story there. And coming up, a different kind of shortage this holiday season. Toy donations for families in need are down significantly as the demand gets higher. More on the efforts to make the holidays bright for all kids.
Also, trouble in paradise. When we return here on Morning News Now, a devastating look at how the world's demand for electronics is impacting one of the most beautiful places on Earth.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds that fire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Welcome back. The global push to reduce greenhouse gases has led to car companies pledging billions of dollars toward electric vehicles. But getting the raw materials needed to make electric cars is causing the destruction of some of the most pristine places in the world. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward has more in our series this week, Rescuing the Rainforest.
Good morning, Joe, Savannah. You know, right now, about only 4% of vehicles on the roads are electric vehicles. But it turns out that number could rise to as much as 30% in just a couple of years. Unfortunately, with it comes an ecological cost that until now has been hidden.
It's been called one of the most beautiful places on Earth. Palawan, a stunning tropical island in the Philippines. A diver's paradise, an ecological wonder. But 300 miles south of its pristine beaches, a giant swath of Palawan's rainforest was destroyed decades ago, making way for one of the world's largest nickel mines, Rio Tuba. And now the current majority owner, Nickel Asia, has an ambitious plan to expand into more of the rainforest, adding the equivalent of nearly 4,700 football fields to the mine.
You have filed paperwork to do so, is that right?
Yes, we've filed paperwork because I think we still have about 4 years to go with the current area.
Global demand for nickel is surging, expected to grow 10 times over the next decade, experts say.
The diversification of where nickel is mined is definitely underway. There's a significant amount of momentum towards different parts of Asia.
That's because nickel is increasingly used in the stuff that powers our lives. Things like tablets, the phones we use every day. But the biggest demand for nickel right now? It's the batteries in electric vehicles.
These are eye-popping numbers. EV sales are going to be surging over the rest of this decade.
It's a top priority for the president.
You're going to set a new pace for electric vehicles.
Leading the way, Tesla, now the nation's top seller of EVs and desperate for the resources to make their clean energy cars go. NBC News has tracked nickel mined from the Philippine rainforest via processing factories in Japan and on to Tesla in California. CEO Elon Musk saying last year,
any mining companies out there, please mine more nickel. Tesla will give you a giant contract for a long period of time if you mine nickel efficiently and in an environmentally sensitive way.
But when it comes to the rainforest, every tree counts in the battle against climate change. Once destroyed, restoration is difficult.
Is there a way to restore the mining site back to what it was like beforehand?
There's some challenges with that. Engineering and figuring out a way to get the land back to its natural state is incredibly difficult.
Indigenous groups living near Palawan's Rio Tuba mine say they are wary of the proposed expansion. This rice farmer speaking with our reporting partner in the Philippines, investigative journalist Carol Ilagan. She's worried it will cause landslides during the rainy season and contaminate the water. The company denies causing any contamination and says it's handling the project with great sensitivity to the rainforest and the local people.
Is it your feeling that we simply have to trade off some bits of our planet in order to have the life we want to build here?
Yes, I think human development has been a series of trade-offs over the years.
A stark reminder that even clean energy comes with an environmental cost.
Now, you guys, it is extremely important to note here that climate experts say our best shot at fighting against climate change involves doing away with gas-powered vehicles, electrifying the vehicles we drive. Unfortunately, it turns out that there's really almost nothing that human beings can do or make that does not in some way carry some ecological cost. And until now, that ecological cost built into electric vehicles has not been visible to you and I. You guys?
Fascinating report there. Thank you, Jake Ward.
Now, with Christmas just weeks away, toy drives are facing a surge of requests from families in need. But so far, donations are falling far short of demand.
That's right. I spoke with charity leaders about their struggles getting toys into the hands of kids amid economic insecurity and global supply chain chaos. Take a look.
Kenyatta Smith still remembers one Christmas from his childhood.
We had no toys under the Christmas tree.
Now, as the pastor of Another Chance Church, those memories fuel him.
We're giving a family a different narrative. We're giving them hope.
That's the motivation behind Operation Cover Chicago, his toy drive that served 22,000 children in 2020. This Christmas, requests for gifts have more than doubled as families fall on hard times. But donations so far short of demand.
So, Pastor, last year, all these pews were filled.
Yes.
Like 15 rows back. And this is what we're starting with right now.
Yes. Less than 1,200 toys here.
Charities across the country are facing the same uphill battle. Pamela Mastrada of the Toy Foundation says new toy donations have fallen in dollar value, nearly 80% compared to 2019.
Those ships come in, and moving product to the stores and to the hands of kids has been the biggest challenge this year.
One Simple Wish runs a website where donors can help fulfill a foster kid's wish.
Those shipping delays are really hindering our ability to get wishes in time to our kids and to our young adults before the holidays come.
Still, it's a challenge organizations like Operation Cover Chicago are up for because of the families they impact. Families like Christina Williams.
It went from us sleeping in my car sometimes and trying to wash up in bathrooms of restaurants and things like that. And I'm sorry, but
with your 5 kids, right?
It's 5. I have 5. As a mother, to see your child and say, for Christmas, I don't have anything. We didn't have a tree. I didn't have a living room. But coming to Operation Cover Chicago, and they did not turn me away.
Now, years later, she's a member of his church and volunteering for the toy drive.
What is it like for you to now get to help those families and see that joy?
I remember my kids when they didn't have, and they were like, oh my God. So yeah, for me, that is literally, it's priceless. It's priceless.
Even during this holiday scramble, hope springs eternal.
And coming up, they've been a kid favorite for decades.
Now, Lego is hoping to build a new audience for its famous toy blocks. Say to the folks who go, well, wait, isn't that for kids?
We get that a lot. And I said, I'm just a big kid.
I'll show you how the company is using holiday nostalgia to attract grown-ups. Next on Morning News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Welcome back. Kids across the country are making some last-minute additions to their Christmas lists. At the top of some of those lists might be a brand new Lego set.
For generations, the building blocks have been a top hit for children, but the company is now targeting a new audience, parents and other adults, because nothing says happy holidays like a little nostalgia.
Within the walls of this convention center, visitors marvel at much smaller walls made of tiny plastic bricks.
We love it.
Homes and businesses, realistic cities, and imaginary worlds, all constructed entirely out of Lego.
They're fun to build.
A toy store staple.
I got hooked.
It's not just child's play.
There's a huge adult community worldwide.
It's just giving us something to do together as a couple.
I got into Lego because it was a way to unwind after a day of work.
Here, grown-ups proudly display their blockbuster creations at the Cincy Brick Show, put on by a tri-state group of adult Lego users.
What do you say to the folks who go, well, wait, isn't that for kids?
We get that a lot. And I said, you know, I'm just a big kid.
Big kids with big builds.
The entryway is my favorite piece.
Mark Stevens built the Built-More, the largest home in America.
It's just my baby now. I can't even think about taking it apart.
He fields all kinds of questions.
We had to be out of here.
So how long did this take you to build?
8 months.
As for the cost,
I probably have about $7,000 in it right now.
Folks here even have their own Lego lingo. For example, AFOL, that stands for Adult Fans of Lego, or MOC, which means my own creation. That means they didn't use any instructions. The builder's design was all right here.
These days, more adults are joining their ranks. Lego sales skyrocketed over the pandemic, up 36%, thanks in part to adult fans rediscovering the brick while stuck at home. Comes just as the company started marketing more products to grown-ups.
We gave permission for adults to, for the first time, start to look at it as more than just a toy for their children and actually something for them.
Jamie Berard works for Lego and judges jaw-dropping builds on the reality TV competition Lego Masters.
Build like you've never built before.
He says the colorful bricks help adults get in touch with their playful side.
They can be very professional by day, and then when they can just step away and have a Lego experience, that is a great balance. It just gives them that chance to escape and recharge and be creative.
For some, it's more than a hobby.
What do you do for a living? Oh, I'm a brick artist.
Nathan Sawaya uses Lego to build large-scale sculptures, many featuring the human form. His touring exhibition, The Art of the Brick, has visited more than 100 cities worldwide.
When they see the Art of the Brick exhibition, they get inspired, hopefully, and they go home and they get out their own Lego bricks.
A classic toy giving Lego builders, young and old, a common foundation.
All right, and we promised a little guest, and here it is. So the folks at Lego built a minifigure of me. You can see it's got a microphone, anchor hair, even a beard.
Oh my gosh.
This is my minifig.
It looks a lot like you.
They did a good job.
I mean, they really
I'm
did.
Very impressed. There you see it, up close and personal. Me in Lego form. We'll have to build us a whole studio maybe next.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I want one Lego.
Exactly.
So
all right,
cool.
here we go. Putting that out there. All right.
Very cool, though. By the way, I could totally get into that, I feel.
You're going to be hooked now.
Yeah,
all right.
exactly.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
Good morning, I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers.
Right now on Morning News Now, testing Omicron. This morning, new cases of this latest variant reported across the country, while new travel restrictions aimed at curbing its spread start today. New testing protocols for all international air travelers entering the U.S. as Omicron is identified in at least 17 states. What you need to know if you're returning home from abroad. Plus, new observations this morning on how Omicron affects us. What Dr. Anthony Fauci is now saying about the severity of this new mutation. The morning of, new information this morning surrounding that tragic Michigan high school shooting. The disturbing drawing by the suspected gunman discovered by a teacher just hours before the incident and reported to school officials. Why school officials ultimately decided to send him back to class. And over the weekend, the teen's parents captured by police after an intense hours-long manhunt. Now the owner of the warehouse where police say the couple was hiding out is also a person of interest in the investigation. A hero's tribute. The nation remembers a titan of American politics. Bob Dole, former senator from Kansas, a one-time presidential nominee, and of course, a decorated World War II veteran, passed away at the age of 98. The life and legacy of one of the defining voices of the greatest generation. Plus, stuck at the lodge, this year's ski season off to a bit of a rocky start as unseasonably mild temperatures from coast to coast are forcing many resorts in the West to delay opening, costing them cash in a crucial recovery year. The troubling new study that could point to a snowless West Coast in just decades as the climate crisis grows. Good to have you with us on this Monday morning.
Absolutely. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Did you?
I did. I had a very good weekend. How about you?
Yeah, good. Some work, travel, all that kind of stuff, but we're used to it.
Sounds good. All right, we got to begin with the pandemic and the major changes for travelers, speaking of travel, but these are the ones who are coming to the United States.
That's right. All international travels are now facing new testing rules as more cases of the Omicron variant pop up around the world. Here in the U.S., more than a dozen states are reporting Omicron cases. Right now, scientists are still trying to figure out how fast the strain is spreading and its severity. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello is following the latest from Dulles International Airport in Virginia.
Hey, Savannah and Joe, good morning, guys. Listen, as you know, these new rules went into effect at midnight. If you are overseas flying back to the United States or you're going to be traveling back and forth, know the rules. You must test negative for COVID within 24 hours of departure from that foreign airport. Up until now, the rule had been 3 days. Now it's 1 day. In the meantime, we have COVID cases popping up all over the United States.
The battle to stay ahead of the Omicron variant is intensifying this morning, with new cases being detected in different states every day.
We are every day hearing about more and more probable cases, so that number is likely to rise.
Overnight, Louisiana joined at least 16 other states in reporting cases of the new mutation. While early data shows Omicron is spreading faster than Delta and may be more likely to cause reinfections, it appears to be less severe so far.
The signals are a bit encouraging regarding the severity. But again, you got to hold judgment until we get more experience.
Meanwhile, beginning today, tougher testing protocols for international air travelers. If you're returning to the U.S. from overseas, you'll now need a negative test within 24 hours of departure just to board your flight. Quick, rapid antigen tests and the more expensive PCR tests will be accepted. But not all self-tests are eligible. For those to qualify, a telemedicine rep must witness your test. The new rules already creating challenges.
There's just difficulty having the tests available, being able to process those tests, getting your results back in time. All of that, those just stack up on each other within a 24-hour period.
Bruce Montgomery's family of 4 has been planning a Christmas trip to Ireland for more than a year. But with various connecting flights, he's concerned about the changing criteria.
I don't want to be trapped in Heathrow Airport for a long period of time and then have to spend thousands of dollars to get home.
Meanwhile, it is still the Delta variant that is driving the winter COVID surge. Over a 7-day period, the average now 106,000 new cases every day. On Friday alone, 1,492 people died.
We have about 90 to 100,000 cases a day right now in the United States, and 99.9% of them are the Delta variant.
That's an astonishing number. 1,500 people dying on Friday alone. Listen, I get a lot of emails and phone calls from Canadians especially. What about us? Yeah, if you're driving across the border from Canada, you do not need to test negative for COVID. Same thing if you're driving across from Mexico. One other note, we had a cruise ship come back to New Orleans, 17 people on board testing positive for COVID. The ship had left New Orleans in late November. It went to Mexico and Belize and Honduras. Now back to New Orleans. Again, 17 people on board that cruise ship testing positive. Joe and Savannah, back to you guys.
Tom Costello, thank you so much.
NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar joins us now. So, Dr. Azar, right now, we don't have to get tested if we're flying within the U.S., but I see that staggering number from Tom there. We lost 1,500 people on Friday alone. COVID's still a huge issue here in America. Do you think testing should be a rule for domestic travel? And if so, how many days before or after travel, should folks get a test?
Well, it's a good question, Joe. I would say the simple answer would be yes, just because I think that that's a little bit of a more comprehensive screen for, importing and exporting cases across state lines. It's just realistically, that's way too cost prohibitive for most families. As we've reported on before, a set of 2 tests can cost close to $50. So I just don't think that that's reasonable. What I would say, if you are planning on traveling and testing and you want to really, really cover your bases now, and this really means that you're going to a destination where you may have a vulnerable family member, which is certainly relevant for the holidays. If you want to be really, really sure that you're negative, you do a PCR about 3 days before you travel. You lay low for those 3 days, try not to expose yourself too much, and then you use the rapids. You can do a rapid, as soon as you arrive, and then a couple of days later, about 3 days later, to really cover your bases, Joe.
Great strategy to hear how people can kind of try to handle it themselves, especially, as you mentioned, if they're worried about seeing certain family members. Now, Doctor, let's talk about vaccines here. So considering that Omicron is just the most recent strain, we've obviously seen many of these different types of mutations. More are expected. Is the best strategy to keep on getting boosters until we get the virus under control, or do you think it will be different with different vaccines down the line? Could there be different vaccines as we have different strains? And what does it mean for somebody right now who's wondering if they should get boosted?
So, maybe not surprisingly, there is a very, very robust debate amongst experts right now about the best strategy for boosting. And this all has to do with this concept of something called original antigenic sin, which sounds scary.
Yes.
And it is a little bit. And basically what that means is that your immune system basically relies on the memory of its first encounter of the virus. And that happens with vaccines as well. So the theory goes that if we keep on boosting with the original variant or the original virus, that our immune system is going to be so accustomed to protecting or mounting an immune response against the original that it wouldn't be able to actually mount a good response to a variant vaccine. But I have to say that given all of this, and even though that we have the debate, the consensus among most people is to get a booster now, because we know that Delta is still the predominant strain that is circulating right now. And we know that the booster and we know that our vaccines work against it. So I think I'm still along the line of, if you're eligible for a booster, get it now. Delta is the threat right now. And we do think that a booster now, even given just the breadth and the degree of antibodies that you would generate, would also protect you against Omicron. But this is kind of evolving like daily.
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. But Delta is still, as they say, 99.99% of the cases. So, all right. Dr. Natalie Azar, as always, thanks so much.
Thank you. Now, this morning, we're, of course, honoring the extraordinary life of Bob Dole, the longtime senator and 3-time presidential candidate who died Sunday at the age of 98. Here's NBC News' chief Washington correspondent Andrea Mitchell with more on his unparalleled life of service.
Good morning, Savannah and Joe. Bob Dole was a war hero who rose to the heights of power in the U.S. Senate. Though his family did not reveal a cause of death, the senator underwent treatment for lung cancer earlier this year. One of many battles this enduring American figure waged in his remarkable life. One of the greats of the greatest generation.
We have lit liberty's torch with a glow that can truly light the world. That's what America's all about.
Senator Bob Dole, remembered overnight by presidents, dignitaries, and the American people as a man devoted to service. President Biden honoring his former Senate colleague, writing, "May our nation draw upon his legacy of decency, dignity, good humor, and patriotism for all time." In February, in this never-before-seen video, Dole reflected on a life spent on some of the biggest political stages.
You don't just walk out and say, trust me. You've got to earn your trust. And you earn your trust by speaking openly and speaking honestly.
Dole was elected to Congress in 1960, then to the Senate in 1968, where he served as the Republican leader for more than a decade. A tough political combatant who still always believed in working with Democrats for the public good.
We were D's and R's, but we were also friends. Compromise, not a bad word.
He ran for president 3 times, including an uphill challenge to Bill Clinton's second term in 1996.
Tonight I stand before you, tested by adversity, made sensitive by hardship, a fighter by principle, and the most optimistic man in America.
But a life in politics was not what Robert Joseph Dole initially set his sights on. Born in the small town of Russell, Kansas, the star high school athlete wanted to become a surgeon. But World War II took him to Italy with the Army's 10th Mountain Division, where on April 14, 1945, the Germans began firing on his platoon. Flying metal hit Dole's right shoulder and arm, breaking several bones in his neck and spine. He underwent 7 operations over 3 years, losing a kidney and the use of his right arm. Life-changing injuries fueling his advocacy for Americans with disabilities.
The disability community is not large, but it's important.
Father to daughter Robin from his first marriage. In 1975, he married his beloved wife Elizabeth, a devoted partner of 46 years in life, politics, and advocacy.
Do you think she would have made a good president?
Oh, yeah. And then I'd have gotten good food.
Good food?
Yeah, at the White House.
The Doles leading a fundraising campaign to build the World War II Memorial in Washington, honoring all those who served in a war that forever changed his life. His last public appearance, rising from his wheelchair to salute a fellow World War II veteran, friend and one-time political rival, former President George H.W. Bush.
I did it, I guess, and because of my respect for my friend.
George W. Bush writing of Dole, "Now we Bushes salute Bob and give thanks for his life of principled service." And former President Obama writing, "His sharp wit was matched only by his integrity." The nation now mourning and celebrating a man who put country first.
So I leave you all tonight with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we'll meet again.
Senator Bob Dole was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 2 Purple Hearts, and a Bronze Star. Today would have been Elizabeth and Bob Dole's 46th wedding anniversary. Savannah and Joe.
Andrea Mitchell, wonderful tribute. Thank you.
Turning now to the latest in the investigation into that tragic high school shooting in Michigan. James and Jennifer Crumbly, the parents of the teen suspect, are now in police custody following an intense manhunt. And officials say they could be filing more charges in connection with this case. NBC News correspondent Megan Fitzgerald joins us now from Michigan with new details. Megan, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. The parents of the suspected shooter have now joined their son here at the Oxford County Jail behind me here. Their bond being set at some $500,000 cash each. Now, the sheriff here says that the Crumblies are segregated. They each have their own individual cell, and they're being closely monitored. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, we are learning new details on what happened in the hours leading up to this attack.
Troubling new details emerging about the hours leading up to last week's Oxford High School shooting in a letter released by the superintendent. The morning of the attack, a teacher discovering a concerning drawing by the suspect, 15-year-old Ethan Crumbly. The image so disturbing, prosecutors say she took a picture.
Between the drawing of the gun and the bullet is a drawing of a person who appears to have been shot twice and bleeding. Below that figure is a drawing of a laughing emoji.
The school says the incident was immediately reported to counselors, the suspect telling them the drawing was part of a video game he was designing. His parents called into the school for an emergency meeting where they were told to put the teen in counseling within 48 hours. School officials say the parents refused to take their son home, counselors determining he wasn't a threat and sent him back to class. Hours later, the suspect is accused of opening fire, killing 4 classmates.
Is it possible that school officials could face charges? It's possible, yes.
Over the weekend, the parents of the suspect, James and Jennifer Crumbly, captured after a more than 10-hour manhunt. The Oakland County prosecutor said the couple withdrew $4,000 from an ATM after charges were announced Friday. They're both charged with 4 counts each of involuntary manslaughter. Prosecutors saying they supplied the gun used in the attack.
How are you pleading to count 1?
Not guilty.
How are you pleading to count 4?
Not guilty.
The couple was arrested inside a Detroit art studio early Saturday morning, where police say they were hiding out. Andre Sikora, the owner of the studio and a friend of the couple, now a person of interest, but his lawyer telling NBC News he did nothing wrong.
He definitely didn't know that they were fugitives at that point. The minute he found out, he went to the Detroit Police Department and immediately wanted to give them information.
On Sunday, the Detroit Lions paying tribute to Oxford, wearing a gold O on their helmets during their first win of the season.
Now, this is still a very active and ongoing investigation, and we understand that investigators are going to be looking at the 15-year-old's interaction with other students as well as administrators and teachers. They're certainly going to be honing in to the actions leading up to this horrific tragedy to try and determine if additional charges are warranted. Meanwhile, this morning, we know that a 6th victim has been released from the hospital. Right now, only a 17-year-old student remains. Joe?
All right, Megan Fitzgerald, thank you.
New allegations are emerging in the wake of Chris Cuomo's firing from CNN. This time, there's a sexual harassment claim being leveled against the anchor himself, which he denies.
Last week, Cuomo was suspended for his involvement in helping his brother, the former governor Andrew, battle his own sexual harassment accusations. NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson has more.
This morning, CNN anchor Chris Cuomo is out of a job and potentially in even more trouble, accused today of serious sexual misconduct.
This staffer worked with Cuomo at ABC.
The new claim brought to CNN last week, one day after it suspended the primetime host for failing to tell the truth about just how involved he was in crafting his brother Andrew's defense in his sexual harassment scandal. The woman's attorney, Deborah Katz, saying, "My client came forward at this time because she felt in sharing her story and related documentation, she could help protect other women." A Cuomo spokesperson said these apparently anonymous allegations are not true and that Cuomo stands by his on-air statements about sexual harassment issues.
I have always cared very deeply about these issues, and profoundly so.
In firing Chris Cuomo over the weekend, CNN said in a statement, additional information has come to light. It is not clear if this allegation had a role in his firing. Attorney Katz also represents Charlotte Bennett, one of the 11 women whose allegations against former Governor Cuomo led to his resignations, allegations Andrew Cuomo denies. Though CNN promoted the brothers' relationship during the pandemic, Chris Cuomo did not report on his brother's scandal, but in May admitted to being in strategy sessions to help him.
It will not happen again. It was a mistake.
Texts and transcripts made public last week by the New York Attorney General's office showed just how much Chris Cuomo helped. Along with drafting statements and prepping his brother for a news conference, the younger Cuomo also reached out to journalists to see if other accusers were coming forward. Actions that cost Cuomo his job. Tweeting after his dismissal, "This is not how I want my time at CNN to end, but I have already told you why and how I helped my brother." Now, while Cuomo is out, CNN has yet to name a replacement for that time slot. But an indication of just how seriously the cable network takes this allegation and all the others is that it hired an independent law firm once the New York Attorney General's information came out. And that is who or what is looking into these allegations.
And that investigation continues even despite the resignation.
They said it would continue as appropriate.
Absolutely. All right. Ann Thompson, thank you so much. Good to have you here on set with us.
Time to get a check on your morning news now weather.
Now, it's actually warmer than normal here in New York today, but parts of Minnesota received their first significant snowfall. Meteorologist Michelle Grossman joins us now with the latest on all that. Hey, Michelle, good to see you.
Hey there, guys. So good to see you. Yeah, they finally got snow. They saw anywhere from an inch up to 15 inches of snow. So we had the snow blowers. It definitely looks like winter in Minnesota, and it feels like winter in Minnesota. Take a look at some of these. Oh, there's that video. Look at that, the snow falling right on those leaves. And yeah, you definitely need to bring out all that winter gear. I mean, it's pretty late for that first snowfall in Minnesota. So I don't know if they're happy about it or maybe they wanted it to be a little bit later, but the shovels are out once again, and the hats are out, the gloves are out. And you're going to need those layers this morning because we are cold. It is 12 degrees in Minneapolis. It feels like 10 below zero, but I can't help but notice that terrible temperature in Fargo. It feels like 22 degrees below zero. So layers are necessary there. And as we wake up on Tuesday morning, we're looking at those temperatures continuing just 3 degrees in Green Bay. It's going to feel like 9 below zero. Look at this contrast, though. Savannah mentioned this. It's warm in New York City. It's warm in Philadelphia, Boston, Baltimore. 66 degrees today. That's 18 degrees above normal, but don't get used to it because we have some big time changes coming, and that's going to start as early as tomorrow. So just 41 in New York. We're actually going to be below normal. 48 degrees in Richmond. It's going to be cold on Wednesday as well, and then we rebound on Friday, but sandwiched in between there, we have a storm system that's going to bring us rain today in the mid-Atlantic, and then possibly we're going to see some snow on Wednesday. Tuesday looking pretty good, high pressure, but you guys, all eyes on Wednesday. We could see our first snowfall. Right now it's tracking to the south. It's not looking like a big one, but still, Bill will be here tomorrow and Wednesday to kind of keep you up to date on that.
All right, we'll keep an eye on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We also want to take a second to welcome the newest member of our NBC News Now family. Now Tonight with Joshua Johnson premieres tonight. You can catch it weeknights at 8 o'clock Eastern right here on NBC News Now. It's going to be a great newscast. We know the team behind it, including folks who've worked on our show in the past. They've been working hard on it, so welcome to Joshua and the entire team.
Congrats. And now coming up, tensions are rising between Russia and neighboring Ukraine.
Satellite imagery now revealing tens of thousands of Russian troops on their shared border. We're going to bring you President Biden's response next.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. President Biden will hold a video call with Russian President Vladimir Putin on Tuesday amid growing concerns over a large-scale conflict with Ukraine.
Russian troops have been massing on the border there, but it remains unclear whether Putin is planning to invade. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons joins us now. Keir, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. Amid those concerns of a deadly conflict in Europe, perhaps within months, that crucial conversation between President Biden and President Putin, according to reports in Russia this morning, will now take place tomorrow, and the time has been set at 10 a.m. Eastern. Tens of thousands of Russian troops have deployed on its border with Ukraine, revealed in these satellite images. U.S. intelligence warning President Putin's military has drawn up plans to invade.
What we see is heavy weapons, we see armored units, we see drones.
A Kremlin official telling NBC News, "I really hope it will not explode." Ukrainian forces have been fighting Russian-backed separatists since 2014 and are not taking any chances. President Biden will hold a virtual meeting with President Putin on Tuesday. The talks pivotal to preventing a war in Eastern Europe.
We're going to have a long discussion.
While multiple diplomatic sources in Russia and the West tell NBC News President Putin has not decided to invade Ukraine yet. But Russia has been proposing red lines, like no expansion of NATO.
Do you accept Putin's red line on Ukraine? I don't accept anybody's red line.
And President Biden is promising to make any invasion very difficult for President Putin. But one European diplomatic source, guys, told me that Russia enjoys this. It distracts and destabilizes Washington. Joe?
Keir, thank you.
Now, NBC News has learned that the Biden administration is expected to announce a diplomatic boycott of the 2022 Beijing Winter Olympics as early as this week. That's according to a senior administration official. Last month, President Biden signaled he was considering the move in a rebuke over China's alleged human rights abuses. A diplomatic boycott would mean no U.S. government officials attend the games. However, American athletes would still be allowed to compete, and a full boycott is not expected. Let's now take a look at what else is making news around the world this morning.
NBC's Matt Bodner joins us from Moscow. Matt, good morning.
Joe, Savannah, good morning. Well, we'll start this hour off in Myanmar, where ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi was sentenced by a court to 4 years in jail. Suu Kyi was found guilty on charges of inciting dissent and violating COVID-19 measures. She actually also faces additional charges, altogether 11 in total. This could see her jailed for life. She has, of course, already been in detention since a military coup back in February toppled her elected civilian government. We move along now to France, where far-right presidential candidate Eric Zemmour was put in a headlock by a protester during his first campaign rally. Zemmour is infamous for hardline anti-immigrant views and the controversial language he uses to talk about those views. He announced his candidacy last week. Protesters gathered outside this rally with signs saying things like "No to racism." And we wrap up this hour in Spain, where hundreds made their way this weekend to Las Canteras, a beach on Gran Canaria, of course, one of the Canary Islands, to see a nativity scene sculpted from sand by artists from around the world. This has actually been going on since 2006, and it attracts thousands of visitors every year. Back to you guys.
Wow. Oh, my goodness. From sand.
No kidding. Take that, sandcastle.
Yeah, seriously.
All right. Thank you,
Very
Matt.
cool. Thanks, Matt.
Coming up on Morning News Now, it's the polar opposite of being snowed in. Ski resorts across the West delaying their grand openings this season because of some unseasonably warm temperatures. How climate change could affect the future of this big winter business.
Plus, another headline-grabbing shortage to add to your list, and this time it's hitting a New York City staple. There's a hint right there. We'll tell you all about the Big Apple's cream cheese shortage up next.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm not so sure this is such a good talker. Now, a fresh bagel with cream cheese is, of course, a New York City staple, but supply chain problems are threatening this quintessential delicacy. Bagel stores across the city are feeling the crunch and scrambling, get this, to hoard as much cream cheese as possible. New York bagel sellers go through thousands of pounds of cream cheese every few weeks. And because the cream cheese bagel stores use is in its rawest form, shop owners can't just run to the grocery store to pick up more. Frank Matera, the owner of Bagelsmith in Brooklyn, told the New York Times he will be driving to New Jersey to pick up 2,000 pounds of cream cheese himself. 2,000 pounds of cream cheese.
Trying to picture that.
I was just going to say, what does that even look like? Also, this is just like so dangerous. I know. I haven't eaten yet. It's breakfast time.
We have a bagel store downstairs. So,
I know, it's true.
Hopefully they have cream cheese. All right. Thank you. Yeah. All right, this morning a battle is shaping up over whether Congress should pass a law to protect abortion rights after last week's contentious Supreme Court hearing on Mississippi's abortion law. Well, that storm grows. Health officials at the highest levels of government are defending travel restrictions as the new Omicron variant spreads. Meet the Press moderator Chuck Todd took an in-depth look at both topics Sunday. Here are some of those highlights.
On this week's Meet the Press, the Supreme Court heard the biggest abortion case in decades. What happens to American politics if Roe v. Wade is overturned? I had exclusive interviews with Senator Amy Klobuchar and Senator Mike Braun. Plus, Omicron is here. So what do we know? The head of the National Institutes of Health, Dr. Francis Collins, joined me to give us the latest on that. Here's some of the most important answers we received from Meet the Press compressed. What do you make of Justice Kavanaugh's argument that the court should be neutral on abortion and essentially saying it should be up to the politicians?
I would turn this the other way. 50 years of precedent. As Elena Kagan pointed out, 50 years of decisions and court decisions, part of the very fabric of women's existence in this country. This is how our country protected rights. And now they're willing to just flip it on its head. And so what is the answer? The answer may well be doing it through the political process now. I don't think that's the right thing to do, but it may be the way to do it. And I think the best way to do it is not a patchwork of state laws, but to codify Roe v. Wade, put it into law. And we even have some pro-choice Republicans that have signaled interest in doing that.
In your view, when should abortion be legal?
So in my case, when you believe in the sanctity of life, you want abortions to be eliminated from the landscape if you can. You're also in the context of reasonability. And the fact is, regardless of what any one individual, maybe with the point of view of mine or of Amy's, you're not going to settle it in a homogenized way. And that needs to reflect itself throughout states, and whatever one's opinion is, whatever you're trying to do politically, why try to do it at the national level? We generally don't do things well here anyway, and on something as contentious as this, it seems like it would make common sense, it'd be practical and not political to send it back to the states and let every state do what they want to do and live with it. And if you don't like it, then go to work within those legislatures. It was never enumerated in the Constitution that this would be something that would be done at the federal level.
If someone flies to Washington, D.C. over the holiday, it's a popular tourist destination, from Singapore, where 96% of the eligible population is vaccinated, that person has to show proof of vaccination and a negative test. But someone flying to D.C. from Idaho, where less than half of the population is fully vaccinated, doesn't have to do either. How is that at all logical about protecting our community?
Well, you know, I think, Chuck, we're trying to be practical here. If you tried to impose those kinds of restrictions on domestic air travel, that would be extremely onerous for people who are trying to get around the country for things like holidays. And I don't know how much we'd gain by it. If we're worried about whether you're trying to protect some community from Delta, well, Delta's all over the place right now. There's not some chance that you're going to see it spread by air travel that's not happening already in communities. So I think we've got it about right. I do think we have an investment in making sure people aren't bringing new cases, especially when we have things like Omicron to worry about. Hence the importance of requiring international travelers to be vaccinated and to show they've had a negative test. I think that's the right balance.
Our thanks to Chuck Todd for that. A growing number of ski resorts in this country now delaying their openings because warm, dry temperatures are keeping the slopes nearly snowless.
That's right. NBC News Now correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Lake Tahoe this morning with more on the trend that has skiers praying for a cold snap. Aaron, good morning.
Good morning, guys. This is really shocking. I'm at 7,000 feet right now. Normally, I'd be standing in 3 feet of snow. The area behind me would be a winter wonderland, but all you see is dry grass and dirt. The temperature's simply too warm for snow, and this ski season's getting off to a rocky start. This morning on slopes across the West, it's a winter no-show. With little snow on the ground, ski resorts that usually open in time for the Thanksgiving holiday are still closed. Over the weekend, just over a third of the area's ski grounds were partially open. Around Lake Tahoe, where there are over a dozen resorts, just 3 have been able to operate their lifts. The patchy start to the season comes after October's early winter wallop. Snowstorms then left ski season hopes high and now dry.
It's been really warm since then, so, you know, we haven't seen any natural snow.
It's the same story in Colorado. Denver has now gone 228 consecutive days without any measurable snowfall. That's the longest snowless stretch since 1887. California ski regions are the site of a so-called weather inversion. The phenomenon causes warmer air, which typically sits at lower elevations, to rise, making temperatures in the mountains warmer. It's kept Lake Tahoe's nighttime temps above freezing, meaning even man-made snow won't stick.
I can't remember in the 16 years I've been forecasting here when we've had no snow on the ground and no snow on the trails either from man-made snow.
While the dry weather is slumping the early ski season, it's also raising red flags about a worsening climate crisis. Like in the mountains of Hawaii, bracing for a blizzard. Pictures from NASA satellites also show a rapidly melting Sierra Nevada snowpack, a troubling sign for a region whose drying reservoirs are annually replenished by a slower snowmelt. A new study projects in 35 to 60 years, mountainous states throughout the West could go nearly snowless for years at a time.
I think the tourist industry and the recreation industry should absolutely be concerned. These effects are with us already, and we need to learn how to deal with them.
And guys, there is some good news. Temperatures are expected to drop later in the week. Snow is in the forecast, but of course, it's the key question being, is it enough to get those skis out? Guys.
Oh, it looks like you're going to need a lot to be able to ski with what's that shot behind you. Aaron, thank you so much. And coming up on this hour of Morning News Now, the race to go carbon neutral. Giant corporations turning to something called forest credits to lower their global footprint. It looks good on paper, but the system has some environmental groups sounding the alarm.
Plus, remembering the attacks on Pearl Harbor 80 years after the date, which has lived in infamy. Those stories and more up next.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now. It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Finding solutions to global warming is now a top concern across the political and corporate landscape. Major companies are trying to get ahead of activists with their own pledges to go carbon neutral in the coming years. Their plans include restoring rainforests in order to receive credits for their climate initiatives. But is that really doing enough to help curb their carbon footprints? NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more on this. Josh, good morning to you. So first of all, walk us through what are these credits that some of these companies are getting?
So the basic idea here, Joe, is that trees and rainforests are what's known as carbon sinks, meaning those trees that you see, they actually absorb and store carbon dioxide that would otherwise be going out into the atmosphere, causing global warming. And so by expanding or at least preserving the forests and the trees that we have, we can prevent some of that carbon dioxide from going into the atmosphere. So what companies have been doing is buying credits where basically a middleman says, okay, look, for every ton of carbon dioxide that's going to be safely stored in a tree somewhere, not contributing to global warming, you're going to get a credit. And then you can use that credit to offset your own emissions that you're not able to reduce. So for example, Delta Airlines, which obviously has a lot of emissions from the jet fuel that all of its planes burn, it is spending $30 million to preserve a Cambodian wildlife sanctuary as well as an Indonesian peat forest, and as a result, they are getting credits that they can then use in their balance books to say, look, we are carbon neutral because all the emissions we have, we're offsetting them with these trees that are actually going to store other carbon and create a net zero kind of situation.
So, Josh, here's the key question. Are these forest credits really making a difference in helping to offset the carbon footprint of these massive companies, or is it just a way for corporations to escape the tough task of actually cutting down on emissions?
Yeah, you really put your finger on the big issue here. Climate finance experts and environmental groups say this whole thing does not deliver near the benefits that it should because, for example, it's really hard to prove what would happen if you didn't pay people to preserve these forests. How do you know that a wildlife area or a forest that isn't cut down was going to be cut down if you hadn't paid this money? And if you can't prove that, you're not really reducing carbon from the atmosphere. You're really just generating something that these companies can use in their advertisements to investors who are climate focused to say they look really good and they're offsetting their emissions, when in fact, when it comes to the climate balance books, things are still getting worse. And that's the big concern that folks have, particularly as this industry is growing rapidly following the climate summit in Glasgow and efforts by businesses to show they're really taking climate change seriously.
Important issue. Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you.
Now, tomorrow will be 80 years since the attack on Pearl Harbor, the moment that pushed a reluctant United States into World War II. But the generation with firsthand knowledge of December 7, 1941 is dwindling. In fact, less than 2% of Americans who served in the Second World War are still with us. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith shares a history lesson we must never forget.
This is actual Japanese military footage. 6 aircraft carriers with 400 planes sailing 200 miles north of Hawaii, undetected.
Now the greatest air attack in the annals of war will be carried out.
Their plan to decimate America's Pacific Fleet. Before this day, war planners and strategists acknowledged an attack like this was possible. But
they'll never do it.
Yes. To say it could happen, almost anything can happen in war. It's the most unpredictable of all human activities.
Dr. Rob Citino is a senior historian at the World War II Museum in New Orleans.
This kind of attack had never been launched before, by which I mean this kind of attack, an attack by carrier-based aircraft.
And Pearl Harbor was a target-rich environment.
The Arizona, the Nevada, the West Virginia, the Oklahoma, and the California. 5 of our 8 battleships. To lose one is a national catastrophe. What happened at Pearl Harbor is somewhere in the mega disaster category.
While U.S. forces had drilled for an attack, what happened that Sunday morning didn't seem real.
There were aircraft coming from every direction, and we really didn't know where they'd come from.
We are on Ford Island in Pearl Harbor with U.S. Navy historian Jim Newman.
When you talk to some of these veterans, when they saw those aircraft coming, and they saw they were actually dropping bombs, they said, wow, somebody in the Army is going to get in big trouble. They're actually using live munitions.
Over loudspeakers throughout the island, the phrase was repeated, "This is not a drill."
As if you had to convince someone it was happening, because it is such a shock, such a bolt out of the blue.
Through the chaos, though, there were certain acts of courage undaunted. John Finn jumped out of a bed and manned a machine gun. Despite multiple wounds, including a busted leg and incapacitated arm, he kept firing and firing and won the Medal of Honor. Kenneth Taylor and George Welch had enjoyed a night of revelry. Stunned awake by explosions, they sped to their fighter planes and joined a fight in which they were hopelessly outnumbered. They'd knock out 6 Japanese warplanes. Doris Miller worked in the mess hall and laundry of the West Virginia. Blacks then were not allowed combat roles, but when the attack came, and with no training, Miller fired a .50 caliber gun at incoming Japanese planes until being ordered to abandon ship. He was awarded the Navy Cross. After just 90 minutes, the U.S. Navy's proudest warships sat smoldering and sinking. Hundreds of aircraft shredded.
That is the USS Arizona Memorial. You can see turret 3 sticking up out of the water. There's still a lot of the ship that's visible, but just think about what that represents. So 2,400 sailors, soldiers, Marines, civilians, airmen are killed in the attack. 1,177 of them are the USS Arizona alone. So you're talking about 49% of the casualties were killed in action were killed on that ship.
More than 1 million people visit the Arizona Memorial every year. We visited too, in reverent silence. Time passes so quickly, it seems. History often feels so distant. Not here. The Mitchell Washington family was there as well. Why?
Because to be able to serve is an honor, and it is not something that we should ever not recognize. To be able to serve our country is one of the highest honors.
What happened 80 years ago pushed the heretofore reluctant United States into war.
What Pearl Harbor does is take the big neutral country, the United States, and drags it into the war. You know, a couple days later, the Germans and Italians declare war on the United States. You could not have had a world at war with the United States absent from the fight, and the United States would not have come into the fight, I'm convinced, in any dramatic way without the shock of Pearl Harbor.
A date which will live in infamy.
All right, Harry, thank you so much for your reporting.
More to come this hour on Morning News Now, including a big tech royal crossover for fitness fans. It's time to walk with Prince William.
And the long-awaited return of a holiday mainstay here in New York City, the Nutcracker, is back. We'll take you behind the scenes at Lincoln Center. That's up next. Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I'm wearing your boat. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Following breaking news, New York City will soon require a vaccine for all private sector workers.
Yeah, New York Mayor Bill de Blasio made the announcement just moments ago on MSNBC's Morning Joe. New York City is the first city in the country to move forward with this type of mandate. All private sector workers would have to get the vaccine by December 27th. In addition to this, the city will require proof of vaccination for kids 5 to 11 for restaurants, gyms, and entertainment venues.
Prince William is making a guest appearance on Apple's fitness podcast in an episode scheduled to be released today.
Yeah, the future British monarch is using the platform to encourage people to go outside and get walking while also raising awareness of mental health issues. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has the story from London.
Hey, Savannah Joe, good morning from a very rainy Kensington Palace. Look, Prince William has been an advocate for mental health for years. Now, in this new episode, he's taking us on a walk, quite literally. It is recorded while he is walking, where he talks about some deeply personal stories, but also some solutions and ways to cope. Take a listen.
We know mental health has been a taboo and a stigma for a long time all around the world, and it still is.
This morning, Prince William is taking time to walk and inviting all of us along for the stroll, too.
We all want to stay fit. We all want to go for walks. We want to go to the gym. we like to keep active. The doctors tell us it's good for us. Well, no one says how good it is to keep mentally fit. It's so important.
His Royal Highness is a guest on the Apple Fitness podcast, Time to Walk, speaking candidly about a dark moment several years ago while working as a pilot for the air ambulance service. There was a rescue operation of a young boy close to his son George's age.
I felt like the whole world was dying. It's an extraordinary feeling. You just feel everyone's in pain.
But in the lighter moments of today's podcast, he shares some of the songs his mother, Princess Diana, used to play to help with anxiety when they were younger.
And one of the songs I massively remember and has stuck with me all this time, and I still, to this day, still quite enjoy, secretly, is Tina Turner's To The Best. Because sitting in the back seat, singing away, it felt like a real family moment. My mother, she'd be driving along, singing at the top of her voice. And we'd even get the policeman in the car, he'd be occasionally singing along as well.
For years, mental health has been at the center of public work for the younger royals.
Why heads together and why mental health?
It was your idea.
It was your idea.
It's a common thread, wasn't it?
And even though the brothers are now working separately across an ocean,
Crazy.
Lost it, can't keep it together.
Harry is also focused on mental health, hosting a town hall on Apple TV Plus with Oprah.
There's more work to do, but something has really started to change.
And no doubt listening to this country's future king speak intimately and frankly about his own struggles is helping to do just that. Now, both brothers have found a home at Apple, talking specifically about mental health. Now, the company says they are donating to 3 charities of Prince William's choosing. They're donating to Crisis Text Line in the U.S., Shout here in the U.K., and Lifeline in Australia, putting their money where their mouth is. Savannah, Joe.
Molly, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Like so many things, the Nutcracker Ballet was canceled last year because of the coronavirus pandemic.
Yeah, that's right. But the Holiday Classic is now back in action at New York City's Lincoln Center. NBC News senior national correspondent Kate Snow has the details.
Savannah and Joe, the New York City Ballet's production of The Nutcracker is back on stage after taking a year off for the pandemic, with just a few changes now, delivering immeasurable joy once again. At New York's Lincoln Center, everything is in place. The audience showing vaccine cards, wearing masks, and backstage, all the last-minute preps and adjustments, the makeup, the shoes, the costumes. The Nutcracker is back. Jonathan Stafford is the company's artistic director.
The New York City Ballet has been performing the Nutcracker for how long now?
Since 1954, every single year.
Except last year.
Except last year. First time in our history that we did not put on a live production of the Nutcracker, which makes this year even more special.
Dancers and crew get COVID tests weekly, and everyone wears masks during rehearsals. They did have to make some hard decisions. When they planned the show months ago, children under 12 could not be vaccinated. So they cast kids 12 and older for roles that normally are played by younger dancers.
When you guys come on stage, do you feel wow?
Oh, definitely. Being on this stage is just the most amazing feeling.
When the curtains open and you see the whole audience and the whole theater, it feels really beautiful.
7th graders Athena Shivworkin and Reed Ouimet are Marie and the Prince.
I didn't expect it because in a normal year, I would have been a little too tall for that role.
They've both been in the show twice before and were crushed when last year was canceled.
The pandemic last year, I think for everyone in the world, it was just so difficult. And to be back now is amazing.
I think all of the students right now are just enjoying and trying to say, hold on to every moment. I think we're a lot more grateful for having the Nutcracker.
With bigger kids, they use the opportunity to remake costumes in their original colors.
What inspires you about what you do here every night?
We bring this beautiful art form to so many people night after night. And what I think more than ever people need is they need that escape.
Having no Nutcracker is like missing a part of your Christmas.
For so many people, it's a tradition to come and watch the Nutcracker at Lincoln Center, and it's so nice to be part of that experience.
A holiday comeback, reminding us all how special the tradition is. It was so amazing to see that in person. It takes nearly 300 people, guys, to put on that show. All really, really happy to be there and be back at it. Savannah, Joe.
Wow. Absolutely. So many holiday comebacks happening right now.
I love it.
Good to see them. We're reminded of all the traditions that we have.
Absolutely.
Right.
Kate, thanks for that. I know, I'm jealous. I want to get to go to that.
There you go. Well, it's just down the road.
Exactly.
That does it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now.
On NBC News Now, parents charged. Jacob and Jennifer Crumbley say they are not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Their teenage son is accused of opening fire on a Michigan high school. We'll speak with the sheriff this hour about where the investigation stands right now.
And COVID crackdown. Starting today, international travelers coming to America are facing new restrictions designed to help contain Omicron. Plus, the dramatic steps New York City is now taking over COVID vaccine mandates.
An extraordinary life. Tributes are pouring in as America remembers former senator and presidential candidate Bob Dole. We'll look back at the legacy of a war hero who became a power broker on Capitol Hill.
And a lasting memory. 80 years after the attack on Pearl Harbor, those who were there that day are trying to make sure it is never forgotten. Hi there, everyone. Happy Monday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with new details emerging about the aftermath of that tragic high school shooting in Michigan.
That's right. The teen suspect, Ethan Crumbley, and his parents are now all being held in the same Oakland County jail. James and Jennifer Crumbley were arrested after an hours-long manhunt just over the weekend.
And we've now heard the couple was arrested inside a Detroit art studio early Saturday morning, where police say they were hiding out. Today, investigators are expected to interview that Detroit artist, who authorities say may be involved in the disappearance. Now, in a moment, we're going to talk with criminal defense attorney and legal analyst Hallie Parmer. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Pontiac, Michigan, for us today. Ellison, bring us up to speed on where the investigation is right now.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, this weekend started with a manhunt. It ended with the arrest of two individuals, the parents of the alleged shooter, Ethan Crumbley, in an art warehouse. They were detained and taken into custody by Detroit police and U.S. Marshals around 1:30 Saturday morning. Police say they had withdrawn $4,000 from an ATM and then essentially disappeared. Police say they found the couple in a studio that belonged to an artist by the name of Andre Sikora. Sikora's attorney says the artist did not know about the charges the couple faced. They say, according to that attorney, that this artist previously knew the couple, that they had some shared mutual hobbies, and that he had been told by the couple that they needed somewhere to stay because of they had concerns about their safety. Again, the attorney saying that his client did not know about the charges they faced, 4 counts for each parent of involuntary manslaughter. Here's more from that attorney.
He definitely didn't know that they were fugitives at that point. The minute he found out, he went to the Detroit Police Department and immediately wanted to give them information. He's terrified and very concerned because he never thought that he'd be roped into this entire tragedy. But at the same time, he's been proactive, has hired a lawyer to help him help law enforcement find out what exactly happened, and he's going to continue to do that in the weeks to come until everyone finds out the truth.
And that artist is expected to speak with police here in Oakland County sometime today. They say they will assess whether or not any charges are warranted. As for the Crumbleys, the 2 parents as well as the accused school shooter, all 3 of them are housed in this same jail complex. We're told they are housed separately. All 3 have pled not guilty. Back to you guys.
Ellison Barber for us in Pontiac, Michigan. Ellison, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in legal analyst Hallie Parmer. Hallie, thanks so much for being with us. And let's just start with the charges that were filed against the parents of the shooting suspect. They've pleaded not guilty, as we just heard Ellison mention. Can you walk us through Michigan law and really what each parent is facing, what that means, and whether or not the school's role is also something that prosecutors may consider?
Sure. So the parents, as we know, are charged each with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And those 4 counts correspond to the 4 student victims. So you can think about involuntary manslaughter as unintentional manslaughter. So you don't have to have that intent to kill anybody. What the prosecutors are expected to do in this case, and under Michigan law, what they can do is proceed on what's called a gross negligence theory of involuntary manslaughter. And essentially what they have to show is that the parents acted carelessly, recklessly, and with a reckless disregard for the life of another, for the lives of those students. So much of this will hinge on what they knew about their son's intentions and what communications maybe they had with their son about what he may end up doing while at school. And if the prosecution can show that under Michigan law, they will have met the elements of involuntary manslaughter. Now, whether the school or other administrators could be charged, we'll see. It all will again hinge on their knowledge, but it seems that Ethan Crumbley had no prior disciplinary history. There doesn't seem to be much that the school administrators or the teachers knew beyond the drawings that we've heard about, beyond some of his searches on his phone, that would lead them to reasonably conclude that he was going to engage in this massacre.
And Molly, just briefly, can we also talk about the man who officials say is linked to the art studio where the parents were found? I mean, authorities are set to interview him today. What might we expect out of the interview, and how might that be useful from a legal standpoint?
Well, I think from his perspective and his lawyer's perspective, to go forward with cooperation and with an interview with police is probably the best thing he can do for himself. And what police are going to try and discern is what he knew. And with a case as high profile as this in Michigan, and with him knowing the parents, I mean, he said he knew them, maybe not that well. The question is, did he know that there were warrants out for their arrest and that the police were searching for them? And if he knew that, he could technically, under Michigan law, be charged with obstruction of justice, because essentially what you have to prove for a charge like that is that you obstructed the police in the lawful exercise of their duties, in this case, trying to effectuate those arrest warrants.
All right, Molly Parmer for us there. Molly, thank you.
Thanks.
And be sure to stay with us here on NBC News Now. In the next half hour, we will speak directly with Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard, where the investigation stands right now, and we'll talk about why law enforcement is so concerned about potential copycats.
New details are emerging about the Omicron variant. It's now been detected in 38 countries around the world. I want to show you a map here. 17 U.S. states are now tracking cases of this new COVID strain. Health experts predict it may be in more states than we actually know at this point. Meanwhile, South Africa now reporting a dramatic rise in Omicron hospitalizations in children younger than 5. Experts are trying to figure out what's driving the surge there, the variant itself or a lack of vaccination for young kids. And starting December 27th, New York City will require all private sector workers to be vaccinated. It's the first city in the nation to do that. Children under 5, or children 5 to 11, I should say, will also be required to show proof of vaccination for indoor activities. Also, everybody will need to show proof of 2 shots, not just 1. CNBC's senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell is tracking all the major COVID developments for us today. Meg, we heard from Dr. Fauci on Sunday about the threat of the Omicron variant. I want to play a little bit of what he said, and then we'll talk about it.
Thus far, it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it, but we really got to be careful before we make any determinations.
So, Meg, we've had a couple of weeks now. What do we know about the severity and other characteristics of Omicron?
Yeah, so far, the information looks encouraging, but everybody will caution it is still early days here. The U.S. cases, for the most part, that we've heard about have been mild. At least that's been what's reported. But what's really interesting is new information out of one hospital system in South Africa we heard about on Saturday, in which they say the severity looks to be a lot milder than with previous waves of COVID that they've had in that country. A lot of the people who've been admitted to the hospital and have COVID were admitted for other reasons and then were just found to have COVID when they were in the hospital and got tested. We're also hearing a lot fewer patients are on oxygen, and also the stays in the hospital for COVID patients are a lot shorter, 2.5 days versus 8.5 over the previous 18 months. The caveats are, of course, it's still early days. It can take weeks for more severe disease and deaths, unfortunately, to show up. And it's also a lot of younger people who are getting COVID at this point. And of course, we know that older age is more associated with severity.
Yeah, Meg, we're also starting today that the U.S. is implementing this new testing rule for international travel. Can you walk us through some of the specifics on that, just so people know exactly what to expect now?
Yeah, so the main change is how soon before your flight you have to get a negative test to come back to the U.S. So before it was at least 3 days before boarding your flight. Now it's within 24 hours you have to show proof of a negative COVID test before departing on your flight back to the United States. So that is really the main change here, trying to make sure that we can detect Omicron in folks before they get on planes to come back. But of course, all of these situations are really hard to control.
And last, before I let you go, Meg, we're starting to see the COVID effects of all that Thanksgiving gathering and all the travel that people did around Thanksgiving. Where do things stand right now?
The numbers really don't look good. I mean, they were already going up before Thanksgiving, and then we had all that data, funniness around the holiday because cases don't get reported to the same extent as normal. But if you look at them on this, average daily cases, they're up 20% over the last 2 weeks, now averaging more than 100,000 cases per day. Hospitalizations also up about the same amount to almost 60,000 people in the hospital right now. And unfortunately, deaths are averaging about 1,100 a day. This is all basically due to the Delta variant at this point, and it's really not a great situation going into the winter holidays.
Indeed. All right, some food for thought for sure. Meg Terrell from CNBC for us today. Meg, thank you.
And starting today, the Biden administration is set to restart the controversial Trump-era policy known as Remain in Mexico. The move will force people seeking asylum to remain in Mexico while they wait for their court dates right here in the United States. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is covering the impact for us live from Tijuana, Mexico. Gabe, I guess my first question is why now? Why is the Biden administration restarting this policy, especially considering the criticism over the Biden policy's immigration tactics?
Yeah, Morgan, the Biden administration is in a very awkward position right now because it is having to re-implement this policy at the same time that it says it's trying to do away with it. And the reason for that, Morgan, is because of a court order. States like Texas and Missouri sued to get rid of this to keep this Remain in Mexico policy in effect. And a federal judge essentially said that it should stay in effect. And so the Biden administration has come to an agreement with Mexico. And then in some cases, in some ways, it's actually expanding this policy, but it has created some humanitarian provisions that it says will help some of these migrants, including getting them better access to lawyers and also making sure that their cases are adjudicated within 6 months or so. But many migrant advocates say they have a lot of questions. They're livid with the Biden administration for not doing more to get rid of this policy. Morgan, behind me, you know this. You've been to several of these camps. This migrant camp in Tijuana has hundreds of migrant families, and the concern from many advocates is that this bottleneck will continue to get worse as this policy, known as MPP or Migrant Protection Protocols, more commonly known as Remain in Mexico, as this program is reinstated, that this bottleneck will continue to get worse. Now, Morgan, as you can see behind me, and that you've seen firsthand as well, one of the more difficult things to watch here are the children. There are many children in this camp and in others throughout the border, including in Matamoros and Juarez. We just found out from Customs and Border Protection, Morgan, that the first border crossing that will implement MPP today will be actually El Paso and Juarez. 30 migrants will be sent back to Mexico in order to wait for their asylum proceedings to play out. And that's the essence of this policy, Morgan, that now, once again, migrants applying for asylum will have to wait in Mexico in order, or as their asylum cases play out. Supporters of the MPP policy say that that will cut down on illegal border crossings, but opponents say that this is contributing to an ongoing humanitarian disaster here at the border. Morgan, back to you.
I know that bottleneck is something that experts are concerned about in the days ahead. Gabe Gutierrez reporting live for us there from Tijuana. Thank you, Gabe.
We are also following some breaking news right now out of Haiti. 3 more missionaries have now been released after they were kidnapped by a violent gang. That's according to Christian Aid Ministries, the religious group from Ohio. A total of 17 people, 12 adults, 5 children, were abducted back in mid-October. Last month, 2 of the hostages were released. The gang was reportedly asking for $1 million in ransom per person. We don't know the conditions of the release that we are hearing about today. A dozen hostages are still being held in Haiti.
The fallout is growing after CNN fired Chris Cuomo. Just over the weekend, the cable news channel fired the primetime host after CNN had a law firm investigate how much he helped his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, while he was handling his sexual harassment scandal. But now Chris Cuomo is facing an allegation of harassment himself. Here's NBC News' Ann Thompson.
Hey there, CNN brought in a law firm to review the information released by the New York Attorney General. But it is a new claim, unrelated to his actions supporting his brother, that has deepened the crisis surrounding Chris Cuomo. CNN anchor Chris Cuomo is out of a job and potentially in even more trouble, accused today of serious sexual misconduct.
This staffer worked with Cuomo at ABC.
The new claim brought to CNN last week, one day after it suspended the primetime host for failing to tell the truth about just how involved he was in crafting his brother Andrew's defense in his sexual harassment scandal. The woman's attorney, Deborah Katz, saying, "My client came forward at this time because she felt in sharing her story and related documentation, she could help protect other women." A Cuomo spokesperson said these apparently anonymous allegations are not true and that Cuomo stands by his on-air statements about sexual harassment issues.
I have always cared very deeply about these issues, and profoundly so.
In firing Chris Cuomo over the weekend, CNN said in a statement, additional information has come to light. It is not clear if this allegation had a role in his firing. Attorney Katz also represents Charlotte Bennett, one of the 11 women whose allegations against former Governor Cuomo led to his resignations, allegations Andrew Cuomo denies. Though CNN promoted the brothers' relationship during the pandemic, Chris Cuomo did not report on his brother's scandal, but in May admitted to being in strategy sessions to help him.
It will not happen again. It was a mistake.
Texts and transcripts made public last week by the New York Attorney General's office show just how much Chris Cuomo helped. Along with drafting statements and prepping his brother for a news conference, the younger Cuomo also reached out to journalists to see if other accusers were coming forward. Actions that cost Cuomo his job. Tweeting after his dismissal, "This is not how I want my time at CNN to end, but I have already told you why and how I helped my brother." While Cuomo is out, CNN has not named a replacement for that time slot. Back to you.
America is remembering the extraordinary life of longtime U.S. Senator and former presidential candidate Bob Dole. The World War II veteran from Kansas served for 35 years in Congress, spending much of his career fighting for the rights of disabled Americans. Dole died on Sunday. He was 98 years old. Here's NBC's Andrea Mitchell with a look back at his legacy.
Good morning, Aaron and Morgan. Bob Dole was a war hero who rose to the heights of power in the U.S. Senate. Though his family did not reveal the cause of death, the senator underwent treatment for lung cancer earlier this year, one of many battles this enduring American figure waged in his remarkable life. At the World War II Memorial in Washington on many a weekend, an old soldier reporting for duty.
And thank you for your service.
Former Second Lieutenant Bob Dole in the final years of a lifetime of public service, having led the fundraising campaign to build a memorial honoring all those who served in a war that forever changed his life.
Whether you're in the Army, Navy, Marine, Merchant Marines, if I'm in town, I'll be here. And during the week, sometimes they come on Wednesday, Thursday, but Saturday is generally the big day.
The young Dole was a star high school football player in his small hometown of Russell, Kansas, planning to become a surgeon. Called to active duty in 1943, he was 21 years old with the 10th Mountain Division in Italy on April 14, 1945, when the Germans began firing on his platoon.
The morning I was wounded, my radio man had been wounded, and I crawled out trying to get him back in the little ravine, and I got shot, and he didn't make it. He passed away. So I tried, but I couldn't save him.
Flying metal hit Dole's right shoulder and arm, breaking several bones in his neck and spine. It was just 2 weeks before the end of the war in Europe. Back home, he underwent 7 operations over 3 years, lost a kidney and the use of his right arm. No longer able to pursue his dream of becoming a surgeon, he turned to law and politics, although he couldn't shake hands and always clutched a pen in his fist so people wouldn't try. His wartime service also gave special focus to much of his work in Congress, shaping tax policy, farm programs, and anti-discrimination laws and other measures to make America more accessible to the disabled. Summing up his storied career for Tom Brokaw this way.
My proudest title is veteran of all the other titles I've had.
Andrea Mitchell, NBC News, Washington. Senator Bob Dole was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star. Today would have been Elizabeth and Bob Dole's 46th wedding anniversary. Aaron and Morgan.
Just ahead on NBC News Now, a major bummer for ski bums.
Slopes that should be covered in snow by now are bone dry. How some of the biggest resorts are dealing with a shrinking ski season.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important? The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Ski resorts across the country are getting a late start this season. Unusually warm and dry temperatures mean slopes without snow.
Yeah, that's actually leaving a lot of skiers praying for a cold snap in some places. As NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin tells us, resorts are worried that things really could be going downhill.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. Normally, I'd be standing in 3 feet of snow. The scene you see behind me, a winter wonderland. Instead, it's nothing but dirt and dry grass. Temperatures up here in Tahoe simply aren't cold enough for the snow, and that means it's a rocky start for the ski season.
This morning on slopes across the West,
It's a winter no-show. With little snow on the ground, ski resorts that usually open in time for the Thanksgiving holiday are still closed. Over the weekend, just over a third of the area's ski grounds were partially open. Around Lake Tahoe, where there are over a dozen resorts, just 3 have been able to operate their lifts. The patchy start to the season comes after October's early winter wallop. Snowstorms then left ski season hopes high and now dry.
It's been really warm since then, so, we haven't seen any natural snow.
It's the same story in Colorado. Denver has now gone 228 consecutive days without any measurable snowfall. That's the longest snowless stretch since 1887. California ski regions are the site of a so-called weather inversion. The phenomenon causes warmer air, which typically sits at lower elevations, to rise, making temperatures in the mountains warmer. It's kept Lake Tahoe's nighttime temps above freezing, meaning even man-made snow won't stick.
I can't remember in the 16 years I've been forecasting here when we've had no snow on the ground and no snow on the trails either from man-made snow.
While the dry weather is slumping the early ski season, it's also raising red flags about a worsening climate crisis. Like in the mountains of Hawaii, bracing for a blizzard. Pictures from NASA satellites also show a rapidly melting Sierra Nevada snowpack, a troubling sign for a region whose drying reservoirs are annually replenished by a slower snowmelt. A new study projects in 35 to 60 years, mountainous states throughout the West could go nearly snowless for years at a time.
I think the tourist industry and the recreation industry should absolutely be concerned. These effects are with us already, and we need to learn how to deal with them.
Well, there is some good news later this week. Temperatures are expected to cool off. Some snow is in the forecast. The question being, is it enough to get out those skis? Aaron and Morgan, back to you.
A family locked up in the same jail, all facing charges in the deadly Michigan school shooting.
Straight ahead, we're going in depth with the sheriff leading the investigation. Our one-on-one interview next.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
it. In the City of Angels, 2 kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Making news right now, Virginia will soon remove the pedestal that once displayed the Commonwealth statue of Civil War General Robert E. Lee. The Confederate statue was removed earlier this year, and Governor Ralph Northam says preliminary work at the site is expected to begin today. Historians believe there could be a century-old time capsule buried there. Meanwhile, extreme weather is walloping the Hawaiian Islands. Forecasters are warning that some parts of the state could actually face anywhere between 10 to 15 inches of rain. Meanwhile, there's also a blizzard warning in effect for Hawaii's Big Island. Mountain summits and a state of emergency has been declared in response. Plus, a presidential return at the Kennedy Center honors last night. President Biden and the First Lady attended Sunday night's festivities in Washington. Among the honorees, Motown founder Berry Gordy, Saturday Night Live creator Lorne Michaels, and actress and singer Bette Midler. Former President Trump did not attend the ceremony once during his 4 years in office.
We are tracking developments in the Oxford High School shooting investigation. Right now, Michigan authorities say they are looking into whether the teen suspect's parents had help while they were alleged to be on the run. Investigators also want to know what actions school officials took after police say they were warned about the teenagers' allegedly disturbing behavior. Joining us now, Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard. Sheriff, we appreciate you making some time for us today. I want to start with your department's plan to interview this artist from Detroit who you say may be connected to the, quote, disappearance of the suspect's parents here. That man's attorney told NBC News that he didn't know that the Crumleys were fugitives at that point. What is the goal of today's interview for you, and what charges might he face, if any?
Well, obviously, it's very much under investigation, but the goal of the meeting is to, from his words or his lawyers, determine what they think he did and why he did it, what he knew and when he knew it. So clearly they had help getting into a secured area. And we believe this individual was involved in that help. And the totality of the how and when, what he knew, will ultimately help the prosecutor make charging decisions, whether it is some kind of obstruction of justice or aiding and abetting. So that's part of the process. That's what we hope to continue to learn more information about in the interview with he and his attorney today.
I want to ask you, too, about the role of the school in your investigation right now. What role are the school officials playing, and are you looking into whether someone at the school level may be accountable or need to be held accountable for something there?
Well, obviously, we're completely separate from the school in terms of our investigation. So we're investigating things that led up to, we're part of, and now after the tragedy that happened at Oxford High School. And so what the school knew and when they were having these conversations before the shooting, we were not looped in, which we think we should have been. We have a protocol in place for any time there's concerning issues or potential threats. In fact, the follow-on day, the next day, in a different school district with a different student, we received a call from the school district, investigated it, and arrested a 15-year-old. And then our follow-on protocols has us go to the house, speak to the parents, and these parents were super cooperative. We seized a number of weapons and intervened in that situation. And the other point I'd like to make here, whether it's a real perceived legitimate threat that is credible, or whether it's a threat but they never intended to carry it out, that's still a crime to make that threat, and we're going to investigate and prosecute.
But you hit on the core of my question here about the school in particular. If the protocols are in place that when a student says or does something that should be brought to the attention of the police department, and the school doesn't make that contact, is there a mechanism in place to hold the school accountable? Or in this case, does it seem like that's not going to be an issue?
Well, I think that's going to be very much part of the investigation, and a determination ultimately will be made by many, and probably in the courts, whether it potentially rises to criminal. That will be up to the prosecutor. And then obviously I certainly believe there'll be civil litigation that will make some determination on that as well.
Your department has said that this may be the first time that a set of parents and their child have been held in the Oakland County Jail at the same time. Can you say anything about how they are at this point? Is Ethan aware that his parents are also in the same jail?
You know, I'm not sure that he is. They're all in isolation. We have a process when you're admitted as a intake inmate that, you know, you get screened by our counselors and by our classification staff. And one of the specific questions we ask is, are you a threat to yourself? Are you suicidal? Are you depressed? Things like that. All of them said that they're not suicidal, but having said that, out of an abundance of caution, we have them on our regular suicide watch, regular observation. They're in isolation, obviously, for a variety of reasons. Men don't mix with women within the facility, and juveniles never mix with adults. So all three of them will never encounter each other.
Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard. Sheriff, we appreciate your time and your transparency as you still have a lot of work to do in the investigation there at Oxford High School. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Today marks 11 months since the deadly insurrection at the Capitol. It also marks a new deadline for Trump allies to either hand over documents to the January 6th committee or appear for their depositions. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, first off, who are some of the people who are supposed to either submit documents or appear today, and what is the likelihood that they actually do it?
Yeah, Morgan, there are imminent document deadlines, there are imminent deposition deadlines coming up for this January 6th committee, and a series of individuals here to keep in mind. Let's put on the screen the calendar of how things are looking. Today, there were supposed to be depositions from Michael Flynn, the former President Trump's controversial former national security advisor, as well as a man named Nick Luna, who is understood to be his body man on the day of the January 6th attack. Those have been postponed. The January 6th committee has been willing to give postponements and deferrals to individuals who are at least engaging with the committee in the hope that they can get information out of them. Part of the reason here is that if they pursue criminal contempt charges, if they send it to the Justice Department and ask them to prosecute, then these individuals don't actually have to testify or provide documents. They can pay the fine and do the time and then go home after that. So the committee is very eager to get its hands on as much information as possible. And you see on the screen the other people who are set to appear for depositions in the coming days, as well as documents. Let's see if how many of them do.
And Sahil, can we also talk about the president's agenda here? Because there are 9 days to raise the debt ceiling, and Majority Leader Schumer wants Build Back Better to ultimately be passed by Christmas. What are the chances of that happening, Sahil?
Yeah, there's the debt limit deadline coming up in 9 days. There's a massive defense authorization bill that they have to pass, and there's the Build Back Better Act. Now, just moments ago, Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, put out a letter to senators informing them of the schedule. They still hope to pass that $1.7 trillion economic and climate policy bill by Christmas. But what they're hoping to do, what they still need to do, is make sure all of the pieces of this bill comply with the rules. That means meetings with the parliamentarian. He says 8 out of the 12 committees have already finalized it and sent it to the parliamentarian, and they expect to do the rest this week and next. Now, keep in mind, if they don't start voting on this by next week, then the week after is the week that ends in Christmas. So they're going to have very little time to actually meet his deadline. And as a result of that, I think you see that's the reason that Schumer is warning members that they could be working long nights, late nights, and weekends.
And Sahil, just finally, I know that you just wrote about the GOP infighting between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, and Kevin McCarthy is now poised to become Speaker after the midterm. So what sort of impact is this infighting on the Republican side having on him?
Right. We should say McCarthy is poised to become Speaker if Republicans win the majority. They are favored to do that right now. And that's part of why there's an elevated salience in all of this. Now, McCarthy is largely keeping his distance from this infighting between far-right Republicans in his caucus like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, as well as some of the more mainstream Republicans like Nancy Mace, who feuded pretty bitterly with Marjorie Taylor Greene last week. And the reason is that McCarthy is afraid to alienate these far-right members. He believes he's going to to need their votes to become Speaker of the House. And they like to align themselves with former President Trump, who is very wary of alienating because, a single statement or a few negative words from the former president could jeopardize his position, his hopes of becoming Speaker. And some of the Democrats who have been targeted by bigoted and racist rhetoric from these far-right Republicans have something to say about it. Ilhan Omar is one of them. I want to play something of what she had to say about McCarthy.
McCarthy is a liar and a coward. He doesn't have the ability to condemn the kind of bigoted Islamophobia and anti-Muslim rhetoric that are being trafficked by a member of
Why doesn't he have the ability to do that?
Because this is who they are.
And this reflects the views of numerous other Democrats that electing Republicans to Congress would enable the mainstreaming of rhetoric that they argue will lead to violence. Morgan.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor with everything, all the latest there from Capitol Hill. Sahil, thank you. Meanwhile, today will be one of the busiest days for international shipping giant FedEx. The company is really trying to keep a handle on a massive surge of deliveries, thanks in large part to this year's holiday shopping blitz. FedEx is predicting a 10% hike in peak season deliveries, and that's compared to this time just last year. They're also forecasting over 100 million more packages compared to 2019 before the pandemic. CNBC's Frank Holland joins us now live. Frank, thanks so much for being with us. We know that labor shortages, supply chain kinks, and consumer sentiment are all really posing some unique challenges this holiday season. So how is this particular shipping giant navigating it all? I mean, how did the first Monday in December become one of FedEx's busiest days?
Hey, good morning to you and good morning to Aaron as well. Well, first and foremost, it's a double-edged sword. Some of the supply chain issues that we all heard about, some of them are actually helping FedEx because a lot of people have heard about them, heard there might not be inventory, heard there might be delays, and they're out there shopping and also shipping earlier than they ever have before. That's eased some of the congestion in the network. And then conversely, FedEx also works with some of the biggest retailers in the nation, including Walmart and Target. Those stores, their strategy to ship more of their goods from their actual stores as opposed to warehouses or locations further away from the consumer. Well, FedEx says that increases the time that goods get delivered. It also makes it cheaper for those companies to deliver.
All right, CNBC's Frank Holland for us there. Frank, thank you.
All this week, NBC News is going in depth on rescuing the rainforest. Governments and car companies around the world are making big investments in electric cars to reduce the greenhouse gases that are causing rapid climate change. But the batteries fueling those cars and what it takes to make them is wreaking environmental havoc. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Jake, help us to understand what's happening.
Well, when you look at the electric vehicle market right now, Aaron, it is, of course, exploding. At the moment, we have about 4% of vehicles on the roads being electrified. But by the year 2025, the estimate is that that number could rise as high as 30%. And unfortunately, with it comes an ecological danger that was hidden until now.
It's been called one of the most beautiful places on Earth. Palawan, a stunning tropical island in the Philippines. A diver's paradise, an ecological wonder. But 300 miles south of its pristine beaches, a giant swath of Palawan's rainforest was destroyed decades ago, making way for one of the world's largest nickel mines, Rio Tuba. And now the current majority owner, Nickel Asia, has an ambitious plan to expand into more of the rainforest, adding the equivalent of nearly 4,700 football fields to the mine.
You have filed paperwork to do so, is that right?
Yes, we've filed paperwork because I think we still have about 4 years to go with the current area.
Global demand for nickel is surging, expected to grow 10 times over the next decade, experts say.
The diversification of where nickel is mined is definitely underway. There's a significant amount of momentum towards different parts of Asia.
That's because nickel is increasingly used in the stuff that powers our lives. Things like tablets, the phones we use every day. But the biggest demand for nickel right now? It's the batteries in electric vehicles.
These are eye-popping numbers. EV sales are going to be surging over the rest of this decade.
It's a top priority for the president.
You're going to set a new pace for electric vehicles.
Leading the way, Tesla, now the nation's top seller of EVs and desperate for the resources to make their clean energy cars go. NBC News has tracked nickel mined from the Philippine rainforest via processing factories in Japan and on to Tesla in California. CEO Elon Musk saying last year,
"Any mining companies out there, please mine more nickel. Tesla will give you a giant contract for a long period of time if you mine nickel efficiently and in an environmentally sensitive way."
But when it comes to the rainforest, every tree counts in the battle against climate change. Once destroyed, restoration is difficult.
Is there a way to restore the mining site back to what it was like beforehand?
There's some challenges with that. Engineering and figuring out a way to get the land back to its natural state is incredibly difficult.
Indigenous groups living near Palawan's Rio Tuba mine say they are wary of the proposed expansion. This rice farmer speaking with our reporting partner in the Philippines, investigative journalist Carol Ilagan. She's worried it will cause landslides during the rainy season and contaminate the water. The company denies causing any contamination and says it's handling the project with great sensitivity to the rainforest and the local people.
Is it your feeling that we simply have to trade off some bits of our planet in order to have the life we want to build here?
Yes, I think human development has been a series of trade-offs over the years.
A stark reminder that even clean energy comes with an environmental cost.
So, Jake, are we stuck using nickel for electric batteries, or is there something else out there, something newer and greener that might be on the horizon?
Well, the thing to consider here, Aaron, is that nickel is in fact the updated material for batteries. It used to be that the predominant one was cobalt because it was easier to get out of the ground. Unfortunately, cobalt was outrageously toxic, a terrible environmentally destructive thing to mine for. Nickel, it used to be, was not really a profitable thing you could go for because it was too diffuse. It was too diffuse sort of through the soil. You couldn't get enough of it in one go. Now technology has made it possible to actually pull enough nickel to make a profit, and that is why these mines are exploding. So for the moment, it seems as if nickel is the thing we're going to be stuck with for a while longer. We, of course, require a cutting back, perhaps even a doing away with conventional gas vehicles in order to fight climate change. But it also turns out that we have not really been figuring this hidden ecological cost of electric vehicles into the price we are paying for them, Aaron.
All right, Jake Ward for us today. Jake, thank you.
Her family says she hated politics. So why did a Georgia woman end up storming the Capitol on January 6th?
Straight ahead, the new podcast breaking down her plunge into conspiracy theories that turned her into an American radical.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education, and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Today marks 11 months since 5 people died at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th.
The woman you're about to see here was one of them, 34-year-old Rosanne Boyland. She was one of the rioters who stormed the building that day. Now, after nearly a year of investigating, MSNBC and NBC News are releasing new findings about how she became so radicalized.
MSNBC anchor Ayman Mohyeldin is the host of a brand new podcast, American Radical, and he joins us now live. Ayman, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, this was a story that I didn't find myself surprised to find myself actually covering, because 3 days after the insurrection, I get a message from an old high school friend of mine who tells me that his sister-in-law was at the Capitol. She died there, and they had believed that she was radicalized in the span of 6 months. So over the last 11 months, her family has given us exclusive access to her journals, diaries, social media posts. We've had a chance to interview friends, and here's what we found out. For most of her life, Rosanne Boyland hated politics. She was shy and she rarely left her home.
She was super involved in her family. You know, we come from a large Catholic family, so we're always in each other's business. We're always hanging out.
In the summer of 2020, though, her family started to notice that something seemed a bit off.
She started getting a little bit closed off and distant, and like on Christmas she was here, but she was just on her phone the whole time. She wasn't participating in the opening of presents.
Rosanne began to withdraw from family commitments and instead started going down a QAnon rabbit hole of child trafficking conspiracy theories.
And she was like, hey, have you heard about this? And I was like, no. So she researched it. So I left there at probably 5 o'clock in the evening, and she texted me at 7 o'clock in the morning. She had been up all night watching YouTube.
Her family wasn't sure how to handle her newfound obsession. Rosanne had a history of substance abuse, and they were afraid confronting her might push her away. Her social media posts began to take on an extreme political tone.
Do you believe that Rosanne was radicalized?
Yes. Yeah.
Her family tried to talk her out of attending the January 6th rally held in Washington, but she refused. She went to the rally with a friend, Justin Winchell, who had been one of the last people to see her alive. Her family watched in horror as the events of that day unfolded.
So we just watched the news, and the second that they said the second person died, there was more than one death, I knew automatically that it was her. Just had this gut, feeling that that was her.
Late that night, Rosanne's family got the call that they had been dreading. Rosanne had died at the Capitol in the middle of a crowd trying to force its way past the police line. Body cam and other footage from that day paints a brutal picture. Her friend Justin Winchell, who accompanied her to the march, can be seen in this footage, dragging people out of the way in an apparent attempt to save his friend's life.
Save her! She's gonna die! She's gonna die!
Rosanne died, but according to the medical examiner's office, it was because of a prescription drug overdose.
So do you believe that the explanation that was given by the medical examiner as to why Rosanne died is not
prescription Adderall? Prescription Adderall?
I think that they did a rush, half-hearted investigation because she was a Trump supporter who died doing what she did.
In the months since her death, the Boylands have sought to understand how Rosanne was radicalized and what exactly happened to her in those final minutes, some of which they believe were captured on body cam video that has not been released. They also want to speak to Justin Winchell, who was with her at the end, but he has stopped returning the family's calls and texts.
Ultimately, we just want to find out what happened to her.
So guys, the question now for the family is, where is that body cam footage? Will it be released? They have so many questions, but as you saw there, their biggest concern remains to prevent this from happening to another family, going down this rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and becoming obsessed with lies upon lies, and then being manipulated by a demagogue like Donald Trump, who ultimately, created the atmosphere on that day that led people to march onto the Capitol.
Really fascinating reporting and incredible access, Ayman Mohyeldin. Thanks so much, Ayman. And remember, episode 1 of Ayman's American Radical podcast is available right now. You can download it wherever you get your podcast, or you can even just grab your smartphone and scan this QR code right there on your screen, and that link will take you directly to Ayman's first episode.
Well, for the past 80 years, it's a day that has lived in infamy.
NBC's Harry Smith takes us to Pearl Harbor ahead of tomorrow's anniversary. We'll tell you all about the history lesson that many now worry is being forgotten. Stay with me.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Tomorrow marks 80 years since Pearl Harbor, the surprise Japanese attack on the U.S. naval base in Hawaii.
As the nation prepares to remember those lost, NBC's Harry Smith takes a look back at what President Roosevelt called a date which will live in infamy.
Morgan, Aaron, let me set the stage. Through the 1930s, Japan is exercising what it feels is its manifest destiny, which is domination of the Pacific Rim. The U.S. doesn't like it, leveling sanction after sanction, and finally stops selling oil to Japan and freezes its assets. War to many seemed inevitable, but to the United States, what happened on December 7th felt like a stab in the back.
This is actual Japanese military footage. 6 aircraft carriers with 400 planes sailing 200 miles north of Hawaii, undetected.
Now the greatest air attack in the annals of war will be carried out.
Their plan to decimate America's Pacific Fleet. Before this day, war planners and strategists acknowledged an attack like this was possible. But they'll never do it.
Yes. To say it could happen, almost anything can happen in war. It's the most unpredictable of all human activities.
Dr. Rob Citino is a senior historian at the World War II Museum in New Orleans.
This kind of attack had never been launched before, by which I mean this kind of attack, an attack by carrier-based aircraft.
And Pearl Harbor was a target-rich environment.
The Arizona, the Nevada, the West Virginia, the Oklahoma, and the California. 5 of our 8 battleships. To lose one is a national catastrophe. What happened at Pearl Harbor is somewhere in the mega disaster category.
While U.S. forces had drilled for an attack, what happened that Sunday morning didn't seem real.
There were aircraft coming from every direction, and we really didn't know where they'd come from.
We are on Ford Island in Pearl Harbor with U.S. Navy historian Jim Newman.
When you talk to some of these veterans, when they saw those aircraft coming, and they saw they were actually dropping bombs, they said, wow, somebody in the Army is going to get in big trouble. They're actually using live munitions.
Over loudspeakers throughout the island, the phrase was repeated, "This is not a drill."
As if you had to convince someone it was happening, because it is such a shock, such a bolt out of the blue.
Through the chaos, though, there were certain acts of courage undaunted. John Finn jumped out of a bed and manned a machine gun. Despite multiple wounds, including a busted leg and incapacitated arm, he kept firing and firing and won the Medal of Honor. Kenneth Taylor and George Welch had enjoyed a night of revelry. Stunned awake by explosions, they sped to their fighter planes and joined a fight in which they were hopelessly outnumbered. They'd knock out 6 Japanese warplanes. Doris Miller worked in the mess hall and laundry of the West Virginia. Blacks then were not allowed combat roles, but when the attack came, and with no training, Miller fired a .50 caliber gun at incoming Japanese planes until being ordered to abandon ship. He was awarded the Navy Cross. After just 90 minutes, the U.S. Navy's proudest warships sat smoldering and sinking. Hundreds of aircraft shredded.
That is the USS Arizona Memorial. You can see turret 3 sticking up out of the water. There's still a lot of the ship that's visible, but just think about what that represents. So 2,400 sailors, soldiers, Marines, civilians, airmen are killed in the attack. 1,177 of them are the USS Arizona alone. So you're talking about 49% of the casualties were killed in action were killed on that ship.
More than 1 million people visit the Arizona Memorial every year. We visited too, in reverent silence. Time passes so quickly, it seems. History often feels so distant. Not here. The Mitchell Washington family was there as well. Why?
Because to be able to serve is an honor, and it is not something that we should ever not recognize. To be able to serve our country is one of the highest honors.
What happened 80 years ago pushed the heretofore reluctant United States into war.
What Pearl Harbor does is take the big neutral country, the United States, and drags it into the war. You know, a couple days later, the Germans and Italians declare war on the United States. You could not have had a world at war with the United States absent from the fight, and the United States would not have come into the fight, I'm convinced, in any dramatic way without the shock of Pearl Harbor.
A date which will live in infamy.
Right now on NBC News Now, containing Omicron. The unprecedented steps one of the first epicenters of the coronavirus pandemic is now taking to keep new cases low and hospitals from being overwhelmed.
Meeting before the massacre, what played out in a conversation between an accused school shooter's parents and school officials just before the deadly shooting spree, plus where the investigation is headed now.
Tense talks. President Biden about to go one-on-one with Russian President Vladimir Putin about the massive troop buildup at the Ukrainian border, what he's expected to say about the potential Russian invasion.
And it was a love story that spanned nearly 5 decades, the enduring love in one of the longest-lasting marriages of a political power couple in history, as we remember the late Senator Bob Dole. Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with Omicron on the move, the newest coronavirus variant of concern, and it's now confirmed in more than 1/3 of the United States.
Yeah, take a look at the map here. No region untouched by Omicron at this point. Health experts predict this map will fill in even more as new cases are confirmed across the country. Now, meanwhile, new cases are starting to trend in the wrong direction thanks to Thanksgiving travel and gatherings. Nearly 150,000 new cases were reported on Friday. And to put that in context for you, not only is that the highest number the U.S. has seen since the late summer surge, it remains the highest number of any country in the world.
Now, New York City is ramping up efforts to contain the coronavirus. The city is rolling out a first-of-its-kind vaccine mandate for all private sector workers. Here's what Mayor Bill de Blasio had to say about it on MSNBC this morning.
We've got Omicron as a new factor. We've got the colder weather, which is going to really create additional challenges with the Delta variant. We've got holiday gatherings. We in New York City have decided to use a preemptive strike to really do something bold to stop the further growth of COVID and the dangers it's causing to all of us.
Now, in just a moment, we'll talk to NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton on new testing rules for international travelers. But let's start with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar to answer some of your COVID questions. Dr. Azar, the mayor of New York City just announced that first-of-its-kind vaccine mandate expansion to private companies now. From a medical perspective, what impact would you expect this sort of a mandate to have in fighting the rise in cases that we're seeing?
Well, sure, Aaron. And just to be clear, I'm sure that there very likely will be some challenges to this, as there are with all potential mandates. But if we think about what the primary goal of vaccination is, and that is to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death, we know that vaccines do achieve that. Do we know whether or not they really are truly beneficial in terms of reducing transmission, for either asymptomatic, mild or moderate disease? They don't work as well for that as they do, again, for their primary goal. From a public health perspective, it's absolutely the right move. But as I said, I'm sure there probably will be legal challenges to this.
And I wanted to ask you about that. I mean, from a public health perspective, is this something you would encourage other places to consider doing as we look at, different parts of the country? New York City still has a pretty decent vaccination rate, but there are other parts of the country that are dramatically lower than what we see here in New York.
Well, sure. I mean, I think we would all agree that, from a public health perspective, probably the biggest impact in terms of ending the pandemic is going to be vaccination, but it's not vaccination alone.
Mm-hmm.
Masking and testing and all of those other mitigation strategies are definitely important. But just in terms of the strongest tool, if you will, in the toolbox, I would certainly say vaccination is number one.
A little bit about Omicron now. There's still so much that we don't know about this particular variant, this new variant, but we do know it has a significantly higher number of mutations. We keep hearing that. Can you translate that into layman's terms for us? What do regular folks need to understand about that practically?
Right. So if you think about when we developed the initial vaccines, it was against the original strain of coronavirus. What viruses do, because they do need to do this in order to survive, is that they will adapt and acquire new mutations to evade the immune protection that is triggered by vaccination. Again, we've all been vaccinated against the original strain. And what we are concerned about with this particular variant is that not just the presence of the mutations, but the quantity, the profile of those mutations, specifically on that spike protein, which is the part of the virus that anchors itself to the human cell. There are a lot of mutations in that area that makes us concerned, number one, that the new strain could evade immune protection from both vaccination or natural immunity, which we've seen. Mm-hmm. And it could also potentially become more contagious because one of those mutations happens to be exactly at the spot where the virus enters the human cell. So for us, practically speaking, if you're vaccinated, you might be more likely to get infected, potentially with a mild illness or even asymptomatic illness. What we don't know yet is whether or not individuals who've been infected with Omicron, who've been vaccinated, will have more severe disease. Preliminary data out of Southern Africa suggests that that's not the case. That is not yet definitive. It's just too soon to know.
We'll have you back when you know more. Dr. Natalie Azar, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with a look at the new international travel COVID testing rule. Antonia, thanks for being with us. We know that these rules are starting today. Can you just walk us through some of the specifics? What should people expect if they are traveling internationally?
Hey, Morgan. So as of 12:01 a.m. this morning, we're looking at a new travel landscape, and people really need to take a look at these testing requirements, particularly this new one-day window to get back a negative COVID test before you can re-enter the United States. And that's no matter what country you're coming from, no matter your vaccination status, and it applies to everyone who's older than 2 years old. And people have been working with a 72-hour window for testing. So this new one-day window is really something that families, groups traveling together are going to have to plan around. And travelers should remember that not every country has the same testing infrastructure. So if you're heading somewhere remote where perhaps tests cost a significant amount of money, that's something you're going to want to factor in as well. And then at major international travel hubs like JFK or Newark Airport or Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, travelers may start to see some additional biosurveillance. And what that means is that they're going to see a company called Express Check working with the CDC, and they're going to be going out to different travelers coming out of different international flights and offering them free COVID tests so they can gather a group of samples every day to start testing and tracking the presence of Omicron or potentially in the future other variants here in the United States. Morgan.
It's interesting, Antonio, when you mentioned that other countries may not all have the same testing infrastructure in place. Do those at-home tests, are they sufficient to show at those airports? And what are travelers there telling you?
Yeah, so the other thing that everyone needs to know is PCR tests, as they always have been, are going to be the most straightforward accepted tests. But at-home tests and some rapid antigen tests are accepted, but you're going to want to check the CDC guidelines because they're accepted if you're able to do a telehealth video conference appointment with an approved provider who's going to supervise you taking that test. And that's the only way in which those kinds of tests will be approved, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Antonia Hilton for us there. Antonia, thank you.
The Oakland County, Michigan sheriff says the accused gunman in a Michigan high school shooting and his parents are all under around-the-clock observation and in separate cells today. The teen suspect has been in jail since last week. His parents, James and Jennifer Crumbley, are charged with involuntary manslaughter. They were arrested early Saturday morning, nearly a full day after the charges against them were announced. Now, this comes as investigators are piecing together what happened in the hours leading up to the shooting. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan. Ellison, where does the investigation stand right now, and what's coming next, potentially?
Hey, Aaron. So, yeah, as you said, there are 3 members of the same family, all in the same jail complex just over my shoulder. Ethan, Jennifer, and James Crumbley are all in isolation, according to the sheriff, all 3 on suicide watch. They say that is standard operating procedure. The sheriff, when he was asked if the accused shooter, Ethan Crumbley, knew about his parents' arrest and detainment, he said he was not even sure if he was aware that they were in the same jail or what had happened. He said there is certainly not a scenario where the 3 of them would be interacting with each other or be able to speak with each other. Jennifer and James Crumbley are both charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Their bail is set at $500,000 apiece. The judge agreeing with the prosecution, saying they are a flight risk in large part because of what happened this weekend. The couple, they were supposed to turn themselves in Friday afternoon. Instead, police, local and federal law enforcement spent some 14 hours looking for the fugitives. Ultimately, they located them in Detroit at about 1:30 a.m. Saturday. That's when they took them into custody. They were in a warehouse, a commercial building area, specifically in an art studio. Now police are somewhat shifting their attention to the person who used and rented that art studio. His name is Andre Sikora. Sikora's attorney says that his client is an artist who was friendly with the Crumbleys, that they had some shared hobbies, but they didn't know each other that well. He claims that his client did not know about the charges the couple were facing. According to Sikora's lawyer, the suspects asked to stay with his client because they said they were facing death threats. He says as soon as he realized what was happening, he contacted the police, and he is now cooperating with police. Police are expected to speak with him sometime today to determine whether or not they think charges are appropriate. The couple, the parents involved in this, they could face additional charges related to evading arrest, but their attorneys claim that they were going to eventually turn themselves in. Aaron.
Ellison, I want to ask you very quickly about the larger area there. The prosecutor in Wayne County, Michigan, next door, says that there have been copycat threats made in the Metro Detroit area in the days that followed the shooting there at Oxford. What do we know about those threats and where they stand now?
Yeah, so the sheriff in Oakland County has talked about the fact that even here, he says they are facing and dealing with more threats in this entire area of people. They don't necessarily consider them in this area to be credible threats, but people who are seeing what's happening and then for whatever reason deciding to make threats. We know of at least 6 different incidents in Wayne County involving teens varying in ages from 13 to 15. The majority of those, all but one, were related to threats made at schools in Wayne County. One of the teens was arrested because they actually had, according to prosecutors, a weapon on them at school. Aaron.
Ellison Barber for us in Michigan today. Ellison, thank you.
It's a reluctant return today to a Trump-era immigration policy along the U.S.-Mexico border. The Biden administration scrapped the policy requiring migrants to wait in Mexico until they have an immigration hearing in the United States. But lawsuits in 2 states forced it back on the books. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this story now, and he joins us live from Ciudad Juarez in Mexico. Guad, what are Mexican officials anticipating there as this new policy goes into effect today?
Morgan, well, every state has different cities along the border here in Mexico. Every state with these cities is going to deal with it in a different way. We spoke to state officials here in Ciudad Juarez from Chihuahua, talking about the resources that they will have, anticipating that more migrants will be sent back to here to Ciudad Juarez and other cities along the Chihuahua border. Now, one of the things that he mentioned was, first, that some of the migrants that have been crossing into the U.S. who want to ask for asylum, some of them doing it illegally through the border wall, are being returned to Mexico without even getting getting an opportunity to begin that asylum process. They wanted to make that point, but now with this new program being implemented, they expect more migrants to even be returned. And let's hear from some of this interview where he was talking about the limited resources they would have to receive the migrants.
We can say, well, our resources are limited. Shelter capacity is about 3,000, and we already have 2,500 spaces occupied. So it does pose a challenge, and we are looking at a way to improve living conditions in shelters to better our local capacities to receive more people, but ultimately, well, our capacities are limited.
Now, Enrique also added that the migrants that are in these shelters currently in Ciudad Juarez, that's only a third of the migrants that are here. The others have just figured out ways to be able to find a place where they can stay until the opportunity will come for them to go to the border and ask for asylum.
It's interesting, Guad, because I know that Remain in Mexico is back as a policy, but there are some changes. How is it different this time around?
Right, so there's a lot of changes happening when it comes to the border all the time, right? So, like I said, there's people that are crossing undocumented illegally into the U.S. who get expelled from the country under Title 42. That's happening on a daily basis from what they tell me. These are people that sometimes want to ask for asylum, but we're being told they don't even get that opportunity. So that's been happening. Now, with the MPP being implemented again, now with the Biden administration saying that the people that do get an opportunity to begin the asylum process in the U.S. that have crossed through Mexico, those individuals will have to will have to be sent back into Mexico to wait during the process, right? They'll be able to cross for their court hearings. Now, here's what's changed. The Mexican government asked that these people be vaccinated or be given the opportunity to get the vaccine while in the U.S. before being returned to Mexico. Also, the Mexican government is asking the courts to move faster because some of the migrants that were under this program before, during the Trump era, would be here for more than a year waiting for these court proceedings. Now, the U.S. government has said that this will now happen in under 6 months. So they're offering the vaccines. They're also offering the courts to have more staff so that the process will move faster. And they've also said that more resources will be available for the Mexican government to help these shelters, but that specifically has not been informed. So we know that they've said help will be coming, but they haven't specified what kind of help they would give to these shelters, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Guad Venegas for us there in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. Guad, thank you so much.
Lawmakers returning to Washington today with a packed agenda before the end of the year. Today also marks a major deadline for the January 6th committee, as 5 allies of former President Donald Trump have until the end of today to hand over documents. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Hallie Vitale joining us now from the Capitol. Hallie, these depositions that were scheduled for today have been postponed. What can you tell us about that and about this deadline for documents today?
Yeah, Aaron, another week of deadlines for the January 6th committee. We know that 2 depositions that were scheduled to happen today for former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, as well as former Trump body man Nick Luna, those were postponed. A committee aide telling me that this is sometimes what happens when they have witnesses who are cooperating or engaging with the committee. Their deposition dates can slide. It sort of underscores that for the committee, the more important thing is ultimately getting the documents and information. We also know, though, today is a documents deadline for some of the people who were involved with the permitting and planning of the rallies at the Ellipse and at the Capitol on January 6th, as well as figures like Alex Jones and Roger Stone. And then you look to the rest of the week. There's a documents deadline tomorrow for some far-right groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. And then on Wednesday and Friday, deadlines for depositions again. John Eastman, the former Trump lawyer who argued that Vice President Mike Pence could overturn the election results, which of course he couldn't and he didn't. He is supposed to appear for a deposition on Wednesday, but based on some comments that he's made on Steve Bannon's podcast of all places, he has called the committee's investigation a farce and suggested that either he's not going to show up or he's going to work to plead the Fifth during that deposition. And then on Friday, longtime senior Trump aide Jason Miller is also set to testify before the committee. So a lot happening behind the scenes and behind closed doors as we move into next year, when we expect we're going to start seeing some of that become public with hearings and other things like that.
So some of the other business is happening on the Hill now. There are 9 days now to raise the debt ceiling. The Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said he wants a vote on Build Back Better, the president's agenda, before Christmas. Will all of this get done?
Yeah, Aaron, debt ceiling, a vote on Build Back Better before Christmas. Schumer, in his letter to his colleagues just a little while ago, also put voting rights on that list of things to do, in addition to the Defense Spending Authorization Act. There are so many different things that they are trying to do before Christmas. On the Build Back Better piece of this, it's a little bit of policy that's holding them up, because they have to wait for the parliamentarian to tell them that all of the different policy pieces in here actually work within the confines of this arcane reconciliation process. Everything they're doing has to touch that budgetary bottom line. But it's also a little bit of politics, because many of the personalities on the Senate side who have long been at the center of this still haven't weighed in definitively as a yes. I'm talking about people like Senators Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. We've been having conversations with them, and they have still not said yes, they will wholeheartedly support this, even though it's been negotiated very much with their preferences in mind. So that's pretty important on Build Back Better. And then on the debt ceiling, that's one of those deadlines that they absolutely cannot move. Right now it's mid-December. There's some other estimates happening right there, but that is definitely one of the things that has to be done by the deadline. The U.S. has never defaulted on our line of credit before.
Hallie Vitale for us at the Capitol today. Hallie, thank you.
And protecting the planet or pure profit.
Straight ahead, the new investigation into whether some giant global companies committed to tackling climate change are doing it for money or for making the world a better place.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Markets are rebounding today after a roller coaster ride last week fueled by fears over the new coronavirus variant. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now live. Dom, thanks for being here. The Dow is higher today despite the new COVID variant and the sell-offs we saw last week. But are investors more optimistic now?
So Morgan, we've often spoken about this notion that financial markets handicap conditions and news in real time. So you've got that optimism today, and it has a good deal to do with traders and investors looking at, and then maybe more importantly, beyond the threat of the Omicron variant. And that's causing what some traders are calling a rotation out of some of the larger tech and media companies and into those that benefit the most during an economic recovery. So you think about companies like travel and leisure, you think about companies like in oil and gas as we start to use more fuel to travel and drive around, or even the ones that make things like construction machinery as people start to build things more often. So add to that some relatively more optimistic comments from the Biden administration's chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, about the early data on Omicron being somewhat encouraging, while still saying that they're in the early stages, if you will, of understanding what the variant is all about. You put all of that together, Morgan, and it really has given some investors a reason to buy in a market that's sold off, as you pointed out, out on some of those same fears just over the last couple of weeks.
It's interesting, Don, because we're also learning now more about an SEC investigation into Tesla as well as their solar panels. What is the latest there?
So Tesla shares are lower. This is the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, launching an investigation into Tesla over whistleblowers' complaints that the company failed to properly notify shareholders and the public of fire risks associated with the solar panel system defects that they might have. That's according to a report from Reuters. Now, Tesla is already facing a federal safety probe into accidents involving its driver-assisted systems. So it's just one more thing for Tesla to have to worry about right now, Morgan.
All right, CNBC's Dominic Chu for us there. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
Now to a new series here on NBC News Now, Rescuing the Rainforest. Major global corporations are making major promises to curb climate change by rolling out plans to go carbon neutral over the next decade. One plan includes massive investment in replanting forests to suck up the emissions, earning companies so-called forest credits. But can the solution go far enough to making a meaningful difference? NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman has been digging into this. He joins us now with his latest reporting. Josh, I want to start with an explanation of what these forest credits are, if you can, and why companies want them.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated, but the basic idea here is that trees are like the opposite of pollution because they actually absorb carbon dioxide and store it safely so it can't go into the atmosphere and lead to global warming. So in theory, at least, the more trees and forests you have, those trees actually offset some of the pollution that we're putting into the air and keeping global warming in check. And so basically the point is that every 1 ton of carbon can be converted to a credit that a company, for example, can buy so that on paper they can say, look, if we are emitting this much carbon dioxide that we can't address through other means because it's just inevitable, we're going to offset it through buying these credits, basically paying farmers and forest owners not to cut down their trees, not to get rid of those carbon sinks. And in exchange, these companies can go to their investors, can go on advertisements and say, look, on paper, we've balanced out all of our carbon dioxide emissions because we've offset them with these credits that we're essentially buying in places all around the world.
So are we seeing any evidence that these planted forests are making any real tangible difference?
Yeah, this is where it starts to get really murky, because on the one hand, these credits are funneling large amounts of money to these environmental projects in parts of the world where they really are starved for that cash. So Delta Airlines, for example, wants to go carbon neutral. They are spending $30 million to help reforestation efforts in places like a wildlife sanctuary in Cambodia and a peat tree swamp in Indonesia. But it's really hard when you're talking about using these to basically justify your own emissions to say that this is actually making a difference. Because, for example, if you pay a landowner not to cut down a forest and you assume that means that you get all of this benefit in not having carbon dioxide, how do you know they weren't going to not cut down the forest in the first place? Or how do you know that they won't just go cut down a different forest and you still have the same amount of carbon going into the air, but on paper this company is being able to say, look, we've zeroed out our emissions. And that's why, Aaron, climate finance experts and environmentalists are very concerned about this growing marketplace for forest credits that are really taking off as investors are trying to make it very apparent that corporate America is trying to take on climate change in a serious way.
And Josh, we're out of time, but I want to ask you very quickly, what safety nets are there in place to make sure that a system like this isn't abused by these mega companies?
So technically, all of these projects have to be audited by basically third parties that go in and look and say, how many trees are there? What would happen otherwise? Is this legit? But here's the bizarre thing. In a lot of cases, the companies that are selling these credits are the ones that hire the auditors. So there's a real conflict of interest there.
Yeah, obviously. All right, Josh Letterman, keep an eye on this for us. It'll be interesting to see how it goes moving into the future. Thank you, Josh.
He was a soldier, senator, and staunch advocate for the disabled.
We are remembering Bob Dole today by taking a look at the lasting marks he left on American policies during his storied 3-decade political career. That's coming up.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Oh, pretty bad.
Making news right now, an Arizona nurse is heading to prison for 10 years for impregnating a patient who was incapacitated. Nathan Sutherland was sentenced late last week. He pleaded guilty to assaulting the woman who later gave birth to the child. Sutherland also received lifetime probation and has to register as a sex offender when he's released. Weather is working against fire crews hoping to get an upper hand on a wildfire in Colorado. Right now, the Miners Candle Fire has already scorched more than 20 acres and is just less than half contained. Dangerously dry conditions and high winds are making the firefight even more difficult. And the flight of the butterfly is happening in Mexico. Check this out. Millions of butterflies have made their way to Mexico as part of their winter migration. Hundreds of people came out to see the butterflies at a national reserve. If you think millions of butterflies is a lot, well, scientists say this number is actually down from recent years, which typically sees about 1 billion of these butterflies flying around.
Today, we're remembering the life and legacy of longtime Republican Senator Bob Dole. He passed away yesterday at 98 years old. Dole's storied career took him from the World War II battlefield to the U.S. House, then on to the Senate for nearly 30 years before becoming the 1996 Republican presidential nominee. Policies that he helped shape are still in place today. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now to discuss the extraordinary impact of Bob Dole on American politics. Thank you so much, Michael, for being with us. We really appreciate your time. Thank you. We know that Dole was one of the longest-serving senators in U.S. history, serving both as the minority and majority leader. What are some of the cornerstones of his Senate career? And really, how do you think his Senate record will be remembered?
Well, I think he will be looked at as an example of a dinosaur in American politics as of 2021. This is someone who was a moderate Republican for most of his career, collaborated with George McGovern, the great liberal senator from South Dakota, on food stamps, collaborated when he was majority leader of the Senate with President Clinton for 2 years on things like welfare reform and a balanced budget. So he will be honored and remembered for reaching across the aisle and making deals. That was something that was honored by historians and Americans for most of American history. If Bob Dole came to the Senate nowadays, sadly, there would not be a chance in the world that he would become majority leader, because his idea was to, make deals with Democrats and achieve policy, not the kind of round-the-clock combat that we now see in Congress.
It's interesting that you mentioned that sort of, a cornerstone of his leadership was his ability to cross the aisle. But we know that, Michael, the Republican Party is drastically different today than when Dole served. Are there still traces of his leadership or his leadership style within the current GOP?
Not much. And if someone ran for office in one of the states, let's say if a young Bob Dole ran for the Senate in Kansas, there is some possibility that he would be outflanked by someone on the right. Although, let's be realistic about Dole's record. In the last years of his life, he was close to Donald Trump. He called himself a Trumper. And also during his political career, at least on the campaign trail, he was not averse to being at times a pretty rough guy. 1976 debate with Walter Mondale, when Dole was the running mate of President Gerald Ford, he said to Mondale during the debate that he lost his arm as a hero, which he certainly was in World War II, lost it in a Democrat war was the term he used. 1988, he would say to hecklers, go back into your cave. Well, some of them probably belonged in a cave. But the thing is that Dole saw this kind of thing as the kind of politics that were required for him to get elected and reelected to the Senate. But the second he was elected and reelected to the Senate and serving as party leader, there are a lot of big programs that were passed as a result of him collaborating with Democrats.
Such important contact. Michael Beschloss, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate your time and your expertise.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
President Biden is preparing for a face-to-face with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Tomorrow, the two world leaders will have a video call to talk about Russia and Ukraine. Right now, tens of thousands of Russian troops are posted at the border with Ukraine. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow with a closer look at this. Matt, help us sort of put this in context. How important is this call, and what might we expect from it?
Well, Aaron, I think at this point it is difficult to overestimate the importance of tomorrow's call. It's really become, in many ways, the focal point of well, I guess this crisis. If it's not a crisis yet, it could be very soon. Basically, everything for the past 2 weeks, all the positioning, the saber rattling has been leading to a moment like this. And also I have to say, the big question has always been through this: what is Russia's actual intent? A lot of ink has been spilled on this question. I will say that in the past several days, their demands, if you will, have crystallized. It appears that Russia likely will approach Biden tomorrow with a demand for some kind of assurance that Ukraine will never be admitted to the NATO alliance. Now, how that plays out on Biden's end will be interesting. We, of course, saw the NATO summit last week, where NATO kind of insisted Russia has no right to get involved in that kind of thing. So we'll see how it goes. I think that this is what Putin has been driving for so far. They do, for what it's worth, look like they are at least wanting everyone to believe that if they don't get what they want, they will invade. I think that they kind of like this ambiguity. As for the actual mechanics of tomorrow, we're told from the Kremlin today, the call will begin around 6 p.m. Moscow time. It'll be private, so there really won't be any kind of publicity around it. Any kind of, no part of this meeting will be public. And it's expected to go on for quite a long time. So it could go late into the evening tomorrow night, Moscow time. But I think in many ways at this point, we're all just waiting now for statements on the other end of this meeting.
Matt, you've been a reporter there in Moscow. You've covered Putin for a long time now. Are there any indications that you see that Russia might change direction, might fold on this issue and pull back those troops or reduce the numbers even?
It's hard to say. This one definitely feels different than, for example, the escalation we saw back in April. But the one thing I keep hanging on is that there's not really a lot of overt signs on our end here that Russian society is being prepared to accept the costs of what 1,750,000 troop offensive would entail. So they could end up quietly backing down if they feel satisfied from this meeting, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
All right, we know you'll be watching it from your post there in Moscow. Matt Bodner for us today. Matt, thank you.
Meanwhile, Pope Francis is wrapping up his latest international trip. The pontiff departed Athens, Greece today after also spending time in Cyprus. His 5-day trip largely focused on the plight of migrants seeking entry into Europe. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us now from Rome with a closer look at the Pope's travels. Claudia, how did the Pope really spend his time in Greece and in Cyprus? And ultimately, what was his message to the crowds who came to see him in person?
Hey, Morgan. Well, there was no real crowd of Greeks welcoming the Pope because, of course, that is an Orthodox, strongly Orthodox country. And the Pope, the Catholic Pope, is usually seen as with indifference, if not suspicion sometimes. So no crowds there out there in the streets of Athens, but he was welcomed by a very special crowd. And that was a crowd made of migrants in a refugee center on the island of Lesbos, which is the island where, at least until last year when it was burnt down, it was home to the largest refugee camp in the whole of Europe. Now, they were excited to see him. He was excited to see them because that was the second time that he visited that island. And that is a big deal in terms of gestures from Pope Francis, because popes don't usually travel to the same place during their pontificate. And that was a strong message to world leaders, as if to say, well, look, I'm not traveling to your country to see you twice, but I'm going to the small island where there are refugees to see them twice because I want to highlight their plight, as you mentioned. Also, in Pope Francis style, he didn't mince his words when it came to migrants. He called the Mediterranean once again a grim cemetery without tombstones. He called the migrants protagonists of a modern Odyssey, the Greek tragedy. And then today, on the plane back from Athens to Rome, where he held the traditional in-flight press conference, he said that if leaders continue around the world to ignore the migration problem, it will be civilization that will shipwreck. Morgan.
All right, Claudio Lavango for us there. Claudio, thank you so much.
A deadly volcanic eruption in Indonesia and a total eclipse in Antarctica. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Indonesia, where the death toll has risen to 15 following a volcanic eruption on Saturday. Mount Semeru continues to spew ash clouds today, blanketing entire villages. Rescuers dug through the mud with their bare hands to save victims. 27 people are still missing. Myanmar, where ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi has been sentenced to 2 years in jail in the military-ruled country. She was sentenced for incitement and breaching COVID restrictions.
The sentences themselves are ridiculous. They can't beat her in a democratic election, so they've decided to have a coup and to use a kangaroo court, in a judicial system that has been doing the bidding of the military for more than 5 decades.
The United Nations called the trial a sham. And Antarctica, where a solar eclipse plunged that region into total darkness on Saturday. A solar eclipse happens when the moon comes between the sun and the earth, casting a shadow on the earth. The celestial event lasted only a minute before sunlight returned. And that's the world now.
Starting tonight, the NBC News Now family is getting a little bit bigger and a lot more informative. Our News Now show starts tonight with Joshua Johnson, and it just shows how important it is to hear from both sides, and it's making its debut. Joining us now is the man of that hour, NBC News anchor Joshua Johnson. Joshua, it's great to talk to you. It's great to have you with us. It's great to have you here in the NBC News Now family. Can you just kind of talk to our audience a little bit? Tell us about the tone of the show. I know that you told Forbes magazine that your show is going to be a place that really does welcome everybody, no matter what or how they think. So how will your show be different?
Well, our show is going to be different in a number of ways. I mean, for one thing, we're not a straight up newscast. I think after you spent the whole day being a good NBC News fan and receiving everything we have to say all day long, we should spend at least an hour a night listening more than we talk. So it'll be a chance to be engaging, to be interactive, to hear people's questions, but especially people's stories about how the events of the day are affecting them. It feels like there's a lot of noise out there amid the news, and I'm in a way okay with that. Like, there's nothing I can do about the noise. If people want to be noisy, they're going to be noisy. And if you want something that's very strident and political, that's your option. We fought a revolution so we could argue over politics, right? My problem is not the presence of all that conflict. It's the absence of connection. And now tonight is about creating a space where everyone knows that they are welcome so that when we connect in ways that are raw and real and productive and meaningful.
I love what you're saying about connection. So I guess just very briefly before we let you go, prepare for your show. What do we stand to lose if we don't hear opinions from all sides?
Well, I think, it's reasonable to say some opinions are outside the Overton window, but generally I think we lose a sense of genuine connection. Tonight we're debuting with an interview with the author Brene Brown. She has a new book out called Atlas of the Heart. And one of the things I talked about with her in our conversation is this way that schadenfreude, kind of delight in other people's misfortune, has become what she considers a form of counterfeit belonging or counterfeit connection. Here's part of what she said.
What is it that we're missing out on if we agree, oh yeah, those people are the ones who are screwing the world up?
God, it feels so good that like, oh my God, I hate the same people. We are best friends.
And we're not talking about like Yankees, Red Sox. We're talking about something like political.
Yeah, we're talking about vaccines. We're talking about politics.
Right.
The thing is that if all we have in common is that we hate the same people, doesn't give us very much to build a relationship on.
And so the key, I think, is not to try to chastise people for the way they think now, but just to give an option. If that's all you want, that's your choice. But when you're ready to reconnect, when you're ready to take a break from the nonstop screaming and yelling, when you're tired of going through life with clenched fists and you're looking for a place that welcomes you with open arms, turn to us. NBC News Now is the place to be. And you have a choice. You have an option for whether to connect with other people and to do so in ways that matter.
Well, we cannot wait to connect with you tonight. Joshua Johnson, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it. And to all of our viewers, you can be sure to watch the premiere of Now tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on Peacock, the NBC News apps, or you can just go to NBCnews.com/now or anywhere else NBC News Now is available. We look forward to seeing you there.
Yeah. Well, it probably won't keep you from shattering your iPhone screen, but Apple's latest launch can help you skip the trip to the Genius Bar.
Straight ahead, how the tech giant is letting iPhone and MacBook owners take matters into their own hands. Stay with us.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so most of us have been there. A shattered iPhone screen causing a costly and really time-consuming trip to the Apple store for a fix.
Well, now Apple is letting people take matters into their own hands. Next year, the tech giant is going to open a store just to sell the parts and tools to fix your own iPhone. Now, this move is bringing attention to a national movement enhancing consumers' right to fix their own devices. NBC News reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges has the story.
This is probably not a decision that Apple would have made without a lot of political pressure.
When you own a car or a house and something breaks, you can fix it. That's not often the case with your electronics. But that could be changing.
We should be able to make the things that we have last.
Kyle Wiens is the CEO of iFixit, a how-to website and retailer. He wants customers to be able to repair their devices and for manufacturers to give better access to spare parts and repair tools.
Let's take the battery in your car. We all know every few years you need to change the battery in your car, right? We're probably not going to throw away your car because it needs a new battery. But this happens with phones. And so we've been sort of convinced to upgrade our products more frequently than we need to.
Apple recently announced it will be opening an online store where consumers will be able to buy parts, tools, and manuals to fix their devices themselves.
This is huge. This is, I think, particularly the iPhone is the, I think, most profitable product in the history of the world. And so the manufacturer of that product to come along and say, actually, yeah, we're motivated to help our customers make it last longer. That's a really big deal.
The store will open in 2022 and offer more than 200 parts and tools needed to repair common problems like damaged displays or dead batteries. It will eventually expand its product offerings, but will initially only carry parts for iPhone 12 and 13.
It's a device that they have a long history with. They know what people are looking for in terms of repairability.
Neil Seibart, founder of Above Avalon, said he doesn't expect tons of people to try to make their own repairs, but he and others are optimistic that this first from a mobile manufacturer will lead to device longevity and help set a precedent that others will follow. Apple's Chief Operating Officer, Jeff Williams, said in a statement, "Creating greater access to Apple genuine parts gives our customers even more choice if a repair is needed."
They kind of created this world where our products stop working after a couple years. So I'm optimistic that Apple can maybe help lead the way back out of that wilderness.
Can you walk me through some of the political changes happening around right to repair? You know, Apple makes this decision to make it easier for people to repair their devices, but they're not doing that in a vacuum.
So far this year, you had 27 different states introduce right to repair legislation. You had the Federal Trade Commission issue a landmark report saying, they examined the market and they said there's no justification for manufacturers' obstacles to repair. The Biden administration issued an executive order in support of this.
We've been banging this drum and shoving our feet in any door that will open since about 2010. So we're finally at the point where we're very confident that we've gotten the mind share in a number of states.
Gay Gordon Byrne, executive director of the Repair Association, says iPhones are an easy example, but repair issues pertain to anything with a chip, like TVs and home appliances. She said the movement is putting pressure on additional manufacturers to make repair parts available. It's gaining bipartisan support, but there's one ultimate goal.
What's the end game for the right to repair movement?
Oh, passing laws. I'm sorry, but that really is the end game, to make sure that that repair is as easy as buying.
They were a political power couple committed to each other and their country.
What late Senator Bob Dole and his wife Elizabeth said was the secret behind their 46-year-long marriage. That's straight ahead.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Well, it's a bittersweet ending to a nearly 50-year love story of former Senator and former presidential nominee Bob Dole and his wife, former fellow Senator Elizabeth Dole.
That's right. Today would have marked the couple's 46th wedding anniversary. Bob Dole passed away yesterday at 98 years old. Co-anchor of today's show, Savannah Guthrie, had a chance to speak with the couple a few years ago about how their relationship withstood the test of time.
Hi, Aaron and Morgan. Yes, they were the quintessential Washington power couple, and today would have been their 46th wedding anniversary. Together, Bob and Elizabeth Dole devoted their lives to public service and to each other. And for Valentine's Day back in 2019, I got to sit down with them in their Washington, D.C. home to talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of each other.
We were ushered into his office, and all of a sudden, this side door opens, and in comes Bob Dole, and I look up and I think, gee, he's a good-looking guy. And he says he wrote my name on the back of his blotter.
I did.
Okay, I'm glad you told me the truth.
Yeah.
Were you thinking, maybe I should call her?
Oh, yeah, I thought of that as soon as she walked in.
The year was 1972. Senator Bob Dole was a rising star in the Republican Party, and Elizabeth Hanford, having just graduated from Harvard Law School, was earning a reputation as a fierce consumer advocate.
You know, he was a little bashful because the first time he called, we talked for about 40 minutes. It was a wonderful conversation.
Wow.
And I became completely oblivious to the fact that I had a date sitting in my living room. The phone rang, I went back to my bedroom, answered the call. 40 minutes later, heaven knows what I told that guy when I went back into the living room.
The poor date is just waiting for you.
Yeah, right. He was just sitting there. It was the third call when he finally asked me out. And, you know, I really liked that a lot because I realized he's not some guy chasing women around Capitol Hill, you know.
I never did that. Couldn't catch him anyway.
3 years later, they married. A second marriage for him, a first for her at nearly 40 years old. What made Bob Dole the one?
I love his compassionate heart and the fact that he'd love to feel that each day he could make a difference for at least one person in need. And I loved the fact that he had such a great sense of humor. In fact, even when I'm the punchline, I still love his humor.
She even fell prey to her husband's infamous humor at her own Senate confirmation hearing for Secretary of Transportation.
He said, perhaps the Federal Highway Administration could use Elizabeth's biscuit recipe for filling potholes.
What did you say?
I said, well, gentlemen, they were all males, sitting there. If I'm confirmed for this position, one of my goals is to ensure that we get airbags into every car in America. And fortunately, I already know all about airbags because I've been driving around with one for years.
There have been lots of laughs over the years, but not a lot of fights.
Believe it or not, we have never had a serious argument.
Is that right?
Never. And we've been married, it'll be 44 years this December.
You never really yelled at each other? Even through the stress of being a spouse during a presidential campaign, when each had to put on hold their own careers to support the other.
Some of the women's organizations really chastised me at the time and said, why are you doing this? You're giving up your career. My response was, because this is my choice. This is what I choose to do. And that's a learning, growing experience.
You should have been the candidate. Might have been elected.
Do you think she would have made a good president?
Oh, yeah. And then I'd have gotten good food.
Good food?
Yeah, at the White House. Yeah, but
you don't get good food here?
Well, I don't have to answer that.
We've heard about your biscuit recipe.
Right.
Let me first introduce my wife, Elizabeth.
What advice would you give to a young couple starting out their lives?
Well, you need to focus on your partner's interest, not your own, but what she or he may be doing or may have done that you can talk about.
And stay attuned to your spouse's particular likes, things that turns him on, what does he like, you know, and then plan some great surprises.
One of her best was surprising her husband when he was elected majority leader in 1984 with their first dog, appropriately named Leader.
I got a miniature schnauzer from the Humane Society and walked into his national press conference and presented him to Bob. Now, we worried a little bit after that because the picture went out in the newspapers, and here was Bob and me with this little dog from the Humane Society. And I said, Bob, I hope no child looks at this and says, there's my dog. They found my dog. So after a week or so, no calls, we figured we're okay.
Hey, buddy. And Leader's descendants, including his namesake.
And that's Leader. And
Leader.
This is Blaze.
Still thrive with them today. An act of love, which, like their devotion to one another, has endured the test of time.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now. On NBC News Now, parents charged. Jacob and Jennifer Crumbley say they are not guilty of involuntary manslaughter. Their teenage son is accused of opening fire on a Michigan high school. We'll speak with the sheriff this hour about where the investigation stands right now.
And COVID crackdown starting today. International travelers coming to America are facing new restrictions designed to help contain Omicron. Plus, the dramatic steps New York City is now taking over COVID vaccine mandates.
An extraordinary life. Tributes are pouring in as America remembers former senator and presidential candidate Bob Dole. We'll look back at the legacy of a war hero who became a power broker on Capitol Hill.
And a lasting memory. 80 years after the attack on Pearl Harbor, those who were there that day are trying to make sure it is never forgotten. Hi there, everyone. Happy Monday, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. We begin this hour with new details emerging about the aftermath of that tragic high school shooting in Michigan.
That's right. The teen suspect, Ethan Crumbley, and his parents are now all being held in the same Oakland County jail. James and Jennifer Crumbley were arrested after an hours-long manhunt just over the weekend.
Now, we've now heard the couple was arrested inside a Detroit art studio early Saturday morning, where police say they were hiding out. Today, investigators are expected to interview that Detroit artist, who authorities say may be involved in the disappearance. Now, in a moment, we're going to talk with criminal defense attorney and legal analyst Hallie Parmer. Let's begin, though, with NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber in Pontiac, Michigan, for us today. Ellison, bring us up to speed on where the investigation is right now.
Hey, Aaron. Yeah, this weekend started with a manhunt. It ended with the arrest of 2 individuals, the parents of the alleged shooter, Ethan Crumbley, in an art warehouse. They were detained and taken into custody by Detroit police and U.S. Marshals around 1:30 Saturday morning. Police say they had withdrawn $4,000 from an ATM and then essentially disappeared. Police say they found the couple in a studio that belonged to an artist by the name of Andre Sikora. Sikora's attorney says the artist did not know about the charges the couple faced. They say, according to that attorney, that this artist previously knew the couple, that they had some shared mutual hobbies, and that he had been told by the couple that they needed somewhere to stay because of they had concerns about their safety. Again, the attorney saying that his client did not know about the charges they faced, 4 counts for each parent of involuntary manslaughter. Here's more from that attorney.
He definitely didn't know that they were fugitives at that point. The minute he found out, he went to the Detroit Police Department and immediately wanted to give them information. He's terrified and very concerned because he never thought that he'd be roped into this entire tragedy. But at the same time, he's been proactive, has hired a lawyer to help him help law enforcement find out what exactly happened, and he's going to continue to do that in the weeks to come until everyone finds out the truth.
And that artist is expected to speak with police here in Oakland County sometime today. They say they will assess whether or not any charges are warranted. As for the Crumbleys, the 2 parents as well as the accused school shooter, all 3 of them are housed in this same jail complex. We're told they are housed separately. All 3 have pled not guilty. Back to you guys.
Ellison Barber for us in Pontiac, Michigan. Ellison, thank you.
Let's go ahead and bring in legal analyst Molly Parmer. Molly, thanks so much for being with us. And let's just start with the charges that were filed against the parents of the shooting suspect. They've pleaded not guilty, as we just heard Ellison mention. Can you walk us through Michigan law and really what each parent is facing, what that means, and whether or not the school's role is also something that prosecutors may consider?
Sure. So the parents, as we know, are charged each with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. And those 4 counts correspond to the 4 student victims. So you can think about involuntary manslaughter as unintentional manslaughter. So you don't have to have that intent to kill anybody. What the prosecutors are expected to do in this case, and under Michigan law, what they can do, is proceed on what's called a gross negligence theory of involuntary manslaughter. And essentially what they have to show is that the parents acted carelessly, recklessly, and with a reckless disregard for the life of another, for the lives of those students. So much of this will hinge on what they knew about their son's intentions and what communications maybe they had with their son about what he may end up doing while at school. And if the prosecution can show that under Michigan law, they will have met the elements of involuntary manslaughter. Now, whether the school or other administrators could be charged, we'll see. It all will again hinge on their knowledge. But it seems that Ethan Crumbley had no prior disciplinary history. There doesn't seem to be much that the school administrators or the teachers knew beyond the drawings that we've heard about, beyond some of his searches on his phone, that would lead them to reasonably conclude that he was going to engage in this massacre.
And Molly, just briefly, can we also talk about the man who officials say is linked to the art studio where the parents were found? I mean, authorities are set to interview him today. What might we expect out of the interview, and how might that be useful from a legal standpoint?
Well, I think from his perspective and his lawyer's perspective, to go forward with cooperation and with an interview with police is probably the best thing he can do for himself. And what police are going to try and discern is what he knew. And with a case as high profile as this in Michigan, and with him knowing the parents, I mean, he said he knew them, maybe not that well. The question is, did he know that there were warrants out for their arrest and that the police were searching for them? And if he knew that, he could technically, under Michigan law, be charged with obstruction of justice, because essentially what you have to prove for a charge like that is that you obstructed the police in the lawful exercise of their duties, in this case, trying to effectuate those arrest warrants.
All right, Molly Parmer for us there. Molly, thank you. And be sure to stay with us here on NBC News Now. In the next half hour, we will speak directly with Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard, where the investigation stands right now, and we'll talk about why law enforcement is so concerned about potential copycats.
New details are emerging about the Omicron variant. It's now been detected in 38 countries around the world. I want to show you a map here. 17 U.S. states are now tracking cases of this new COVID strain. Health experts predict it may be in more states than we actually know at this point. Meanwhile, South Africa now reporting a dramatic rise in Omicron hospitalizations in children younger than 5. Experts are trying to figure out what's driving the surge there, the variant itself or a lack of vaccination for young kids. And starting December 27th, New York City will require all private sector workers to be vaccinated. It's the first city in the nation to do that. Children under 5, or children 5 to 11, I should say, will also be required to show proof of vaccination for indoor activities. Also, everybody will need to show proof of 2 shots, not just 1. CNBC's senior health and science reporter Meg Terrell is tracking all the major COVID developments for us today. Meg, we heard from Dr. Fauci on Sunday about the threat of the Omicron variant. I want to play a little bit of what he said, and then we'll talk about it.
Thus far, it does not look like there's a great degree of severity to it, but we really got to be careful before we make any determinations.
So, Meg, we've had a couple of weeks now. What do we know about the severity and other characteristics of Omicron?
Yeah, so far, the information looks encouraging, but everybody will caution it is still early days here. The U.S. cases, for the most part, that we've heard about have been mild. At least that's been what's reported. But what's really interesting is new information out of one hospital system in South Africa we heard about on Saturday, in which they say the severity looks to be a lot milder than with previous waves of COVID that they've had in that country. A lot of the people who've been admitted to the hospital and have COVID were admitted for other reasons and then were just found to have COVID when they were in the hospital and got tested. We're also hearing a lot fewer patients are on oxygen, and also the stays in the hospital for COVID patients are a lot shorter, 2.5 days versus 8.5 over the previous 18 months. The caveats are, of course, it's still early days. It can take weeks for more severe disease and deaths, unfortunately, to show up. And it's also a lot of younger people who are getting COVID at this point. And of course, we know that older age is more associated with severity.
Yeah, Meg, we're also starting today that the U.S. is implementing this new testing rule for international travel. Can you walk us through some of the specifics on that, just so people know exactly what to expect now?
Yeah, so the main change is how soon before your flight you have to get a negative test to come back to the U.S. So before it was at least 3 days before boarding your flight. Now it's within 24 hours you have to show proof of a negative COVID test before departing on your flight back to the United States. So that is really the main change here, trying to make sure that we can detect Omicron in folks before they get on planes to come back. But of course, all of these situations are really hard to control.
And last, before I let you go, Meg, we're starting to see the COVID effects of all that Thanksgiving gathering and all the travel that people did around Thanksgiving. Where do things stand right now?
The numbers really don't look good. I mean, they were already going up before Thanksgiving, and then we had all that data, funniness around the holiday because cases don't get reported to the same extent as normal. But if you look at them on this, average daily cases, they're up 20% over the last 2 weeks, now averaging more than 100,000 cases per day. Hospitalizations also up about the same amount to almost 60,000 people in the hospital right now. And unfortunately, deaths are averaging about 1,100 a day. This is all basically due to the Delta variant at this point, and it's really not a great situation going into the winter holidays.
Indeed. All right, some food for thought for sure. Meg Terrell from CNBC for us today. Meg, thank you.
And starting today, the Biden administration is set to restart the controversial Trump-era policy known as Remain in Mexico. The move will force people seeking asylum to remain in Mexico while they wait for their court dates right here in the United States. NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez is covering the impact for us live from Tijuana, Mexico. Gabe, I guess my first question is why now? Why is the Biden administration restarting this policy, especially considering the criticism over the Biden policy's immigration tactics?
Yeah, Morgan, the Biden administration is in a very awkward position right now because it is having to re-implement this policy at the same time that it says it's trying to do away with it. And the reason for that, Morgan, is because of a court order. States like Texas and Missouri sued to get rid of this to keep this Remain in Mexico policy in effect. And a federal judge essentially said that it should stay in effect. And so the Biden administration has come to an agreement with Mexico. And then in some cases, in some ways, it's actually expanding this policy, but it has created some humanitarian provisions that it says will help some of these migrants, including getting them better access to lawyers and also making sure that their cases are adjudicated within 6 months or so. But many migrant advocates say they have a lot of questions. They're livid with the Biden administration for not doing more to get rid of this policy. And Morgan, behind me, you know this. You've been to several of these camps. This migrant camp in Tijuana has hundreds of migrant families, and the concern from many advocates is that this bottleneck will continue to get worse as this policy, known as MPP, or Migrant Protection Protocols, more commonly known as Remain in Mexico, as this program is reinstated, that this bottleneck will continue to get worse. Now, Morgan, as you can see behind me, and that you've seen firsthand as well, one of the more difficult things to watch here are the children. There are many children in this camp and in others throughout the border, including in Matamoros and Juarez. We just found out from Customs and Border Protection, Morgan, that the first border crossing that will implement MPP today will be actually El Paso and Juarez. 30 migrants will be sent back to Mexico in order to wait for their asylum proceedings to play out. And that's the essence of this policy, Morgan, that now, once again, migrants applying for asylum will have to wait in Mexico in order, or as their asylum cases play out. Supporters of the MPP policy say that that will cut down on illegal border crossings, but opponents say that this is contributing to an ongoing humanitarian disaster here at the border. Morgan, back to you.
I know that bottleneck is something that experts are concerned about in the days ahead. Gabe Gutierrez reporting live for us there from Tijuana. Thank you, Gabe.
We are also following some breaking news right now out of Haiti. 3 more missionaries have now been released after they were kidnapped by a violent gang. That's according to Christian Aid Ministries, the religious group from Ohio. A total of 17 people, 12 adults, 5 children, were abducted back in mid-October. Last month, 2 of the hostages were released. The gang was reportedly asking for $1 million in ransom per person. We don't know the conditions of the release that we are hearing about today. A dozen hostages are still being held in Haiti.
The fallout is growing after CNN fired Chris Cuomo. Just over the weekend, the cable news channel fired the primetime host after CNN had a law firm investigate how much he helped his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, while he was handling his sexual harassment scandal. But now Chris Cuomo is facing an allegation of harassment himself. Here's NBC News' Ann Thompson.
Hey there, CNN brought in a law firm to review the information released by the New York Attorney General. But it is a new claim, unrelated to his actions supporting his brother, that has deepened the crisis surrounding Chris Cuomo.
CNN anchor Chris Cuomo is out of a job and potentially in even more trouble, accused today of serious sexual misconduct.
This staffer worked with Cuomo at ABC.
The new claim brought to CNN last week, one day after it suspended the primetime host for failing to tell the truth about just how involved he was in crafting his brother Andrew's defense in his sexual harassment scandal. The woman's attorney, Deborah Katz, saying, "My client came forward at this time because she felt in sharing her story and related documentation, she could help protect other women." A Cuomo spokesperson said these apparently anonymous allegations are not true and that Cuomo stands by his on-air statements about sexual harassment issues.
I have always cared very deeply about these issues, and profoundly so.
In firing Chris Cuomo over the weekend, CNN said in a statement, additional information has come to light. It is not clear if this allegation had a role in his firing. Attorney Katz also represents Charlotte Bennett, one of the 11 women whose allegations against former Governor Cuomo led to his resignations, allegations Andrew Cuomo denies. Though CNN promoted the brothers' relationship during the pandemic, Chris Cuomo did not report on his brother's scandal. but in May admitted to being in strategy sessions to help him.
It will not happen again. It was a mistake.
Texts and transcripts made public last week by the New York Attorney General's office show just how much Chris Cuomo helped. Along with drafting statements and prepping his brother for a news conference, the younger Cuomo also reached out to journalists to see if other accusers were coming forward. Actions that cost Cuomo his job. Tweeting after his dismissal, "This is not how I want my time at CNN to end, but I have already told you why and how I helped my brother."
While Cuomo is out, CNN has not named a replacement for that time slot. Back to you.
America is remembering the extraordinary life of longtime U.S. Senator and former presidential candidate Bob Dole. The World War II veteran from Kansas served for 35 years in Congress, spending much of his career fighting for the rights of disabled Americans. Dole died on Sunday. He was 98 years old. Here's NBC's Andrea Mitchell with a look back at his legacy.
Good morning, Aaron and Morgan. Bob Dole was a war hero who rose to the heights of power in the U.S. Senate. Though his family did not reveal the cause of death, the senator underwent treatment for lung cancer earlier this year, one of many battles this enduring American figure waged in his remarkable life. At the World War II Memorial in Washington on many a weekend, an old soldier reporting for duty.
And thank you for your service.
Former Second Lieutenant Bob Dole in the final years of a lifetime of public service, having led the fundraising campaign to build a memorial honoring all those who served in a war that forever changed his life.
Whether you're in the Army, Navy, Marine, Merchant Marines. If I'm in town, I'll be here. And during the week, sometimes they come on Wednesday, Thursday, but Saturday is generally the big day.
The young Dole was a star high school football player in his small hometown of Russell, Kansas, planning to become a surgeon. Called to active duty in 1943, he was 21 years old with the 10th Mountain Division in Italy on April 14, 1945, when the Germans began firing on his platoon.
The morning I was wounded, my radio man had been wounded, and I crawled out trying to get him back in the little ravine, and I got shot, and he didn't make it. He passed away. So I tried, but I couldn't save him.
Flying metal hit Dole's right shoulder and arm, breaking several bones in his neck and spine. It was just 2 weeks before the end of the war in Europe. Back home, he underwent 7 operations over 3 years, lost a kidney and the use of his right arm. No longer able to pursue his dream of becoming a surgeon, he turned to law and politics, although he couldn't shake hands and always clutched a pen in his fist so people wouldn't try. His wartime service also gave special focus to much of his work in Congress, shaping tax policy, farm programs, and anti-discrimination laws and other measures to make America more accessible to the disabled. Summing up his storied career for Tom Brokaw this way.
My proudest title is veteran of all the other titles I've had.
Senator Bob Dole was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star. Today would have been Elizabeth and Bob Dole's 46th wedding anniversary. Aaron and Morgan.
Just ahead on NBC News Now, a major bummer for ski bums.
Slopes that should be covered in snow by now are bone dry. How some of the biggest resorts are dealing with a shrinking ski season.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Ski resorts across the country are getting a late start this season. Unusually warm and dry temperatures mean slopes without snow.
Yeah, that's actually leaving a lot of skiers praying for a cold snap in some places. As NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin tells us, resorts are worried that things really could be going downhill.
Hey, Aaron and Morgan. Normally, I'd be standing in 3 feet of snow. The scene you see behind me, a winter wonderland. Instead, it's nothing but dirt and dry grass. Temperatures up here in Tahoe simply aren't cold enough for the snow, and that means it's a rocky start for the ski season.
This morning on slopes across the West, it's a winter no-show. With little snow on the ground, ski resorts that usually open in time for the Thanksgiving holiday are still closed. Over the weekend, just over a third of the area's ski grounds were partially open. Around Lake Tahoe, where there are over a dozen resorts, just 3 have been able to operate their lifts. The patchy start to the season comes after October's early winter wallop. Snowstorms then left ski season hopes high and now dry.
It's been really warm since then, so, we haven't seen any natural snow.
It's the same story in Colorado. Denver has now gone 228 consecutive days without any measurable snowfall. That's the longest snowless stretch since 1887. California ski regions are the site of a so-called weather inversion. The phenomenon causes warmer air, which typically sits at lower elevations, to rise, making temperatures in the mountains warmer. It's kept Lake Tahoe's nighttime temps above freezing, meaning even man-made snow won't stick.
I can't remember in the 16 years I've been forecasting here when we've had no snow on the ground and no snow on the trails either from man-made snow.
While the dry weather is slumping the early ski season, it's also raising red flags about a worsening climate crisis, like in the mountains of Hawaii, bracing for a blizzard. Pictures from NASA satellites also show a rapidly melting Sierra Nevada snowpack, a troubling sign for a region whose drying reservoirs are annually replenished by a slower snowmelt. A new study projects in 35 to 60 years, mountainous states throughout the West could go nearly snowless for years at a time.
I think the tourist industry and the recreation industry should absolutely be concerned. These effects are with us already, and we need to learn how to deal with them.
Well, there is some good news later this week. Temperatures are expected to cool off. Some snow is in the forecast. The question being, is it enough to get out those skis? Aaron and Morgan, back to you.
A family locked up in the same jail, all facing charges in the deadly Michigan school shooting.
Straight ahead, we're going in depth with the sheriff leading the investigation. Our one-on-one interview next.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night, it's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts. The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
This is a critical choke point for this fire.
Unnecessary, unjustifiable, illegal.
And good evening from New Orleans. Late military operation witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Making news right now, Virginia will soon remove the pedestal that once displayed the Commonwealth statue of Civil War General Robert E. Lee. The Confederate statue was removed earlier this year, and Governor Ralph Northam says preliminary work at the site is expected to begin today. Historians believe there could be a century-old time capsule buried there. Meanwhile, extreme weather is walloping the Hawaiian Islands. Forecasters are warning that some parts of the state could actually face anywhere between 10 to 15 inches of rain. Meanwhile, there's also a blizzard warning in effect for Hawaii's Big Island. Mountain summits and a state of emergency has been declared in response. Plus, a presidential return at the Kennedy Center honors last night. President Biden and the First Lady attended Sunday night's festivities in Washington. Among the honorees, Motown founder Berry Gordy, Saturday Night Live creator Lorne Michaels, and actress and singer Bette Midler. Former President Trump did not attend the ceremony once during his 4 years in office.
We are tracking developments in the Oxford High School shooting investigation. Right now, Michigan authorities say they are looking into whether the teen suspect's parents had help while they were alleged to be on the run. Investigators also want to know what actions school officials took after police say they were warned about the teenagers' allegedly disturbing behavior. Joining us now, Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard. Sheriff, we appreciate you making some time for us today. I want to start with your department's plan to interview this artist from Detroit who you say may be connected to the, quote, disappearance of the suspect's parents here. That man's attorney told NBC News that he didn't know that the Crumleys were fugitives at that point. What is the goal of today's interview for you, and what charges might he face, if any?
Well, obviously, it's very much under investigation, but the goal of the meeting is to, from his words or his lawyers, determine what they think he did and why he did it, what he knew and when he knew it. So clearly they had help getting into a secured area. And we believe this individual was involved in that help. And the totality of the how and when, what he knew, will ultimately help the prosecutor make charging decisions, whether it is some kind of obstruction of justice or aiding and abetting. So that's part of the process. That's what we hope to continue to learn more information about in the interview with he and his attorney today.
I want to ask you, too, about the role of the school in your investigation right now. What role are the school officials playing, and are you looking into whether someone at the school level may be accountable or need to be held accountable for something there?
Well, obviously, we're completely separate from the school in terms of our investigation. So we're investigating things that led up to, we're part of, and now after the tragedy that happened at Oxford High School. And so what the school knew and when they were having these conversations before the shooting, we were not looped in, which we think we should have been. We have a protocol in place for any time there's concerning issues or potential threats. In fact, the follow-on day, the next day, in a different school district with a different student, we received a call from the school district, investigated it, and arrested a 15-year-old. And then our follow-on protocols has us go to the house, speak to the parents, and these parents were super cooperative. We seized a number of weapons and intervened in that situation. And the other point I'd like to make here, whether it's a real perceived legitimate threat that is credible, or whether it's a threat but they never intended to carry it out, that's still a crime to make that threat, and we're going to investigate and prosecute.
But you hit on the core of my question here about the school in particular. If the protocols are in place that when a student says or does something that should be brought to the attention of the police department, and the school doesn't make that contact, is there a mechanism in place to hold the school accountable? Or in this case, does it seem like that's not going to be an issue?
Well, I think that's going to be very much part of the investigation, and a determination ultimately will be made by many, and probably in the courts, whether it potentially rises to criminal. That will be up to the prosecutor. And then obviously I certainly believe there'll be civil litigation that will make some determination on that as well.
Your department has said that this may be the first time that a set of parents and their child have been held in the Oakland County Jail at the same time. Can you say anything about how they are at this point? Is Ethan aware that his parents are also in the same jail?
You know, I'm not sure that he is. They're all in isolation. We have a process when you're admitted as a intake inmate that you get screened by our counselors and by our classification staff. And one of the specific questions we ask is, are you a threat to yourself? Are you suicidal? Are you depressed? Things like that. All of them said that they're not suicidal, but having said that, out of an abundance of caution, we have them on our regular suicide watch, regular observation. They're in isolation, obviously, for a variety of reasons. Men don't mix with women within the facility, and juveniles never mix with adults. So all three of them will never encounter each other.
Oakland County Sheriff Michael Bouchard. Sheriff, we appreciate your time and your transparency as you still have a lot of work to do in the investigation there at Oxford High School. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Today marks 11 months since the deadly insurrection at the Capitol. It also marks a new deadline for Trump allies to either hand over documents to the January 6th committee or appear for their depositions. NBC News national political reporter Sahil Kapoor joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Sahil, first off, who are some of the people who are supposed to either submit documents or appear today, and what is the likelihood that they actually do it?
Yeah, Morgan, there are imminent document deadlines, there are imminent deposition deadlines coming up for this January 6th committee, and a series of individuals here to keep in mind. Let's put on the screen the calendar of how things are looking. Today, there were supposed to be depositions from Michael Flynn, the former President Trump's controversial former national security advisor, as well as a man named Nick Luna, who is understood to be his body man on the day of the January 6th attack. Those have been postponed. The January 6th committee has been willing to give postponements and deferrals to individuals who are at least engaging with the committee in the hope that they can get information out of them. Part of the reason here is that if they pursue criminal contempt charges, if they send it to the Justice Department and ask them to prosecute, then these individuals don't actually have to testify or provide documents. They can pay the fine and do the time and then go home after that. So the committee is very eager to get its hands on as much information as possible. And you see on the screen the other people who are set to appear for depositions in the coming days, as well as documents. Let's see if how many of them do.
And Sahil, can we also talk about the president's agenda here? Because there are 9 days to raise the debt ceiling, and Majority Leader Schumer wants Build Back Better to ultimately be passed by Christmas. What are the chances of that happening, Sahil?
Yeah, there's the debt limit deadline coming up in 9 days. There's a massive defense authorization bill that they have to pass, and there's the Build Back Better Act. Now, just moments ago, Chuck Schumer, the Democratic leader, put out a letter to senators informing them of the schedule. They still hope to pass that $1.7 trillion economic and climate policy bill by Christmas. But what they're hoping to do, what they still need to do, is make sure all of the pieces of this bill comply with the rules. That means meetings with the parliamentarian. He says 8 out of the 12 committees have already finalized it and sent it to the parliamentarian, and they expect to do the rest this week and next. Now, keep in mind, if they don't start voting on this by next week, then the week after is the week that ends in Christmas. So they're going to have very little time to actually meet his deadline. And as a result of that, I think you see that's the reason that Schumer is warning members that they could be working long nights, late nights, and weekends.
And Sahil, just finally, I know that you just wrote about the GOP infighting between Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, and Kevin McCarthy is now poised to become Speaker after the midterm. So what sort of impact is this infighting on the Republican side having on him?
Right. We should say McCarthy is poised to become Speaker if Republicans win the majority. They are favored to do that right now. And that's part of why there's an elevated salience in all of this. Now, McCarthy is largely keeping his distance from this infighting between far-right Republicans in his caucus, like Lauren Boebert and Marjorie Taylor Greene, as well as some of the more mainstream Republicans, like Nancy Mace, who feuded pretty bitterly with Marjorie Taylor Greene last week. And the reason is that McCarthy is afraid to alienate these far-right members. He believes he's going to need their votes to become Speaker of the House, and they like to align themselves with former President Trump, who is very wary of alienating because a single statement or a few negative words from the former president could jeopardize his position, his hopes of becoming Speaker. And some of the Democrats who have been targeted by bigoted and racist rhetoric from these far-right Republicans have something to say about it. Ilhan Omar is one of them. I want to play something of what she had to say about McCarthy.
McCarthy is a liar and a coward. He doesn't have the ability to condemn the kind of bigoted Islamophobia and anti-Muslim rhetoric that are being trafficked by a member of his
Why doesn't he have the ability to do that?
Because this is who they are.
And this reflects the views of numerous other Democrats that electing Republicans to Congress would enable the mainstreaming of rhetoric that they argue will lead to violence. Morgan.
All right, NBC Sahil Kapoor with everything, all the latest there from Capitol Hill. Sahil, thank you. Meanwhile, today will be one of the busiest days for international shipping giant FedEx. The company is really trying to keep a handle on a massive surge of deliveries, thanks in large part to this year's holiday shopping blitz. FedEx is predicting a 10% hike in peak season deliveries, and that's compared to this time just last year. They're also forecasting over 100 million more packages compared to 2019 before the pandemic. CNBC's Frank Holland joins us now live. Frank, thanks so much for being with us. We know that labor shortages, supply chain kings, and consumer sentiment are all really posing some unique challenges this holiday season. So how is this particular shipping giant navigating it all? I mean, how did the first Monday in December become one of FedEx's busiest days?
Hey, good morning to you and good morning to Aaron as well.
Well, first and foremost, it's a double-edged sword. Some of the supply chain issues that we all heard about, some of them are actually helping FedEx because a lot of people have heard about them, heard there might not be inventory, heard there might be delays, and they're out there shopping and also shipping earlier than they ever have before. That's eased some of the congestion in the network. And then conversely, FedEx also works with some of the biggest retailers in the nation, including Walmart and Target. Those stores, their strategy to ship more of their goods from their actual stores as opposed to warehouses or locations further away from the consumer. Well, FedEx says that increases the time that goods get delivered. It also makes it cheaper for those companies to deliver.
All right, NBC's Frank Holland for us there. Frank, thank you.
All this week, NBC News is going in depth on rescuing the rainforest. Governments and car companies around the world are making big investments in electric cars to reduce the greenhouse gases that are causing rapid climate change. But the batteries fueling those cars and what it takes to make them is wreaking environmental havoc. NBC News technology correspondent Jake Ward joins us now. Jake, help us to understand what's happening.
Well, when you look at the electric vehicle market right now, Aaron, it is, of course, exploding. At the moment, we have about 4% of vehicles on the roads being electrified. But by the year 2025, the estimate is that that number could rise as high as 30%. And unfortunately, with it comes an ecological danger that was hidden until now.
It's been called one of the most beautiful places on Earth. Palawan, a stunning tropical island in the Philippines. A diver's paradise, an ecological wonder. But 300 miles south of its pristine beaches, a giant swath of Palawan's rainforest was destroyed decades ago, making way for one of the world's largest nickel mines, Rio Tuba. And now the current majority owner, Nickel Asia, has an ambitious plan to expand into more of the rainforest, adding the equivalent of nearly 4,700 football fields to the mine.
You have filed paperwork to do so, is that right?
Yes, we've filed paperwork because I think we still have about 4 years to go with the current area.
Global demand for nickel is surging, expected to grow 10 times over the next decade, experts say.
The diversification of where nickel is mined is definitely underway. There's a significant amount of momentum towards different parts of Asia.
That's because nickel is increasingly used in the stuff that powers our lives. Things like tablets, the phones we use every day. But the biggest demand for nickel right now? It's the batteries in electric vehicles.
These are eye-popping numbers. EV sales are going to be surging over the rest of this decade.
It's a top priority for the president.
You're going to set a new pace for electric vehicles.
Leading the way, Tesla, now the nation's top seller of EVs and desperate for the resources to make their clean energy cars go. NBC News has tracked nickel mined from the Philippine rainforest via processing factories in Japan and on to Tesla in California. CEO Elon Musk saying last year,
any mining companies out there, please mine more nickel. Tesla will give you a giant contract for a long period of time if you mine nickel efficiently and in an environmentally sensitive way.
But when it comes to the rainforest, every tree counts in the battle against climate change. Once destroyed, restoration is difficult.
Is there a way to restore the mining site back to what it was like beforehand?
There's some challenges with that. Engineering and figuring out a way to get the land back to its natural state is incredibly difficult.
Indigenous groups living near Palawan's Rio Tuba mine say they are wary of the proposed expansion. This rice farmer speaking with our reporting partner in the Philippines, investigative journalist Carol Ilagan. She's worried it will cause landslides during the rainy season and contaminate the water. The company denies causing any contamination and says it's handling the project with great sensitivity to the rainforest and the local people.
Is it your feeling that we simply have to trade off some bits of our planet in order to have the life we want to build here?
Yes, I think human development has been a series of trade-offs over the years.
A stark reminder that even clean energy comes with an environmental cost.
So, Jake, are we stuck using nickel for electric batteries, or is there something else out there, something newer and greener that might be on the horizon?
Well, the thing to consider here, Aaron, is that nickel is in fact the updated material for batteries. It used to be that the predominant one was cobalt because it was easier to get out of the ground. Unfortunately, cobalt was outrageously toxic, a terrible environmentally destructive thing to mine for. Nickel, it used to be, was not really a profitable thing you could go for because it was too diffuse. It was too diffuse sort of through the soil. You couldn't get enough of it in one go. Now technology has made it possible to actually pull enough nickel to make a profit, and that is why these mines are exploding. So for the moment, it seems as if nickel is the thing we're going to be stuck with for a while longer. We, of course, require a cutting back, perhaps even a doing away with conventional gas vehicles in order to fight climate change. But it also turns out that we have not really been figuring this hidden ecological cost of electric vehicles into the price we are paying for them, Aaron.
All right, Jake Ward for us today. Jake, thank you.
Her family says she hated politics. So why did a Georgia woman end up storming the Capitol on January 6th?
Straight ahead, the new podcast breaking down her plunge into conspiracy theories that turned her into an American radical.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition. The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Today marks 11 months since 5 people died at the U.S. Capitol on January 6th.
The woman you're about to see here was one of them, 34-year-old Roseanne Boyland. She was one of the rioters who stormed the building that day. Now, after nearly a year of investigating, MSNBC and NBC News are releasing new findings about how she became so radicalized.
MSNBC anchor Ayman Mohyeldin is the host of a brand new podcast, American Radical, and he joins us now live. Ayman, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Listen, this was a story that I didn't find myself surprised to find myself actually covering, because 3 days after the insurrection, I get a message from an old high school friend of mine who tells me that his sister-in-law was at the Capitol. She died there, and they had believed that she was radicalized in the span of 6 months. So over the last 11 months, her family has given us exclusive access to her journals, diaries, social media posts. We've had a chance to interview friends, and here's what we found out. For most of her life, Roseanne Boyland hated politics. She was shy and she rarely left her home.
She was super involved in
2020, though, her family started to notice that something seemed a bit off.
So we're always in each other's business. We're always hanging out.
In the summer of 2020, though, her family started to notice that something seemed a bit off.
She started getting a little bit closed off and distant, and like on Christmas she was here, but she was just on her phone the whole time. She wasn't participating in the opening of presents.
Roseanne began to withdraw from family commitments and instead started going down a QAnon rabbit hole of child trafficking conspiracy theories.
And she was like, hey, have you heard about this? And I was like, no. So she researched it. So I left there at probably 5 o'clock in the evening, and she texted me at 7 o'clock in the morning. She had been up all night watching YouTube.
Her family wasn't sure how to handle her newfound obsession. Roseanne had a history of substance abuse, and they were afraid confronting her might push her away. Her social media posts began to take on an extreme political tone.
Do you believe that Roseanne was radicalized?
Yes. Yeah.
Her family tried to talk her out of attending the January 6th rally held in Washington, but she refused. She went to the rally with a friend, Justin Winchell, who had been one of the last people to see her alive. Her family watched in horror as the events of that day unfolded.
So we just watched the news, and the second that they said the second person died, there was more than one death, I knew automatically that it was her. Just had like this gut, feeling that that was her.
Late that night, Roseanne's family got the call that they had been dreading. Roseanne had died at the Capitol in the middle of a crowd trying to force its way past the police line. Body cam and other footage from that day paints a brutal picture. Her friend Justin Winchell, who accompanied her to the march, can be seen in this footage, dragging people out of the way in an apparent attempt to save his friend's life.
Save her! She's gonna die! She's gonna die!
Roseanne died, but according to the medical examiner's office, it was because of a prescription drug overdose.
So do you believe that the explanation that was given by the medical examiner as to why Roseanne died is not,
prescription
Adderall?
Prescription Adderall?
I think that they did a rush, half-hearted investigation because she was a Trump supporter who died doing what she did.
In the months since her death, the Boylans have sought to understand how Roseanne was radicalized and what exactly happened to her in those final minutes, some of which they believe were captured on body cam video that has not been released. They also want to speak to Justin Winchell, who was with her at the end, but he has stopped returning the family's calls and texts.
Ultimately, we just want to find out what happened to her.
So guys, the question now for the family is, where is that body cam footage? Will it be released? They have so many questions, but as you saw there, their biggest concern remains to prevent this from happening to another family, going down this rabbit hole of conspiracy theories and becoming obsessed with lies upon lies, and then being manipulated by a demagogue like Donald Trump, who ultimately, created the atmosphere on that day that led people to march onto the Capitol.
Really fascinating reporting and incredible access. Ayman Mohyeldin, thanks so much, Ayman. And remember, episode 1 of Ayman's American Radical podcast is available right now. You can download it wherever you get your podcast, or you can even just grab your smartphone and scan this QR code right there on your screen, and that link will take you directly to Ayman's first episode.
Well, for the past 80 years, it's a day that has lived in infamy.
NBC's Harry Smith takes us to Pearl Harbor ahead of tomorrow's anniversary. We'll tell you all about the history lesson that many now worry is being forgotten. Stay with me.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Tomorrow marks 80 years since Pearl Harbor, the surprise Japanese attack on the U.S. naval base in Hawaii.
As the nation prepares to remember those lost, NBC's Harry Smith takes a look back at what President Roosevelt called a date which will live in infamy.
Morgan, Aaron, let me set the stage. Through the 1930s, Japan is exercising what it feels is its manifest destiny, which is domination of the Pacific Rim. The U.S. doesn't like it, leveling sanction after sanction, and finally stops selling oil to Japan and freezes its assets. War to many seemed inevitable, but to the United States, what happened on December 7th felt like a stab in the back.
This is actual Japanese military footage. 6 aircraft carriers with 400 planes sailing 200 miles north of Hawaii, undetected.
Now the British air attack at the end of the war will be carried out.
Their plan to decimate America's Pacific Fleet. Before this day, war planners and strategists acknowledged an attack like this was possible. But they'll never do it.
Yes. To say it could happen, almost anything can happen in war. It's the most unpredictable of all human activities.
Dr. Rob Citino is a senior historian at the World War II Museum in New Orleans.
This kind of attack had never been launched before, by which I mean this kind of attack, an attack by carrier-based aircraft.
And Pearl Harbor was a target-rich environment.
The Arizona, the Nevada, the West Virginia, the Oklahoma, and the California. 5 of our 8 battleships. To lose one is a national catastrophe. What happened at Pearl Harbor is somewhere in the mega disaster category.
While U.S. forces had drilled for an attack, what happened that Sunday morning didn't seem real.
There were aircraft coming from every direction, and we really didn't know where they'd come from.
We are on Ford Island in Pearl Harbor with U.S. Navy historian Jim Newman.
When you talk to some of these veterans, when they saw those aircraft coming, and they saw they were actually dropping bombs, they said, wow, somebody in the Army is going to get in big trouble. They're actually using live munitions.
Over loudspeakers throughout the island, the phrase was repeated, "This is not a drill."
As if you had to convince someone it was happening, because it is such a shock, such a bolt out of the blue.
Through the chaos, though, there were certain acts of courage undaunted. John Finn jumped out of a bed and manned a machine gun, despite multiple wounds, including a busted leg, an incapacitated arm, and firing, and won the Medal of Honor. Kenneth Taylor and George Welch had enjoyed a night of revelry. Stunned awake by explosions, they sped to their fighter planes and joined a fight in which they were hopelessly outnumbered. They'd knock out 6 Japanese warplanes. Doris Miller worked in the mess hall and laundry of the West Virginia. Blacks then were not allowed combat roles, but when the attack came, and with no training, Miller fired a .50 caliber gun at incoming Japanese planes until being ordered to abandon ship. He was awarded the Navy Cross. After just 90 minutes, the U.S. Navy's proudest warships sat smoldering and sinking. Hundreds of aircraft shredded.
That is the USS Arizona Memorial. You can see turret 3 sticking up out of the water. There's still a lot of the ship that's visible, but just think about what that represents. So 2,400 sailors, soldiers, Marines, civilians, airmen are killed in the attack. 1,177 of them are the USS Arizona alone. So you're talking about 49% of the casualties were killed in action were killed on that ship.
More than 1 million people visit the Arizona Memorial every year. We visited too, in reverent silence. Time passes so quickly, it seems. History often feels so distant. Not here. The Mitchell Washington family was there as well. Why?
Because to be able to serve is an honor, and it is not something that we should ever not recognize. To be able to serve our country is one of the highest honors.
What happened 80 years ago pushed the heretofore reluctant United States into war.
What Pearl Harbor does is take the big neutral country, the United States, and drags it into the war. You know, a couple days later, the Germans and Italians declare war on the United States. You could not have had a world at war with the United States absent from the fight, and the United States would not have come into the fight, I'm convinced, in any dramatic way without the shock of Pearl Harbor.
A date which will live in infamy.
Right now on NBC News Now, containing Omicron. The unprecedented steps one of the first epicenters of the coronavirus pandemic is now taking to keep new cases low and hospitals from being overwhelmed.
Meeting before the massacre, what played out in a conversation between an accused school shooter's parents and school officials just before the deadly shooting spree, plus where the investigation is headed now.
Tense talks. President Biden about to go one-on-one with Russian President Vladimir Putin about the massive troop buildup at the Ukrainian border, what he's expected to say about the potential Russian invasion.
And it was a love story that spanned nearly 5 decades, the enduring love in one of the longest-lasting marriages of a political power couple in history, as we remember the late Senator Bob Dole. Good Monday, everybody. I'm Aaron Gilchrist.
And I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us. We begin this hour with Omicron on the move, the newest coronavirus variant of concern, and it's now confirmed in more than 1/3 of the United States.
Yeah, take a look at the map here. No region untouched by Omicron at this point. Health experts predict this map will fill in even more as new cases are confirmed across the country. Now, meanwhile, new cases are starting to trend in the wrong direction thanks to Thanksgiving travel and gatherings. Nearly 150,000 new cases were reported on Friday. And to put that in context for you, not only is that the highest number the U.S. has seen since the late summer surge, it remains the highest number of any country in the world.
Now, New York City is ramping up efforts to contain the coronavirus. The city is rolling out a first-of-its-kind vaccine mandate for all private sector workers. Here's what Mayor Bill de Blasio had to say about it on MSNBC this morning.
We've got Omicron as a new factor. We've got the colder weather, which is going to really create additional challenges with the Delta variant. We've got holiday gatherings. We in New York City have decided to use a preemptive strike to really do something bold to stop the further growth of COVID and the dangers it's causing to all of us.
Now, in just a moment, we'll talk to NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton on new testing rules for international travelers. But let's start with NBC News medical contributor Dr. Natalie Azar to answer some of your COVID questions. Dr. Azar, the mayor of New York City just announced that first-of-its-kind vaccine mandate expansion to private companies now. From a medical perspective, what impact would you expect this sort of a mandate to have in fighting the rise in cases that we're seeing?
Well, sure, Aaron. And just to be clear, I'm sure that there very likely will be some challenges to this, as there are with all potential mandates. But if we think about what the primary goal of vaccination is, and that is to prevent severe disease, hospitalization, and death, we know that vaccines do achieve that. Do we know whether or not they really are truly beneficial in terms of reducing transmission, for either asymptomatic, mild or moderate disease? They don't work as well for that as they do, again, for their primary goal. From a public health perspective, it's absolutely the right move. But as I said, I'm sure there probably will be legal challenges to this.
And I wanted to ask you about that. I mean, from a public health perspective, is this something you would encourage other places to consider doing as we look at, different parts of the country? New York City still has a pretty decent vaccination rate, but there are other parts of the country that are dramatically lower than what we see here in New York.
Well, sure. I mean, I think we would all agree that, from a public health perspective, probably the biggest impact in terms of ending the pandemic is going to be vaccination, but it's not vaccination alone. Masking and testing and all of those other mitigation strategies are definitely important. But just in terms of the strongest tool, if you will, in the toolbox, I would certainly say vaccination is number one.
A little bit about Omicron now. There's still so much that we don't know about this particular variant, this new variant, but we do know it has a significantly higher number of mutations. We keep hearing that. Can you translate that into layman's terms for us? What do regular folks need to understand about that practically?
Right. So if you think about when we developed the initial vaccines, it was against the original strain of coronavirus. What viruses do, because they do need to do this in order to survive, is that they will adapt and acquire new mutations to evade the immune protection that is triggered by vaccination. Again, we've all been vaccinated against the original strain. And what we are concerned about with this particular variant is that not just the presence of the mutations, but the quantity, the profile of those mutations, specifically on that spike protein, which is the part of the virus that anchors itself to the human cell. There are a lot of mutations in that area that makes us concerned, number one, that the new strain could evade immune protection from both vaccination or natural immunity, which we've seen. And it could also potentially become more contagious because one of those mutations happens to be exactly at the spot where the virus enters the human cell. So for us, practically speaking, if you're vaccinated, you might be more likely to get infected, potentially with a mild illness or even asymptomatic illness. What we don't know yet is whether or not individuals who've been infected with Omicron, who've been vaccinated, will have more severe disease. Preliminary data out of Southern Africa suggests that that's not the case. That is not yet definitive. It's just too soon to know.
We'll have you back when you know more. Dr. Natalie Azar, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks.
NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton joins us now with a look at the new international travel COVID testing rule. Antonia, thanks for being with us. We know that these rules are starting today. Can you just walk us through some of the specifics? What should people expect if they are traveling internationally?
Hey, Morgan. So as of 12:01 a.m. this morning, we're looking at a new travel landscape, and people really need to take a look at these testing requirements, particularly this new one-day window to get back a negative COVID test before you can re-enter the United States. And that's no matter what country you're coming from, no matter your vaccination status, and it applies to everyone who's older than 2 years old. And people have been working with a 72-hour window for testing. So this new one-day window is really something that families, groups traveling together are going to have to plan around. And travelers should remember that not every country has the same testing infrastructure. So if you're heading somewhere remote where perhaps tests cost a significant amount of money, that's something you're going to want to factor in as well. And then at major international travel hubs like JFK or Newark Airport or Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, travelers may start to see some additional biosurveillance. And what that means is that you're going to see a company called Express Check working with the CDC, and they're going to be going out to different travelers coming out of different international flights and offering them free COVID tests so they can gather a group of samples every day to start testing and tracking the presence of Omicron or potentially in the future other variants here in the United States. Morgan.
It's interesting, Antonio, when you mentioned that other countries may not all have the same testing infrastructure in place. Do those at-home tests, are they sufficient to show at those airports? And what are travelers there telling you?
Yeah, so the other thing that everyone needs to know is PCR tests, as they always have been, are going to be the most straightforward accepted tests. But at-home tests and some rapid antigen tests are accepted, but you're going to want to check the CDC guidelines because they're accepted if you're able to do a telehealth video conference appointment with an approved provider who's going to supervise you taking that test. And that's the only way in which those kinds of tests will be approved, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Antonia Hilton for us there. Antonia, thank you.
The Oakland County, Michigan sheriff says the accused gunman in a Michigan high school shooting and his parents are all under around-the-clock observation and in separate cells today. The teen suspect has been in jail since last week. His parents, James and Jennifer Crumbly, are charged with involuntary manslaughter. They were arrested early Saturday morning, nearly a full day after the charges against them were announced. Now, this comes as investigators are piecing together what happened in the hours leading up to the shooting. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Pontiac, Michigan. Ellison, where does the investigation stand right now, and what's coming next, potentially?
Hey, Aaron. So, yeah, as you said, there are 3 members of the same family, all in the same jail complex just over my shoulder. Ethan, Jennifer, and James Crumbly are all in isolation, according to the sheriff, all 3 on suicide watch. They say that is standard operating procedure. The sheriff, when he was asked if the accused shooter, Ethan Crumbly, knew about his parents' arrest and detainment, he said he was not even sure if he was aware that they were in the same same jail or what had happened. He said there is certainly not a scenario where the three of them would be interacting with each other or be able to speak with each other. Jennifer and James Crumbly are both charged with 4 counts of involuntary manslaughter. Their bail is set at $500,000 apiece. The judge agreeing with the prosecution, saying they are a flight risk in large part because of what happened this weekend. The couple, they were supposed to turn themselves in Friday afternoon. Instead, police, local and federal law enforcement spent some 14 hours looking for the fugitives. Ultimately, they located them in Detroit at about 1:30 a.m. Saturday. That's when they took them into custody. They were in a warehouse, a commercial building area, specifically in an art studio. Now police are somewhat shifting their attention to the person who used and rented that art studio. His name is Andre Sikora. Sikora's attorney says that his client is an artist who was friendly with the Crumbleys, that they had some shared hobbies, but they didn't know each other that well. He claims that his client did not know about the charges the couple were facing. According to Sikora's lawyer, the suspects asked to stay with his client because they said they were facing death threats. He says as soon as he realized what was happening, he contacted the police, and he is now cooperating with police. Police are expected to speak with him sometime today to determine whether or not they think charges are appropriate. The couple, the parents involved in this, they could face additional charges related to evading arrest, but their attorneys claim that they were going to eventually turn themselves in. Aaron.
Ellison, I want to ask you very quickly about the larger area there. The prosecutor in Wayne County, Michigan, next door, says that there have been copycat threats made in the Metro Detroit area in the days that followed the shooting there at Oxford. What do we know about those threats and where they stand now?
Yeah, so the sheriff in Oakland County has talked about the fact that even here, he says they are facing and dealing with more threats in this entire area of people. They don't necessarily consider them in this area to be credible threats, but people who are seeing what's happening and then for whatever reason deciding to make threats. We know of at least 6 different incidents in Wayne County involving teens varying in ages from 13 to 15. The majority of those, all but one, were related to threats made at schools in Wayne County. One of the teens was arrested because they actually had, according to prosecutors, a weapon on them at school. Aaron.
Ellison Barber for us in Michigan today. Ellison, thank you.
It's a reluctant return today to a Trump-era immigration policy along the U.S.-Mexico border. The Biden administration scrapped the policy requiring migrants to wait in Mexico until they have an immigration hearing in the United States. But lawsuits in 2 states forced it back on the books. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following this story now, and he joins us live from Ciudad Juarez in Mexico. Guad, what are Mexican officials anticipating there as this new policy goes into effect today?
Morgan, well, every state has different cities along the border here in Mexico. Every state with these cities is going to deal with it in a different way. We spoke to state officials here in Ciudad Juarez from Chihuahua, talking about the resources that they will have, anticipating that more migrants will be sent back to here to Ciudad Juarez and other cities along the Chihuahua border. Now, one of the things that he mentioned was, first, that some of the migrants that have been crossing into the U.S. who want to ask for asylum, some of them doing it illegally through the border wall, are being returned to Mexico without even getting an opportunity to begin that asylum process. They wanted to make that point, but now with this new program being implemented, they expect more migrants to even be returned. And let's hear from some of this interview where he was talking about the limited resources they would have to receive the migrants.
We can say, well, our resources are limited. Shelter capacity is about 3,000, and we already have 2,500 spaces occupied. So it does pose a challenge, and we are looking at a way to improve living conditions in shelters to better our local capacities to receive more people. But ultimately, well, our capacities are limited.
Now, Enrique also added that the migrants that are in these shelters currently in Ciudad Juarez, that's only a third of the migrants that are here. The others have just figured out ways to be able to find a place where they can stay until the opportunity will come for them to go to the border and ask for asylum.
It's interesting, Guad, because I know the Remain in Mexico is back as a policy, but there are some changes. How is it different this time around?
Right, so there's a lot of changes happening when it comes to the border all the time, right? So, like I said, there's people that are crossing undocumented illegally into the U.S. who get expelled from the country under Title 42. That's happening on a daily basis from what they tell me. These are people that sometimes want to ask for asylum, but we're being told they don't even get that opportunity. So that's been happening. Now, with the MPP being implemented again, now with the Biden administration saying that the people that do get an opportunity to begin the asylum process in the U.S. that have crossed through Mexico, those individuals will have to will have to be sent back into Mexico to wait during the process, right? They'll be able to cross for their court hearings. Now, here's what's changed. The Mexican government asked that these people be vaccinated or be given the opportunity to get the vaccine while in the U.S. before being returned to Mexico. Also, the Mexican government is asking the courts to move faster because some of the migrants that were under this program before, during the Trump era, would be here for more than a year waiting for these court proceedings. Now, the U.S. government has said that this will now happen in under 6 months. So they're offering the vaccines. They're also offering the courts to have more staff so that the process will move faster. And they've also said that more resources will be available for the Mexican government to help these shelters, but that specifically has not been informed. So we know that they've said help will be coming, but they haven't specified what kind of help they would give to these shelters, Morgan.
All right, NBC's Guad Venegas for us there in Ciudad Juarez, Mexico. Guad, thank you so much.
Lawmakers returning to Washington today with a packed agenda before the end of the year. Today also marks a major deadline for the January 6th committee, as 5 allies of former President Donald Trump have until the end of today to hand over documents. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Hallie Vitale joining us now from the Capitol. Hallie, these depositions that were scheduled for today have been postponed. What can you tell us about that and about this deadline for documents today?
Yeah, Aaron, another week of deadlines for the January 6th committee. We know that 2 depositions that were scheduled to happen today for former National Security Advisor Michael Flynn, as well as former Trump body man Nick Luna, those were postponed. A committee aide telling me that this is sometimes what happens when they have witnesses who are cooperating or engaging with the committee. Their deposition dates can slide. It sort of underscores that for the committee, the more important thing is ultimately getting the documents and information. We also know, though, today is a documents deadline for some of the people who were involved with the permitting and planning of the rallies at the Ellipse and at the Capitol on January 6th, as well as figures like Alex Jones and Roger Stone. And then you look to the rest of the week. There's a documents deadline tomorrow for some far-right groups like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers. And then on Wednesday and Friday, deadlines for depositions again. John Eastman, the former Trump lawyer who argued that Vice President Mike Pence could overturn the election results, which of course he couldn't and he didn't. He is supposed to appear for a deposition on Wednesday, but based on some comments that he's made on Steve Bannon's podcast of all places, he has called the committee's investigation a farce and suggested that either he's not going to show up or he's going to work to plead the Fifth during that deposition. And then on Friday, longtime senior Trump aide Jason Miller is also set to testify before the committee. So a lot happening behind the scenes and behind closed doors as we move into next year, when we expect we're going to start seeing some of that become public with hearings and other things like that.
So some of the other business that's happening on the Hill now, there are 9 days now to raise the debt ceiling. The Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer has said he wants a vote on Build Back Better, the president's agenda, before Christmas. Will all of this get done?
Yeah, Aaron, debt ceiling, a vote on Build Back Better before Christmas. Schumer, in his letter to his colleagues just a little while ago, also put voting rights on that list of things to do, in addition to the Defense Spending Authorization Act. There are so many different things that they are trying to do before Christmas. On the Build Back Better piece of this, it's a little bit of policy that's holding them up, because they have to wait for the parliamentarian to tell them that all of the different policy pieces in here actually work within the confines of this arcane reconciliation process. Everything they're doing has to touch that budgetary bottom line. But it's also a little bit of politics, because many of the personalities on the Senate side who have long been at the center of this still haven't weighed in definitively as a yes. I'm talking about people like Senators Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin. We've been having conversations with them, and they have still not said yes, they will wholeheartedly support this, even though it's been negotiated very much with their preferences in mind. So that's pretty important on Build Back Better. And then on the debt ceiling, that's one of those deadlines that they absolutely absolutely cannot move. Right now it's mid-December. There's some other estimates happening right there, but that is definitely one of the things that has to be done by the deadline. The U.S. has never defaulted on our line of credit before.
Hallie for us at the Capitol today. Hallie, thank you.
And protecting the planet or pure profit.
Straight ahead, the new investigation into whether some giant global companies committed to tackling climate change are doing it for money or for making the world a better place.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Markets are rebounding today after a roller coaster ride last week fueled by fears over the new coronavirus variant. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now live. Dom, thanks for being here. The Dow is higher today despite the new COVID variant and the sell-offs we saw last week. But are investors more optimistic now?
So Morgan, we've often spoken about this notion that financial markets handicap conditions and news in real time. So you've got that optimism today, and it has a good deal to do with traders and investors looking at, and then maybe more importantly, beyond the threat of the Omicron variant. And that's causing what some traders are calling a rotation out of some of the larger tech and media companies and into those that benefit the most during an economic recovery. So you think about companies like travel and leisure, you think about companies like in oil and gas as we start to use more fuel to travel and drive around, or even the ones that make things like construction machinery as people start to build things more often. So add to that some relatively more optimistic comments from the Biden administration's chief medical advisor, Dr. Anthony Fauci, about the early data on Omicron being somewhat encouraging, while still saying that they're in the early stages, if you will, of understanding what the variant is all about. You put all of that together, Morgan, and it really has given some investors a reason to buy in a market that's sold off, as you pointed out, on some of those same fears just over the last couple of weeks.
It's interesting, Don, because we're also learning now more about an SEC investigation into Tesla as well as their solar panels. What is the latest there?
So Tesla shares are lower. This is the SEC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, launching an investigation into Tesla over a whistleblower's complaints that the company failed to properly notify shareholders and the public of fire risks associated with the solar panel system defects that they might have. That's according to a report from Reuters. Now, Tesla is already facing a federal safety probe into accidents involving its driver-assisted systems. So it's just one more thing for Tesla to have to worry about right now, Morgan.
All right, CNBC's Dominic Chu for us there. Dom, thank you.
Sure.
Now to a new series here on NBC News Now, Rescuing the Rainforest. Major global corporations are making major promises to curb climate change by rolling out plans to go carbon neutral over the next decade. One plan includes massive investment in replanting forests to suck up the emissions, earning companies so-called forest credits. But can the solution go far enough to making a meaningful difference? NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman has been digging into this. He joins us now with his latest reporting. Josh, I want to start with an explanation of what these forest credits are, if you can, and why companies want them.
Yeah, it's kind of complicated, but the basic idea here is that trees are like the opposite of pollution because they actually absorb carbon dioxide and store it safely so it can't go into the atmosphere and lead to global warming. So in theory, at least, the more trees and forests you have, those trees actually offset some of the pollution that we're putting into the air and keeping global warming in check. And so basically the point is that every 1 ton of carbon can be converted to a credit that a company, for example, can buy so that on paper they can say, look, if we are emitting this much carbon dioxide that we can't address through other means because it's just inevitable, we're going to offset it through buying these credits, basically paying farmers and forest owners not to cut down their trees, not to get rid of those carbon sinks. And in exchange, these companies can go to their investors, can go on advertisements and say, look, on paper, we've balanced out all of our carbon dioxide emissions because we've offset them with these credits that we're essentially buying in places all around the world.
So are we seeing any evidence that these planted forests are making any real tangible difference?
Yeah, this is where it starts to get really murky, because on the one hand, these credits are funneling large amounts of money to these environmental projects in parts of the world where they really are starved for that cash. So Delta Airlines, for example, wants to go carbon neutral. They are spending $30 million to help reforestation efforts in places like a wildlife sanctuary in Cambodia and a peat tree swamp in Indonesia. But it's really hard when you're talking about using these to basically justify your own emissions to say that this is actually making a difference. Because, for example, if you pay a landowner not to cut down a forest and you assume that means that you get all of this benefit in not having carbon dioxide, how do you know they weren't going to not cut down the forest in the first place? Or how do you know that they won't just go cut down a different forest and you still have the same amount of carbon going into the air, but on paper this company is being able to say, look, we've zeroed out our emissions. And that's why, Aaron, climate finance experts and environmentalists are very concerned about this growing marketplace for forest credits that are really taking off as investors are trying to make it very apparent that corporate America is trying to take on climate change in a serious way.
And Josh, we're out of time, but I want to ask you very quickly, what safety nets are there in place to make sure that a system like this isn't abused by these mega companies?
So technically, all of these projects have to be audited by basically third parties that go in and look and say, how many trees are there? What would happen otherwise? Is this legit? But here's the bizarre thing. In a lot of cases, the companies that are selling these credits are the ones that hire the auditors. So there's a real conflict of interest there.
Yeah, obviously. All right, Josh Letterman, keep an eye on this for us. It'll be interesting to see how it goes moving into the future. Thank you, Josh.
He was a soldier, senator, and staunch advocate for the disabled.
We are remembering Bob Dole today by taking a look at the lasting marks he left on American policies during his storied 3-decade political career. That's coming up.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening. with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Making news right now, an Arizona nurse is heading to prison for 10 years for impregnating a patient who was incapacitated. Nathan Sutherland was sentenced late last week. He pleaded guilty to assaulting the woman who later gave birth to the child. Sutherland also received lifetime probation and has to register as a sex offender when he's released. Weather is working against fire crews hoping to get an upper hand on a wildfire in Colorado. Right now, the Miners Candle Fire has already scorched more than 20 acres and is just less than half contained. Dangerously dry conditions and high winds are making the firefight even more difficult. And the flight of the butterfly is happening in Mexico. Check this out. Millions of butterflies have made their way to Mexico as part of their winter migration. Hundreds of people came out to see the butterflies at a national reserve. If you think millions of butterflies is a lot, well, scientists say this number is actually down from recent years, which typically sees about 1 billion of these butterflies flying around.
Today, we're remembering the life and legacy of longtime Republican Senator Bob Dole. He passed away yesterday at 98 years old. Dole's storied career took him from the World War II battlefield to the U.S. House, then on to the Senate for nearly 30 years before becoming the 1996 Republican presidential nominee. Policies that he helped shape are still in place today. NBC News presidential historian Michael Beschloss joins us now to discuss the extraordinary impact of Bob Dole on American politics. Thank you so much, Michael, for being with us. We really appreciate your time. Thank you. We know that Dole was one of the longest-serving senators in U.S. history, serving both as the minority and majority leader. What are some of the cornerstones of his Senate career? And really, how do you think his Senate record will be remembered?
Well, I think he will be looked at as an example of a dinosaur in American politics as of 2021. This is someone who was a moderate Republican for most of his career, collaborated with George McGovern, the great liberal senator from South Dakota, on food stamps, collaborated when he was majority leader of the Senate with President Clinton for 2 years on things like welfare reform and a balanced budget. So he will be honored and remembered for reaching across the aisle and making deals. That was something that was honored by historians and Americans for most of American history. If Bob Dole came to the Senate nowadays, sadly, there would not be a chance in the world that he would become majority leader, because his idea was to, make deals with Democrats and achieve policy, not the kind of round-the-clock combat that we now see in Congress.
It's interesting that you mentioned that sort of, a cornerstone of his leadership was his ability to cross the aisle. But we know that, Michael, the Republican Party is drastically different today than when Dole served. Are there still traces of his leadership or his leadership style within the current GOP?
Not much. And if someone ran for office in one of the states, let's say if a young Bob Dole ran for the Senate in Kansas, there is some possibility that he would be outflanked by someone on the right. Although, let's be realistic about Dole's record. In the last years of his life, he was close to Donald Trump. He called himself a Trumper. And also during his political career, at least on the campaign trail, he was not averse to being at times a pretty rough guy. 1976 debate with Walter Mondale, when Dole was the running mate of President Gerald Ford, he said to Mondale during the debate that he lost his arm as a hero, which he certainly was in World War II, lost it in a Democrat war was the term he used. 1988, he would say to hecklers, go back into your cave. Well, some of them probably belonged in a cave. But the thing is that Dole saw this kind of thing as the kind of politics that were required for him to get elected and reelected to the Senate. But the second he was elected and reelected to the Senate and serving as party leader. There are a lot of big programs that were passed as a result of him collaborating with Democrats.
Such important contact. Michael Beschloss, thank you so much for being with us. We really appreciate your time and your expertise.
Thank you, Morgan.
Thank you.
President Biden is preparing for a face-to-face with Russian President Vladimir Putin. Tomorrow, the two world leaders will have a video call to talk about Russia and Ukraine. Right now, tens of thousands of Russian troops are posted at the border with Ukraine. NBC News reporter Matt Bodner joins us now from Moscow with a closer look at this. Matt, help us sort of put this in context. How important is this call, and what might we expect from it?
Well, Aaron, I think at this point, it is difficult to overestimate the importance of tomorrow's call. It's really become, in many ways, the focal point of well, I guess this crisis. If it's not a crisis yet, it could be very soon. Basically, everything for the past 2 weeks, all the positioning, the saber rattling has been leading to a moment like this. And also, I have to say, you know, the big question has always been through this: what is Russia's actual intent? A lot of ink has been spilled on this question. I will say that in the past several days, their demands, if you will, have crystallized. It appears that Russia likely will approach Biden tomorrow with a demand for some kind of assurance that Ukraine will never be admitted to the NATO alliance. Now, how that plays out on Biden's end will be interesting. We, of course, saw the NATO summit last week where NATO kind of insisted Russia has no right to get involved in that kind of thing. So we'll see how it goes. I think that this is what Putin has been driving for so far. They do, for what it's worth, look like they are at least wanting everyone to believe that if they don't get what they want, they will invade. I think that they kind of like this ambiguity. As for the actual mechanics of tomorrow, we're told from the Kremlin today, the call will begin around 6 p.m. Moscow time. It'll be private, so there really won't be any kind of publicity around it. Any kind of, no part of this meeting will be public. And it's expected to go on for quite a long time. So it could go late into the evening tomorrow night, Moscow time. But I think in many ways at this point, we're all just waiting now for statements on the other end of this meeting.
Matt, you've been a reporter there in Moscow. You've covered Putin for a long time now. Are there any indications that you see that Russia might change direction, might fold on this issue and pull back those troops or reduce the numbers even?
It's hard to say. This one definitely feels different than, for example, the escalation we saw back in April. But the one thing I keep hanging on is that there's not really a lot of overt signs on our end here that Russian society is being prepared to accept the costs of what, 1,750,000 troop offensive would entail. So they could end up quietly backing down if they feel satisfied from this meeting, but we're just going to have to wait and see.
All right, we know you'll be watching it from your post there in Moscow. Matt Bodner for us today. Matt, thank you.
Meanwhile, Pope Francis is wrapping up his latest international trip. The pontiff departed Athens, Greece today after also spending time in Cyprus. His 5-day trip largely focused on the plight of migrants seeking entry into Europe. NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga joins us now from Rome with a closer look at the Pope's travels. Claudia, how did the Pope really spend his time in Greece and in Cyprus? And ultimately, what was his message to the crowds who came to see him in person?
Hey, Morgan. Well, there was no real crowd of Greeks welcoming the Pope because, of course, that is an Orthodox, strongly Orthodox country. And the Pope, the Catholic Pope, is usually seen as with indifference, if not suspicion sometimes. So no crowds there out there in the streets of Athens, but he was welcomed by a very special crowd. And that was a crowd made of migrants in a refugee center on the island of Lesbos, which is the island where, at least until last year when it was burned down, it was home to the largest refugee camp in the whole of Europe. Now, they were excited to see him. He was excited to see them because that was the second time that he visited that island. And that is a big deal in terms of gestures from Pope Francis because popes don't usually travel to the same place during their pontificate. And that was a strong message to world leaders, as if to say, well, look, I'm not traveling to your country to see you twice, but I'm going to the small island where there are refugees to see them twice because I want to highlight their plight, as you mentioned. Also in Pope Francis style, he didn't mince his words when it came to migrants. He called the Mediterranean once again a grim cemetery without tombstones. He called the migrants protagonists of a modern Odyssey, the Greek tragedy. And then today, on the plane back from Athens to Rome, where he held the traditional in-flight press conference, he said that if leaders continue around the world to ignore the migration problem, it will be civilization that will shipwreck. Morgan.
All right, Claudio Lavango for us there. Claudio, thank you so much.
A deadly volcanic eruption in Indonesia and a total eclipse in Antarctica. Let's go around the world in 60 seconds. Indonesia, where the death toll has risen to 15 following a volcanic eruption on Saturday. Mount Semeru continues to spew ash clouds today, blanketing entire villages. Rescuers dug through the mud with their bare hands to save victims. 27 people are still missing. Myanmar, where ousted leader Aung San Suu Kyi has been sentenced to 2 years in jail in the military-ruled country. She was sentenced for incitement and breaching COVID restrictions.
The sentences themselves are ridiculous. They can't beat her in a democratic election, so they've decided to have a coup and to use a kangaroo court, in a judicial system that has been doing the bidding of the military for more than 5 decades.
The United Nations called the trial a sham. And Antarctica, where a solar eclipse plunged that region into total darkness on Saturday. A solar eclipse happens when the moon comes between the sun and the earth, casting a shadow on the earth. The celestial event lasted only a minute before sunlight returned. And that's the world now.
Starting tonight, the NBC News Now family is getting a little bit bigger and a lot more informative. Our News Now show starts tonight with Joshua Johnson, and it just shows how important it is to hear from both sides, and it's making its debut. Joining us now is the man of that hour, NBC News anchor Joshua Johnson. Joshua, it's great to talk to you. It's great to have you with us. It's great to have you here in the NBC News Now family. Can you just kind of talk to our audience a little bit? Tell us about the tone of the show. I know that you told Forbes magazine that your show is going to be a place that really does welcome everybody, no matter what or how they think. So how will your show be different?
Well, our show is going to be different in a number of ways. I mean, for one thing, we're not a straight up newscast. I think after you spent the whole day being a good NBC News fan and receiving everything we have to say all day long, we should spend at least an hour a night listening more than we talk. So it'll be a chance to be engaging, to be interactive, to hear people's questions, but especially people's stories about how the events of the day are affecting them. It feels like there's a lot of noise out there amid the news, and I'm in a way okay with that. Like, there's nothing I can do about the noise. If people want to be noisy, they're going to be noisy. And if you want something that's very strident and political, that's your option. We fought a revolution so we could argue over politics, right? My problem is not the presence of all that conflict. It's the absence of connection. And now tonight is about creating a space where everyone knows that they are welcome, so that when we connect in ways that are raw and real and productive and meaningful.
I love what you're saying about connection. So I guess just very briefly before we let you go, prepare for your show. What do we stand to lose if we don't hear opinions from all sides?
Well, I think, it's reasonable to say some opinions are outside the Overton window, but generally I think we lose a sense of genuine connection. Tonight we're debuting with an interview with the author Brene Brown. She has a new book out called Atlas of the Heart. And one of the things I talked about with her in our conversation is this way that schadenfreude, kind of delight at other people's misfortune, has become what she considers a form of counterfeit belonging or counterfeit connection. Here's part of what she said.
What is it that we're missing out on if we agree, oh yeah, those people are the ones who are screwing the world up?
God, it feels so good that I'm like, oh my God, I hate the same people. We are best friends.
And we're not talking about like Yankees, Red Sox. We're talking about something like political.
Yeah, we're talking about vaccines. We're talking about politics. Right. The thing is that if all we have in common is that we hate the same people, doesn't give us very much to build a relationship on.
And so the key, I think, is not to try to chastise people for the way they think now, but just to give an option. If that's all you want, that's your choice. But when you're ready to reconnect, when you're ready to take a break from the nonstop screaming and yelling, when you're tired of going through life with clenched fists and you're looking for a place that welcomes you with open arms, turn to us. NBC News Now is the place to be. And you have a choice. You have an option for for whether to connect with other people and to do so in ways that matter.
Well, we cannot wait to connect with you tonight. Joshua Johnson, thanks so much for being with us. We appreciate it. And to all of our viewers, you can be sure to watch the premiere of Now tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on Peacock, the NBC News apps, or you can just go to NBCnews.com/now or anywhere else NBC News Now is available. We look forward to seeing you there.
Well, it probably won't keep you from shattering your iPhone screen, but Apple's latest launch can help you skip the trip to the Genius Bar.
Straight ahead, how the tech giant is letting iPhone and MacBook owners take matters into their own hands. Stay with us.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hand. Choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
All right, so most of us have been there. A shattered iPhone screen causing a costly and really time-consuming trip to the Apple Store for a fix.
Well, now Apple is letting people take matters into their own hands. Next year, the tech giant is going to open a store just to sell the parts and tools to fix your own iPhone. Now, this move is bringing attention to a national movement enhancing consumers' right to fix their own devices. NBC News reporter Aiza Garcia-Hodges has the story.
This is probably not a decision that Apple would have made without a lot of political pressure.
When you own a car or a house and something breaks, you can fix it. That's not often the case with your electronics, but that could be changing.
We should be able to make the things that we have last.
Kyle Wiens is the CEO of iFixit, a how-to website and retailer. He wants customers to be able to repair their devices and for manufacturers to give better access to spare parts and repair tools.
Let's take the battery in your car. We all know every few years you need to change the battery in your car, right? We're probably not going to throw away your car because it needs a new battery. But this happens with phones. And so we've been sort of convinced to upgrade our products more frequently than we need to.
Apple recently announced it will be opening an online store where consumers will be able to buy parts, tools, and manuals to fix their devices themselves.
This is huge. This is, I think, particularly the iPhone is the, I think, most profitable product in the history of the world. And so the manufacturer of that product to come along and say, actually, yeah, we're motivated to help our customers make it last longer. That's a really big deal.
The store will open in 2022 and offer more than 200 parts and tools needed to repair common problems like damaged displays or dead batteries. It will eventually expand its product offerings, but will initially only carry parts for iPhone 12 and 13.
It's a device that they have a long history with. They know what people are looking for in terms of repairability.
Neil Seibart, founder of Above Avalon, said he doesn't expect tons of people to try to make their own repairs, but he and others are optimistic that this first from a mobile manufacturer will lead to device longevity and help set a precedent that others will follow. Apple's Chief Operating Officer, Jeff Williams, said in a statement, "Creating greater access to Apple genuine parts gives our customers even more choice if a repair is needed."
They kind of created this world where our products stop working after a couple years. So I'm optimistic that Apple can maybe help lead the way back out of that wilderness.
Can you walk me through some of the political changes happening around right to repair? You know, Apple makes this decision to make it easier for people to repair their devices, but they're not doing that in a vacuum.
So far this year, you had 27 different states introduce right to repair legislation. You had the Federal Trade Commission issue a landmark report saying, they examined the market and they said there's no justification for manufacturers' obstacles to repair. The Biden administration issued an executive order in support of this.
We've been banging this drum and shoving our feet in any door that will open since about 2010. So we're finally at the point where we're very confident that we've gotten the mind share in a number of states.
Gay Gordon Byrne, executive director of the Repair Association, says iPhones are an easy example, but repair issues pertain to anything with a chip, like TVs and home appliances. She said the movement is putting pressure on additional manufacturers to make repair parts available. It's gaining bipartisan support, but there's one ultimate goal.
What's the end game for the right to repair movement? Oh, passing laws. I'm sorry, but that really is the end game, to make sure that that repair is as easy as buying.
They were a political power couple committed to each other and their country.
What late Senator Bob Dole and his wife Elizabeth said was the secret behind their 46-year-long marriage. That's straight ahead.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcast. The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Well, it's a bittersweet ending to a nearly 50-year love story of former Senator and former presidential nominee Bob Dole and his wife, former fellow Senator Elizabeth Dole.
That's right. Today would have marked the couple's 46th wedding anniversary. Bob Dole passed away yesterday at 98 years old. Co-anchor of today's show, Savannah Guthrie, had a chance to speak with the couple a few years ago about how their relationship withstood the test of time.
Hi, Aaron and Morgan. Yes, they were the quintessential Washington power couple, and today would have been their 46th wedding anniversary. Together, Bob and Elizabeth Dole devoted their lives to public service and to each other. And for Valentine's Day back in 2019, I got to sit down with them in their Washington, D.C. home to talk about life, liberty, and the pursuit of each other.
We were ushered into his office, and all of a sudden this side door opens, and in comes Bob Dole, and I look up and I think, gee, he's a good-looking guy. And he says he wrote my name on the back of his blotter.
I did.
Okay, I'm glad you told me the truth.
Yeah.
Were you thinking, maybe I should call her?
Oh, yeah, I thought of that as soon as she walked in.
The year was 1972. Senator Bob Dole was a rising star in the Republican Party, and Elizabeth Hanford, having just graduated from Harvard Law School, was earning a reputation as a fierce consumer advocate.
You know, he was a little bashful because the first time he called, we talked for about 40 minutes. It was a wonderful conversation.
Wow.
And I became completely oblivious to the fact that I had a date sitting in my living room. The phone rang, I went back to my bedroom, answered the call. 40 minutes later, heaven knows what I told that guy when I went back into the living room.
The poor date is just waiting for you?
Yeah, right. He was just sitting there. It was the third call when he finally asked me out. And, you know, I really liked that a lot because I realized he's not some guy chasing women around Capitol Hill, you know.
I never did that. Couldn't catch him anyway.
3 years later, they married. A second marriage for him, a first for her at nearly 40 years old. What made Bob Dole the one?
I love his compassionate heart. And the fact that he'd love to feel that each day he could make a difference for at least one person in need. And I loved the fact that he had such a great sense of humor. In fact, even when I'm the punchline, I still love his humor.
She even fell prey to her husband's infamous humor at her own Senate confirmation hearing for Secretary of Transportation.
He said, perhaps the Federal Highway Administration could use Elizabeth's biscuit recipe for filling potholes.
What did you say?
I said, well, gentlemen, they were all males sitting there. If I'm confirmed for this position, one of my goals is to ensure that we get airbags into every car in America. And fortunately, I already know all about airbags because I've been driving around with one for years.
There have been lots of laughs over the years, but not a lot of fights.
Believe it or not, we have never had a serious argument.
Is that right?
Never. And we've been married, it'll be 44 years this December.
You never really yelled at each other? Even through the stress of being a spouse during a presidential campaign, when each had to put on hold their own careers to support the other.
Some of the women's organizations really chastised me at the time and said, why are you doing this? You're giving up your career. My response was, because this is my choice. This is what I choose to do. And that's a learning, growing experience.
You should have been the candidate. Might have been elected.
Do you think she would have made a good president?
Oh, yeah. And then I'd have gotten good food.
Good food?
Yeah, at the White House. Yeah, but
you don't get good food here?
Well, I don't have to answer that.
We've heard about your biscuit recipe.
Right.
Let me first introduce my wife, Elizabeth.
What advice would you give to a young couple starting out their lives?
Well, you need to focus on your partner's interest, not your own, but what she or he may be doing or may have done that you can talk about.
And stay attuned to your spouse's particular likes, things that turns him on, what does he like, you know, and then plan some great surprises.
One of her best was surprising her husband when he was elected majority leader in 1984 with their first dog, appropriately named Leader.
I got a miniature schnauzer from the Humane Society and walked into his national press conference and presented him to Bob. Now, we worried a little bit after that because the picture went out in the newspapers, and here was Bob and me with this little dog from the Humane Society. And I said, Bob, I hope no child looks at this and says, there's my dog. They found my dog. So after a week or so, no calls, we figured we're okay. Hey, buddy.
And Leader's descendants, including his namesake.
And that's Leader. And
Leader.
this is Blaze.
Still thrive with them today. An act of love which, like their devotion to one another, has endured the test of time.
Thank you so much for being with us this hour. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Aaron Gilchrist. The news continues right now.
Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris. You're watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. President Biden's trying to lower the cost of prescription drugs. So will your trip to that pharmacy be any cheaper? Could Oxford High School have done more to stop the deadly shooting there last week? We'll take you to Pontiac, Michigan, where the state's attorney general is offering to get involved. Plus, new COVID testing rules for international travelers start today. What you need to know before you take your next trip. We start this hour at the White House. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons has a preview of President Biden's call with Vladimir Putin tomorrow. But first, NBC News White House reporter Lauren Egan has details of the president's new plan to try and lower prescription drug prices. So, Lauren, the president met with two young women who have diabetes earlier today to highlight the high cost of insulin. What is President Biden saying about trying to bring down skyrocketing prescription prices?
That's right. The president saying that no one should have to choose between life-saving drugs such as insulin and other essential goods such as food or rent. The president said that the cost of prescription drugs, especially insulin in this country, is outrageous and it's much higher compared to some other wealthy nations. The president making the case in a speech just a few minutes ago for passing his Build Back Better plan. He said that that would lower the cost of prescription drugs by putting a cap on how much a person would have to spend each month. So, for example, someone who needs insulin, he said, under his plan, would only spend a maximum of $35 a month on insulin. Of course, right now it is much more than that under our current health care laws. But of course, that Build Back Better plan right now has been passed by the House. It is being held up in the Senate, and the president urged the Senate to do what the House did and to take up the bill and to vote in favor of it and get it on his desk before Christmas. Listen to what the president had to say just a few minutes ago.
The difference between nearly dying and thriving is the cost of one drug. Sarah and Aisha are far, far from being alone. These price increases are about companies looking to maximize profits, and nobody standing up for the patients. Nobody with the power to do something about it. It's enough, enough. Nobody has held the manufacturers accountable until now.
The White House has said that they are in constant contact with senators on Capitol Hill to try and make sure that this can get passed by Christmas. But White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki telling reporters just a few minutes ago that it's really up to two senators that we're waiting to hear from on this. That, of course, is Joe Manchin and Senator Sinema. Those are two moderates that have been a bit of a holdouts here on the Build Back Better plan. And as Biden was leaving that speech, one of my colleagues, Monica Alba, asked him whether or not he was confident he could pass it by Christmas. And he said that this has to get done no matter how long it takes.
Lauren, White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki also confirming a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Olympics today. That hasn't happened since the 1980 games in Moscow. What's the White House saying about this decision?
That's right. So what that means is that the U.S. will not send any official delegation to the Beijing Olympics, but U.S. athletes will still go and they will still participate. The White House said they made this decision in response to what they said were human rights abuses by the Chinese government, particularly in their treatment of Uyghur Muslims in the Xinjiang province. The State Department has called that genocide, as well as some other human rights abuses, such as crackdowns on pro-democracy movements in Hong Kong. Listen to what the White House press secretary had to say about this earlier today.
The athletes on Team USA have our full support.
We will be behind them 100% as we cheer them on from home, but we will not be contributing to the fanfare of the games. U.S. diplomatic or official representation would treat these games as business as usual in the face of the PRC's egregious human rights abuses and atrocities in Xinjiang, and we simply can't do that.
Psaki said that the administration officials did warn Beijing before she made this announcement today that they were notified that the U.S. would not be sending any diplomatic presence to the Beijing Olympics. We've heard from the Beijing government just a few weeks ago, and they have committed to a robust response if there were to be any boycotts of these Olympic Games. Allison.
All right, Lauren Egan, thanks for your reporting today from outside the White House. Presidents Biden and Putin are meeting on a video call tomorrow with tensions growing over the Russian troop buildup near Ukraine. NBC News senior international correspondent Keir Simmons tells us what's at stake.
Hey, Alison, amid those fears of a deadly conflict in Europe, perhaps within months, that crucial conversation between President Biden and President Putin is set to take place tomorrow at 10 a.m. Eastern.
Tens of thousands of Russian troops have deployed on its border with Ukraine, revealed in these satellite images. U.S. intelligence warning President Putin's military has drawn up plans to invade.
What we see is heavy weapons, we see armored units, we see drones.
A Kremlin official telling NBC News, "I really hope it will not explode." Ukrainian forces have been fighting Russian-backed separatists since 2014 and are not taking any chances. President Biden will hold a virtual meeting with President Putin on Tuesday. The talks pivotal to preventing a war in Eastern Europe.
We're going to have a long discussion with Putin.
While multiple diplomatic sources in Russia and the West tell NBC News President Putin has not decided to invade Ukraine yet. But Russia has been proposing red lines, like no expansion of NATO.
Do you accept Putin's red line on Ukraine? I don't accept anybody's red line.
President Biden promising to make any invasion, quote, very difficult for President Putin. But one European diplomatic source telling me Russia enjoys this. It distracts and destabilizes Washington.
To Michigan, and a big question there this afternoon. What did Oxford High School know, and how did they handle it? Michigan's Attorney General offering to formally review the shooting at that school last week. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber is in Pontiac, Michigan. So, Ellison, what's the latest? Is there a chance that school officials could actually be charged here?
It's possible. The lead prosecutor, the top prosecutor for this county, has said that the investigation is ongoing. And when it relates to additional charges, specifically as it relates to the possibility of charges for school officials in some capacity, she says that they have not ruled that out. Parents, police, prosecutors, they are all looking at and asking some very difficult questions for the school. They want to know specifically what happened in the lead up to this shooting and whether or not things should have been done or more things could have been done to prevent the massacre that we saw take place. Remember, a few things here. A teacher reported the alleged shooter a day before the rampage after they saw him Googling ammunition. He and later his parents told the school that shooting was a family hobby. Then the morning of the massacre, he was called into the guidance counselor's office for a meeting after a teacher reported finding a disturbing drawing in his desk. That drawing included images of a gun, of bullets, and it said, "The thoughts won't stop. Help me. Blood everywhere." The school brought his parents in for a meeting. Then that student, the alleged shooter, was sent back to class. The school superintendent for the entire county is defending school officials here, saying that a few things happened in that meeting. One, he says the accused murderer claimed that the drawing was a video game design and that he wanted to pursue video game design as a career. They also say while he was waiting for his parents to arrive for about an hour and a half, they observed him and that he had a calm demeanor. He was asking questions about homework o'clock and then started working on homework that he was worried he was going to miss. They also say his parents in that meeting flatly refused to take their son home. The school told them to get their son counseling within 48 hours and then sent him back to class. The superintendent says the school did not know that this individual had a gun or had access to a gun. They say that because he had no prior disciplinary record, that instead of sending him home to an empty house, they sent him back to class. Just within the last half hour, the top prosecutor for this county has now said that she believes the school had the legal authority to search this individual's backpack and also his locker. They did not, to our knowledge, do either of those things. Police have said we don't know exactly where the suspect in this hid and kept that gun. In looking at video evidence, they say the first time you can physically see the weapon is when he comes out of the bathroom, and that's where he starts shooting. But they believe the gun was obviously either on his person or in a backpack stored somewhere. And now we have the prosecutor saying school officials had the legal authority to search his backpack and also his locker, and they did not do that despite seeing what many people have described as red flags within the 24 hours prior to the rampage beginning. Allison.
Allison, when we were last reporting on this story on Friday afternoon, police were looking for the suspected shooter's parents. I know they found them over the weekend. Could you tell us about that?
Yeah, they found them at about 1:30 in the morning on Saturday. That manhunt started in this county, Oakland County. It ended at a warehouse, an art studio specifically, in a commercial building in Detroit. Police, they say that the couple, even though they knew they were going to be charged with 4 counts each of involuntary manslaughter, that they at some point withdrew $4,000 from an ATM and then essentially disappeared and failed to turn themselves in at an agreed upon time. Their attorneys are still claiming that their clients intended to turn themselves in at some point. The judge agreed with the prosecution and police, who say they did not have an intention to do that, and set their bond at $500,000 per person because the judge said they are a flight risk. The parents have pled not guilty to the 4 counts that each of them are charged with, but now there is a possibility that they could face additional charges related to evading arrest.
Allison, I understand that authorities are looking at a person who's connected to that building where the parents were over the weekend. What can you tell us there?
Yeah, so it was an art studio, an artist by the name of Andrei Shakora, that belonged to him. Apparently, according to his attorney, he had a prior relationship with both Jennifer and James Crumbly. He says it was not a close relationship, but they had some shared hobbies, horseback riding, some things like that. He claims, the lawyer claims, that his client, Shakora, did not know that the couple was facing these charges. The lawyer says that the artist, Shakora, he had been asked by the couple to possibly stay with him because they said they were facing death threats. At some point today, we expect that artist, Andrei Shakora, to meet with police in the building behind me. Police have said that they are considering, and investigators need to talk to him, whether or not he should be charged as an accessory of some sort. Allison,
I have one last question for you before you go. You've been so thorough in updating us on everything that's going on. I just want to ask how the shooting survivors are doing. Any updates on the people who were hurt last week?
Yeah, I mean, those are the most important names, the most important faces to remember. One of the children who lost their lives in the hallway of their school, his name is Tate Meyer. He's expected to be laid to rest tomorrow around noon. Visitations for him became today, but we're hearing more and more stories about the 4 who lost their lives, the type of people they were, the future plans they had. And then, of course, you had 7 people who were injured in this. Many of those have been released from the hospital since then. But last I heard, there was still 1 student, a female student, who had been shot in the chest. She had been on a ventilator. Last I heard, she was removed from the ventilator, but was still in critical condition. Allison.
All right, well, let's hope she continues to improve. Ellison, thanks so much for all of your reporting today.
Bye.
There are new COVID testing requirements now for anyone flying to the U.S. International travelers have to show a negative COVID test within a day of their departure. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton's at JFK International Airport in New York City with all the details. So, Antonia, talk us through these new testing rules for travelers and how they've changed just today.
Well, Allison, as of 12:01 this morning, there's a new landscape for travelers here, and it really focuses on the testing aspect of travel. So now people have a one-day window to get a negative COVID test before they're able to fly back into the United States. And that's no matter what country you're coming from. That is regardless of your vaccination status. And it applies to everyone who's over 2 years of age. And that one-day window is important because most folks have been operating with a 72-hour window in which they can find a PCR test or other approved CDC-approved testing. And now what the landscape looks like is you're going to have to find a quick-turn quality test in whatever country you're in, or look for an at-home test or a rapid antigen test that also comes with a telemedicine component, so a video and audio call with an approved provider who's going to watch you actually administer the test to yourself. So this is all, pretty critical components that families or travelers are going to have to think through before they take their next big trip, as they're both logistical hurdles or in some cases also expensive ones. In many countries, these tests can sometimes be costly at some hotels and resorts. And I met a family earlier today trying to work through the potential costs for them. So, for people who are planning to take trips in the holiday season or well into the new year, not only do they have to think about the logistical aspects of this, but they're going to want to take a look at their budget, Allison.
Yeah, a lot to think about before you leave the house, especially if you're traveling with a big family. So what are you hearing from international travelers about the new rules? I know a lot of people are coming into town this week, next week. This is the season for that kind of travel.
Oh, yeah, and there is already confusion here on the ground. I've actually been in and out of JFK the last several days. I met a woman the other day on her way to Bangladesh, and she told me that she knew these restrictions were coming. She's going to be there for about 3 weeks, and she was nervous. She said the last time that she visited family there, it was hard for her to find a quality PCR test that she thought would give her results back in time. And that was before this one-day window. So she was heading out, and you could see on her face was visibly nervous. And then our team spoke this morning to a family that arrived just hours after all of this went into effect. And they had scrambled. They got multiple tests. They had an issue with a lab. They were worried that one of their tests wouldn't be accepted here, and they ended up spending about $600. Take a listen to our conversation with them.
It was very stressful because we had to get the COVID test 72 hours before, but the rules changed, so we decided to get the 24-hour test before just in case. But because it was before December 6th, they accepted the 72 hours PCR test. But it was very stressful.
Travelers are also going to start seeing some additional security efforts in airports like JFK, Newark, Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, and SFO. And they're going to see a group called Express Check working with the CDC to start doing free tests that they can sample passengers coming from certain countries and start tracking the new variant and potentially in the months to come other variants that could emerge, Allison.
Antonia, I'm getting on my first flight in 2 years on Thursday. Thank you so much for laying out all the changes so we know what to expect when we get to the airport. A lot of differences these days. Really appreciate it. Coming up, Eamon Moyaldine has a new podcast, American Radical. He digs into the radicalization and death of a January 6th rioter. Eamon joins us next.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important? Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go to NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCnews.com. Hi, Maya.
Hey, Allison. We start in Georgia, where former Republican Senator David Perdue has announced his bid for governor. Perdue lost his Senate seat to Democrat John Ossoff earlier this year. Up to 900 bison from Yellowstone National Park could be shot, slaughtered, or placed in quarantine this winter. Federal, tribal, and state officials are considering that decision to prevent the animals from spreading a bacterial disease to cattle. A Brazilian neighborhood once known for its high drug use is now the country's largest community garden. It's about the size of 4 soccer fields and feeds nearly 800 families. The prime ministers of Russia and India met to discuss military trade deals today. Meanwhile, India is also trying to ramp up its allyship with the U.S., but India's acceptance of Russian military equipment could complicate things. And Santa is slaying the slopes for charity. Over 230 St. Nick's skied and snowboarded in Maine this weekend, raising thousands of dollars for local education and recreation programs. Allison, back to you.
Maya, thank you. The Justice Department is suing Texas over the state's new redistricting maps, claiming they unfairly target minority voters. Take a listen to Associate Attorney General Vanita Gupta.
This is not the first time Texas has acted to minimize the voting rights of its minority citizens. Decade after decade, courts have found that Texas has enacted redistricting plans that deliberately dilute the voting strength of Latino and Black voters and that violate the Voting Rights Act.
NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams joining me now. So, Pete, what else is the DOJ saying on this?
Well, they look at the numbers. They note that Texas gained about 4 million people between the last census and this most current census. All these redistricting plans are being drawn up around the country with the new census information. And it said that 95% of that population gain was because of non-white residents. But when Texas gained 2 seats in the House, it gave both of them to districts in which white voters were the majority. And then it eliminated a district in West Texas in which Latino voters had a chance to elect the person of their choice. And it also carved a lot of Latino voters out of the DFW metropolitan area. So the Justice Department says all of these actions were illegal. They all were intended to dilute the voting strength of Latino and Black voters. That's illegal, they say, under the Voting Rights Act. So they've sued Texas and they've asked a judge to toss out this redistricting plan and order up a new one.
Pete, anything from Texas Governor Greg Abbott yet? What's he saying?
Haven't heard the response yet from Texas. There's already a lawsuit, of course, challenging Texas and its redistricting plan that's been filed by a number of civil rights groups. The lead group is MALDEF, and they have made many of these same claims. So now they have the Justice Department on their side.
Pete, any updates on that lawsuit?
No, that one is just in process now. It's going to take a while, and I guess the question is, will this all get resolved before the midterm elections? I'm sure that it will be resolved in the district court. Whether it will get through all the courts of appeals and potentially appeals to the U.S. Supreme Court, I don't know. But, of course, one thing that's unusual about this case is that in the past, whenever a state wanted to change its voting procedures, move a polling place, change the time to vote, or redraw maps, it had to get what's called pre-clearance, permission in advance. Now it doesn't. Now the government has to sue one by one, and so it's a taller legal burden.
All right, Pete Williams, always great to see you. Thank you.
You bet.
A new memo calling into question the military's response to the January 6th Capitol attack. Politico's reporting a former D.C. National Guard officer is accusing two senior Army leaders of lying to Congress and participating in a secret attempt to rewrite the history of the military's response to the Capitol riot. NBC News national politics reporter Sahil Kapoor joining me from the Hill. So, Sahil, tell us more about what's in that memo and what new information it provides about how the military responded back on the 6th.
Allison, it's a blistering memo in which this National Guard official accuses the U.S. Army, accuses Pentagon leaders, I should say, of lying to Congress about their actions on the day of January 6th, specifically the deployment of the D.C. National Guard to try to quell the attempted insurrection on this Capitol. Specifically, this individual, Colonel Earl G. Matthews, in a memo dated December 1st that has also now been obtained by NBC News, says these two Army officials misled Congress when they claimed the Guard was not ready or capable to deploy before it did. Matthews further calls the Army leaders absolute and unmitigated liars who, get this, tried to create an alternate reality he says is worthy of the best Stalinist or North Korean propagandists. He does not hold back.
Wow, not at all.
The Pentagon, a Pentagon spokesperson that NBC News has reached out to has not yet responded, nor have the two senior officials named in this. This is, of course, relevant as the January 6th Select Committee created by the House of Representatives tries to figure out everything that happened on that day, including failures and security lapses that led to this attempted insurrection and coup that lasted much longer than some critics say it should have.
Sahil, another question for you. Donald Trump's former national security advisor, we're talking about Michael Flynn, of course, supposed to testify before the January 6th Select Committee today. That was rescheduled. Do we know why?
Yes, the January 6th Select Committee has given him a postponement, a short postponement, as they call it, along with a man named Nick Luna, who is a former personal assistant to Donald Trump, who was in the Oval Office with him that day. That's according to our colleagues Ali Vitale and Hallie Talbot, who report that the committee is planning to give them postponements. The reason for this is that the committee wants information from these individuals, and there's quirk in the law that if they refer them to the Justice Department for prosecution, they don't actually have to cooperate with the committee. They can pay the fine and do the time and then go home. So this committee is trying to do whatever it can to get more information out of these individuals rather than simply punish them and risk them going away. Of course, they say these men, along with others, such as Mark Meadows, the then White House Chief of Staff, are engaging and showing signs of cooperating. So it appears that the initial attempt to refer Steve Bannon, the former Trump advisor to the DOJ for prosecution, has had an impact in getting some individuals to cooperate.
All right, Sahil Kapoor on the Hill. Thank you. MSNBC anchor Ayman Mohyeldin has a brand new original podcast out. It is called American Radical, and it tells the story of the radicalization of a January 6th rioter, Roseanne Boylan. She is one of 5 people who were killed at the Capitol that day. Take a listen.
Roseanne began to withdraw from family commitments and instead started going down a QAnon rabbit hole of child trafficking conspiracy theories.
She was like, hey, have you heard about this? And I was like, no. So she researched it. So I left there at probably 5 o'clock in the evening, and she texted me at 7 o'clock in the morning. She had been up all night watching YouTube.
Ayman joins me live now on set. It's great to see you. I feel like I haven't seen you in a little while.
Exactly.
Congrats on the podcast.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
This is so interesting. So she's actually from your hometown in Georgia. How'd you connect with her family?
Yeah, so it's so funny. I mean, I didn't know who she was. And, you know, after January 6th, it was a bit kind of chaotic. I wasn't tracking the victims. And 3 days after January 6th, I get a message on Facebook from an old high school friend of mine who happens to be Roseanne's brother-in-law saying that the family believes she had been radicalized in under 6 months and that she was one of the people that died on the Capitol on January 6th. So that began this long 11-month investigation because they gave us access to some of her journals, some of her social media posts where we've been trying to access her phone, but we spoke to friends and family and we were able to kind of put together this composite of not just the last 6 months of her life, but also the family now is trying to answer the last couple of minutes of her life on the steps of the Capitol.
So in situations like this, a lot of times family, friends don't want to talk. They don't want to invite the media in. Why was it so important for her family to connect with you and to share what happened with her?
That's a really good question. I think it's in part because there was two components to this. People politicized January the 6th, and certainly the victims. People who are Trump supporters tried to portray people like Roseanne as being martyrs and those that were killed by the police. And that is not true. That is not accurate. Let's just be clear about that. But at the same time, the family knew that what she had gone through and what she had experienced was dangerous. And they wanted to make sure that her sobriety, which was something she fought very hard for, was not just simply glossed over and portrayed as, you know, as it came out in the autopsy report that she had died of a drug overdose. So they've been trying to fight a little bit to protect her sobriety, but also they want to warn other families out there about radicalization and how that happens online with their children.
Her story is both upsetting and incredible to hear. You know, Eamon, you spent this whole year digging into it. The podcast is awesome. Thanks for previewing it.
Thank you so much.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And the first episode of Eamon's new podcast series, American Radical, is now available wherever you like to get your podcasts. And don't forget, you can also catch Eamon Saturday and Sunday nights on MSNBC. Remain in Mexico restarting this week. The controversial Trump-era immigration policy back today. How one Mexican border city is preparing.
Around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now. News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me give you a hint.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The border city of Juarez, Mexico, bracing for an influx of migrants. The Trump-era Remain in Mexico policy is restarting today, and that means many asylum seekers will have to wait outside the U.S. for their immigration hearings. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is in Juarez. So, Guad, I understand you're at a shelter for migrants at the border. Tell us what it's like there.
Allison, I am. This is one of the few shelters that has migrants. There's shelters all over the city. Most of them are already at capacity before this new policy kicks in again. So if you can see, a lot of these shelters have been improvised. This was a shop to fix air conditioning units. It was also a church in the front. And as you can see behind me, there's some clothing, there's a tent. And on my right side, there's classrooms. So you've got all of this going on in an area where they used to have a shop and a small church, and now they opened up some classrooms because what we've been told is the migrants that come to the border, half of the migrants are actually minors. So we're talking about families with little kids who come and sleep wherever they can, and they don't really get an education. So there is a lot of volunteers that have started a schooling system with classrooms like these. You can't see it on the camera, but I have about 10 kids running around everywhere, and these are the kids that are living in this shelter.
Guad, I want to ask you about the kids in just a moment, but first, what is the Mexican government telling you about how they're trying to support these migrants, what they're trying to do to help them as they remain there in Mexico?
Right, so there's a lot of pieces moving along the border right now, right? We have this new policy kicking in again, which is the MPP, where asylum seekers that are in the U.S. asking for asylum that cross through Mexico, through land, will now be returned to Mexico, which means they will have to wait in Mexico as they do their court proceedings in the U.S. They will only cross whenever these court proceedings happen. Now, here's the thing. With these migrants returning, there's going to be a need for more shelters. Now, the Mexican government did release a statement last week saying that they have spoken to the American government asking for support. But so far, the only support that the American government has announced is the COVID vaccinations being offered to the migrants that are returned to Mexico. But what the Mexican government is telling me is that there is a real need for help, for financial support, for more help, because these shelters just don't have enough resources. And we're going to hear from one of the officials right now.
Migrants that are already inside a shelter, the kids are very well protected. I mean, I'm not worried about those. We really talk to them a lot with the women. If you go out, don't go alone, take an Uber, or, you know, things like that. But I think, like, if we are going to receive dozens of people in the city, and first we need to find shelter for them.
So we heard from Lucero, my mistake, that was a different person we did speak to. Lucero was talking about the dangers that these migrants also face when they come into Mexico after they are returned in this program where they have to remain in Mexico, something that is also worrying Mexican authorities, the fact that when they come in, they are vulnerable.
Yeah, so Guad, that woman whom we just heard from, I think she was talking about, obviously, the education, the school programs that they're working on for migrant kids. And I know you said it, they're running around you. I can hear the kids, even if they're little guys and we can't see them. Tell us more about what they are doing to try to help the children there.
Right. So right now, they have a couple thousand migrants that came to the border, and they stayed at all of these shelters. This is just here in Juarez, right? And because of this policy being reinstituted in the United States, with the migrants having to remain in Mexico, they expect more of them to be returned to Mexico. In addition to the ones that are showing up in the city, they tell me that every day they get 50 new migrants coming into Juarez with the intention of crossing into the United States to ask for asylum. So what they've done is they've created sort of an improvised education system where they're going to all the shelters and offering classes for these children. Like I said, half of the migrants, I'm being told, are minors, and they need an education because many of them have been traveling with their parents, not learning how to read or any type of education. So they're doing whatever they can as they prepare for, like you said, an influx of migrants being returned to Mexico.
All right, Guad Venegas in Juarez, Mexico. Thank you so much for your reporting. Myanmar's former leader and Nobel Peace Prize winner Aung San Suu Kyi, sentenced to 4 years in prison, found guilty of inciting public unrest and breaking COVID rules. The military ousted her in a coup earlier this year. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken calling this an unjust conviction and repression of democratically elected officials. Here is NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't clear already, Allison, it's politics as usual once again in Myanmar. Now, the court in the capital of Myanmar just handed that 4-year sentence to Aung San Suu Kyi, the once widely celebrated and once highly regarded resistance hero against the military junta that's been leading Myanmar for several decades. Now it looks as though she could be convicted of even more charges. Those were just for those 2 first charges. There are 9 more left to go, ever since she was among more than 10,000 people who were arrested after that coup against her by the military back in February. Now, the military moved against her after her political party had won an overwhelming majority in elections there. And now it seems as though the military really wants to put her away for life. There are 9 more charges if she's convicted on all of them, and a lot of observers say it's almost inevitable that she's going to be convicted on all of those charges. The 76-year-old could go away for more than 100 years. Of course, that would spell the end, really, of her involvement in politics, but there's a younger unity movement that's more progressive, that's actually more diverse, represents more elements of Myanmar's very diverse population, that is already leading the charge. And a lot of them are saying that they can keep going without Aung San Suu Kyi, who has been guiding the pro-democracy movement in Myanmar for decades. But Aung San Suu Kyi has recently fell out of favor with a lot of Western governments and a lot of domestic critics for championing the Myanmar junta's efforts, their long and bloody campaign that some say amounts to genocide against the Rohingya Muslim minority in Myanmar. Now, a lot of people had said that because of her championing of the military junta's efforts against the Rohingya, Aung San Suu Kyi should give up the Nobel Prize that she won a couple of decades ago. So Aung San Suu Kyi, she's no longer the darling of the West and the aid agencies and other groups that she once was, but she still is a resistance hero in Myanmar and throughout the world. And this ruling today and the rulings that are expected to come really do spell the end, probably, of her involvement in politics.
Taking a walk with Prince William. Apple Fitness is featuring the royal on its new fitness podcast. The prince sharing some personal memories of his mother and opening up about the importance of mental health. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter's at Kensington Palace in London.
Hey, Allison. Hello from a very windy, rainy Kensington Palace. Look, Prince William has been an advocate for mental health for years. Well, in this new episode, he's taking us on a walk, quite literally. It's actually recorded while he is walking through the countryside of Sandringham Estate. And he talks about some deeply personal stories, but also some solutions and ways to cope. Take a listen.
We know mental health has been a taboo and a stigma for a long time all around the world, and it still is.
Prince William is taking time to walk and inviting all of us along for the stroll, too.
We all want to stay fit. We all want to go for walks. We want to go to the gym. We like to keep active. The doctors tell us it's good for us. Well, no one says how good it is to keep mentally fit. It's so important.
His Royal Highness is a guest on the Apple Fitness podcast, Time to Walk, speaking candidly about a dark moment several years ago while working as a pilot for the air ambulance service. There was a rescue operation of a young boy close to his son George's age.
I felt like the whole world was dying. It's an extraordinary feeling. You just feel everyone's in pain.
But in the lighter moments of today's podcast, he shares some of the songs his mother, Princess Diana, used to play to help with anxiety when they were younger.
And one of the songs I massively remember and has stuck with me all this time, and I still, to this day, still quite enjoy secretly, is Tina Turner's To the Best. Because sitting in the back seat, singing away, it felt like a real family moment. My mother, she'd be driving along, singing at the top of her voice. And we'd even get the policeman in the car, he'd be occasionally singing along as well.
For years, mental health has been at the center of public work for the younger royals.
Why heads together and why mental health? It was your idea. It was your idea.
It's a common thread, wasn't it?
And even though the brothers are now working separately across an ocean,
crazy, lost it, can't keep it together.
Harry is also focused on mental health, hosting a town hall on Apple TV Plus with Oprah.
There's more work to do, but something has really started to change.
And no doubt listening to this country's future king speak intimately and frankly about his own struggles is helping to do just that. Now, Allison, both brothers have found a home at Apple, both, of course, really focusing on mental health. Now, the company says they are donating to 3 charities of William's choosing. Those include Crisis Text Line in the U.S., Shout here in the U.K., and Lifeline in Australia, putting their money where their mouth is.
Coming up, fired and facing a sexual misconduct allegation, the latest on former CNN anchor Chris Cuomo.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
A look at what's making headlines around the world.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
This is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks. Let me get in.
The Meet the Press Chuck Toddcast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
A new allegation against ex-CNN anchor Chris Cuomo. It is a sexual misconduct claim against the anchor himself. His spokesperson denying the accusation, though it's unclear whether it played a role in Cuomo's firing. Now, CNN suspended Cuomo last week for helping his brother, former New York Governor Andrew Cuomo, defend himself against sexual harassment claims. And then CNN fired Chris Cuomo this weekend. Here's NBC News correspondent Ann Thompson.
Hey there, CNN brought in a law firm to review the information released by the New York Attorney General. But it is a new claim, unrelated to his actions supporting his brother, that has deepened the crisis surrounding Chris Cuomo.
CNN anchor Chris Cuomo is out of a job and potentially in even more trouble, accused today of serious sexual misconduct.
This staffer worked with Cuomo at ABC.
The new claim brought to CNN last week, one day after it suspended the primetime host for failing to tell the truth about just how involved he was in crafting his brother Andrew's defense in his sexual harassment scandal. The woman's attorney, Deborah Katz, saying, "My client came forward at this time because she felt in sharing her story and related documentation, she could help protect other women." A Cuomo spokesperson said these apparently anonymous allegations are not true and that Cuomo stands by his on-air statements about sexual harassment issues.
I have always cared very deeply about these issues, and profoundly so.
In firing Chris Cuomo over the weekend, CNN said in a statement, additional information has come to light. It is not clear if this allegation had a role in his firing. Attorney Katz also represents Charlotte Bennett, one of the 11 women whose allegations against former Governor Cuomo led to his resignations, allegations Andrew Cuomo denies. Though CNN promoted the brothers' relationship during the pandemic, Chris Cuomo did not report on his brother's scandal, but in May admitted to being in strategy sessions to help him.
It will not happen again. It was a mistake.
Texts and transcripts made public last week by the New York Attorney General's office showed just how much Chris Cuomo helped. Along with drafting statements and prepping his brother for a news conference, the younger Cuomo also reached out to journalists to see if other accusers were coming forward. Actions that cost Cuomo his job. Tweeting after his dismissal, "This is not how I want my time at CNN to end, but I have already told you why and how I helped my brother."
While Cuomo is out, CNN has not named a replacement for that time slot.
Former Empire actor Jussie Smollett taking the stand in his criminal trial today. The actor charged with staging a racist anti-gay attack on himself and lying to police about it. NBC News correspondent Ron Allen is in Chicago. So, Ron, let's get right into Smollett's testimony. What's he saying about that attack on the stand?
Well, he is pushing back at the allegation that this was a hoax. And at the moment, he is talking about this $3,500 check that the prosecutor showed the jury, saying that it was a check that Smollett paid to two brothers who are extras, associates, aspiring actors, who testified that they helped Smollett stage and even rehearse this attack, a homophobic racist attack back in January of 2019, that the police say was a complete hoax. We're just getting into Smollett's testimony. He just took the stand. He's been on the stand maybe for about an hour or perhaps a bit more. The day was broken up by a lunch break that has now just ended, and he is back on the stand. He hasn't gotten to the heart of the testimony, the allegation that he made this up. What the defense is basically trying to do is explain this relationship that he had with these two brothers, these two associates, who have been the star witnesses for the prosecution. The two men who say that Smollett paid them, that they rehearsed this, and that he wanted them to stage this attack because he was upset about his pay as an actor, and that he wanted to try and generate some sympathetic publicity by saying that he was the victim of this awful attack that the police say was completely staged. We expect to hear more from Smollett as the day goes on. He faces six felony counts of disorderly conduct, essentially. That's the charge against him. And remember, this case goes back almost 3 years. It's been 3 years in the making before we are finally hearing directly from Jussie Smollett. And after the defense questions him, we expect to hear a very aggressive cross-examination from the prosecutors.
Ron,
Allison?
I know he was obviously the star of the show today, but anything else happened in court before Smollett took the stand that we should know about?
This is really the whole thing, Allison, essentially, because there was a lot of speculation about whether Smollett would, in fact, testify. There are, of course, a lot of risks when any defendant takes the stand in his own defense, especially cross-examination. But a lot of observers watching this trial have said that essentially this has come down to Smollett's word against the two essentially accusers, the two brothers who are his associates, movie extras, a TV show extras, aspiring actors, who say that Smollett orchestrated this entire thing. And their testimony was very direct. The defense tried to poke holes in the testimony, saying that they were out to get Smollett, saying that they were out for money. But at the end of the day, the thinking apparently is that Smollett has to stand up in front of the jury or sit there in the witness box and tell his side of the story. And it's either his word, he's either believable or he's not. And there is some thinking that perhaps because he's an actor, he can perhaps pull this off. But the bottom line is that he faces very serious allegations. This has been an on-again, off-again case. But the bottom line is that there's a lot of evidence suggesting that he's been lying to police about this the whole time along.
All right, Ron, we'll see if the jury buys it. Ron Allen in Chicago, thank you so much. Coming up, from Tahoe to Denver, skiers might have to wait a while before hitting the slopes this season. There just isn't enough snow. We'll head to the mountains next.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. From New Orleans, late military operation, witnessing the massive crowds. I admire you both. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. At any moment now. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it? to make this trip. Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Ski season in jeopardy already. Unseasonably warm weather delaying resort openings. It is so warm that even the fake snow won't stick. NBC News correspondent Aaron McLaughlin is in Lake Tahoe.
Hey, Allison, this is really shocking. Normally, I'd be standing on some 3 feet of snow. The scene behind me would be a wintry wonderland. Instead, as you can tell, it's just dry grass and dirt. It's simply not cold enough here in Lake Tahoe to snow, and the ski season's off to a rocky start.
On slopes across the West, it's a winter no-show. With little snow on the ground, ski resorts that usually open in time for the Thanksgiving holiday are still closed. Over the weekend, just over a third of the area's ski grounds were partially open. Around Lake Tahoe, where there are over a dozen resorts, just 3 have been able to operate their lifts. The patchy start to the season comes after October's early winter wallop. Snowstorms then left ski season hopes high and now dry.
It's been really warm since then, so, we haven't seen any natural snow.
It's the same story in Colorado. Denver has now gone 228 consecutive days without any measurable snowfall. That's the longest snowless stretch since 1887. California ski regions are the site of a so-called weather inversion. The phenomenon causes warmer air, which typically sits at lower elevations, to rise, making temperatures in the mountains warmer. It's kept Lake Tahoe's nighttime temps above freezing, meaning even man-made snow won't stick.
I can't remember in the 16 years I've been forecasting here when we've had no snow on the ground and no snow on the trails, either from man-made snow.
While the dry weather is slumping the early ski season, it's also raising red flags about a worsening climate crisis. Like in the mountains of Hawaii, bracing for a blizzard. Pictures from NASA satellites also show a rapidly melting Sierra Nevada snowpack, a troubling sign for a region whose drying reservoirs are annually replenished by a slower snowmelt. A new study projects in 35 to 60 years, mountainous states throughout the West could go nearly snowless for years at a time.
I think the tourist industry and the recreation industry should absolutely be concerned. These effects are with us already, and we need to learn how to deal with them.
There is some good news. The temperature is expected to drop here later in the week. Snow is in the forecast, but of course the big question will be, will it be enough to get the skis out?
Tomorrow is the 80th anniversary of Pearl Harbor. That Sunday morning, forever life-changing, especially for survivors and their families. NBC News correspondent Harry Smith reflects on that infamous day and remembers the heroes who jumped into action on December 7th, 1941.
Seem real. There were aircraft coming from every direction, and we really didn't know where they'd come from.
We are on Ford Island in Pearl Harbor with U.S. Navy historian Jim Newman.
When you talk to some of these veterans, when they saw those aircraft coming and they saw they were actually dropping bombs, they said, wow, somebody in the Army is going to get in big trouble. They're actually using live munitions.
Over loudspeakers throughout the island, the phrase was repeated, "This is not a drill."
As if you had to convince someone it was happening, because it is such a shock, such a bolt out of the blue.
Through the chaos, though, there were certain acts of courage, undaunted. John Finn jumped out of a bed and manned a machine gun. Despite multiple wounds, including a busted leg and incapacitated arm, he kept firing and won the Medal of Honor. Kenneth Taylor and George Welch had enjoyed a night of revelry. Stunned awake by explosions, they sped to their fighter planes and joined a fight in which they were hopelessly outnumbered. they'd knock out 6 Japanese warplanes. Doris Miller worked in the mess hall and laundry of the West Virginia. Blacks then were not allowed combat roles, but when the attack came, and with no training, Miller fired a .50 caliber gun at incoming Japanese planes until being ordered to abandon ship. He was awarded the Navy Cross. After just 90 minutes, the U.S. Navy's proudest warships sat smoldering and sinking. Hundreds of aircraft shredded.
That is the USS Arizona Memorial. You can see turret 3 sticking up out of the water. There's still a lot of the ship that's visible, but just think about what that represents. So 2,400 sailors, soldiers, Marines, civilians, airmen are killed in the attack. 1,177 of them are the USS Arizona alone. So you're talking about 49% of the casualties were killed in action were killed on that ship.
More than 1 million people visit the Arizona Memorial every year. We visited too, in reverent silence. Time passes so quickly, it seems. History often feels so distant. Not here. The Mitchell Washington family was there as well. Why?
Because to be able to serve is an honor, and it is not something that we should ever not recognize. To be able to serve our country is one of the highest honors.
What happened 80 years ago pushed the heretofore reluctant United States into war.
What Pearl Harbor does is take the big neutral country, the United States, and drags it into the war. You know, a couple days later, the Germans and Italians declare war on the United States. You could not have had a world at war with the United States absent from the fight, and the United States would not have come into the fight, I'm convinced, in any dramatic way without the shock of Pearl Harbor.
A date which will live in infamy.
You're listening to the closing bell on the New York Stock Exchange. Wall Street is done for the day. And take a look at the Dow, 649 higher today. Not a bad day at all. We'll talk about the biggest business stories of the day and how they affect you coming up in this next hour. Hey everyone, I'm Allison Morris watching NBC News Now. Here's what's happening. The battle over boosters. Why some health experts say getting that third dose may not be the best way to fight Omicron. Fired over Zoom, an online mortgage lender giving 900 employees pink slips. What the CEO saying about all those layoffs. And it is shaping up to be a record holiday shipping season. How FedEx says it's delivering more packages than ever this year. We start this hour with the coronavirus pandemic and the new rules for travelers who are coming to the U.S. from overseas. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton's been hanging out at JFK International Airport in New York City. So, Antonia, these new rules take effect today, right in time for a really busy holiday travel season. How is day one going so far?
Well, Allison, day one is off to a good, although slightly hectic start as we've talked to folks who are now traveling or are about to travel and dealing with these new restrictions. You know, there's been a little bit of confusion. I met a woman on her way to Bangladesh worried about what testing might be available to her when she visits her family there. I met a family that arrived in just the hours after all of this went into effect at 12:01 a.m. this morning that had spent about $600 scrambling to get a bunch of different tests to make sure that they'd be approved to come back into the United States. So that, you know, paints a picture for you of what it feels like on the ground here. But to lay it out for anyone who hasn't heard, you now have a one-day window if you are abroad to get back to get a negative COVID test before you come back into the United States. And that's a different timeline than what people have been dealing with, which has been typically the 72-hour window. So within that one day, you need to find a PCR test or an approved at-home or rapid antigen test that will require you to also do a telehealth appointment. And so, you know, these are small details, but they're important ones that mean that people really need to plan ahead, talk to their providers, talk to the hotels that they're staying at, and also potentially to budget and think ahead about money, because as the family that I talked to this morning experienced, in some cases, these tests can cost $100, even $200, and you want to make sure that you're prepared for that if it comes to it. Allison.
You're talking about testing. I mean, this is a big part of understanding where new variants are coming from, which ones are entering the U.S. I understand JFK has a biosurveillance program that lets passengers get tested once they land. Could you tell us about that program?
You know, Allison, so it's a really interesting program, and it is run by a group called Express Spa, which is that company that you've seen in many airports around the U.S., where they are usually just giving out massages. But now they have a subsidiary called Express Check that is doing this biosurveillance work. And what that sort of fancy word really means is that Express Check is working with the CDC to sample random passengers who come off particular international flights to start tracking the Omicron variant, or in the months ahead, any other potential variant that emerges. Take a listen to my conversation with their CEO.
So we've been testing for several weeks now, targeting new countries in the Omicron variant only in the past week. We're starting to see some early cases come in, but it's still a bit early, and we have a lot of samples that are out in the lab right now.
And how quickly are you or the CDC going to act on the new information that you collect?
Well, the CDC has been very active in moving quickly, and we've been ready to execute, and we're ready to expand and launch a program more broadly.
Express Check says that they're present here at JFK, at Newark Airport, at Hartsfield-Jackson in Atlanta, and they're also doing biosurveillance at SFO in San Francisco. And they anticipate that this collaboration with the CDC is only going to expand to more cities and states in the coming days. Allison.
Another question about New York City for you, Antonia. The mayor announcing new vaccine requirements today. Among them, kids 5 and up need to show proof of vaccination to enter restaurants. What else is changing in the Big Apple?
This was a big announcement this morning, Allison. So among those changes for young kids, if you're between ages 5 and 11, you now need to have proof of at least 1 dose in order to take part in your extracurricular activities like dance class or a sports team that you may be on. If you're 12 and up, you now need to show proof of 2 doses. But really the biggest news from the mayor this morning was an announcement that now private sector workers are going to be under a vaccination mandate as well. This is going to affect about 184,000 businesses. And already there are reports of, religious-related organizations and private schools scrambling right now to figure out what this means for them, for their staff, their team. And the mayor's office is saying that there are going to be more updates in the coming days around potential exemptions. But as of now, that new mandate is going to be in effect just 2 days after Christmas on December 27th.
Ooh, a lot of big changes and announcements today. Antonia, thank you for getting us up to speed. Appreciate it. So are COVID booster shots the best way to fight the Omicron variant? Health officials are having that debate as we speak. Some vaccine experts worry that numerous booster doses of existing vaccines could make future vaccines less effective, but others say don't wait. NBC News health and medical reporter Berkeley Lovelace Jr. joining me now. So Berkeley, let's start with the arguments against using the current boosters. You spoke with a member of the FDA's Vaccine Advisory Committee. What'd you learn there?
That's right. So some vaccine experts tell me that they're worried that if we use the existing vaccines, they could eventually render future vaccines for COVID less effective. So what they're describing is something called original antigenic sin, which is when your body relies on the memory of its first encounter with the virus, sometimes leading to a weaker immune response for other forms of the virus later on. And so this has been seen with HPV and influenza, experts have told me. It's still unclear whether or not this will happen with COVID. And so these experts also say that the first 2 shots, at least for Moderna and Pfizer, they're still highly protective against severe disease, hospitalization, and death for many Americans.
Pfizer, Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, they're all working on vaccines specifically for this Omicron variant. Dr. Peter Hotez from Texas Children's Hospital told you a slam dunk's not guaranteed, and waiting for an Omicron-specific booster is a very high-risk strategy. What else did he tell you about COVID boosters? What should our viewers know right now?
That's right. So Dr. Hotez and many other health experts said that Americans should not wait to get a booster. That's because, once again, there's no guarantee that an Omicron-specific booster will work. And then also on top of that, the Delta variant is still spreading. And the vaccines, all 3, have been shown to be highly protective against severe disease, hospitalization, and death against that variant. And they also say because of the immune response that's induced from the vaccines after a 3rd shot or 2nd shot of J&J, that there should be at least some protection against the Omicron variant with a booster shot.
Berkeley, the CDC is telling all adults to get boosters because Delta is still the dominant variant here in the U.S. So what else is important for our viewers to know? I know the debate is going to continue, but if you had to say here are a couple of takeaways, what should they take away from what's going on right now?
Yeah, so bottom line, the science is still evolving, but Dr. Anthony Fauci and all of the health experts I spoke with all agree that the vaccines are highly effective against the Delta variant. And so when it's your time, you should get your booster shot. And on top of that, if you do get your booster shot, it should provide at least some protection against the Omicron variant. And so the best ways to use these vaccines are going to evolve over time. But currently what we know right now is that the vaccines work against the Delta variant, which is currently right now the biggest threat.
Berkeley, awesome to have you on the show today. Thank you so much for being with us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
All right, let's keep this COVID conversation going and bring in Dr. Ali Raja, professor of emergency medicine at Harvard Medical School. He's also the executive vice chair of the Department of Emergency Medicine at Mass Gen Hospital, and we haven't seen him in a while, so it's awesome to have him back on the show. Dr. Raja, let's talk about what's going on here in New York City. Mayor de Blasio announcing a new vaccine mandate for all private workers. It starts December 27th. Kids 5 to 11 will also need to show proof of at least one shot for things like indoor dining, gyms, entertainment. And then people 12 and up will need to show proof of 2 doses. I want to play the mayor making this announcement on Morning Joe. Take a listen.
We've got Omicron as a new factor. We've got the colder weather, which is going to really create additional challenges with the Delta variant. We've got holiday gatherings. We in New York City have decided to use a preemptive strike to really do something bold to stop the further growth of COVID and the dangers it's causing to all of us.
Dr. Raja, the mayor is calling this a first-in-the-nation measure. What's your take on it? Is this something you'd like to see other cities doing?
Allison, I do. I like the idea. I think the mayor and the city health commissioner are implementing some really good ideas here. It's a little tricky, though, because I've got to tell you, from what I understand, the mayor's only got a few more days left in office. And so the start date of this is 12/27. And I worry a little bit about the whiplash that the people of New York might get if the new mayor decides to do something different. So I think this is a great policy, but I worry if it changes that we might lose some trust from the public.
Yeah, we need some consistency because people are getting confused really easily every time things change. I want to talk to you about Omicron. We're learning more about that Minnesota man who was diagnosed with one of the first Omicron cases in the U.S. He's talking about what happened to him. His name is Pete McGinn. He was fully vaccinated. He got his booster shot the first week of November. The Minneapolis Star Tribune is reporting that McGinn already had a rapid test at home. He took it immediately. That came back positive rather. Then a test at the Minneapolis Convention Center later that night also came back positive. So he started going into quarantine and said that threw me for a loop because I really wasn't feeling sick. What are you telling patients who have had their booster shots, who are concerned about Omicron? What's your advice for our viewers who don't know what to make of this variant?
You know, I actually really like that story, Allison, because here's the thing. He did all the right things.
Yeah, sounds
and
like
he
it.
wasn't feeling that sick, but he had a little mild breakthrough case, and that is going to happen. What I've been telling people is when you start feeling a little sniffly or a little something, get tested and then go and quarantine yourself. You won't end up in the hospital. You won't end up dying. These vaccines work, but get tested early and stay away from other people.
It's so funny because you hear his story. I had a cough and a cold last week. The first thing I did was run and get a COVID test. I was sure that I had it, right? Every time we sneeze now or cough, you think you have COVID. I didn't. But, you know, it just starts becoming this pattern that we just, you know, everything seems to feel like that. But you say whatever it is, just go get tested.
Absolutely. Just go get tested, get that out of the way. And if you're positive, just stay home. You'll be fine.
Dr. Raja, the co-creator of the Oxford AstraZeneca vaccine is warning that the next pandemic could be worse than COVID. Here's a clip.
This will not be the last time a virus threatens our lives and our livelihoods. And I'd like to finish on a high note, but the truth is the next one could be worse. It could be more contagious or more lethal or both.
I think so many of us are thinking, oh my gosh, the next one, we're still not through this one. But what lessons can we learn from COVID-19 to help prepare us for the next virus, the next health crisis we may experience?
Look, Allison, Dr. Sarah Gilbert is a real expert, and she's right. You know, the next one might be worse, the next one might not be as worse, but we are going to see another pandemic in our lifetimes that is going to be just as bad, if not worse. But here's the thing. We've been through this one, and we have learned so much in terms of public health measures, rapid vaccine development, what we can do to prevent spread. We know so much more than we did 2.5 years ago. We're much more ready than we were in the past.
I will say, if nothing else, Dr. Raja, my hand hygiene is better than ever. My mother would be so proud.
She would be.
I think about what we used to do before COVID, and I'm embarrassed to even say we weren't so careful. So gotta take the small positives away from this. It was really, really good to see you again today. Don't be a stranger.
I won't. Thank you.
Coming up, Michigan's AG volunteering to help investigate last week's Oxford school shooting. The question today, could a school staffer have done more to prevent that mass shooting?
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
All right, it is time to check in with NBC News Digital reporter Maya Eaglin. She has the latest headlines from NBCNews.com. Maya, what's up?
Hey, Allison, we begin with the hackers who took $196 million from crypto trading platform Bitmart. No confirmation yet on whether this large-scale security breach targeted customer funds. Medina Spirit, the horse who failed a drug test after winning the Kentucky Derby this year, died during a workout today at Santa Anita Park. An official cause of death hasn't been released yet. 3 more hostages have been released by a Haitian gang this weekend, according to an Ohio religious group. 17 people total, including 16 Americans, were kidnapped in mid-October. 12 are still being held captive. Germany's center-left leader Olaf Scholz is set to succeed longtime Chancellor Angela Merkel. The country will form a new government aimed at economic, environmental, and social change. And allyship is Dictionary.com's word of the year. The site added the word just last month. DEI and critical race theory were also added this year. Allison, back to you.
All right, Maya, thank you so much. Right now in Michigan, police are questioning an artist linked to a studio where the parents of the accused Oxford shooter were hiding out. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber's in Pontiac, Michigan. So, Ellison, tell us about that artist and what's going on there right now.
Right. So remember, this is the art studio warehouse space where Jennifer and James Crumbly were arrested, detained by law enforcement around 1:30 a.m. on Saturday. That art studio belongs to an artist named Andres Shikora. He and his attorney walked into a police station a little over an hour ago, and as far as we know, they are still there meeting with investigators. Investigators had said that they wanted to talk to him to see if charges were warranted related to harboring a fugitive. His attorney previously told NBC News that his client had a prior relationship with the couple, but not a long-standing one. They apparently shared a few hobbies. His client says that the couple reached out to him asking for a place to stay, asking for help because they were receiving death threats. His attorney maintains that his client had no idea that there was a warrant out for their arrest and that they faced, both of them, 4 counts of charges related to involuntary manslaughter. They say he just thought he was offering a space, helping someone out because they were concerned about death threats. So to that effect, investigators want to talk to him to see if charges are appropriate in this situation. They have said that they are looking at them, and whether or not any charges come from his involvement with the couple and offering them that space, his art studio. We may have some more information soon because they have been meeting for over an hour now at a police station here in Oakland County.
Allison, another big question. The community, the school superintendent are asking if campus staff could have done more to prevent this deadly attack. The state's AG wants to perform her own investigation. What would that cover?
Yeah, so the state's attorney general has offered to do an investigation for the school system. So the superintendent of Oakland Community Schools, he said in a lengthy letter that was posted publicly that they were going to have a third party do an investigation into this, the moments leading up to the shooting and also what happened that day. The attorney general said that they contacted the attorney for Oakland Community Schools and offered to conduct an investigation for them. Whether or not that offer has been accepted, we're not entirely sure just yet. But given that it is the attorney general, what she has argued is that her office has a lot of resources available to them where they could do a very comprehensive investigation. But in terms of whether or not that will happen, we haven't heard whether or not the school has responded to that offer from the attorney general. Allison,
how about charges for failing to find the weapon? Could the school be in trouble there?
So that's a new thing that really we just found out about a couple of hours ago, where the Oakland County prosecutor was giving an interview, and she said that the school failed to look or search in the alleged shooter's backpack or locker, and she said that they had the legal authority to do so. She has not said whether or not charges will come for school officials, but she also has not ruled it out. She has repeatedly said that the investigation is ongoing and that they are continuing to look into all facets of this and whether or not charges are appropriate. The superintendent for Oakland Community Schools has defended school officials, saying that they really did follow protocol and that when they asked the parents to take their child home, they, in the words of the superintendent, flatly refused. They told them that they needed to get their son counseling within 48 hours, but then they said they were faced with the choice of sending him home to an empty house, and that they then sent him back to the classroom. But they have also said they never knew that there was a gun that he had access to, much less had on his persons, that his parents did not mention it during that meeting. But again, now you have the prosecutor here saying that the school did have the legal authority to search his backpack and also his locker. And as far as we know, neither of those things occurred. Allison?
All right, Allison Barber in Michigan, thanks for your reporting. Just 4 days after that school shooting in Michigan, a Republican member of Congress posted this holiday card on social media. Representative Thomas Massey of Kentucky tweeting this family photo on Saturday saying, "Merry Christmas, please Santa, bring ammo." NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Leanne Caldwell joining me now. Leanne, Congressman Massey's card criticized for its lack of sensitivity. He tweeted it just days after the Oxford High School shooting. What's he saying about it today?
Congressman Massey isn't saying much, but he's not taking it down. He's not apologizing it. In fact, he's defending it. And so Representative Massey is getting a lot of heat for this card from mostly Democrats, families of victims of gun shootings, and at least one Republican, Representative Adam Kinzinger. But Representative Massey is not backing down. The poster, the card is still up on his Twitter account, and he's retweeting people who are defending it. So he doesn't seem like he's going to back down on this, Allison.
All right, let's talk about Kinzinger, the Republican congressman tweeting this about the photo. I am pro-Second Amendment, but this isn't supporting right to keep and bear arms. This is a gun fetish. As we know, Leanne, Kinzinger is often the only Republican critic on some controversial issues. What are you hearing from any other Republicans on the Hill? Anyone else standing up, speaking out here?
Silence. There is no one else standing up or speaking out about this. And, you know, this is a pattern among Republicans, I should say. I mean, there's been lots of controversies over the past few weeks regarding Republicans, and very few Republicans come to stand up against it. And when they do, they are often attacked by people like Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene or someone to the far right in the party. And so we probably aren't going to hear much about this. The Republican Party is very pro-Second Amendment, and most of them likely think that this was an okay Christmas card. Allison.
What would a Monday be without more controversy? Let's talk about the other issue in Congress today. Representative Lauren Boebert's Islamophobic comments. What's the latest there?
So over the weekend, Representative Omar was on one of the Sunday shows on CNN and saying that she was told that Speaker Pelosi was going to take action as early as this week for Representative Boebert. We don't know what that action is going to be. I'm told by a source that last week Democratic leadership discussed putting a resolution on the floor condemning Islamophobia. But there have been no decisions that have been made. And so there's a whole array of options that the leader can take or the speaker can take. But I will say there is a big discussion as well happening among Democrats on what sort of actions should be punished. The previous actions in censures and removal of committee for Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene and Representative Paul Gosar involved threats of violence against fellow members of Congress. This one was obviously insensitive and racist, but there is some discussion on if they should punish things of that nature. Allison.
All right, Leanne Caldwell with some controversy on Capitol Hill. Thank you.
Yep.
The White House is officially announcing a diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Winter Olympics over human rights concerns in China. U.S. athletes will still be allowed to compete, but White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki saying the administration will be cheering them on from home. Here she is.
As the president has told President Xi, standing up for human rights is in the DNA of Americans. We have a fundamental commitment to promoting human rights, and we feel strongly in our position, and we will continue to take actions to advance human rights in China and beyond.
China's foreign ministry is threatening countermeasures if the U.S. goes ahead with the boycott. The Winter Olympics start in February. Coming up, a shipping surge. FedEx saying expects to deliver a record number of packages this season. But the big question, will they be able to deliver all of them on time? We are live at a FedEx facility in Jersey next.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
To cover the news, you have to be in it. We'll take you to the front lines of the story, bringing your news feed to life. Streaming live every night. It's your news playlist.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
If you are working from home, you've got to hear this story. Digital mortgage company Better.com laid off about 900 of its employees. That's nearly 10% of its workforce. And they did it over an abrupt 3-minute Zoom call. The CEO saying the decision stems from productivity problems. NBC News reporter Alicia Fieldstad shows us how that's going over.
Thank you for joining. I come to you with not great news.
Vishal Garg, the CEO of Better.com, a digital mortgage company, laying off more than 900 employees, about 9% of the entire company, on a 3-minute Zoom call.
The market has changed, as you know, and we have to move with it in order to survive. This is the second time in my career I'm doing this, and I do not want to do this. The last time I did it, I cried. This time I hope to be stronger.
He also told the hundreds of former employees that they would receive about a month of pay and 3 months of benefits, all of which would be detailed in an email from Human Resources sent to their personal email addresses. An employee who was laid off that day said his company-issued computer went dark shortly after the call ended. He didn't receive the email from Human Resources until hours later. It seemed like he could have had a better way to go about it. Maybe in individual rooms with HR people, said the employee, who said he wished to remain anonymous for fear of retaliation. Garg has faced controversy before. In an email to employees obtained by Forbes last year, he wrote, "You are too slow. You are a bunch of dumb dolphins. So stop it. Stop it. Stop it right now. You're embarrassing me," according to a Forbes profile on Garg that he refused to participate in. It is unclear what prompted the email. Better.com CFO Kevin Ryan telling NBC News, "Having to conduct layoffs is gut-wrenching, especially this time of year. However, a fortress balance sheet and a reduced and focused workforce together set us up to play offense going into a radically evolving home ownership market."
It is time for the bottom line, our daily look at what's going on in the business world and beyond. Wall Street keeping its wild swings going this week. Take a look at where the Dow closed today. 646 points, almost 647, really pushing it. CNBC correspondent Christina Partsinevelos is joining me now. So, Christina, what was the Dow so jazzed about today? What pushed stocks higher?
Well, often you say buy the dip, right? So we have been seeing just a crazy amount of volatility. I'm going to get to that because today we actually had, like you mentioned, the Dow, but also all S&P sectors closed higher. And so the Dow, just to your question, actually managed to erase all of last week's losses. But the problem that we're seeing across the board just over the past few weeks is just crazy volatility. So if you're a retail investor at home putting in your money using TD Ameritrade or Robinhood, you're probably a little bit worried because you haven't seen this volatility in quite some time. In the past month alone, the S&P 500 had 6 sessions in which it moved down at least 1%, which is actually pretty big when you're talking about your money. And so what is adding to that roller coaster of trading as of late? You've got, of course, the new COVID-19 variant, and that's weighing on concerns in terms of regulations that are going to be put in place, return to office. And then there's concerns that the Federal Reserve may hike interest rates much sooner than anticipated. And so that definitely hurt the tech sector. And that's why we've seen a sell-off right there, because they rely, or the tech sector is often valued on its future growth. And so if they're going to grow in the future, all of their debt becomes more expensive. So that weighs heavily. And then last but not least, inflation that just doesn't seem to want to go away. And I'm sure many of our viewers watching have noticed prices at retail locations and stores have increased.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit.
Just a little bit. Yeah, I know.
Christina, you bring up that buy the dip conversation just to give our viewers a glimpse into what sexy Friday night conversations look like at my house. My husband and I have Chinese food, white wine open for a relaxing weekend, and that's what we're debating. Do we buy the dip? Do you buy the dip? Because those are the kinds of conversations we have on a Friday night. But I mean, you've seen what's going on with this market. I'm hoping maybe we're not the only ones that talk about this stuff on a Friday night. I don't know.
I would hope almost every single family in America talks about it because, right, we all need to be more financially literate across the board. And based off of the guests that we're having on CNBC, many of these economists and analysts are predicting that, there's going to be strength continuing into 2022. But you got to have a strong stomach because, like you guys are talking about on your Friday night dinner with white wine and Chinese food or takeout, etc., it's not for the faint of heart. And you need to be disciplined and you need to be, somewhat knowledgeable. But it's important that everybody gets involved and is actually paying attention.
Yeah, we had the conversation. It got a little stressful. We finished the night with Ted Lasso because we weren't exactly seeing eye to eye on this one. So we'll revisit it again this week, I'm sure. So a bunch of things going on this week. We have some big numbers. The October job openings and labor turnover survey. Our viewers might know we call that JOLTS. And the December Consumer Sentiment Index. What are you watching for with both of those?
Well, so let's start with JOLTS because that's by the United States Bureau of Labor Statistics, and it helps measure job vacancies. And so that's out December 8th. We're going to be paying close attention to see if, more people are entering the workforce, how many people are hiring, especially right before the holidays. Usually you want to see seasonal hiring increase. And then what you mentioned is the consumer confidence sentiment that's coming out also on December 10th. So that's 2 days later. That comes out from the University of Michigan. And what we've noticed overall is that, yes, confidence is pretty strong with people that have, higher incomes above $100,000. But right now, when you're hit with the COVID variant and then inflation that we just talked about, we're going to be looking at whether that's going to affect people and their thoughts about their finances, especially in the middle of the holiday season. So those are definitely two major things that we're going to be looking at for this week.
Anything else our viewers should have an eye on this week besides what the market's doing?
Well, I guess this is all very important, too, that we have inflation. So November CPI, we'll be looking at inflation. That comes out on a Friday. And unfortunately, as many people can attest to, the pace of inflation has accelerated. You had the Federal Reserve chairman say that it's, getting rid of the word transitory, so it may not be this temporary thing. This may be something we have to deal with, especially heading into 2022. So we'll be looking for those numbers to hit the tape on Friday and just see, are we getting better? How should we prepare going into the future, especially as Americans are dealing with expensive finances? And so these are all questions that we're going to try to get to just this week alone. Lots.
Yeah, it never ends. We got so many questions these days about what's going on. Christina, thank you for coming on and answering a whole bunch of them for us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
FedEx is forecasting a record holiday season, delivering 100 million more packages this year than in 2019. So where are all those boxes coming from? CNBC correspondent Frank Hollins at a FedEx facility in Garden City, New York, Long Island, my home. Frank, you spoke to the vice president of global e-commerce at FedEx. What's he saying about all those holiday deliveries?
Well, number one, as you kind of hit on just a second ago, it's an unprecedented holiday season. FedEx says it's going to deliver 100 million more packages this holiday season than it did from Black Friday to Christmas in 2019. That total will be a 10% increase over the record 2020 holiday e-commerce season. So obviously, more and more packages are going to be moving. According to ShipMatrix, a very reliable source of information on e-commerce, e-commerce overall is going to grow by 13% to 3.4 billion packages. With all that said, well, it's a bit of a different holiday season. We've all heard about these supply chain issues, empty shelves we're all worried about. Some of us worried about our packages not getting delivered on time. So we're all shopping a lot earlier than we have before. That's led to a major shift in e-commerce, how packages get delivered, when the peaks and the valleys are here in the holiday season. I also spoke to the FedEx global head of e-commerce about some other shifts in the holiday season coming from major retailers like Walmart and Target that are using their stores more and more as a warehouse, and they're sending packages from there. Take a listen.
We're seeing a lot of some of the best retailers out there really leaning into their physical assets in their retail stores. They have forward deployed inventory in those stores, and getting maximum leverage out of it is critical important. It also improves transit and lowers cost.
And improves transit, that's industry code for your package gets to your house when you expect it to.
Oh, improves transit. It gets there on time. Frank, I like that. All right, look, we know it's not just FedEx, right? I mean, you have seen all of those trucks driving around in the neighborhoods over the last few weeks. Holiday package delivery is expected to hit a record 3.4 billion this year, according to ShipMatrix. So with all the supply chain hangups across the board, are they expecting these packages to make it on time? What are you hearing?
Well, across the board, things are actually better this year than they were last year, believe it or not. Hard to believe. As we mentioned, it's going to be a record year for e-commerce. But last year, every single day, according to ShipMatrix, there were about 7 million packages above the capacity of U.S. shipping networks. That means 7 million packages every day that were left in facilities. This year, that number is falling dramatically, down to just over 1 million. So as you can imagine, that dramatically impacts the on-time delivery of packages and just really lessens some of the stress, not only on the people working, driving, dropping off your packages, but on all of us, because there's going to be a lot less late packages.
Frank, a lot less late packages. That's pretty good news. I think it's what people want to hear. Thanks so much for your reporting today.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, thank you. That's a gift. Appreciate it. Coming up, big corporations racing to go carbon neutral, but are they actually delivering on their promise to reduce their carbon footprint?
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
And this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is happening now.
Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
and this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it.
Corporations are paying landowners to preserve their forests and racking up forest credits in return. It's the latest trend in the race to go carbon neutral, but environmental advocates are worried about greenwashing, saying the system offers companies a way to avoid cutting emissions. NBC News correspondent Josh Letterman's here now. Josh, you produced this story in partnership with the Pulitzer Center's Rainforest Investigations Network. And my first question for you is really, really basic. Could you tell us about forest credits? What are they? How do they work?
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing to try to explain. Here's how it works. Trees absorb carbon dioxide and store them so that they don't go into the atmosphere. So you can kind of think of trees and forests as like the opposite of pollution. And the way that these credits work is by paying essentially for credits that represent 1 ton of carbon dioxide that would otherwise go into the atmosphere, but instead is going to stay locked in a tree. A company would get a credit from the people who are going to be saving or planting that tree. And then the company can use that to say, all right, if we had 1 ton of emissions from, for example, Delta Airlines from their jets burning jet fuel, then we can buy a credit from a tree and a forest that's going to be absorbing that. And on paper, it all should balance out at zero. And that's the basic concept that a lot of these companies are racing to embrace as they announce they're going net zero or they're going to be carbon neutral. This helps them get there when they can't completely eliminate all of their own emissions internally.
Josh, I think you did an excellent job of explaining it. It makes perfect sense to me, and I would not necessarily consider myself an expert on forest credits, so thank you very much. I want to talk about Greenpeace. They posted a blog saying carbon offsetting is truly a scammer's dream scheme. It is the next big thing in greenwashing, and we must not be fooled. What are their biggest concerns? What are other environmental groups saying? What are they worried about here?
The issue is this whole world of carbon credits is very murky and it's really hard to know what's legit and what's not. And basically, if a company is justifying their own emissions by saying, no, it's okay because we've offset it with some stuff over here, and that stuff over there turns out to not really be removing carbon from the atmosphere, the net is things are going to get worse for climate change. So for example, what happens if you pay someone not to cut down forest A? But it turns out they weren't planning to cut down that forest in the first place. Is that really a reduction, or is that just something you get credit for on paper? Or what if you pay them to cut down forest A, but instead they cut down forest B? The net result for the climate is just as bad, but this company has gotten something they can use to justify their emissions. So that's the problem, especially when a lot of these projects are in the developing world, far away from these companies, to know what's really happening and what would have been happening otherwise.
So, Josh, explain the challenges here. I mean, it sounds like it's got to be really complicated to calculate how much carbon a given project generates, keeps out of the atmosphere. I mean, this sounds like it's not the simplest thing to do. What are some of the biggest hangups?
It's not simple, and there's also no single methodology that everybody agrees on. Okay. So every company that's in this business, they kind of do it their own way. But the way it's supposed to work is scientists know how much carbon a certain kind of tree tends to hold in it. And they take a project and they evaluate it according to what they call the baseline. If we did absolutely nothing, how much of this forest would have gotten cut down because of deforestation and logging and lumber? And then if we pay them to preserve it, how much do we think instead will be preserved. But the challenge is a lot of times these baselines are inflated. People say, oh no, if we didn't get these credits, all of this was going to go away. And then they get credit for those carbon reductions when and the reality is you're really just speculating what would have happened in an alternative universe. And the issue here is these companies are using these credits as a way to say they don't have to have as much pressure to reduce their own emissions, when the real long-term solutions, as we've talked about on this show quite a bit, is figuring out how these companies that produce a lot of emissions in their own businesses can get that down, use renewable energy, stop burning those fossil fuels that are contributing to climate change.
Josh, it's a complex problem, and it was really, really interesting reporting. Thanks for coming on to share it with us.
Thanks, Allison.
Electric vehicles are becoming more popular and promising to curb the effects of global warming with each sale. But the cost of producing these cars could be devastating to a natural wonder in Southeast Asia. Here's NBC News technology correspondent Jacob Ward.
It's been called one of the most beautiful places on Earth. Palawan, a stunning tropical island in the Philippines, a diver's paradise, an ecological wonder. But 300 miles south of its pristine beaches, a giant swath of Palawan's rainforest was destroyed decades ago, making way for one of the world's largest nickel mines, Rio Tuba. And now the current majority owner, Nickel Asia, has an ambitious plan to expand into more of the rainforest, adding the equivalent of nearly 4,700 football fields to the mine.
You have filed paperwork to do so, is that right?
Yes, we've filed paperwork because I think we still have about 4 years to go with the current area.
Global demand for nickel is surging, expected to grow 10 times over the next decade, experts say.
The diversification of where nickel is mined is definitely underway. There's a significant amount of momentum towards different parts of Asia.
That's because nickel is increasingly used in the stuff that powers our lives. Things like tablets, the phones we use every day. But the biggest demand for nickel right now? It's the batteries in electric vehicles.
These are eye-popping numbers. EV sales are going to be surging over the rest of this decade.
It's a top priority for the president.
You're going to set a new pace for electric vehicles.
Leading the way, Tesla, now the nation's top seller of EVs and desperate for the resources to make their clean energy cars go. NBC News has tracked nickel mined from the Philippine rainforest via processing factories in Japan and on to Tesla in California. CEO Elon Musk saying last year,
any mining companies out there, please mine more nickel. Tesla will give you a giant contract for a long period of time if you mine nickel efficiently and in an environmentally sensitive way.
But when it comes to the rainforest, every tree counts in the battle against climate change. Once destroyed, restoration is difficult.
Is there a way to restore the mining site back to what it was like beforehand?
There's some challenges with that, engineering and figuring out a way to get the land back to its natural state is incredibly difficult.
Indigenous groups living near Palawan's Rio Tuba mine say they are wary of the proposed expansion. This rice farmer speaking with our reporting partner in the Philippines, investigative journalist Carol Ilagan. She's worried it will cause landslides during the rainy season and contaminate the water. The company denies causing any contamination and says it's handling the project with great sensitivity to the rainforest and the local people.
Is it your feeling that we simply have to trade off some bits of our planet in order to have the life we want to build here?
Yes, I think human development has been a series of trade-offs over the years.
A stark reminder that even clean energy comes with an environmental cost.
And Jake joins me live now. So, Jake, I think the big question a lot of us have, what's the alternative to mining these rainforests for nickel if we know that that is not a good one?
You know, Allison, I'm often in the position of being here with you talking about the prospect of an improvement, right? A better option for the future. The difficulty here is we are just starting to get our minds around the idea that this option is currently the best, i.e. the most profitable, business pragmatism-driven kind of option, and yet it is still going to cause damage. I mean, one way to think about it, right, is we have come a long way from the days of, for instance, cobalt, which used to be one of the most mined materials that went into batteries. The problem with cobalt is it is outrageously toxic to take out of the earth and did terrible damage to the places around it. Nickel is something of an improvement on that, but the problem is, in the old days, nickel was so diffuse in the Earth's surface that you couldn't really get enough of it profitably to make a product line. Now, you can actually gather enough of it to do it. The problem is you have to go all across, in this case, that area of Palawan, 4,700 extra football fields. And so that's an incredibly difficult thing. I mean, the thing we have to think about here is that as the electric vehicle market is projected to grow from about 4% of cars on the road right now to maybe as much as 30% of the cars on the road by 2025, we're looking at all sorts of hidden ecological costs that have not been figured into the sticker price and also haven't been part of the marketing. We're used to thinking of EVs as this kind of infinite resource, right? This sort of clean energy. It turns out clean is not quite the right word because everything we do turns out to have some hidden ecological cost in this case.
So is the bottom line here, unfortunately, that whatever we pull out of the environment is going to cause damage? I'm looking for some sort of bright spot here, Jake, because as you've said, you normally can say, okay, right, if we do this instead, it's better, but it sounds like that just might not be the case today.
I mean, that is the thing. I think that there is a way, Elon Musk there saying, we have to do it in the most environmentally responsible way possible. We'll give you a big contract if you can do it in an environmentally responsible way. Well, this mining operation is better than past mining operations, right? But it is true that we just, as human beings, have an impact wherever we go. I had a really interesting moment with the VP of Corporate Communications for Nickel Asia, Jose Balan, who you saw in that piece, where I asked him at one point, what are you're doing all of this damage by doing this mining, is it worth it? And he said a really interesting thing, and it's surprising to have someone so frank speak to you so honestly about it. He said, unless we want to live in a world in which I have to hand my phone on to my grandchildren, unless my grandchildren are going to fly in the same plane I do, right? Unless we're going to recycle absolutely everything we make, we have to pull things out of the ground. And so I think we have to think of this as a lesser of two evils. We don't want every car on the road to be gas powered. We know that is the problem. We know that that is creating incredible climate change. Right. We have to do something about that, and electric vehicles are a great option. Unfortunately, it does come with a cost, and that's where we're at right now, Allison.
Well, Jake, love to have you on, even if you have to be the bearer of some bad news. We always appreciate you reporting on our show. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Coming up, from war hero to leading lawmaker, we're remembering the life of veteran, former presidential candidate, and longtime senator from Kansas, Bob Dole.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip? Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're gonna do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From a humble beginning in Kansas to Republican presidential nominee, NBC News Chief Washington correspondent Andrew Mitchell remembers Senator Bob Dole's life of service.
Hi there, Allison. Oh, Bob Dole was a war hero who rose to the heights of power in the U.S. Senate. Though his family did not reveal a cause of death, the senator did undergo treatment for lung cancer earlier this year. One of many battles this enduring American figure waged in his remarkable life. One of the greats of the greatest generation.
We have lit liberty's torch with a glow that can truly light the world. That's what America's all about.
Senator Bob Dole, remembered overnight by presidents, dignitaries, and the American people as a man devoted to service. President Biden honoring his former Senate colleague, writing, "May our nation draw upon his legacy of decency, dignity, good humor, and patriotism for all time." In February, in this never-before-seen video, Dole reflected on a life spent on some of the biggest political stages.
You don't just walk out and say, "Trust me." You've got to earn your trust. And you earn your trust by speaking openly and speaking honestly.
Dole was elected to Congress in 1960, then to the Senate in 1968, where he served as the Republican leader for more than a decade. A tough political combatant who still always believed in working with Democrats for the public good.
We were D's and R's, but we were also friends. Compromise, not a bad word.
He ran for president 3 times, including an uphill challenge to Bill Clinton's second term in 1996.
Tonight I stand before you, tested by adversity, made sensitive by hardship, a fighter by principle, and the most optimistic man in America.
But a life in politics was not what Robert Joseph Dole initially set his sights on. Born in the small town of Russell, Kansas, the star high school athlete wanted to become a surgeon. But World War II took him to Italy with the Army's 10th Mountain Division, where on April 14, 1945, the Germans began firing on his platoon. Flying metal hit Dole's right shoulder and arm, breaking several bones in his neck and spine. He underwent 7 operations over 3 years, losing a kidney and the use of his right arm. Life-changing injuries fueling his advocacy for Americans with disabilities.
The disability community is not large, but it's important.
Father to daughter Robin from his first marriage. In 1975, he married his beloved wife Elizabeth, a devoted partner of 46 years in life, politics, and advocacy.
Do you think she would have made a good president?
Oh, yeah. And then I'd have gotten good food.
Good food?
Yeah, at the White House.
The Doles leading a fundraising campaign to build the World War II Memorial in Washington, honoring all those who served in a war that forever changed his life. His last public appearance, rising from his wheelchair to salute a fellow World War II veteran, friend and one-time political rival, former President George H.W. Bush.
I did it, I guess, and because of my respect for my friend.
George W. Bush writing of Dole, "Now we Bushes salute Bob and give thanks for his life of principled service." And former President Obama writing, "His sharp wit was matched only by his integrity." The nation now mourning and celebrating a man who put country first.
So I leave you all tonight with a full heart and a fervent prayer that we'll meet again.
Senator Bob Dole was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, 2 Purple Hearts and a Bronze Star during World War II. Today would have been Elizabeth and Bob Dole's 46th wedding anniversary.
And that does it for us. Hallie Jackson starts now.
So it looks like President Biden's going to spend the Winter Olympics the same way as most of the rest of us, watching it here on NBC, because he's not going, and neither will any other top U.S. official. It's a so-called diplomatic boycott of the Beijing Games to protest a whole bunch of China's human rights abuses. And keep in mind, America hasn't done something like this in more than 40 years. So is this just the start? That's not the only international drama going down tonight, because we hear the president's not going to hold back in tomorrow's call with Vladimir Putin, threatening big-time sanctions if Russia invades Ukraine. We're live overseas. Plus, Jussie Smollett, he's trying to convince a jury today why he shouldn't go to prison. He says the check he used to pay one of the guys accused of helping him stage a fake attack was for personal training, but prosecutors have the receipts. And our Andrea Mitchell has the backstory tonight, what it was like covering Senate Majority Leader Bob Dole. As we've learned in just the last few hours, he'll get one of the country's highest honors, lying in state at the Capitol. And I'm guessing you've probably spent some part of your workday taking a peek at TikTok. Don't worry, you're not alone. A lot of us can't get enough. Turns out that's the point. What we're learning about the video app's addictive algorithm later in the show. Hey, I'm Hallie, and we're coming on the air with that news that a lot of people are talking about tonight, this boycott of the Winter Games. The athletes are going to head overseas to Beijing, but U.S. diplomats will not. So listen, let's be real. It's not like this is going to affect the actual outcome of the competition, right? The athletes will still go. But pulling the official delegation of leaders and politicians, you know, the people who go to the opening and closing ceremonies, that sends what the Biden administration says is a, quote, clear message about their position, that they don't support China's human rights abuses, like China holding more than 1 million Uyghurs in prison camps, China silencing pro-democracy protests, China handling Tibet and Taiwan, which the U.S. has some concerns about. Now, the last time the U.S. boycotted the games, the last time we talked about something like this, was back in 1980. That was a Moscow thing. But here's the deal. That was an actual boycott. Players literally did not show up to compete. This is totally different. This time around, you're still going to be able to see athletes like Michaela Schifrin and Shaun White if they qualify, and they almost certainly will. So while the White House says they are sending that clear message by holding back diplomats, is it a strong enough one? We have Monica Alba at the White House and Sam Brock in Florida for us. So, Mon, let me start with you here. Some members of Congress wanted the White House to go even further than this. They wanted a total boycott. So talk about what you're hearing about why the White House made this call. And listen, are they ruling out an all-out boycott? Do we know that this is as far as they're going to go?
It does seem to be, Hallie, that this is where they're going to draw the line, and it's because they can do that. They can send a clear message while, in their view, not penalizing the athletes who've worked so hard to get to this place in order to qualify and then participate in the Olympic Games. Bottom line, that's what the White House said today. They didn't feel it was appropriate to have to ban all of them, but they did feel that on the world stage, sending a message to China that they will not support these human rights abuses by not contributing to the fanfare of the Games is something that's important enough for them to do. And there were many lawmakers who urged more action. There were some who did say, though, this would be an important first step. And it seems that's exactly what the White House is doing. As we've often seen, sports and politics do tend to mix, but perhaps no greater way than on the world stage as in the Winter Games that start in early February.
The least surprising news, perhaps, of the evening, Monica, is that China is not thrilled with this, right? No kidding. They say the Olympics are not this stage for political manipulation. They're going to take some of these countermeasures. What does that even mean? How much more pressure is this putting on the U.S. relationship with China, which, as we've talked about before, as it relates to economic measures, for example, is an important one?
They're accusing the U.S. here of grandstanding, and we know that just a couple of weeks ago, Presidents Biden and Xi held this nearly 3-hour virtual summit. But I'm told that this was not a topic of conversation, that they didn't discuss the Winter Games during that, but that this was something that the U.S. had signaled was possible. We knew the president was considering it for weeks, but it comes at a time when this is a very delicate relationship. But the White House and the president saying it doesn't matter. It's more important to us to send this message, to be very clear to China. But of course, it does raise the question, what happens the next time President Biden and Xi are scheduled to speak? Because there's so many other issues when it comes to competitiveness, when it comes to cybersecurity, that is important for this relationship. But they do believe that will still be able to go on constructively despite all of this over the political angle to these really Winter Games, again, that the athletes have worked so hard to be a part of. And that is something the White House wants to still see.
So, Sam, I know you're with us, and you know this well because you saw these athletes competing at the Summer Games at the Tokyo Olympics, right? Then you and I talked on a different platform about the protests there inside Japan as it relates to COVID. Now here we have Beijing. The pressure is coming from outside the U.S., right? Talk to me about how your experience there tells you something about what we're seeing now at this point.
Right. These are not analogous situations, Hallie, though, as Monica was alluding to a second ago, the sort of commonality here is you have a major international event that's based on unity and competition that can also prove to be a platform for global concerns. What we saw in Tokyo was a majority of the population at that time internally applying pressure because they did not want the games to move forward, given how fragile of a state that Tokyo and Japan were in general at that point with COVID. In fact, we saw COVID cases start to rise in the days and weeks in which the Olympics were held. That was the concern. There weren't those narratives of hospitals that were overflooded, but people very much concerned about what impact this would have on the health of the country. With Beijing, it is an international pressure, condemnation globally, right? But the United States is leading this diplomatic ban. That's what's going on with the U.S. leading the way. The question is, though, will other allies from European nations like France or Great Britain, will they join in? So far, they have not. But the bottom line with China is there are a series of episodes that have happened over the course of years, whether that is the subjugation and internment of 1 million plus Uyghurs and other ethnic and religious minorities there, whether it's the crackdown of free speech in Hong Kong, or, of course, the international superstar, Chinese superstar tennis player Peng Shuai, who went missing for weeks after she had voiced concerns about sexual assault at the hands of a member of the Chinese Communist Party. All of these things have stricken issues with human rights abuses, and in the words of the Biden administration, genocide as it concerns the Uyghurs, Hallie.
Listen, Sam, no one's going to mistake us for ESPN, right? But we have covered sports a lot on this show, most of the time with you, and that intersection of sports and politics as it relates to Peng Shuai, who you just talked about. China is now seeing, sports and politics on the world stage, and it's frankly not in a very flattering light for them.
Hallie, I apologize right now. I'm having a bit of a hard time hearing you. I think you asked about Peng Shuai, though, and sort of the very divergent response that's going on right now. You have the Women's Tennis Association, the WTA, that said we're going to postpone all international events in China for the foreseeable future because we don't feel safe about our tennis players playing abroad in China. They said they made multiple attempts to try to reach Peng and were unsuccessful. The IOC, on the other hand, has come out and said they've not only reached Peng a couple of different times, but set up a dinner between the IOC president, Thomas Bach, and Peng a week before the Olympics. How could these two things be happening concurrently at the same time? What is the state of China when it comes to hosting world events moving forward? The issue here, how will the international community react when there is not this spotlight on Beijing and on the Olympics? Will China have a price to pay? But for the time being, clearly the country is under the microscope when it comes to human rights abuses. Hallie?
Sam Brock, I have no idea if you can hear me right now, but we heard you loud and clear. It's an important point. It's great reporting. Monica Alba, same to you as well from the White House. Thanks, Mon. The investigation into who knew what when in that Michigan school shooting is getting more and more intense. Right now, as we speak, right now, police are interviewing an artist who let the parents of the suspected shooter hang out in his art studio in Detroit, even while the FBI, while U.S. Marshals were on a manhunt for these parents to charge them with manslaughter. Well, now, this artist could end up facing charges, too. His attorney is planning to release a statement, we think any minute, any second here, really. Earlier, he said this guy had no idea the Crumbleys were on the run. Listen.
I don't believe there's going to be evidence that shows that Mr. Sikora knew or had reason to know that charges were issued or that there were warrants out for their arrest. The minute he found out, he went to the Detroit Police Department and immediately wanted to give them information.
It comes as the school district's superintendent there in Oakland County has asked for an independent investigation into the shootings. It comes after evidence the prosecution laid out last week about what teachers caught the suspect doing before the shooting, why he was allowed to go back to class. Remember, this is the drawing, the journal entries that the suspected shooter had made in the hours before the shooting. Ellison Barber, you see her here. She's following it all for us from Michigan. Ellison, there's a lot here. So let me kind of unspool it with you thread by thread. And let's start with this artist. His studio is kind of close to the Canadian border. He was friends with the Crumbleys, but he now says, hey, I didn't know they were hiding out. How did he get involved in this?
Yeah, so his attorney says that they had a prior relationship, the Crumbleys and this artist whose name is Andre Sikora. But his attorney says that it was not a super close one, that they had some shared hobbies. He claims that his client reached out to them initially just offering condolences, not totally knowing the extent of what had happened. And that through that conversation, he then offered them a place to stay in his art studio. Let you hear it directly from this individual's attorney. Listen.
Mr. Sikora contacted them giving condolences, not knowing that they were involved. And then when he learned that they were involved, they told him they needed a safe place to stay because they were receiving so many death threats at their home. He definitely didn't know that they were fugitives at that point. It was only until the next day after they were arrested and he woke up and was contacted that his building was involved that he finally learned what actually was going on.
Police on Friday had been very public, putting a lookout out to the public from car description on, saying that they are looking for James and Jennifer Crumbley. And despite all of that, this individual, his attorney, says they were not aware of it. The U.S. Marshals had also put a lot of stuff out on their social media. Ultimately, police say they became aware of this location and the possible location of the couple after someone called in a tip because they spotted their car. Hallie.
So still waiting on any word as to any possible consequences this artist may face. The Crumbleys themselves, all three of them, by the way, the son, the suspected shooter, and both parents, they're all at the same jail for now. And then you have what I think is such an important piece of this story, Ellison, that I really can't let you go without talking about, and that is the victims. That is these four kids, these four students who were killed, whose lives were ended way too soon. The funerals for them are happening. There was a funeral for Madison Baldwin, who's one of the victims, yesterday. Visitation is today for another one of the students. The Detroit Lions over the weekend, we saw, had an O on their helmets in this very public display of support for them on the field. Can you tell us a little bit more, as you've been out there, how these students are being remembered, just with so much love and with so many prayers from the community?
Yeah, I mean, as kids, there was a candlelight vigil this weekend. This is a community that is remembering, in a lot of ways, these four people as what they were, children who had a lot of life ahead of them, who were very much loved by their families. The names, and I think we can probably show you their photos again, because they are absolutely the most important names, the most important faces to remember, even as we appropriately ask and look into a lot of other questions. Madison, Tate, Hannah, and Justin. Tomorrow, Tate Myers will be laid to rest. Visitation for him began today. His funeral, again, takes place tomorrow afternoon. He was just 16 years old. He'd started recently to visit colleges. Madison Baldwin, she was 17. Justin Schilling, 17. Hannah St. Juliana, 14. All of them went to school that day and were gunned down, shot in the hallways of their high school. All of them should have gone home that day to be with their families, and none of them did. And that is something that this community continues to struggle with. And there are no reasonable answers for why they didn't go home that day.
The struggle's not going to end anytime soon. Ellison Barber, thank you for that reporting in that context. So listen, it feels like we keep talking all the time about those new rules for travel because of the pandemic. But today's the day. It is time. They are starting to be enforced today as part of this whole White House push to try and get the pandemic under control, especially since we're seeing more than 100,000 new cases every day. The first time in a couple of months we're seeing these kinds of numbers. And here's the thing. Experts knew this was coming. They saw this winter surge coming a mile away, given everybody traveling for Thanksgiving, et cetera. On Friday alone, you can see it here, nearly 150,000 new cases were reported. And even though the new Omicron variant that we've been talking about is now in nearly 20 states, the CDC says it's actually Delta, that variant, driving the surge right now. Our Tom Costello is here with us on set. We're so glad to have you, Tom, and we're glad you're not stuck out at Dulles or Reagan
Thanks for
one
that.
of the airports tonight.
Love what you've done with the place, by the way.
Thank you so much,
Very
friend.
nice.
Talk to you about these new travel rules, right? For international travelers, they go into effect now. What's up?
Yeah, so they went into effect at midnight. If you are traveling overseas or if you have a loved one who is, you need to be testing for COVID within 24 hours of your departure from that foreign airport. If you're in London, Paris, Brussels, whatever, Stockholm, you've got to test within 24 hours of departure. You've got to have that negative test. All passengers over the age of 2, including U.S. citizens, now are affected by this. I want to emphasize that, including U.S. citizens. And this applies to whether you've been vaccinated or not vaccinated. You know, the rule up until now had been a 3-day window. Now it's 24 hours. If you aren't if you aren't tested and you don't have the proof, you don't get on the plane.
Can you do the rapid test that you buy at the drugstore? Those are fine.
Yes, and I've done that. I've been, my wife is European.
I know.
I've been overseas and I've flown back. I had the rapid test.
Yep.
And, however, this is the caveat. You've got to have that rep, the telemedicine rep, watching you on your phone, on your iPhone, your computer, whatever, to make sure you do it right. If they don't watch you do it, the test isn't valid.
So wait, that's a catch. You can do the at-home test, but you have to have somebody watch you. You do travel a fair amount, Tom. We know that. You spend a lot of time at airports.
Yes.
What is the sense you get from people who are traveling, right? I'll be honest, I haven't been at an airport in several months just because work has kept me here.
You got a newborn, too.
Well, you know, almost 2 now, my God. But what is the mood like when you go into these airports?
Well, I've done 25 cities just in the U.S. this year. I've done about 30 if you count international. It's been a crazy year for me. Listen, you know, in the United States, it seems like it's back to normal for the most part.
Yeah.
People are doing the normal thing. If you're overseas, however, we've been hearing from a lot of Americans overseas who are a little confused by the sudden now onslaught of the new regs.
Yep.
We've talked to them in the UK, in Brussels, for example, in Ireland, and they all say right now they're just confused. Take a listen.
There's just difficulty having the tests available, being able to process those tests, getting your results back in time. All of that, those just stack up on each other within a 24-hour period.
Yeah, but the bottom line is you can't let it slide. You need to be prepared when you go to the airport. If you're not prepared, if you haven't done the homework in advance and laid the groundwork, you're not boarding your flight.
You heard us lay some of those numbers out right before we brought you in here about where cases are, new cases in the U.S. You now have New York City taking a pretty significant move with this private vaccine mandate. So private company vaccine mandate, new rules in place for kids 5 to 11. We've seen court action over this, right, as it relates to the federal level. Mayor Bill de Blasio in New York seems fairly confident, like this is going to hold up in court. What's your sense of how this is going to go?
Well, you're right. I mean, he is pretty confident. He says that this is going to hold up in court. And if you're not familiar with the rules, they're essentially now saying every private business, 184,000 private businesses in New York, if you work there, you must be vaccinated at least 1 shot. If you're over the age of 5 up to 11, you can go into a restaurant, but you have to have at least 1 dose of a vaccine. Beyond that, now, as of December 27th, you have to have 2 doses, unless, of course, you have the Johnson & Johnson.
Yeah.
So they're really kind of setting the bar even higher. And as you know, what they've done very often is kind of set the schedule for other
bigger cities.
States. Sure. Yeah, blue cities, yeah.
Tom Costello, what a treat to have you here talking us through all this. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Pleasure to be here. Thanks.
You. Turning now to some other news from overseas. And I wonder about this, right? You ever get a little nervous before like a huge important meeting you have at work? Whatever it is, I can almost guarantee you it is probably not as high stakes as the meeting President Biden has tomorrow with President Putin of Russia, because President Biden is getting ready to deliver a warning right to Putin's virtual face as Putin looks more and more like he's getting ready to move troops into Ukraine. Now, listen, this whole thing's been tense for years now, really since 2014, when Russia invaded the Ukrainian peninsula of Crimea. Well, now there's nearly 90,000 Russian troops on the border, and it's hard to say one way or the other for sure what Putin is planning. The Kremlin is in denial mode. They're saying they're not doing a military buildup, but others worry there's this invasion in the works that could lead to war. Our Keir Simmons is all over these developments, live for us tonight from London. Keir, one of the big things Putin wants here is to keep Ukraine out of NATO, and that's something that the Kremlin is talking about. I know you are not literally living in Vladimir Putin's head, but you are a bit of a Kremlinologist, I should say, for us here at NBC. You've talked to this guy. You've been there. You've spent a lot of time in Moscow. What does he want? What's this play here for him?
It's interesting, Hallie, that interview with President Putin that I did back in June. President Putin harked all the way back to the leader of the Soviet Union, Gorbachev. And he said that Gorbachev was given a guarantee that NATO wouldn't expand eastward across Europe and that the West didn't uphold that guarantee. Now, I said to him, that wasn't given in writing. And he said, yes, you see, the West duped an old man, speaking about Gorbachev. Now, President Putin is determined in his own mind not to be duped in the same way. One of his key objectives is to try to stop NATO from having more of a relationship with Ukraine, perhaps even having Ukraine join NATO. The issue is, and it's a really tricky one, is that for Western Europe and the US, when diplomats in Western Europe and the US talk about Ukrainian sovereignty, one of the things they're talking about is Ukraine's right to be able to join NATO, to be supported by NATO, to be as democratic as it wants to be. That is the needle that has to be thread tomorrow. That is why, you're right, President Biden and his team will be still working on what they're going to say.
Well, so talk to me about that, because a top official is telling us and our team that the president's going to issue this warning about the very real costs of military action against Ukraine. What are you hearing from your sources that they actually expect the U.S. to do or to say here? Because any interaction with Vladimir Putin, right, is such a diplomatic dance. Like, it is so intense.
It really is, and there are those, on the other hand, who say that President Putin, and we always say this, has kind of got what he wants just by being able to have a conversation with the American president rather than having to negotiate with the Europeans, or even worse, from Vladimir Putin's point of view, having to negotiate directly with the Ukrainians. So what the Russians have been saying to me through the weekend is that they think this is a negotiation. They are happy about that. You're right to point out that there are these signs that President Biden tomorrow will warn President Putin of the very severe, for example, that Russia might be taken out of the financial, part of the financial system. It's very severe penalties if President Putin launches some kind of an invasion into Ukraine. Believe me, the Russians worry about that. I sat down in October with President Putin's spokesman. The first thing he wanted to talk about was about a new package of sanctions going through Congress. So they do worry about that. At the same time, of course, President Biden needs somehow to give Russia some kind of a roadmap, if you like, some way out of this. That is incredibly tricky. There are reports that President Biden has some thoughts on how to do that. I don't. I'm waiting to see what he comes up with tomorrow.
I'm going to ask you to do the impossible, and this is so annoying and such an annoying news anchor thing to do. In 15 seconds, Keir, can you talk about the Belarus factor in like 2 sentences, right? Because you now have that president saying, hey, maybe we'll get into this fight on Russia's side here, which could complicate things.
Yeah, 15 seconds. Belarus is led by a crazy dictator right next door to Russia and Ukraine. He has said he'll join Russia if Russia goes to war with Ukraine. This isn't just going to be one front. If it really explodes, it's going to be multiple fronts. Hallie.
I knew you could do it. Keir Simmons, you literally never let us down. Thank you so much. I'm so glad to have you live for us from London. Watching all of this, I know we'll be talking again tomorrow. Appreciate it. Coming up here on the show, Jussie Smollett, remember him, telling his side of the story today on the stand in the trial where he's accused of planning a fake hate attack on himself. You heard from the brothers who say the actor paid them to carry out the crime. So what did Smollett say in his defense? We've got Ron Allen live with that after the break.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians?
How do you explain why your case has become so important?
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart.
Shame!
This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Sometimes the news can be difficult and overwhelming for kids to understand.
Will coronavirus come back next year?
So to help make sense of it all, we've created a newscast just for them. Man, you know a lot. We hope your family will watch Nightly News Kids Edition.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through.
Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
Jussie Smollett is on trial, and today, for the very first time, jurors got to hear from the actor himself. He talked about his personal relationship with one of the brothers who he allegedly paid for this fake attack on him. saying that the check he paid him for was for personal training. Now, again, prosecutors have said this is the check that actually paid for that, again, apparently staged attack. At the time, Smollett had framed it as being anti-gay and racist. It comes after the prosecution came basically with receipts last week showing texts, calls, surveillance video from that night. And those two brothers stuck to their story, saying, hey, Smollett paid them to attack him before lying about it to police. NBC's Ron Allen is there in Chicago. So, Ron, what's interesting here, and you and I have talked about this in the context of other trials, putting a defendant on the stand in a high-profile case is sometimes risky and sometimes is a risky bet that pays off, right? What is your sense of the strategy from the defense here? Are they trying to make Smollett seem more sympathetic to the jury, do you think?
Most of the legal observers I've been hearing from and reading here in the analysis of all this seem to feel that Smollett had no choice but to testify. It's essentially come down to his word against the word of the two brothers, Asadarios, who were his associates, who were extras on the set of Empire, who were aspiring actors, who say that he paid them to rehearse and stage this attack. And so with the jury left with their version of events, Smollett went on the stand today to essentially give his version, and he is sticking to his story that he was attacked, that this was not a hoax, that this was not something that was staged, that was phony. He walked through what he described as the attack with his own attorney. Now, of course, he'll be cross-examined by the prosecution if the day continues. We're already late in the afternoon here, but I suspect this is going to go on for another couple of hours. But Smollett is essentially sticking to his story that he was a victim, that someone approached him wearing black, a ski mask that he could barely identify, that this person approached him very fast, and that they were yelling racial and homophobic slurs at him. And this is MAGA country statement that suggesting that this was a Trump supporter coming after him. Of course, the prosecution and police here say that this was all a hoax, that was all fake, designed to gain sympathetic publicity by Smollett for himself because he was upset about his pay and other conditions on the set of Empire, all of which Smollett in his direct examination is rejecting. That continues now at this hour, Hallie.
Ron Allen live for us there in Chicago. Ron, real quick before I let you go, timeline here. Do we think Smollett's going to be the last one to testify? We'll have the cross and then it goes to the jury?
Exactly. And all that could happen by tomorrow. The expectation is that could end, that this all could end tomorrow. The jury could be deliberating this tomorrow, and we could have a verdict before the end of the week or in a couple of days. So this could all wrap up very quickly. Yeah. Remember, it's taken 3 years to get to this point, almost 3 years, because this attack happened back in January of 2019, this alleged attack. So we're coming to the end of this after a very long grind. But the sides are dug in. The police, prosecutors insist that this was a hoax, it was a fake, and Smollett is sticking to his story that he's a victim.
We'll see what the jury says. Ron, in Chicago, thanks. Coming up here on the show, a Trump-era policy reinstated, making asylum seekers wait south of the border until their cases are heard. So why did the Biden administration revive something they didn't even like, this Remain in Mexico program? Gabe Gutierrez is on the ground in Tijuana to show us what that program looks like. Coming up.
It's an issue dividing communities and influencing elections across the country. An in-depth look at how one small town confronted race and education and how it tore the community apart. Shame! This is Southlake. All episodes available now.
Good morning, I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer.
Another giant leap for mankind.
They want folks to shelter in place until this storm pushes through. Traveling to the United States is about to get a lot easier.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
In the City of Angels, two kindly old ladies wanted to help homeless men get off the streets forever. And so they did. Listen to The Thing About Helen and Olga, the new podcast from Dateline and Keith Morrison.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
News is happening now. Look at what's making headlines around the world.
Right now on Morning News Now.
Tonight, the major announcement of the COVID vaccine.
and this is a significant moment.
Your news, whenever it happens, wherever you are, it's here now.
These days, it feels like the news never stops. So let's get into it. What's happening right now, what it all means for you for an hour every day. It can be hard to keep up, so let's get started together.
Hallie Jackson Now, weekdays at 5 on NBC News Now.
The Meet the Press Chuck Todd Cast, free wherever you get your podcasts.
Does it ever feel like TikTok knows you maybe a little too well? It might. And Jake Ward's going to explain why, as we're getting a new and closer look at the app's algorithm. We're going to talk about that in a second. But first, let's get you over to the 5 stories our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Kentucky Derby winner Medina Spirit collapsed and died after a workout today at Santa Anita Park in California. The horse's trainer, Bob Baffert, says Medina Spirit died from a heart attack. You might remember this horse failed a drug test after the Derby win back in May. Baffert, big name trainer, was suspended. Number 2, 3 more of those 17 missionaries kidnapped by a gang in Haiti have been released. The Christian Aid Ministries says all 3 of them seem to be in good spirits. It means 12 missionaries are still being held after 2 were let go last month. Number 3, Myanmar's deposed leader Aung San Suu Kyi has been sentenced to 2 years in prison after being convicted of incitement. For opposing a military takeover, she's still facing some other charges, too. She won the Nobel Prize in 1991 for fighting for democracy in Myanmar. Number 4, the National Weather Service says Hawaii may be in for some big-time flooding, maybe catastrophic, with a ton of rain pummeling the islands. They've got flash flood and high wind warnings in effect for a whole bunch of spots. The Hawaii County actually declared a state of emergency yesterday, with this rain set to go on until tomorrow. Number 5, as many as 900 bison are going to have to be removed from Yellowstone National Park this winter. Some are going to be put in quarantine or relocated, but because of this plan to prevent the bison from spreading disease to cattle, some of them may be shot by hunters. Starting today, migrants at the southern border who are looking for asylum in the United States are being told they're going to have to stay in Mexico while they wait for immigration court hearings. Sound familiar? It should. That's because President Biden is putting back in place former President Trump's Remain in Mexico policy. Not because he wants to. He actually doesn't. The president is opposed to this thing. But his hands have been essentially tied by the courts, with court orders saying he has to. It's coming as the Biden administration is trying to manage a surge of migrants at the border, with the number growing from 400,000 to about 1.7 million since 2020. There's a lot of context behind those numbers, which is why I want to bring in from Tijuana, Mexico, Gabe Gutierrez. Gabe, friend, you have been to the border a whole bunch, reporting on this and many other stories. And I want to show folks, just so they have a sense of sort of where you are and what we're talking about, these crossing points we've been talking about. This Remain in Mexico policy will restart at the El Paso entry point, but it'll eventually cover 7 different ones. So, and you see them on screen here. This is the map. Talk to us, Gabe, about how this process works and what you've seen today.
Yeah, Hallie, that's right. Where I am right now is one of those crossings. This is Tijuana, Mexico, just across the border from San Isidro, really near San Diego. And there are hundreds of migrant families in this camp. And Hallie, I'm going to step out of the way and let my colleague, photojournalist Carlos Hassano, just kind of show you. And that's what I'd like to do, just so people that aren't familiar with these types of camps, they can really see the conditions that people are living here. This camp, you know, at one point had more than 1,000 people, now has several hundred. Migrant advocates, they're very concerned that what will end up happening is that camps like this will grow in size because of the reimplementation of what's known as MPP, Migrant Protection Protocols, more commonly known as the Remain in Mexico policy. And that's a policy, and you see those little kids waving there. And Hallie, it's something we see over and over again. You know, it's really heartbreaking to see some of these children that are here applying for asylum with their families. Many of them have been there for months, and this is something that, you know, we have seen over and over again, not just here in Tijuana, but also in Matamoros, Mexico, which is, you know, in South Texas. And what's different this time, Hallie, is the Biden administration has come out and said, look, we don't want to re-implement this policy, but we will include several humanitarian provisions, including, Hallie, is that these migrants are now supposed to have better access to legal counsel. Their asylum claims now their asylum claims are supposed to be processed in about 6 months or so. But migrant advocates, they are very skeptical that this will actually bring any lasting change. And they are furious for the Biden administration not taking a harsher stand on this and not doing away with this Remain in Mexico policy. They have lost a lot of trust with the Biden administration in their view. That coupled with Title 42, which is, Hallie, you cover Washington. That's a public health rule implemented also by the Trump administration that has allowed the U.S. government to expel migrants. Those two things, this Remain in Mexico policy as well as Title 42, that has frustrated many of the migrant advocates here. But as you see behind me, Hallie, hundreds of families are here. The concern is that these camps will continue to grow, that there'll be a bottleneck at the border, even more so than there is now, and that could mushroom into a humanitarian crisis.
Gabe, before I let you go, you cover this policy under the Trump umbrella. You're covering it now under the Biden umbrella. Does it, you explained some of the differences in policy, obviously. Does it feel different to you on the ground or no?
Yeah, I got to tell you, Hallie, speaking with some of the migrants here, there is this overwhelming sense of confusion. They feel like they've been told a zillion different things. They don't really understand whether they're going to be able to make it into the U.S. or not. Yes, there are some policy differences, but the more you cover this, the more things feel the same in the sense that these are desperate migrants that have made the journey either from Central America or really now from across the world. And you constantly hear that they have been fed misinformation from human smugglers, that they've been, gotten wrong information from whatever their sources are. And there's just this overwhelming sense of limbo and confusion here on the ground, no matter who is in office.
Gabe Gutierrez, it is really good to have you, I think. Give us that perspective on the ground from Mexico. We're grateful for your reporting, my friend. Thank you. Does it ever feel like TikTok knows you, like really knows you? Honestly, same. Their algorithm makes the content that pops up on the For You page to be, well, just for you. And in the past, we've heard from TikTok's parent company, given it's kind of those broad strokes about how this whole thing works. But for the most part, that algorithm recipe has been top secret until now. A new document seen by the New York Times is giving us a better understanding of why this app is so addictive. It's all about keeping you on there as long as possible. Because, stating the obvious here, that is a good thing for TikTok's business. We have to note NBC News has not viewed this document independently, but we do have some big questions about it, about tech. And when we do have those questions, Jake Ward always has the answers. He's joining us now. Jake, it's good to see you.
Hi, Hallie. Great to be with you. Thank you.
This document has a flowchart that I want to pull up now that kind of explains why TikTok can get you so hooked. I want you to walk us through what we're seeing on the screen here.
Well, what's so difficult about it, right, is thinking, how do we subdivide human behavior in a way that a computer could predict it? Well, this is, it turns out, one of the quick ways they try to shorthand it for people inside the company. That first box all the way there on the left is daily active users. That is the goal of any tech company. How many people can you get using your platform every day in an active way? Then next to that, time spent and retention. That's our goal, right? If we're a tech company, we're trying to get people to spend time there and to keep coming back. And from there, they begin to break it down into the quality of the videos in your For You feed. That is the personalized feed that you receive on TikTok. Then user interactions, how often people like and comment on a video, how much of the video they play. All of these things turn out to be a recipe that goes into what is essentially a score for each video. When those videos score highly enough, they get fed to you, and all of this becomes a way that TikTok essentially predicts what's going to do well on your feed, is going to get into your brain in such a way that you can't stop watching. And here's the thing I want to play for you, Hallie, is when you can't stop watching it. I have been in this position many times during the pandemic, right? It's about 11 o'clock.
Sure.
I'm starting to fade. I shouldn't be watching this thing anymore, right? A friendly face pops up, and here's what it says. Have a look.
I understand it's easy to keep watching videos, and trust me, I've been there before. Those videos will still be there tomorrow, so go get some extra sleep, turn your phone off, do yourself that favor, and have a great night.
So on the one hand, very, very humane of them to say, you know what, you should stop watching now. On the other hand, what this tells us, along with the document obtained by the New York Times, is just how well that company understands what you are doing and how every single thing you do on that platform tells them something important about how much you're going to come back and how much more time you're probably going to spend on their platform. Hallie.
The addictive piece of this is so interesting, Jake, because as somebody who, like, listen, I'll be honest with you here. I use a lot of different social media platforms. I find TikTok to be, for me personally, the thing I just can't quit, right? But the algorithm, listen, all of these platforms have algorithms. Instagram has it. YouTube, you know, they all. Is TikTok really doing something all that different, or is it just perceived like they're doing it better, basically?
Well, there are two things to consider. First of all, right, TikTok has over 1 billion daily active users. That is an incredible number of people. So that's an incredible amount of data to use to make predictions about how people who fit into the Hallie Jackson archetype, and I'm sorry, but you do have an archetype, or the Jacob Ward archetype, right? We have a category that is predictive. I know you're a unique person, I know, but you're not, it turns out, in the view of ByteDance, of TikTok. And here's the other thing. This is what TikTok has been so brilliant at. They have created a choreography for the creation of these videos. So much of these videos is not just a blank space that somebody has put their thoughts into, right? It is music that you are lip syncing to, or it is other people's sound that someone is enacting in some way, right? These memes that TikTok basically builds has created a way that they can predict what you're going to do because they knew it from the beginning. They were choreographing it from the beginning. Something about that, I think, is really what makes them different from all the other companies, Hallie.
If people weren't excited to read your new book before this, I certainly think they will be now. Jake Ward, The Loop comes out in January, all about how technology is creating a world without choices and how to fight back. Jake, we're glad to have you. We'll have you back before your pub date, I hope. Thank you. Coming up here, a Zoom call that honestly should have been an email or literally anything else. One CEO thought it was a good idea to fire 900 people on Zoom with no warning. And now the head of Better.com, you guessed it, he's getting some heat. Zincle Esenwa has more on this. Plus, what's the craziest thing you ever found in your couch? $1? A Dorito? What about a 5-foot snake? That's what one Florida guy found in his. That's coming up in The Local.
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
News is more than a headline. It informs, it inspires, and it still matters. To cover it, you have to be in it. And that's what we're going to do. Every night, we take you to the front lines of the story, where it's actually happening, with NBC News journalists on the ground from all over the world. We cover what you need to know and bring your newsfeed to life. In primetime and streaming live, it's your news playlist every night.
Top Story with Tom Llamas, weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now. Our world is facing some complex issues. Chuck Todd breaks them down. Every Thursday, a deep dive into a new subject. Meet the Press Reports. All episodes of Season 3 are now available on demand on Peacock.
Let's go. This is a critical choke point for this fire. And good evening from New Orleans. Nice to really spend some time with you. Appreciate it. Do you feel like the bad guy in this? Why should they believe you when they know that people are getting in? Has it been worth it to make this trip?
Do you feel like you're giving a green light to politicians? How do you explain why your case has become so important?
So we are learning today that former Senator Bob Dole, who died yesterday, will lie in state at the Capitol Rotunda later this week. He was known as a lion of the Senate. And our own Andrea Mitchell is going to join us for tonight's backstory to talk about what it was like covering him and share some really personal memories. We'll get to that in a second. But first, NBC News covers hundreds of stories each day. And because you couldn't possibly read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. For our Northeast Bureau, 2 cars got destroyed during a wreck early yesterday. They crashed into a restaurant in Philly's historic Old City. Look at this. One of the cars even caught on fire, sending flames shooting up into the air. No reports, luckily, that we've heard of any serious injuries. From our New York Bureau, 4 people were hurt after the floor of a salon in the Bronx, all of a sudden, out of nowhere, collapsed into the basement. Workers there say they heard some really weird noises. They ran out right before the whole thing caved in under their feet. Some people were hurt, but not seriously. From our Southern Bureau, you probably find some weird stuff in your couch. Maybe your phone slipped between the cushions. Think about reaching down there and pulling out a 5-foot snake. Yep, that happened in, guess the state, Florida, baby. A guy who called police to get a 5-foot-long red-tailed boa out of his brand new couch. They took the couch out of the house and then got the snake out of the house, took it to a local pet store. All right, it's bad enough to be on a Zoom call at work, right? Who likes that? What's worse? Getting fired on a Zoom. What's even worse than that? To get fired on a Zoom with 899 of your closest colleagues. But that is exactly what happened at the mortgage company Better.com. 900 people fired during a Zoom meeting that lasted, are you ready for this? 3 minutes. Their boss blames the layoffs on the housing market, performances, productivity, but there are some reports the company got hundreds of millions of dollars from its backers right before the layoffs happened. Zinkley Esamwa explains.
We have meetings that pop up all the time, but not usually some that come from the CEO.
Wade Sherman says he recently got a promotion and a raise.
I even had a manager meeting that morning, a one-on-one with my manager, and everything seemed to be good.
But on Wednesday, he and about 900 employees also got fired.
If you're on this call, you are part of the unlucky group being laid off.
In video verified by NBC, the CEO of Better.com, an online mortgage company, fired hundreds from its workforce.
It felt very disconnected. The way that the company's been going has been very positive, getting ready to go to IPO. So we're really excited.
The startup announced it's going public earlier this year, giving it a valuation of nearly $7 billion, described as a unicorn by Forbes and deemed the best startup in America for 2 years, according to LinkedIn. Better.com is not the first company to have a mass layoff. So why the strong reaction?
They just received a $750 million cash injection. It just seems unfair.
Gupta studies the impact of layoffs on employee retention.
In general, a layoff is going to get a strong reaction, whatever time it is. And right now it's COVID, and it's also right before the holidays.
Better CEO saying he made the decision himself, citing the market, performance, and productivity.
We are laying off about 15% of the company.
Then telling employees termination effective immediately, and HR would reach out on benefits and severance. Company CFO Kevin Ryan saying to NBC in part, layoffs were, quote, gut-wrenching, but needed as the company navigates, quote, a radically evolving homeownership market. This comes as the pandemic and unpredictable markets leave businesses and those who work for them on edge.
Which is the biggest thing that corporate America could do to regain the trust of Americans is to stop laying off people. Studies are inconclusive on whether or not layoffs are helpful. Then in terms of productivity and job satisfaction, that actually declines among survivors.
While not one of the surviving employees, Sherman isn't too critical of the nature of Better's firings, saying there has been strong solidarity for those laid off online.
Better's not the only company that has, gone through this. It's way different than what happened before the pandemic. This is a job seeker market, and hopefully we can rise to the occasion, if we will, and get something really good. Get something even better.
Oh, man. Zinkley is joining us now. So, Zinkley, listen, here's the thing. We have to Zoom. We have to get on these virtual calls. It's the pandemic, even post-pandemic. The way that we communicate, employers and employees, has changed now, right? I know you talked to some HR and jobs experts for this. Are these changes, some of them here to stay? Listen, this doesn't say you should be firing 900 people at once on Zoom, obviously. But I wonder what you heard from some of those experts.
Yeah, and Hallie, the Zoom fatigue is real. But what I'm hearing from experts is, first of all, employee agency is at an all-time high, right? We're seeing workers unionize. There's even the discourse around it is changing. There was a viral tweet just last week talking about employers asked for 3 to 4 references. I'm going to start asking for 3 to 4 happy employees, right? So the culture for employees is changing. But also employers are seeing the need for retention is very high. We've been talking about the Great Resignation. It's very hard to hire right now. And so all of this is playing into the COVID-era job market, Hallie.
Zinkley Esamwa, great to have you covering that very interesting story for us today. Appreciate it. Time now to get to the backstory, our behind-the-scenes look at how a story comes together and how it fits into our bigger picture. Tonight, we're remembering a political giant here in Washington, Senator Bob Dole, who died over the weekend at 98 years old. Today, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer announced that Senator Dole will lie in state in the Capitol Rotunda later this week on Thursday. If you don't remember, Senator Dole served in Congress for more than 3 decades. He was the Republican leader for more than 10 years. He ran for president more than once, 3 times in all, and was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom for his political career and service to his country in World War II. Joining me now is somebody who covered Senator Dole during her time in Congress and on the campaign trail, the inimitable Andrea Mitchell. We're so glad to have you. Thank you.
It's the first time on set.
I was going to say welcome to your Hallie Jackson Now debut. The first of many, we hope.
It's beautiful, yes.
And I'm so glad to talk to you about this because, as you know, the backstory is really about, your experience covering a story. And boy, was Senator Bob Dole a story. I met him a few times. I interviewed him in the convention in 2016, in passing here. But you covered the White House. You covered Capitol Hill for NBC News. You talked to him over and over again. What stands out to you? Do you have a favorite memory about his personality? How did he interact with you as reporters?
He was great. He was completely accessible. He was tough. Was a really partisan guy, as was George Mitchell, his counterpart, for much of the time that I was covering him. And they would call us in every single morning on the Senate floor with notebooks, pad and pencil, and tell us what was going to happen that day, because they would agree on the Senate agenda. No talk about getting 50, getting 60, filibusters, none of that.
Who's going to vote how,
It was all, like, this is what's going to come up, and we'll see where the votes fall, but this is what we're going to do that day. And the Senate had what they call, regular order. It was a much warmer place. There was a lot of tough politics, but Bob Dole believed in compromise. He believed in getting things done for the country. And so you would talk to him about the budget. He did a lot of things that were against his self-interest in some ways. He worked with Tom Harkin on the Americans with Disability Act because it was so near and dear to him. He was, really disabled. It was very hard for him to get around.
Yeah.
He couldn't dress himself.
In a wheelchair at the end of his days.
But I'm talking about it during the prime of his life, coming from his wounds. And he worked on budget and Social Security issues with Democratic presidents and Democratic leaders. He just thought what was good for the country was good for Bob Dole and good for the Republican Party.
What's interesting is you described him. He was a partisan guy. He was
absolutely.
He was what he was. You talked to him in 2015, and we were struck by one particular moment in particular. And I want to play that for folks. We went to the archives, the recent archives, and pulled that sound. I want to play it.
I was in the Senate 28 plus years working with George Mitchell and Robert Byrd and Tom Daschle, Democratic leaders. And we never had an unkind word, never surprised each other by trying to sneak something through the Senate. We were D's and R's, but we were also friends. And that counts a lot.
What is so interesting about that, Andrea, he was partisan, as you said. He also had friends on the other side of the aisle. Right. And that is something, we live in Washington. We cover Washington every day. I'm not often talking about, members from opposite parties who are legitimately friends. They exist, right? They're not total unicorns, but it seems like it's less common.
Much less common. And part of it, I was talking to Tom Daschle today, who was the Democratic leader, the counterpoint to Dole, and he said, look, we, first of all, did not have the money chase that we have now, which was really after the Supreme Court decisions, Citizens United. We were not raising money, running home to raise money all the time. We were staying in Washington. We were getting together. And things on the House side weren't gerrymandered to the incredible extent. Now, only 10% of House seats are up for grabs. The rest are safe, quote, safe seats because they've been so gerrymandered. So people have to appeal to the base. You didn't have social media. And that is probably the biggest factor. And people got along. But he also had this mordant wit and sense of humor.
Do you remember
which
specific?
Could be really, cutting, but also could be self-deprecating. Well, when Bill Clinton awarded him the Medal of Freedom, after Clinton had just defeated him for the presidency, and he got up there to accept this and said, I, Robert J. Dole, giving the acceptance, giving the oath to become president. And then he said, I kind of thought I'd be getting something else from Bill Clinton, like the keys to the front door at this time. He could make fun of himself even in defeat. And he was tough. One very particular moment was the toughest and kind of meanest side of him that you'd ever see. 1988, New Hampshire primary. He's just lost a bitter primary